Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 13T Chapter 281. Ryujin Test. Although Yoruichi's voice was very low, some people around still heard it and cast unfriendly eyes. Well, she didn't wake up, she was talking in her sleep, a misunderstanding. Ace smiled and raised his hand to appease the crowd. He whispered in Yoruichi's ear. Don't offend anyone. I still want to enjoy my student life. After competing in the pirate world for so long, entering the Shinigami world, or entering the Spiritual Arts Academy, Ace also wanted to experience being a student for the first time in a long time. Do you want to make friends with them? Yi, faced incredulous, Mindy asked. Your bottom line is so low? Keep your voice down. Our friendship is not good for these people, not good for the future, not even good for ourselves, and not good for them. If old man Yamamoto finds out that you have such a terrible idea, he will definitely beat you to death. Urahara Kazuki on the side did not answer, but still squinted his eyes, smiled and nodded in agreement, because that was the fact. 10. On the surface, these words seem to refer to his status. After all, Ace is the captain's direct disciple. Although he is from Rukongai, Ace will definitely become one of the captains of the 13th team in the future. He will definitely become one of the few powerful people in Seirei in the future. As an upper noble Urahara Kazuki and the future head of the Shihuan family, one of the 5 nobles, Yoruichi is also a prominent status. Most of the students here are almost lower-class nobles, and some are Rukongai. The difference between the two is too big. Advertisement however, Yoruichi is not looking down on people with ordinary backgrounds. Family background can make up for it, especially after the old man opened the Spiritual Arts Academy in Rukongai. As long as you become the captain of the 13th team, family background is not a problem. Yoruichi's meaning is very simple, that is, the talent and future of these guys are not at the same level as the 3 of them. The 3 of them are very confident that they will become the mainstay of Seirei in the future. If those who are not strong enough get close to them, they will be easily targeted by those with ulterior motives, which is very dangerous for them and a greater burden for the host. It is better to set up obstacles from the beginning. This is what their family taught them. Ace couldn't help but spread his hands. He really didn't know whether Yoruichi spoke so loudly intentionally or unintentionally. Looking at the dissatisfied eyes of the beautiful girls below, Ace's school life that he used to reminisce about was impossible to appear again. Ace just wanted to relive his school life in his previous life, but why is it so difficult? He looked around helplessly. Urahara Kazuki, Shihuan Yoruichi, plus him, probably the most unpopular trio of this class is them. After the old man Yamamoto finished speaking, he left under the attention of the students, but Ace felt that these people were actually looking at Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki. In theory, the old man Yamamoto should be the most admired person by the students, but this is not the case at the Spiritual Arts Academy. Speaking of the identity of the Dean of the Spiritual Arts Academy, although the Spiritual Arts Academy is the only Shinigami Academy in Seirei. But from the perspective of the strength and status of old man Yamamoto, the title of the Dean of the Spiritual Arts Academy is indeed redundant and even lowers his status. After all, at this time in Seirei, most of the Shinigami who can hold important positions are from the middle level and above nobles. And the nobles with a long history have their own dignity and traditions. The Spiritual Arts Academy is a bit redundant for them and even endangers their status. In fact, when old man Yamamoto established the Spiritual Arts Academy, most of the upper nobles opposed it. Old man Yamamoto even proposed to unify the power of all nobles and make the Spiritual Arts Academy the highest institution for cultivating Shinigami. Advertisement of course, this proposal is impossible to pass, and of course old man Yamamoto is not so naive to try hard to realize this proposal. The emergence of new things requires compromise and concessions. This is the upper limit set by old man Yamamoto for the Spiritual Arts Academy, an illusory upper limit. Until finally, the noble forces led by the 5 great nobles and old man Yamamoto reach a consensus. That is, Spiritual Arts Academy, all the existing open slashing techniques among Shinigami, white hits, shunpo and kido. For the nobles, the unique secret techniques belong to the family achievements, and whether to make them public or not depends entirely on the will of each noble, and no one can interfere. In order to establish the status of Spiritual Arts Academy, both parties also unified that Spiritual Arts Academy is the only way to enter Godei 13 Shinigami. Of course, this excludes the nobles of Soul Society. Maybe this is a compromise, but in the eyes of old man Yamamoto, this is the best time. His original intention was not to weaken the power of the nobles. Old man Yamamoto believed that as the Spiritual Arts Academy developed, the nobles who initially resisted would automatically join, and the participation of talented nobles would make the Spiritual Arts Academy stronger, which was a matter of mutual benefit. The situation was also the case. In a Spiritual Arts Academy with a good atmosphere and many students, it is natural to be more talented than a child of a noble family. At first, only lower-class nobles and civilians 740 joined. Later, occasionally, middle-class nobles would enter the Spiritual Arts Academy to study. So far, almost all middle-class nobles will enter the Spiritual Arts Academy to study, and old man Yamamoto's expectations have been further raised. However, if you think that the Spiritual Arts Academy is already very powerful, then you are very wrong. At present, most of the high-end combat power in the Godei 13 Shinigami list comes from the upper nobles and the 5 great nobles, and they have almost no experience studying at the Spiritual Arts Academy. Ryujin Level 4. A middle-aged Shinigami in a black training suit smiled. Commoner origin. Next, you have to study hard. At the same time, the students around whispered in groups. How can a commoner have a level 4? It's amazing. It's probably about the same as the heirs of the upper nobles. He looks so conceited. After the ceremony, there was a Ryujin level test, and the students would be divided into 2 classes according to the test results. It was obvious that the boy from a commoner background with a 4th level Ryujin would be placed in a better class. This also caused dissatisfaction and jealousy among the young people of noble birth. Some even shouted, "Go away, untouchable." Chapter 282, Ryujin level. These words fell into the ears of this person, as if they were a compliment to him, and he raised his head a little higher. This person's name is Jiro. As for the surname, a commoner from Rukongai is not qualified to have a surname. Almost everyone looked at him with jealous or unfriendly eyes, which made Jiro feel proud, and the feeling of being at the center was better than ever. Jiro raised his head high, as if scanning the king who looked down at his subjects. Suddenly, he saw 3 people. The 3 yawning people were none other than the 3 ace people 1. Jiro frowned. Are these guys pretending to ignore themselves? The affectation of the nobles and his pitiful self-esteem made him feel disgusted, and he wanted to see what level you are. The 3 ace people knew nothing about this and just chatted casually. Why don't we take the test first? We can sleep in a little. Maybe it's because the test is in the order of the roster, and we're at the bottom of the roster. Then why are we at the end? That's a good question. Ace rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "We were late today because of what happened last night, so we're at the end of the list." When Yoruichi heard this, he showed a rare look of embarrassment. He patted Urahara's shoulder and poked Ace's arm to please. "I know I was wrong, don't blame me, hey, speak politely. The pit has been dug. What, do we have to fill it up one day?" "That's a great idea." Urahara Kazuki, who was standing aside, suddenly became energetic. He clenched his right fist, as if he had made an important decision. "Let's go, I'll fill it up in my time. What about the secret base? Don't want it." "Are you angry? Can Yoruichi's words be taken seriously?" Urahara Kazuki waved his hand and said with a smile. "No, I just think the base is too far away. We can dig another one somewhere else." "Dig another one?" Ace asked with his mouth wide open in surprise. "Where to dig? The closer the better, for example, this one." Urahara Kazuki pointed to the bottom of his feet. "Haha." Ace laughed dryly twice. "Digging a secret base under the Spiritual Arts Academy, are you sure this is not a joke?" Even Yoruichi would not agree to this, because this is the Spiritual Arts Academy, the king of important locations in the spiritual court. Ace looked at Yoruichi. "That's a good idea, Urahara Kazuki." Yoruichi's eyes lit up, and he patted Urahara Kazuki excitedly. Tonight, we will dig a new base here. This time, I will also lay the floor tiles." Yoruichi agreed, and she agreed too. Ace put his hands on his head and looked at the 2 people who were discussing heatedly. He wanted to pretend that he didn't know them. At this moment, Ace felt that he had made the wrong friends since he came to this world. What a good idea. Right, Ace? Good idea. Haha, damn good idea. You are not digging a hole, you know? Advertisement? Ace rubbed his head and said, "You're digging your own grave." "You mean we should move? I mean don't change anything?" Ace was speechless. After some effort, Ace finally suppressed Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki's complaints. When they finally decided not to make any changes to the secret base, Ace finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, it was their turn to test their Ryujin level. At this time, everyone's eyes were on them. Urahara Kazuki, Shihuan Yoruichi, and Ace, come and try. Hearing the teacher's voice, the students in the venue silently made way. Under the gaze of everyone, the 3 became a bandit in front of the test machine. Upper nobles, Urahara Kazuki family, the 5 great nobles, the heir of the Tiansibing Shihuan. I wonder what level their Ryujin has reached. I'm looking forward to it. And that Ace, a commoner who was accepted as a closed-door disciple by the captain, I want to see what he can do. The crowd was full of admiration for Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi. However, they just couldn't accept Ace. This made Ace shrug, looking like a closed-door disciple who became the captain's closed-door disciple through connections. Don't mind, there are still geniuses among ordinary people, just like you. Yoruichi comforted Ace. It doesn't matter, they will shut up soon. Oh, Yoruichi suddenly became interested and turned around and whispered. Don't hide your strength at this time. The old man said that you can let go this time. Soon, the 3 of them came to the testing machine. It was a machine, but more like a prop. In front of them was a hexagonal dry pond with 5 bamboo branches inside and outside. In front of the pond was a supporting platform. The spirit pond, a death prop for testing the spiritual level, has not changed since ancient times. It is said to be a tool given to the Spirit King. However, Ace knew that was nonsense. It appeared with the real Central Spiritual Arts Academy to establish a basic admission standard for Team 13. That's why Ace called it a machine. Urahara was the first to stand up for the test. When he put his hand on the platform, the pond in front of him changed immediately. I saw clear water pouring out of the pond. After a while, the first bamboo forest was flooded, followed by the second bamboo forest, and the third bamboo forest was flooded. The Ryujin level that the spirit pond can detect is divided into 6 levels. The Ryutsu level of the test subject is expressed by the number of bamboos overflowing from the pool water. If the spirit pond is filled with water, it means that the Ryutsu has reached level 6. This is also the 13th Shinigami Vice Captain's Ryutsu level. Soon, the water representing Urahara Kazuki's Ryutsu level overflowed the 4th bamboo and slowly reached the 5th bamboo. And the bamboo seemed to have a wall to block the general pool water, so that it could only rise slowly. The water reached 1/3 of the 5th bamboo, half. Can it be stronger? The teacher in charge of the exam has stood up and started cheering Urahara Kazuki, as if the water in the pool will suddenly overflow the bamboo. Unfortunately, although the water in the pool has been higher than the bamboo, it has not passed, which also means that Urahara's Ryutsu level is level 5. The 5th level is full, 5 level full Ryutsu. The teacher shouted excitedly. From level 5, if the pool water reaches 1/3, half, the top will be divided into 3 levels of Ryutsu. Despite being an upper noble, it is rare for Urahara Kazuki to have such a high level of Ryutsu at such a young age. Worthy of being a genius. Worthy of being an upper noble. Idiot, even among the 5 great nobles, this guy is a genius. Advertisement amidst the continuous praise, Urahara Kazuki smiled and responded to Ace and Yoruichi's high five. Although this guy acted as if he didn't care, Ace knew that this guy was a little floating, and the high five was proof. Okay, it's my turn next, Yoruichi said, moving his shoulders and walking towards the spirit pond. Those who know will try, and those who don't will think he is going to fight. When the spirit pond returned to its dry state, Yoruichi gently placed his hand on the supporting platform. Just like Urahara Kazuki just now, the water in the pond soon overflowed the 4th bamboo and began his own breakthrough journey. Half. Full. The teacher in charge of the exam stood up again. Ace, who was facing away, looked helpless. Since he knew he had to stand up, why did he sit down? But this time the teacher did not talk to himself, and his originally pale face was now red, as if the exam was his own. Exceeded, level 6, Ryutsu level 6. The teacher roared, as if he was released. He looked at Yoruichi excitedly and shouted, Your Highness Yoruichi, you can even apply for graduation now. Yoruichi shook his head, returned to the two of them, and gave them both a warm high five. There was almost no discussion this time. This was not because everyone thought it was natural for Yoruichi to achieve such a result, but because they were shocked by her 6th level Ryutsu. Although nobles are stronger than ordinary people in terms of talent and Ryutsu, the 6th level Ryutsu means Gotei 13 Vice Captain level. Even the birth of the 5 great nobles is a bit exaggerated. This is why the teacher just asked Yoruichi if she wanted to graduate directly. The 6th level Ryutsu allows you to apply for graduation at any time and choose any unit you want to join. There is nothing that the Spiritual Arts Academy can teach her about this monster. However, there are still people who hold different opinions on the field, such as Jiro. In his opinion, at the same age, a commoner like him has not reached the level of 4th level Ryutsu. Compared with those nobles who are born with Ryutsu, he is much stronger. Isn't it just the 6th level? The upper nobles and the 5 great nobles are just like this. This undisguised contempt immediately caused dissatisfaction among other noble students. Just now, they were not as good as Jiro, so they endured it. Now, they can only say that Jiro's words instantly ignited the powder keg in their hearts. Shut up, you commoner. Commoners are commoners, not only cheap, but also stupid. Although nobles are born with Ryutsu, and the upper nobles and the 5 great nobles can even reach level 4 and 5, it is an unheard of achievement to reach level 6 now. Level 6 is a level that you commoners can hardly reach in your lifetime. At the same time, Ace walked towards the spirit pond, and a young man from a middle-class noble family pointed at Ace and said, A person like you who is called a genius, commoners, open your eyes and take a good look. The limit of this person is level 4. That's right. Level 4 to level 5 is too difficult, not to mention level 6, which is even more difficult. Another young man shook his head and said with a mocking face, It's a pity that the stupid civilians don't know. The spirit pond dried up again, and Ace seemed not to hear the voice behind him, and put his hands on the platform expressionlessly. The teacher in charge of the exam did not stand up again this time, because he just sat in the middle of the scene, his mouth was wide open, and his buttocks were stiff in place. At this time, the water in the spirit pond had filled the 5th section of bamboo, and it didn't look as weak as Urahara before. It was still rising rapidly. The teacher wanted to say something, but his big mouth couldn't close at all, and he could only make strange sounds. At this rate, the spirit pond will be full. The teacher looked at the nearly 1/3 of the pool water and thought, It's worthy of being the captain's disciple. Just as he was about to cheer for the first student in the history of Spiritual Arts Academy to reach the full level of Ryutsu, the incredible rising pool suddenly stopped? Stopped without any warning? The teacher in charge of the exam coughed violently while sitting in the chair. The feeling of falling from the clouds to the ground was so uncomfortable that he wanted to say that he was not happy. 6 levels? At this moment, there was no discussion at all. The noble young man who had just ridiculed him retreated to the back of the crowd. It was too embarrassing. Ryujin gritted his teeth and stared at Ace in the distance. Okay. As a commoner, he didn't want to be suppressed like this. I must work hard to surpass him, isn't it because he is the captain's disciple? Jiro clenched his fist and vowed. He attributed Ace's achievements to old man Yamamoto. Thank you. Ace said with a smile and walked back to Yoruichi and Urahara. At the same time, he ignored the palms they stretched out and refused this kind of celebration. Are you provoking us? Yoruichi raised his eyebrows. Ace shook his finger and smiled. I'm teaching you the correct posture. Yoruichi was quiet for a while, and looked at Urahara Kazuki, and both gave a thumbs up. Come on, I will only demonstrate here once, and the stage will be yours in the future. Stop. Both of them waved their hands, as if he would also keep a low profile. Just now, they tested Ryutsu, and they knew that this spirit pond was not something Kido could deceive. Ace smiled and did not explain. What he said was true. Perhaps a true genius could not keep a low profile, but what if he was not a true genius in the eyes of others? After the Ryutsu level test, the freshmen were divided into two groups. First, those with Ryutsu level below 3 entered the first group. In other words, they were the reserve team for the 13th team. And those above level 3 were naturally potential members of Gode 13. As long as they studied here for 6 years, these students would automatically enter Gode 13. Of course, as long as your Ryutsu level reaches level 6, you can immediately apply for graduation and join Gode 13. Although members who reach Ryutsu level 3 or above will definitely join Gode 13, the treatment of different levels is completely different. Chapter 283. Sword Room. If your Ryutsu level is only level 4, some captains of Gode the 13th may look down on you, which means you can't enter the team you want to enter. For example, the so-called first team, which is called the headquarters, can't enter with only level 4. If you have a level 5 Ryutsu, then the door of any team will be open to you, and you can choose any team you want to enter. Level 6 is even more different. It is certain that all teams are eager to get you and invite you to join them. From the result, it looks the same as level 5, but in fact it is another world. First of all, people with level 5 Ryutsu enter Gode 13, and like level 4 Ryutsu, they start from the bottom and live in group dormitories. Only after a year of training can they be qualified to challenge the position of the captain in the team. Although Gode 13 has the same rights as the 5 nobles, these rights are actually in the hands of the captain, vice captain and the top 5 seats of Gode 13. This shows the importance of challenging the captain. People with level 6 spiritual power have the right to challenge the captain at any time from the beginning. Even if the challenge fails, the captain will personally guide you, that is to say, as long as you don't give up voluntarily, success is inevitable. Although there is no clear rule for this, it is a recognized rule in Gode 13. So people like Ace and Yoruichi who enter the school at level 6 should be sent directly to Team 13 to participate in the initiation ceremony and stay at the Spiritual Arts Academy. It's really a blow. Therefore, along the way, Ace felt a chill coming from behind him. It was the jealous eyes of other students behind him. Maybe there is respect, but it's rare. Their destination after the Ryutsu test is the sword room. It sounds like a kendo classroom, but it's not. The kendo classroom is a kendo classroom, and the sword has another use. Sword room, open the door. The leader chanted the order loudly. He gently pressed the huge stone lock on the door of the sword room, and a faint white light suddenly appeared on his hand. The stone lock fell to the ground with a bang. The originally closed sword room door slowly opened inward, and a sharp gas rushed out instantly, blowing people's robes rustling. The door was not completely opened, but only 1/3 opened. Even so, it was enough for 6 or 7 people to enter side by side. Don't squeeze, don't run around, just follow me. The teacher turned his head and ordered loudly. He entered the sword room first, and everyone immediately followed. It was very dark inside the sword room, with only a stone brick road as wide as the crack of the door, and both sides of the road were pitch black. There might be endless treasures hidden there, or a bottomless pit. Even if they were curious, they dared not cross the line. Advertisement at the end of the road was an empty circular stone platform, which was large enough to accommodate 2 groups of freshmen standing scattered on the stone platform. When everyone stood on the stone platform, the candles on the stone road went out one by one from far to near, and the darkness flooded the road to the outside world, leaving only the lonely circular stone platform under their feet. You can only enter the sword room once in your life. The teacher said, his voice higher. So, open your eyes and take a look. The light that slowly overflowed from the stone table from nowhere, swept away the surrounding darkness. The stone road never appeared again. At this moment, around the stone platform, there was a mirror-like lake, boundless. On the lake, there were long swords. There were probably hundreds of them. Zanpakuto, Shinigami's best friend and symbol of Shinigami. The teacher's voice appeared at the right time. Now, you are not Shinigami, and they are not Zanpakuto. Their name is Sealed State, and they have the potential to become Zanpakuto. Now, follow your inner voice and choose one. After all, the sooner you get used to the Sealed State, the better. After graduating from the Spiritual Arts Academy, if you can enter Gode 13, the temporarily borrowed Sealed State will become your real one. Of course, this is also a superficial thing. In fact, the top forces of Seirei have the right to independently grant the Sealed State. The Sealed State of the Spiritual Arts Academy is actually lent to students. The teacher smiled at the 3 people and said softly. Therefore, Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki already have their own Zanpakuto. They know these things, the elders know them, but others don't, such as this time on the stone platform with their leading teacher. There are 3 geniuses in this class, and they are the master in front of them. These teachers are also very concerned about Master Ace. Advertisement Ace doesn't know that they have been brought into the focus of attention by the 3 teachers. In fact, they are already real Shinigami, but they have not yet joined the 13th team. Not to mention the 5 great nobles. They hold nearly half of the power and can definitely grant the sealed state. This is not to say that they were not excited about the prospect of having Zanpakuto. As the shouts came, the faces of the freshmen on the stone platform turned slightly red with excitement. And Ace, after worshipping Old Man Yamamoto, got the sealed state and quickly turned it into Zanpakuto. The day when sealed state becomes Zanpakuto is the day when you become Shinigami. Why don't you go down? They walked down the stone platform one by one, rubbing their hands. They walked across the sealed state on the lake and picked out the swords they thought would be the strongest in the future. In fact, although the 3 of them were geniuses in the eyes of their elders, when they got the sealed state, they were no different from others. After all, it is impossible for a Shinigami to have 2 different Zanpakuto. That's why they look so calm. If you continue like this, all the good ones will be taken away. Urahara Kazuki is level 5, Yoruichi and Ace are level 6. They know that it is useless to choose to give up the sealed state now. Yes, the 3 of them actually had the sealed state a long time ago, and they even successfully turned the sealed state into a Zanpakuto not long ago. The results of the Ryujin level test have long been known to the teachers. Before the Spiritual Arts Academy appeared, granting the sealed state was the most important part of the Godei 13 ceremony. This custom has not changed. But there were exceptions. Ace and the other 2 still stood on the stone platform with a calm face. The teacher's voice became louder and louder. There was a hint of sacred awe in his tone. For example, some high-ranking nobles and the Captain General Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. Chapter 284. Don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Ace and the other 2 looked weird about this statement and sneered one after another. No difference. Yes, it doesn't matter whether you go early or late, it's useless anyway. There is no good or bad in sealed state, master. The last person to speak was Urahara Kazuki. After he finished speaking, he poked Yoruichi and Ace with his arm. Ace also reacted. He had to act, and immediately turned around and said, "Yes, sealed state is the same, so it's no big deal." Yoruichi also nodded repeatedly and explained quickly. Yes, that's what I mean. Even if there is no difference, this may be the only place where you can get the sealed state. The teacher is looking forward to your choice. This statement also makes sense, so the teacher was just embarrassed for a while, without thinking too much, and let them go down to choose. Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, exposing the fact that they already had Zanpakuto. Being killed at home was impossible, and being beaten was a sure thing. Be careful, if it weren't for Urahara Kazuki, you would have implicated me just now. Yi while walking, pretending to choose the sealed state, while complaining softly, as if everything was Ace's fault. What did I say? Ace shrugged and said, is this the most exaggerated thing you have said? Ace's words can be understood as a summary of Urahara Kazuki's point of view. Yoruichi's words can also be applied, but if you think about it carefully, there are still loopholes. If it is exposed, it is probably because hitting the right is useless. I was led astray by you. Yoruichi turned his head and reached out to grab Ace. She gritted her teeth and spoke word by word. What do you think? Well, it's mine, let me go. The teacher is watching. Seeing the other party surrender, Yoruichi also let go happily. As long as she could put the blame on Ace, it was obvious that her goal had been achieved. Under normal circumstances, Urahara Kazuki would be a peacemaker, but this time he didn't, and he didn't even smile from beginning to end. Ace looked back and saw Urahara Kazuki lowered his head, picked up a sealed state, waved it twice, shook his head and put it back, as if he was really choosing. Advertisement, you don't think the same person has 2 different swords, do you? Urahara Kazuki shook his head and then twitched it lightly. Like you said, the teacher is still watching. In fact, it's not just the teacher, there are many people watching us. So what? Ace asked. Urahara Kazuki pointed to the front. What does it feel like? There were a few students not far away, and they were choosing sealed states. Like Urahara Kazuki, they all took out a sealed state and fumbled to put it back, as if the next one would be different and better. Childish, it feels it's all the same anyway. Ace and Yi answered one after another. Even if you change countless sealed states, in the end it can only become a Zanpakuto. After all, sealed state is just a vehicle. The final result depends on your own ability. That's what it looks like when you know nothing and use sealed state for the first time. Urahara Kazuki looked at the 2 of them and said seriously. So you mean we need to be more convincing? No, you just need to follow the instructions. That makes sense. Ace and Yoruichi looked at each other and nodded in unison. Then, the 2 of them put on a wonderful performance. They also added some shots of themselves. No, it doesn't look like my sealed state. This one won't work, and this one won't work either. Yoruichi muttered to himself, his tone full of deep regret. That's it, it's really not easy, Urahara Kazuki shouted loudly, looking at the selected sealed state with a smile on his face. This is the 3rd one this guy picked. Ace muttered in his heart that he just wanted to be lazy. He just said that the acting should be realistic, but it turned out to be so exaggerated. You are here. My future partner, advertisement even more exaggerated, it was Yoruichi. Ace looked at the teacher on the stone platform. Acting like this is simply treating people as fools. At this time, the teacher was clapping softly on the stone platform, smiling at them, as if happy that they had chosen the right sealed state. Well, it's really a fool. In this case, Ace was also going to be lazy. There was a sealed state inserted in front of the right side, and it was decided that it was you. Ace reached out to grab it and shouted at the same time. I've been waiting for you for a long time. It was warm and soft, not the hilt of a sword, but a hand. Ace looked up and saw that the owner of the hand was a boy with green eyes and red hair. Staring at his round eyes, it was Jiro. Ace knew that this guy had been following him. From the test of Ryujin level to the sword room, he had been following him. Geniuses are easy to make people jealous. Ace knew that Jiro was jealous of him, but he didn't take it seriously. Ace, who has become the top in the pirate world, can understand this kind of thinking. And there is also a peak that you are desperately chasing, but it is a very lucky thing that you can only see the top in your life. But now something is wrong. According to the normal way, you shouldn't regard yourself as an enemy, and resolutely not touch what you have touched, and try hard to catch up, right? What's going on? Does this mean that you want everything you have? Where's your pride? Where's the pride of the pursuer? Ace was speechless. Are you kidding me? Jiro thought he was talking to himself and replied. This knife. I got it first. It was just as Ace thought. Jiro regarded Ace as an enemy and felt that Ace had stolen the spotlight that belonged to him. But he didn't chase Ace, but wanted to take back what he lost from Ace. Zanpakuto was the first thing he wanted. The best Zanpakuto could only be his. Seeing Ace's inaction, Jiro gritted his teeth and said viciously. I said, I got it first. Let go. Ace let go of his hand and stopped Yoruichi, who wanted to teach this ignorant guy a lesson, and said with a smile. This one is for you. Jiro pursed his lips. Ace's words only made him feel more accomplished. However, this feeling did not last long, and was destroyed by Ace's next words. Chapter 285. Ace's Shikai. I just feel that the feeling just now was wrong. It seems that this one is better. Ace pointed to the sealed state beside Yoruichi and said. Throw it to me. Ace laughed. Catch it. Yoruichi happily threw the sealed state at his feet to him, and the latter stretched out his left hand and held the hilt tightly. I got it first this time. Do you want it? Ace closed his eyes while speaking, with a strange expression on his face. But I can't give it to you this time. It really belongs to me. I can feel it. The original smugness on Jiro's face has disappeared, replaced by the same color as pig liver. Ha ha ha. I can't stand it. Seeing each other's expressions, Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki both covered their stomachs and laughed. Wanting to show off in front of Ace, I can only say that Jiro chose the wrong opponent. Poor man. How can you feel like this? You talk as if what you say is true. Yoruichi laughed and scolded. Suddenly, Yi looked at Ace with his mouth wide open. 2. Are you kidding me? Urahara Kazuki said with his mouth open. This is impossible. The sealed state in Ace's left hand suddenly dispersed into a puff of black smoke, and the smoke seemed to have life, sometimes dispersing, sometimes condensing, and the shape kept changing. I don't know how long it took. The black mist in Ace's hand became solid again, condensing into a knife, and the shallow one before was playing with completely different forces. This knife is less than 2 feet long and belongs to the category of short sword. The blade is dark gray, slightly, 167. Curved, and the curve looks very beautiful. The handle is wrapped with a black handle roll. It is neatly arranged on the handle. It can be seen that the original color of the handle is also black. The glove is very strange. It is a black Prajna face, and the position of Prajna's mouth is just connected to the blade, so that it is spit out. Everyone stared at Ace. To be precise, they blocked the short sword in his hand, and they didn't even blink. From their eyes, you can see all kinds of emotions, or envy, or jealousy, or worship. There were even a few girls with stars in their eyes when they looked at Ace. This can also be regarded as a kind of love, but I don't know if it is for Ace or for the knife in Ace's hand. This is a knife that kills people. No one present will doubt this. Just take a look and you can feel its strangeness. But this is not the reason why everyone is surprised. The sealed state is the same, not only the appearance, but also its name is the same. At the same time, the sealed state is also different. They will follow different owners and thus have different faces and futures. Zanpakuto, when a sealed state changes its appearance, its name becomes Zanpakuto. Shinigami's certificate, Zanpakuto, this is the name of what Ace holds in his hand. Jiro looked at the Zanpakuto in Ace's hand. His eyes were red. It turned out that this damn guy was telling the truth. The sword in his hand was not the best at all. He really wanted it. No, in Jiro's opinion, this knife was his, but Ace got it by despicable means. Now, he has to make up for his mistakes and take back what belongs to him. What does that idiot want? He doesn't want to take away his Zanpakuto, does he? Another young man shook his head and laughed. Commoners are fence-sitters. However, Ace is an exception, isn't he? At this time, Ace's impression in the freshman class has quietly changed. Advertisement: this kind of monster that can turn it into a Zanpakuto once it gets the sealed state is enough to make these nobles let go of the wind. The teacher in charge of this team in the stands has been laughing so hard that he can't close his mouth. He knew that this Ace was a genius. No wonder he was the captain's closed-door disciple. What does that kid want to do? The teacher noticed Jiro's movements. Could it be that he wants to take Ace's Zanpakuto? How stupid. The teacher cursed in his heart, and stopped with his heels slightly raised. He also wanted to see if this genius could have a bigger breakthrough. Of course, it's shocking to think that he can communicate with the sword spirit to perform Shikai just after transforming the Zanpakuto. This is difficult, but what if it can be done? He doesn't allow anyone to affect Ace now. At this time, the field changed again. The teacher raised his foot and put it back. It seemed that they didn't need to fight anymore. The person who cared about Ace was not just a teacher. As best friends, Urahara Kazuki and Shihu and Yoruichi hoped that Ace could go further. Jiro took 2 steps forward and could touch the Zanpakuto he wanted, but it was these 2 steps that he couldn't take. At this moment, Yoruichi's sword blocked the 2 of them. Judging from her appearance, as long as Jiro moved forward a little bit, she would swing the sword without hesitation. However, this was not the main reason. A sword was already in front of Jiro. The blade was less than an inch away from his neck. If he moved forward a little bit, he would be beheaded. The owner of this sword was Urahara Kazuki. At this time, the smile on his face had long disappeared, and his narrowed eyes had opened. The whole body exuded a dangerous aura. "Stand back," Urahara Kazuki said, and his sword moved forward a little and stabbed directly into Jiro's throat. He said coldly, with no emotion in his eyes. "Otherwise, I will kill you. Back off, I back off." The cold blade finally brought Jiro back to his senses, and Urahara Kazuki seemed to be looking at those dead eyes and felt even more terrified. He raised his hands tremblingly above his head and took a few steps back, as if surrendering. As Jiro backed off, Urahara Kazuki put away his sword and came to Yoruichi's side, and a smile appeared on his face again. "What do you think is possible?" Yoruichi knew what Urahara Kazuki was asking. Although the 3 of them had never seen each other's Zanpakuto before, they knew that each other had Zanpakuto. Now Ace's hand was indeed a sword, or Ace was lying to them, but this was unnecessary, so it was unlikely. Ace had 2 different Zanpakuto, which was logically the most likely scenario. But this is also the most impossible thing. No one can have 2 different Zanpakuto, absolutely impossible. Yoruichi couldn't figure it out, shook his head and whispered. "I can't guess, let him say it when the time comes." Ace didn't know what Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki were thinking at this time. Ace at this moment, now living in a big house, of course not Ace's body, but Ace's consciousness. The candle flickered in the room, as if it was alive. Sealed state becoming a Zanpakuto is a symbol of becoming a Shinigami. Zanpakuto has its own name, a unique name. Communicate with your own Zanpakuto and eventually know its name. This process is called Shikai, which means that you have escaped from the category of low-level Shinigami. This process varies from person to person and varies in length. Some people know the name right away, while others know the name only after hearing the voice of Zanpakuto. No one knows how to complete Shikai by obtaining the name. But if you can see the body of Zanpakuto, you will definitely complete Shikai. This is the case with Ace, whose consciousness is in this room. In front of him, this is a dark armor, a strange armor, which seems to be worn by a transparent person. "Are you my Zanpakuto?" Ace asked, looking at the mask suspended in midair. "Advertisement, you know, coming here proves that I am you." A hoarse voice came through the mask, sounding a little breathless. "This time, you are really straightforward," Ace shrugged and said to himself. Then, Ace stretched out his hand and continued. "At this point, I don't think you keep me in suspense, right? Tell me, your name." Ace Haki asked. "Name?" An armor held Ace's hand with a hoarse voice. "Don't forget, my name is..." In the sword room, Ace suddenly opened his eyes. "Dream?" Ace murmured in a low voice, looking at the short sword in his left hand and shouted. "Stay. Ghost." The short sword held in Ace's left hand disappeared. Everyone on the playground rubbed their eyes. They didn't blink, but the short sword did disappear. They turned their eyes to Ace and saw that Ace was wearing a black glove on his left hand. His fingertips were bent inward into a hook, and the back of his hand was thick with weird reliefs. Ace's forearm was also covered with a layer of black smooth armor. It didn't look like metal, but like insect armor. It looked ordinary, but it gave people a feeling of being able to kill monsters. Shikai. This must be Shikai. The teacher on the stone platform has come over. He looked at the armor on Ace's left hand with a red face, muttering to himself. "Well done, genius, a real genius. You are worthy of being the captain's favorite disciple." The teacher patted Ace on the shoulder and praised him non-stop. The new students watching on the playground also raised their voices when they heard the news. "This is a monster. That knife is called Ghost, right? It looks so cool." A young girl said with her face in her hands. Of course not everyone agrees, there are different voices. Shikai's speed is fast, but a bit ordinary. This looks like a direct attack system, and the return group is very weak. I think so too, the power released is too little. This also includes Jiro, who was very happy to see Ace's Zanpakuto so ordinary. Praise and suspicion coexist, but it is undeniable that at this moment, Ace is the most dazzling existence among the freshmen, and will be the focus of attention from all parties for a long time in the future. Looking at the doubtful looks of Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki, Ace was a little helpless. It is good to be the focus of everyone's attention, but for him, this focus is too much. For him and old man Yamamoto, it is far from their plan, enough to give them a headache for a long time. The moon is hidden in the thick clouds, and it is very dark tonight. The monks in the yard all make rhythmic sounds, but they do not give people a comfortable feeling, but feel a little depressed. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni put down the scroll in his hand and looked out the door, as if Ping was waiting for someone. The paper door opened under his gaze, and a figure appeared at the door. It was Ace. The two have not seen each other for a week. The last time they met was at the freshman entrance ceremony of the Spiritual Arts Academy. I thought you would come to me earlier. Old man Yamamoto pointed to the seat opposite him. Very patient. I couldn't figure it out at first. I thought the teacher would find me right away. Ace sat cross-legged opposite old man Yamamoto and smiled. After staying in the sword room for a long time, I figured it out, so. I must be patient. Old man Yamamoto nodded with satisfaction, and learned in the sword room a week ago that Ace had completed Shikai. Generally speaking, freshmen will stay in the sword room for 3 days after choosing the sealed state, and communicate with their sealed state for 2.6. They only have one such opportunity in their lifetime. Because of Ace's presence this time, the teacher leading the team privately extended the time to 1 week. Old man Yamamoto knew about this and acquiesced. Now it seems to be a big deal. This caused quite a stir, but if Ace came back directly at that time, it would cause a lot of speculation, thus exposing another incident. In comparison, Shikai is nothing. Ace, you did nothing wrong. 2. 11 feet Ace looked a little embarrassed and slowly raised his head and said, after all, it's a big mess. Haha, I really want to see how messy it is, the more messy the better, but if I'm more restrained, the situation will be much better. Ace said, not bad, not bad. Old man Yamamoto touched his beard and nodded with satisfaction, but I don't blame you. Opportunities are fleeting. In any case, those who give up don't deserve to be strong. Old man Yamamoto looked into Ace's eyes and said seriously, if you were given another chance, I think you would make the same choice, right? The room fell into a brief silence. Ace thought that although he was immersed in the Zanpakuto space at that time, he could also force himself out. The matter at hand is the most important. Trouble? Think about this problem later. This is what Ace thought at the time. If he had to choose again, he would still be like this. Old man Yamamoto was right. Chapter 286. Helpless old man Yamamoto. Teacher is right. It's not easy to control this kind of thing. Ace nodded, and then his face darkened again. So what should we do next? I think I have more patience. Haha. Looking at the laughing old man Yamamoto, Ace felt that 10,000 crows were flying over his head at this moment. Are you still the serious and rigid captain I know? Besides, who has more patience? Is this worth being proud of? Ahem. Ace coughed twice and knocked on the low table in front of him to remind him. Teacher, being serious is the most important thing. Then let's talk. Old man Yamamoto put away his smile and continued, it's really amazing to have 2 Zanpakuto. If the 46th chamber knew about it, they would probably lock you up and study you. That's right, Ace just crossed over from the pirate world to the Shinigami world and got the sealed state. Soon after that, Ace completed Shikai. In addition to the Zanpakuto that 14 got a week ago, Ace already has 2 Zanpakuto, 2 different Zanpakuto. But why on earth do I have 2 Zanpakuto? Is it because I crossed over? But at this time, the only soul that came to this world was the part of the soul that I cut out with the soul fruit. Looking at Ace's thoughtful expression, old man Yamamoto looked at Ace, thinking that Ace was worried about the 46th chamber, and asked with a smile. Why, are you scared? Ace's mouth twitched. Scared? I am the king of the pirate world. Would I be afraid of the 46th chamber? I was just wondering why I had 2 Zanpakuto, and was thinking, would such a situation affect his pursuit of immortality? However, in order to continue to explore the mystery of immortality, Ace also nodded in accordance with the meaning of old man Yamamoto. However, would old man Yamamoto tell this matter to the 46th room? In this case, his lurking activities might be affected. Old man Yamamoto looked at Ace and thought for a while before guessing what he was thinking. What do you think of this teacher? Old man Yamamoto said angrily. He tapped Ace's forehead with his fingers and continued. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, at least until you are fully grown. Teacher is very smart. Ace gave a thumbs up and praised old man Yamamoto. Well, it's a pity that old man Yamamoto didn't know his true thoughts. But will the 46th room take the initiative to investigate? I'm afraid. Ace stopped what he was about to say, raised his index finger and stopped. If the 46th room wants to investigate, can you stay safely in the sword room for a week? Old man Yamamoto said. What do you mean? They don't believe there are 2 Zanpakuto either? Advertisement. Old man Yamamoto nodded and continued. I just made up 2 words and left. It was beyond their understanding and really became a lie. As for the higher existence, old man Yamamoto pointed and continued. He knows, but he won't stop it. Even if he acquiesces, don't worry about it. Ace nodded when he heard it. It's best not to expose your own situation. After all, he came here to explore the way. Although the destruction of this part of the soul has no effect, it will be difficult for him to come to the Shinigami world in the future. After all, it is the soul that has come, and Ryatsu's aura cannot be changed. However, unfortunately, old man Yamamoto just wants to help him hide the fact that he has 2 Zanpakuto. This means that he can only use 1 Zanpakuto in front of people in the future. Since the ghost has been exposed, he can only use it. In fact, Ace thinks that his other Zanpakuto is more powerful. What a pity. But this is the best situation. After all, Ace's purpose at this time is to explore the way, and he doesn't need to show how powerful his strength is. Ace, don't you have anything to say to me? Oh, Thank you, teacher. Ace smiled. Old man Yamamoto looked at Ace for a while and didn't know what to say. His little apprentice is like a hedgehog to the outside world. Whoever provokes him will turn his face and refuse to recognize people, and he can't stand a little grievance. But for him, it was calm and he didn't fight or compete. This also made old man Yamamoto a little bit amused. He knew that Ace had another Zanpakuto. Just like his Zanpakuto, Ace's Zanpakuto could also be called the strongest in the series. He even felt that Ace's Zanpakuto was stronger than his own, it had greater potential. But looking at the current situation, Ace was about to seal his knife. Such a situation was not what old man Yamamoto wanted to see. Why, you don't like this knife, you don't want it? How is that possible? Ace shrugged. Advertisement. But this knife has been seen by someone, we have no choice but to give up that knife. Hearing what you said, are you dissatisfied with me? Old man Yamamoto tried to ask. Ace straightened his back and waved his hand. Master 203 did this for my own good. I understand the teacher's decision from the bottom of my heart. Ace's words made old man Yamamoto feel relieved. This apprentice was not trained in vain. I absolutely respect the teacher's decision, please rest assured. Only old man Yamamoto and Ace stood still. Ace patted his chest heavily and said confidently. Asterisk. Old man Yamamoto opened his eyes slightly. It doesn't have to be like this, I'm really not unhappy. Ace frowned and fell into deep thought. Seeing this scene, old man Yamamoto couldn't help but feel happy. Finally, he aroused the resentment of the child. You can be dissatisfied, or you can be wronged. D3, D. The monks in the yard made a rhythmic sound. Are you testing me? Ace looked at old man Yamamoto. Ace's mouth corners slightly raised. You should fight with me, after all, this belongs to you. Old man Yamamoto raised his voice, time seemed to stop. Old man Yamamoto suddenly changed his tone, as if something had happened. But this also made him upset, and he decided to work harder. Chapter 287. Darkness Under the Lamp, Ace's Interest. Old man Yamamoto grabbed his collar. He felt a little difficult to breathe and was a little angry at Ace. His heart seemed to be hit hard by Ace. Old man Yamamoto restrained the urge to pick up the cane and planned to do business first. I think you can try again, old man Yamamoto said. No need, I really have no objection. Ace thought that old man Yamamoto was still testing himself and quickly refused. Old man Yamamoto sighed and wondered if she was too strict with this kid. But Ace was usually very casual with him. It seemed that he was still under too much pressure at the critical moment. Should he relax properly in the future? You can really try again. Such a strong Zanpakuto, it's a pity. Really? Ace looked at old man Yamamoto and asked. When did I lie to you? Old man Yamamoto's tone was already a little angry and looked very serious. In fact, old man Yamamoto has never deceived Ace, and the so-called test of loyalty has never been done, but it is a very worthy issue. Ace must be more careful. Speaking of this, Ace not only knew that he couldn't bear to part with it, but old man Yamamoto also couldn't bear to see his Zanpakuto covered with dust. It seems that the teacher has a way to convince the 46th room? Ace laughed. You are pretending even though you don't give up. Old man Yamamoto pointed at Ace's head and laughed and scolded. When Ace heard this, Ace's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean, is that a test? Just when Ace's heart was getting colder and colder, old man Yamamoto's voice appeared again. I can't convince the 46th room to believe you, so I never intended to let the 46th room know your Zanpakuto. The teacher means to let me hide it completely? Ace frowned and continued. Can this kind of thing be done now? Ace was picked up from Rukongai by the captain of the General Yamamoto Yuanlusai Shigekuni and became a closed-door disciple. Everyone in Seirei knows about this. Since then, he has been watched by all kinds of people. It is impossible for him to hide at this moment. Advertisement. It's similar to what you think, but not exactly the same. Old man Yamamoto said. Teacher, don't riddle. Old man Yamamoto pressed one hand in the air to show that he was not in a hurry, and slowly stood up and said. Do you remember why I asked you to study at Spiritual Arts Academy? First, it helps the teacher establish the status of Spiritual Arts Academy. More importantly, the growth in Spiritual Arts Academy is slower and more ordinary, Ace said. Old man Yamamoto nodded and continued. Then why do you want to become ordinary? Because since I came to Seirei, everyone has been looking at me, wondering how I became the teacher's closed-door disciple. Ace said. Everyone knows that Ace is a genius, but they don't know exactly in what aspect. So Seirei has been focusing on Ace. In order to reduce the attention on Ace, old man Yamamoto let Ace enter the Spiritual Arts Academy to perform. As long as people see his performance, then people's hearts will be at ease, and this kind of concern will naturally be much less, and it will be more convenient for old man Yamamoto to protect him. Seeing Ace's eyebrows raised, old man Yamamoto knew that Ace understood, so he asked. Have you figured it out? The more you know, the easier it is to relax? Ace looked up at old man Yamamoto and continued. The unknown is the most interesting. It seems that this show can continue, old man Yamamoto said meaningfully. Ace shrugged and said that he could continue as long as he liked. Everyone knows that you are a genius. Old man Yamamoto walked to the window and looked at the dim garden. But only I know what you are good at and what you are not good at. Our previous plan was just a temporary solution. Those who have ulterior motives will not pay attention to you. It's not just because your hands are tied. Those who want to harm Seirei will hide deeper, and when they really do so, you will become more dangerous. Old man Yamamoto sighed and put his hands behind his back. Seirei seems to be very calm, but I always feel that there is danger, not only outside, but also inside. At this time, Ace narrowed his eyes slightly. He was so wise and resourceful. Was he still the stubborn and arrogant old man in the previous life of Shinigami? Advertisement. It turns out that time is not only unforgiving, but Shinigami is no exception. Ace wanted to tell old man Yamamoto that your feeling was right. There is a man named Aizen Sosuke who will set off a storm in the future. Although he is still very inconspicuous in the 5th team at this time, he will eventually become the biggest disaster in the future. Of course, Ace will naturally not tell old man Yamamoto. Ace came here to seek eternal life. Hogyoku, Ace is also very interested. The situation is better to be chaotic. The more chaotic it is, the more opportunities there are to advance the plan. So Ace is just a simple Kaido. 1. Teacher is right, I think so too. But this time, isn't the first solution more convincing? Ace continued. I don't think anyone will let down their guard against me. Old man Yamamoto did not answer, but asked. How do you think your ghost compares to the other one? No comparison. Ace shook his head and said affirmatively. Not on the same level at all. Isn't your greatest reliance, your deepest secret, completely hidden? The words of old man Yamamoto, good promise, made Ace narrow his eyes. That's right, no one can have two different Zanpakuto. It is indeed profitable to hide one's biggest trump card at the cost of a ghost. But old man Yamamoto also said that he didn't want to let him seal another sword. However, one person cannot have two Zanpakuto. One Zanpakuto can only correspond to one Shinigami. I understand, Ace said slowly. One knife per person, two knives, just find another person. It seems that you have figured everything out, very good. This is exactly what old man Yamamoto meant. He did not intend to waste Ace's talent, but two knives concentrated on one person would easily attract attention. In this case, let a fictional person come out to hold the knife. The attention will be focused on others, and the real Ace is invisible, hiding perfectly in the darkness. Chapter 288. Act well, but there is a flaw in this plan. Ace thought again and again, looking at old man Yamamoto, and said slowly. Suddenly there is one more person. Will room 46 not take care of it? When I was young, there was no room 4600. Old man Yamamoto turned his head, his eyes flickering. You are the loophole in this plan. Ace narrowed his eyes slightly. Ace understood what old man Yamamoto meant. This plan is to protect him, but what if he is the interested person? In order to create his own personality, Ace deliberately swallowed his saliva and continued. I regard this place as my home. Really? The sharp momentum disappeared, and old man Yamamoto's originally fierce eyes became kind at this time. I trained you, and I know what kind of child you are. Old man Yamamoto stepped forward, touched Ace's head, and said gently. It's just that you may be wronged in the future, you may be disappointed with your teacher, and you may be disappointed with Seirei. Tab. Old man Yamamoto interrupted Ace. But no matter what, you can't betray Seirei. You can't leave your home, you must trust your teacher. Old man Yamamoto looked at Ace. Promise me, Ace. The clouds dispersed, and a new moon hung in the sky, leaving only Seirei in the moonlight, as if nothing had happened. An hour later, in front of the captain's house, Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki were waiting for Ace. Just when Yoruichi couldn't help but go in to remind Ace that he was late again, Ace appeared. However, Ace's face was very ugly, as if he was in a bad mood. Of course, this was deliberately shown by Ace to old man Yamamoto, Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki. As the king of the pirate world, this kind of thing has long been a piece of cake. Yoruichi walked closer and found that Ace's expression was a little wrong. What's wrong? Did you cry because of the old man Yamamoto? Yiren asked hurriedly. Although Urahara Kazuki didn't say anything, his concern was not beyond words. Do you know that crying children get milk? Ace didn't answer, but asked Yoruichi and Ace. I probably know something. So you're crying because you want to take advantage? Yoruichi asked. Then it's good that you know. Ace continued to answer questions. Can children who don't cry or make trouble after being wronged get everything they want? Can you speak some human language? Yoruichi reached out and touched Ace's forehead and continued. Why, were you beaten stupid by the old man? I can't make sense with you. Ace shook off Yoruichi's hand. If you want to laugh, don't hold it back, I can't help it either. Looking at the serious Urahara Kazuki, Ace finally couldn't help laughing. How did I make friends with you too? Ace deliberately said. Hey, don't forget, you are now in a quasi-best friend relationship with us. After Yoruichi reminded him, he turned around and left. Because Ace's sudden shikai had not explained to them yet. This made the young Yoruichi a little hurt, thinking that Ace was hiding something from them and should not treat them as friends. Of course, that was just Yoruichi's idea. But in most cases, Yoruichi can represent all of them, especially in such boring things. Advertisement therefore, Ace's identity as her best friend was temporarily expelled. Although it was no different from before, in order to regain his identity, he had to perform well in the later base and impress Yoruichi with his sincerity. Although Ace thought it made no difference whether he was expelled from his identity, it would be more troublesome to say it out loud. Moreover, Yoruichi's behavior could also enrich Ace's own personality, so he just accompanied Yoruichi in fooling around. And Ace and old man Yamamoto made a substitute plan, and Yoruichi's lies were also conducive to the implementation of the plan. A few minutes later, in a secret base under the bipolar hill, Ace and the other two sat in a circle. "I'll start interrogating you now," Yoruichi was the first to shout, pretending to be fierce. "The prisoner's name, don't you know it? You are not the Ace we know now, but the prisoner Ace?" Yoruichi raised the Zanpakuto and threatened, "So, watch your attitude." "You even called out my name," Ace said helplessly. Yoruichi nodded with satisfaction and took the knife back with a smile. "Couldn't he have done it earlier?" I said, "Is it necessary?" Ace smiled bitterly. "Is it necessary to use a knife? He is really a child now." "Don't change the subject," Yoruichi said impatiently. "Continue with your question." "My question? This?" Ace pointed at the ghost in his hand and asked. Seeing this, Yi nodded and continued. "I have two Zanpakuto." Ace, who had read the original work, knew Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki very well, so he simply told them directly. Yoruichi was stunned. He was not shocked by the two Zanpakuto, but didn't know how to scold the guy in front of him. "Forget it, let's just do it," but this time her knife didn't come out because her hand was held down by Urahara Kazuki. "Are there really two Zanpakuto?" Although still laughing, Urahara Kazuki's expression was a little solemn. "Do you really believe this nonsense? If he really had two Zanpakuto, he would have been sent to the 46th room by that old man." Yoruichi's words did not change Urahara Kazuki at all. He still stared at Ace, waiting for the other party's answer. Anyone who heard someone say that they had two Zanpakuto would have the same reaction. But except for Urahara Kazuki, perhaps only Urahara Kazuki, who will study Hogyoku in the future, will try to believe everything. "Sure enough, this is too fake," Ace smiled bitterly. "Give me some face." The old man underestimated the young Urahara Kazuki. The reason Ace did this was to test Urahara Kazuki and to tell him the truth about his best friend since he came to this world. But for the sake of the plan, Ace told the story with half-truths. "In fact, I didn't have a shallow anus from the beginning." Ace took a deep breath, held his forehead, and continued. "That was the first time I got a sealed state in the sword room. I knew it was like this." Yoruichi clenched his fist happily, and Urahara Kazuki on the side was curious, but not as interested as before. "No." Yoruichi seemed to remember something and stared at Ai and asked. "Why didn't old man Yamamoto give you a sealed state?" "It's a long story, it doesn't matter, we have plenty of time." A few minutes later, Yoruichi looked at Ace, holding his stomach with one hand, and asked in a trembling voice. "So, you lied because you were jealous of us? No need to be patient, laugh if you want to." Ace said with a dark face. "Beige, advertisement? Ha ha ha, you have come to this day, Ace." Yoruichi laughed continuously and rolled on the ground. The gloomy expression that Ace pretended was too funny. In short, it was because Ace's talent was too high that old man Yamamoto didn't want him to shikai because he had laid a solid foundation for himself. So, he didn't give Ace a sealed state. Later, Ace was seriously biased in his subjects, so old man Yamamoto naturally couldn't give him a sealed state. But Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki had obtained the sealed state since childhood, and Ace was more face-conscious and didn't want to be compared with his friends. "So I lied, you have a sealed state, so die, you shikai, I was 2 days earlier than you, in short, you can't lose in words." Even this time in the sword room, Ace had to pretend to be completely indifferent to the sealed state. Since none of them had seen each other's shikai, Ace used this excuse. "You usually look calm and composed, but I didn't expect you to be such an ace." Yoruichi no longer dared to look at his face, he obviously wanted to laugh. Ace looked at Yoruichi who was laughing hysterically with his head down and Urahara Kazuki who was peeking at him, and his face darkened. Although this was something he and the old man had agreed on, he still needed to act well. "Is there anything else? I'm leaving, how do you know there's something else?" Ace pointed at what he had in his hand. "Not only did you ask me to bring it, but you too brought it. You can't bring it to protect yourself, right?" At this time, Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki each held a knife in their hands. It wasn't the Spiritual Arts Academy's knife, but their own Zanpakuto. They had awakened Zanpakuto. The originally cheerful atmosphere became serious, and Ace looked at the two people's gradually serious expressions and put away his jokes. "I didn't intend to do this," Urahara Kazuki said with a serious face. "After all, this involves our secrets." "That's right, besides, although you lied to us. But since you have no ill intentions, I will reluctantly forgive you." Yoruichi raised his head and said. The surroundings returned to calm, and the hard-won atmosphere became serious again because of Yoruichi's words. Even Urahara Kazuki lowered his head and sighed. He looked at Yi. "Eyes, you said, I won't disturb you." Yoruichi also understood it very well, covered his mouth, and calmed down to be dumb. "Do you have anything to say about Zanpakuto? Are you asking me?" Ace pointed at himself and asked, seeing Urahara Kazuki nod, with a look of disbelief. "Didn't he just tell you everything? It's not over yet?" Okay, stop it." Ace waved his fist and continued. "Shikai's speed is a bit fast. I mean Zanpakuto's shikai." Urahara Kazuki opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but Ace didn't give him a chance to speak. To correct it, Shikai's speed is not fast, but it is not as fast as Shikai's speed. And the ghost belongs to the two types of Zanpakuto, the weaker direct attack type. Like the gloves, this combat boot has no other features except being strong and light. This is the most satisfying part of the ghost. Although it is nothing compared to his other sword, it would be foolish to regard it as the weakest Zanpakuto. So it's because of Shikai. Is there any need to beat around the bush? Just say it directly. Second, crush him. Ghost, direct attack type, and Kido attack type. Urahara Kazuki pondered for a moment and continued. Don't try to escape, Ghost. For Shinigami, Shikai abilities are extremely important. It can be said that even relatives and friends cannot know the specific abilities of Shikai, because once they are broken, it means death for Shinigami. Your sword is more than that, right? Ace. The two types of Zanpakuto can make a world of difference to the combat effectiveness of Shinigami. We've seen your Shikai, don't you have anything to say? Instead, Ace wore a pair of black metal boots. This time Urahara Kazuki was finally able to speak, and his original intention was not to let Ace reveal his specific abilities. Ace's comments appeared again. The surface of Ace's feet had the same relief as the gloves, and the four symmetrical and elongated teeth were extremely ferocious. The gloves that appeared in the sword room appeared in Ace's hands again. As you can see, my ghost is a direct attack type. However, there are four forms. The black gloves disappeared, as if no one had ever seen them. The first form is a boxing glove. It doesn't have any Kido-enhanced functions. It's just a simple pair of boxing gloves. I don't think there's anything to say, or you can just ask me what you don't understand. Ace looked at Yoruichi and didn't hide it. The boots just reached Ace's knees and completely covered Ace's entire calves without affecting Ace's flexibility. Generally speaking, Shinigami's Zanpakuto is divided into two types. As for the third form, Yoruichi, who had been staring at it just now, didn't care so much at this time and asked curiously. Ace said, taking out Zanpakuto from his waist, muttering. Chapter 289. Envious Yoruichi. The so-called direct attack Zanpakuto is a Zanpakuto that has changed its form but has no special functions. Simply put, it is a new weapon. This type of Zanpakuto has always been considered the weakest Zanpakuto. And the other type of Zanpakuto, the Kido attack type, has various abilities. Depending on the ability, there can also be attributes and rules that can increase the combat effectiveness of the Shinigami. And the various Zanpakuto that are called the strongest are also Kido attack types, such as the old man Yamamoto's Zanpakuto is called the strongest flame type Zanpakuto. Therefore, in the sword room, some freshmen couldn't help but look down on Ace's Zanpakuto when they saw that it might be a direct attack type. This is not jealousy. On the contrary, the benefits of the direct attack type are too few. It is not worth their jealousy. However, only Ace himself knows that his Zanpakuto, ghost, and hidden abilities. It is obvious, but few people notice it. The ability that even Urahara Kazuki ignored is what Yoruichi calls Shikai speed. The release of Zanpakuto requires a certain process, the most intuitive manifestation of which is chanting the release words. This process can be long or short, but it is inevitable. In theory, the speed of release is an important factor in the battle between the dead. Imagine that a Zanpakuto with a fast release speed can theoretically gain an advantage over the enemy, and even suppress the enemy's ability to release Zanpakuto. However, this is not the case. First of all, although there is a difference in the speed of release, the difference is not very large. The time of a blink of an eye is considered long, which can actually be ignored. And even if there are some people who can seize the opportunity to gain an advantage. But such people are not at the same level as the opponent in terms of strength, and they don't need to rely on this to affect the battle situation. Therefore, the speed of release is even worse than a chicken rib, and it is not a pity to eat it without taste. But if it can be matched with the right Zanpakuto, the speed of release can also become a killer, such as ghosts. In fact, the ghost does not need to chant the release words. Ace continued to explain. Even his release is not based on consciousness, but on subconsciousness and physical reaction. It sounds strong, but it is actually not very useful, but if it is your ghost. Urahara Kazuki said thoughtfully. Advertisement, that is the strongest direct attack system. Yoruichi continued. But it must match other things, such as white hits. That's right, Ace snapped his fingers and praised. You are worthy of being a white hits master. The normal form of the ghost is a short sword. The attack range is short, and after the world, it becomes a close-range weapon. The attack range is 0, that is, close combat. As the saying goes, 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger, 1 inch shorter, 1 inch more dangerous. This danger not only makes the enemy more dangerous, but also represents his own situation. Although it is easier to attack the enemy's weaknesses, at the same time, one's own weaknesses will be completely exposed. Close-range fighting has always been a matter of life and death. This is the same as Ace in the pirate world. As long as close-range fighting is carried out, the distance will decide the outcome very quickly. At this time, the most inconspicuous white hits in Shinigami tactics are needed. In Ace's view, this skill that is good at close combat is simply tailor-made for ghosts. This is my idea. Before he finished speaking, Ace jumped up with his right foot above his head. That is, Zanpakuto cannot be traded. Otherwise, Yoruichi would rather go bankrupt than get the ghost. Don't try to escape, ghost. The heel hit the rock in front of him heavily. The stone, which was originally only one person high, broke into two halves with a bang. More importantly, since there is no release speed, you can always switch between zero distance and close distance. Ace thought about it and finally said helplessly. Because Shikai relies on physical reactions and subconsciousness, this can make the knife unexpected. The blade had already penetrated deeply into the gravel in the upper left corner. Hearing Ace's reminder, Yoruichi quickly wiped her mouth. She was really fascinated by Ace's ghost, but it was a pity that this was not her Zanpakuto. The speed of liberation is not just the adaptability of the combat distance. Just like you attacked the rock just now, if it was in actual combat, it would become a sword, right? Ace said helplessly. Advertisement. This also led to the fact that Ace's current white hits level is not strong. Urahara Kazuki also saw the extraordinariness of the ghost at this time, and clapped his hands desperately. I said, aren't you a little too much? As he spoke, the boots on Ace's legs disappeared. The ghost turned into a Zanpakuto, which he held in his right hand. Ace wanted to continue, but his left hand suddenly sank. You know, she is a master of white hits. It is no exaggeration to say that her white hits are considered strong even among the older generation. Yi-Face stroked Ace's gloves obsessively. My dear, it's a pity that you followed the wrong master. My white hits are not weak either, not too weak, right? Although he was chanting, the ghost had already disappeared into the form of a fist before the chanting, firmly grasping the flying rock. Yoruichi stroked the ghost, not knowing whether it was to comfort himself or to feel sorry for the knife. Please give me flowers 0. For Ace, partiality does exist. It is conceivable how much Yoruichi desires Ace's Zanpakuto. Excellent. As soon as the right foot touched the ground, it tiptoed on this axis and turned a circle. With a sweep of the left foot, the stone broke into 2 halves and became 4 pieces. At this time, Ace moved his wrist, and the blade flicked, and a large piece of gravel flew towards his face. Perhaps it is because Ace at this time cut off part of his soul with the soul fruit and came to the Shinigami world, and his soul strength is not high. Before Shikai, it can meet the needs of close-range combat, and after Shikai, it can perfectly match the close-range combat of white hits. In the future, she can even become the strongest white hits in Seirei, and she is confident that she can do it. Ace turned around and saw Yoruichi, who was holding his gloves. Ace's 5 fingers exerted a little force, and the gravel in his hand was crushed into pieces and fell to the ground. 0. A knife can deal with all kinds of emergencies, it's really precious. Chapter 290. Want to make amends? The main subjects of Shinigami are 4 fighting methods, Zan, Oni, Zo and Quan. Zan is swordsmanship, which is no problem. Although Ace was not a swordsman in the pirate world, he was very fast in this aspect because he helped Toshiki practice kendo. He is at the same level as Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki. Oni represents Kido, which is a high-level spell performed by using Ryutsu. It is roughly divided into Hado, which is the main attack, and Bakudo, which is the main auxiliary. This is Ace's specialty now. If Yoruichi is a master of white hits, then Ace is a master of Kido. Not referring to peers, but in the entire Seirei, Ace's Kido realm is among the top 5. A true Kido master. Perhaps because Ace was a flame man who ate the Maramara fruit in the pirate world and completed the awakening, when he came to the Shinigami world, Ace, 043, was very handy with Kido. As for Zo, it represents Shun, which is a general term. A simple understanding means approaching the target instantly. In fact, there are many kinds of Shunpo. For example, the Shihuan family has its own unique Shunpo. In this regard, Yoruichi is also the strongest, and Ace is okay because he has the foundation of shaving in the Marine 6 styles of the pirate world. Therefore, the real deviation of Ace is the last white hits, that is, close-range fighting. In this regard, Ace is not too strong in the pirate world. After all, Ace's body in the pirate world is the flame man of Maramara fruit, and he still uses elemental attacks. The so-called close-range fighting is nothing more than using the combined power of Haki and Devil Fruit to smash it. In other words, the fighting method of the entire pirate world is to defeat 10 skills with 1 force, and there is almost no skill. In addition, when Ace came to the Shinigami world, he used the soul fruit to cut part of his soul, which made Ace's soul very weak in close-range fighting. In this regard, Yoruichi has the absolute right to say, your white hits, according to you, should be? Give it away for free? Yes, Ace's current white hits level is giving away for free, giving his life to the enemy for free. This is a fact, and Ace has nothing to refute. Such a Zanpakuto specializing in white hits was obtained by Ace. Thinking of this, Yoruichi had the urge to cry. Why didn't such a good knife belong to him? Really, it's a waste. There are 2 more forms? Demonstrate it quickly? After a moment of regret, Yoruichi urged Ace to continue to show the ability of Zanpakuto. Ace didn't care about this. He was about to release the remaining 2 forms, but he looked at Urahara Kazuki and stopped him. Advertisement, that's enough, otherwise I'm not sure whether to continue the plan. Urahara Kazuki said. Plan? Ace looked at Urahara Kazuki with a smile on his face. Are these 2 people making some big news behind the scenes? By the way, I still don't know why you 2 brought Zanpakuto here. Ace finally remembered the key question and joked. Are you 2 going to chop me? Haha, as expected of Ace, you guessed it right. Urahara Kazuki said. Are you kidding? In order to make the plan go smoothly, Ace comforted Yoruichi and signaled Urahara Kazuki to get back to the point. Yoruichi formally took over the conversation and explained. Yoruichi said. But Ace didn't feel any comfort, his mouth twitched constantly, and he couldn't say a word. So, Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi gave Ace profound ideological guidance. Urahara Kazuki still had a smile on his face, but his eyes were solemn. So, how are you going to punish me next? In fact, you don't have to do this, I feel very relieved. Ace's mouth twitched. You are such a good friend. As a high-ranking noble, Urahara Kazuki admired Ace's innocence at this time. Looking at Urahara Kazuki's smile, I don't know if he's joking or telling the truth. In short, Ace accidentally leaked Shikai in the sword room. Advertisement Ace really didn't care about these things. After all, Ace knew everything about Urahara Kazuki's Shikai ability and Bankai ability. Ace said he didn't care. Yoruichi and I don't have many friends, of course, except you. Yoruichi pointed at the smiling Urahara Kazuki and slapped Ace in the face, trying to comfort Ace. Could it be that through some punishment, the person who made the mistake will no longer feel guilty? Are the children of Soul Society so precocious? Reassure me? We regard you as a true friend? Ace is even more confused now. Well, I'm a face-saving person, and I don't have any ill will towards you. But later, because Ace misunderstood Urahara Kazuki's words, if 1.6 wants to continue this plan, the two of them will have to explain and demonstrate their Zanpakuto Shikai abilities in detail like Ace. So you know how much it is to lie to us, it's not too much to chop you off. If you don't want to, don't show me your Zanpakuto. Urahara Kazuki admired Ace's idea, which is why Urahara Kazuki regrets a little. No, it's okay if you feel guilty. At least, I can guarantee that I won't make any mistakes again. This time, it was Urahara Kazuki's turn to be stunned. He really couldn't figure out what Ace was thinking. Yoruichi could see that the two of them had never thought of going together. If Urahara Kazuki continued to play the guessing game, they wouldn't have to sleep tonight. What Urahara Kazuki meant was that after all, you revealed your Shikai in front of us. In contrast, we must make up, otherwise you will be at a disadvantage. I really don't care, you can rest assured. After a simple and clear explanation, Ace understood the two's thoughts. But you still have to be more careful in the future. Of course I'm kidding. Urahara Kazuki looks so wretched, don't you take it seriously? Zanpakuto's Shikai ability is a vital matter for Shinigami. In order to avoid Ace's dissatisfaction, the two plan to let Ace see their Shikai today. The three shared intelligence to reassure Ace. It's not as serious as it sounds. Today's meeting is to talk about you, but more importantly, it's to reassure you. Chapter 291. The nature of Shinigami. As we all know, Zanpakuto is very important to Shinigami. It is the most loyal partner of Shinigami and the biggest trump card for Shinigami to survive. Therefore, a Shinigami will not easily show his Zanpakuto to others, even his partner. After all, no matter how much trust must be retained. And the reason why Urahara Kazuki and the others want to make up with Ace is because they are friends. According to Urahara Kazuki, if they know Ace's secret, then the two of them will let Ace know their secrets. So that even if the two of them want to harm Ace in the future, Ace can deal with it relatively easily, which is the real explanation for Ace to rest assured. Hearing this news, Ace was expected, but also a little surprised. First of all, although most Shinigami in the original work will brag to their enemies about how powerful their Zanpakuto is, as if they are afraid that others don't know how many cards they have. But that is when they have enough advantages and feel that they are sure to win. Just like when playing Landlord on Blue Star, when you have a perfect hand, you can't help but show your cards. As for the second point, Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi are more mature than Ace thought. After all, the two of them at this time are not the mature Shinigami they will be later. It is rare for them to have such thoughts at this age. Urahara Kazuki saw Ace didn't speak and thought he didn't want to. In his opinion, such friendship, he was a little unresponsive for a while. Don't think too much, just because we all cherish this friendship, we need to treat it more carefully. Urahara Kazuki patted Ace's shoulder, put away his smile, and said seriously. While our hearts are still pure, we must completely cut off this possibility. At least, you can't have this possibility. After listening to Urahara Kazuki's words, Ace also came back to his senses. 17. Isn't it just to see Shikai? Then let's start, Ace shrugged and said. Since these two guys are so sincere, it is not easy to refuse their kindness. Besides, it is the first time to see their Shikai in real life. Faced with such a strange request, Ace can only accept it. Ace sat down cross-legged and raised his hand. Now, you can start the performance. You first or me? Urahara Kazuki said. You first, I will wait a while. Yoruichi pouted and answered Urahara Kazuki, looking very unhappy. Can you stop slacking? Don't you need to sleep tonight? Ace shouted while slapping his thigh. Although he said he didn't care, in fact, Ace was just watching the fun. Knife name, Hong. Urahara Kazuki didn't hesitate anymore. He slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and said. She is an interesting girl. Hearing Urahara Kazuki's words, Ace felt a little embarrassed. Looking at his Zanpakuto's introduction, although it sounds a little abnormal, this is really a Zanpakuto as a partner. I feel ashamed just thinking about it. However, as Ace is a time traveler, it is no exaggeration to say that he knows more about Hong than Urahara Kazuki himself at this time. Hongji, Keto attack type Zanpakuto, Shikai liberation words. Wake up, Hongji. Shikai Li Shen can transform spiritual power into a red light and attack. However, unlike ordinary Zanpakuto, Hongji after Shikai can also change Hongji's attack mode through 4 liberation words. Cry, Hongji. As soon as Urahara Kazuki's voice fell, a red light appeared from Hongji's tail position, blocking Urahara Kazuki in front of him, as if it was some form of protection. This form is mainly used for long-range attack and defense. Of course, it is mainly for defense. I call this defense method the Blood Mist Shield. The reason for this demonstration is related to the next form. Urahara Kazuki didn't hesitate and immediately uttered another sentence. Break, Benihime. The surface of the red light shield was instantly covered with small thorns. Not long after, the thorns left the surface of the shield and turned into countless red light arrows that shot towards a huge rock in the distance, instantly turning it into dust. Obviously, this was not Benihime's main form, but a counterattack after using the red shield. Bindle, Benihime. Urahara Kazuki did not explain to the two and activated the third form. Advertisement dense red lines fell from the blade and intertwined into a net in the air. The rock shattered by the red arrow was fixed in midair by the red net before it fell to the ground. Urahara Kazuki disappeared from the scene in an instant and appeared in the middle of the floating rubble in less than a second. His sword was inserted into the ground, and his hands were on the hilt. It was like a magician performing a levitation spell. Finally, play with fire, Hongji. One by one, red fireballs emerged from the ground and lined up on the motionless rubble. The gravel that came into contact with the red fireballs burned like cotton and soon disappeared without a trace. Paw, paw, paw. Ace sat on the floor and cheered for the performance of the department. This was not acting. First, the difference between live broadcast and TV broadcast was too big, and it was still very shocking to watch. Second, Urahara Kazuki did not hide his private Shikai as fully displayed. For this, applause is not excessive. Like his ghost, Hongji is also a sword with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Although the release speed is limited, unlike the ghost. The owner of Hongji should attack from medium to long distance. In addition, there is a mode of forcing the enemy back after getting close, and the speed of release is not important. There is offense, defense, guaranteed fault tolerance counterattack, control, and large-scale damage. In a sense, Hongji's sword is perfect. This sword is good, Urahara Kazuki. Ace praised and turned to Yoruichi. Don't stand there stupidly, hurry up, it's your turn. Yi rolled his eyes, and a chill enveloped Ace. If he was not really curious, Ace would not want Yoruichi to release Shikai. The most important thing tonight has finally come. He is very curious about Yoruichi's Zanpakuto. In the previous life, he would rather become a captain with nothing than bring Zanpakuto. How rubbish must this woman's sword be to be able to do this? Yoruichi. 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 Ace cheered for Yoruichi. Shut up. Yoruichi gritted his teeth to stop Ace. Ace stopped and looked at Yoruichi. Sword name, Flame Explosion. Yoruichi took out the Zanpakuto and jumped up, raising his hands above his head. Explode. The Zanpakuto in her hand was a short blade, but when she let go, the Zanpakuto in Yoruichi's hand turned into a ball of fire and burned. Like a burning giant hammer. Then, the flames gathered at the end of the hammer and disappeared at the head of the hammer, revealing a long, black hammer with flame stripes. Kido attacked Zanpakuto. Ability, Explosion. When Yoruichi finished speaking, he slammed the giant hammer in front of the two. The distance was well controlled, and the dust stopped. Ace silently praised Yoruichi in his heart, but something seemed wrong. Did she just say, explode? So, should we run now? Whether to run or not was a question, but Ace had no time to make a decision. There was a loud bang, the ground shook slightly, and it really exploded. Bakudo 81, Splitting Void. Urahara Kazuki was about to release the blood shield, but Ace took the first step and erected an invisible wall in front of the two to block the waves rushing towards the flames. Kido above 80 can give up chanting, as expected of Ace. Urahara Kazuki exclaimed, "You scared me to death." Ace was in no mood to respond to Urahara Kazuki's compliments. Yoruichi's nerves were too big. Although he and Urahara Kazuki would not be seriously injured in this explosion, if they were not fast, they would definitely be injured. "Oh, you two are fine." Yoruichi responded lazily, and neither of them spoke. The two finally understood. This guy is not crazy, she just wanted to blow them up on purpose. "You're too much, this is murder to silence people." "Yeah, I should just hit you in the face." Even if Ace was slow, he saw that Yoruichi was wrong at this time, but he didn't understand what the problem was, so he could only look at Urahara Kazuki. Urahara Kazuki didn't say anything either, just pointed at the Zanpakuto hanging on Yoruichi's waist. It seemed that the problem was here. Ace thought Yoruichi was angry because he felt that his Zanpakuto was too weak and too embarrassing, so he comforted Yoruichi. "Your Zanpakuto, although not as strong as Urahara Kazuki's, is also very strong. It's not shameful at all. Don't be angry." "What is strong? What is not shameful?" Yoruichi instantly became a burning gunpowder barrel, constantly hitting Ace's shoulder. Advertisement: Yoruichi is the heir of the Shihuan family, and this Zanpakuto is really not suitable for her. Urahara Kazuki explained, and pulled the two guys who were wrestling apart. "What about Shihuan? Does it mean that people from the Shihuan family must have the strongest Zanpakuto?" HSS. Urahara Kazuki continued to remind. Ace forgot this for a while. After all, Ace's impression of the original work has been a long time ago. The Shihuan family leads the criminal army, and the criminal army is ostensibly an army that executes punishments, but in reality, it is a corps of assassins. And Yoruichi, who will definitely be the head of the Shihuan family in the future, will definitely become the commander of the criminal army. It is indeed inappropriate for the leader of an assassination unit to make Zanpakuto so gorgeous. Don't be angry, although this knife is a bit too gorgeous, it is very artistic. Ace comforted. Artistic? I think this knife is like a clown. Yoruichi couldn't help but imitate Ace's way of speaking and shouted. The leader of the future assassination unit is actually a fireworks master 513, isn't it interesting? Of course, Ace didn't say this. Yoruichi completely let go of his hand, thinking that Ace's words did make sense. You don't have to go for assassination, wouldn't it be great to become a powerful frontal combat Shinigami? Ace asked back, are you embarrassed enough for me? In the previous life, Yoruichi didn't use Zanpakuto because it was too gorgeous. The essence of Shinigami is actually Ryotsu. Why not? Kido people don't have Zanpakuto. Why can't white hits be used? Ace continued to comfort Yoruichi, but the effect was not obvious. Yoruichi was still shouting. Ace was a little confused. Yoruichi is still a little uncertain. The anger that Yoruichi had worked so hard to put out was ignited again, and he shouted at Ace. This was the first time Ace encountered Yoruichi in this situation. After all, Yoruichi at this time is not the Yoruichi she will be later. She is still a newcomer to the Spiritual Arts Academy and barely has the strength of a vice captain. Yoruichi calmed down a little after hearing this, and knew that Ace was not joking with him, so he let go of his hand a little. However, compared with Kido, White Hits has its limitations. Kido alone can become a captain, and White Hits is also one of the 4 fighting methods of Shinigami. So Yoruichi didn't know what to say to Ace at this time. White Hits is still too limited. Then let's not use this sword, just pretend it doesn't exist. Why not? In the nearly 1,000 years since the establishment of the criminal army, no one has ever been able to become a legion leader without Zanpakuto. Ace said indifferently. Fighting is very good. With Shunpo from the Shihuan family, you can become a captain even without Zanpakuto. How can Shinigami not have Zanpakuto? By the way, Yoruichi didn't need Zanpakuto in the previous life. Thinking of this, Ace quickly spoke. Is this possible? Although Kido is also, those two have already cultivated a higher level of Kido. As long as Ryotsu is strong enough, the attack method is not important to Shinigami at all. Then why don't you break through the limits of White Hits? This proves that Zanpakuto is directly related to whether they can become captains. The two kiddos don't have Zanpakuto, but they do have captain-level strength. Although they don't have Zanpakuto, they have captain-level strength. Ace took a deep breath and continued. Your White Chapter 292, Graduation Ceremony. It's different, Yoruichi said, lowering his head and losing confidence. It's not difficult to innovate moves, but it doesn't substantially improve White Hits. Then you should improve it greatly. Ace held Yoruichi's shoulders and said sincerely, I believe you can do it, trust me? Of course, I'm from the future. Ace laughed. You really don't know how to lie, you came back from the future. Yoruichi looked at Ace's sincere eyes and laughed. Rubbing his eyes, he spoke. You still need me to help you cover up your lies. I will definitely break through the limit in the future. Yoruichi just thought Ace was comforting her again. However, it doesn't matter. She was indeed inspired and decided to take an unprecedented difficult path. Maybe in Ace's mind, Ace was just saying what he knew. But because of Ace, the future he saw in the past has changed. The butterfly from another world officially flapped its wings for the first time. Spiritual Arts Academy. Ace, come up and show me what you taught yesterday. At this time, Kido was teaching a class. Ace, tell me about your experience in releasing Hado number 22. The teacher looked at Ace with admiration. He is truly a rare Kido genius. And he teaches at White Hits. Ace, no, Yoruichi, come up together. One will give a correct demonstration, and the other will be a negative example. Ace, you are a negative example. Day after day, the three of them have spent 6 years at Spiritual Arts Academy. Life at Spiritual Arts Academy is leisurely and orderly. As one of the students at the center, Ace enjoys his career, which is destined to be one of the most unforgettable moments in his life. Today is the graduation day for the three of them, even if they are unwilling to say goodbye to Spiritual Arts Academy in their hearts. 6 years is the longest study time in Spiritual Arts Academy. Regardless of whether the students are successful or not, it is a rule to leave the Spiritual Arts Academy after the new year. However, Ace is the only one who is unwilling to leave. Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki never planned to enter Spiritual Arts Academy from the beginning. In the past 6 years, Yoruichi has proposed graduation almost every year. It was not easy to persist until today. Senior Ace, congratulations on your graduation, please accept this flower. Haha, thank you. I will take care of you in the first team in the future. Ace took the flower from the little girl and encouraged her with a smile. The little girl who just entered the school last year was overjoyed. In the past 6 years, Ace has been a celebrity in Spiritual Arts Academy because of his high talent, strong strength, and handsome face. Among them, Ace is the most popular, and Yoruichi is very indifferent to others, and many people dare not approach him. Although Urahara Kazuki always smiles and looks easy to get along with, his smile always makes people feel calculated. Therefore, fewer people dared to approach him than Yoruichi. Only Ace has an open and harmonious personality, and gets along with others without any pride. So in the eyes of others, Ace is the easiest to get along with among the three. All the students of Spiritual Arts Academy have more or less come into contact with him. You two really came back empty-handed. You can help me share some of the burden. Ace finished talking to the last admirer. Seeing Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki return empty-handed, he quickly handed over the bouquets of flowers in his arms. You are so boring. Yoruichi rolled his eyes and asked unhappily. When did you know those people? Not all of them, actually. Some of them I don't even know their names. Ace replied with a grin. For most of the past 6 years, he has been with Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki. I can't believe you are more boring than I thought. What's the point of wasting time on these people? Senior Ace, the people from Team Tionson have arrived at the Spirit Pond. Just then, a little boy shouted in the distance. Ace nodded, thanked another admirer, and turned to Yoruichi and said. Isn't this useful? So I didn't waste my time. The ceremony of graduation may be unnecessary, but the graduation ceremony is important. The Spiritual Arts Academy was originally established to provide fresh blood to Gode 13. Therefore, whenever the graduation ceremony is held, the Gode 13 will send vice captains or above, and they are all looking for outstanding talents to join their squad. Therefore, the graduation ceremony can be regarded as a simple joining ceremony. Every year, graduates will first test their Ryujin level in the Spirit Pond, and then submit applications to their favorite squads. Ace and his team came to the room where the Spirit Pond is located. At this time, all the graduates present stood in front of the Spirit Pond in an orderly manner, staring at the 12 Shinigami in front of them wearing death suits and a white sleeveless coat. These 10 main people are all vice captains of Gode 13. It is said to be vice captains and above, but every year they're vice captains. Ace looked at it, except for the vice captain of the first squad, Shojiro Sasaki. He also saw the other vice captains for the first time. Now, the Ryujin level test begins. The teacher in charge of the test announced the start of the test. First, Jiro enters the venue. Jiro entered the Spirit Pond earlier today. He was wearing a white kimono, without a wrinkle, and his hair was neatly combed. It seems that he has thought a lot today. Level 6. The test teacher looked at Jiro with a smile on his face. Advertisement. It seems that you can go to the squad you want to go to. Jiro did not answer, but just looked at the position of Chojiro Sasaki. He did not hide that the squad he wanted to go to was the first squad. Well done, Ryo. Don't forget me when you become the vice captain. This pariah has really reached the 6th level. Captain Yamamoto should not let civilians set foot in Seirei. After 6 years of systematic study, Jiro's Ryujin has been upgraded from the 4th level to the 6th level. Except for a few noble students, most people have a close relationship with him. After all, in a place like Seirei, strength is the most important. This guy has something. Ace pointed at Jiro's back and continued. Are we wrong? Personality has no direct relationship with strength. The best example is your old man Yamamoto. Urahara Kazuki, who already looks a bit like Frankenstein, said. Can you please watch your wording? What do you mean by old man Yamamoto? Ace said helplessly, turning to Yoruichi. What do you think? Urahara Kazuki is right. Yoruichi nodded, and the topic suddenly changed. But such a selfish person will die in my hands sooner or later. Are you venting your anger for me? The duty of the criminal army is to kill illegal Shinigami. I am following the rules. Of course, venting your anger is one of the reasons, but it is just a side note. The corners of Ace's mouth kept twitching. Is this what it feels like to be kept? Ace's eyes drooped slightly. Not so much. Why does she always want others to rely on her? In the past 6 years, the relationship between Ace and Jiriken has not eased, and it is even worse than when the conflict occurred in the sword room. However, in order to cover up the progress of the plan, Ace also let Jiro's behavior go. In fact, Jiro only targeted Ace, and Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki were implicated by him. However, the two did not feel embarrassed. Even now, their hostility towards Jiro is more bloody than Ace. Not to mention what he did in the sword room, Jiro has been targeting Jiro for the past 6 years, Ace. This is not fair competition, but low-level targeting. In kendo training, the attack targets vital parts. In the duel of life and death, he used dirty means. It was as if he wanted to kill Ace. In Yoruichi's words, I didn't kill him on the spot, I restrained myself, didn't I? I don't know when this hatred for Ace will end, maybe until death, who knows what will happen in the future. Speaking of Jiro, Yoruichi's mood was not good, and then he felt disgusted when he thought of the direction of the first team just now. Such a person still wants to enter the first team, dream on. Yoruichi cursed, turned to Ace and continued. You will definitely not let him enter the first team? Anyway, I will not let him enter the second team. As the next head of the Shihuan family, Yoruichi will become the captain of the second team in the future. It is a very simple thing to prevent a graduate from entering the second team. Sister, I am not you, not to mention that the old man is still alive. Even if something happens, it is not my turn to make a decision. Ace said helplessly. The second team is managed by the 4th Funlin family. So, as the future captain of the second team and the future head of the Shihuan family, he has the right to not want anyone. But the first team is different. Only those who are recognized by the current heads of the 5 nobles, the 46 rooms and all the captains can be the captain. So even if Ace is the foundation of Old Man Yamamoto, it is still unknown whether he can take over the captain position of the first team. After all, Old Man Yamamoto is the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. The old man doesn't give you any privileges, it's really stingy. Yoruichi said, and his eyes turned around and sold. Advertisement, otherwise, you come to the second team? Why? To be your deputy. Don't be so rigid, with our relationship, we are equal, what is there to discuss? And if you are willing to join, you can become the future head of the Shihuan family. Yoruichi's face flushed, covering his face, like a shy and weak woman. This joke is not funny at all. Ace still needs to maintain his image in this world, so he deliberately smiled bitterly. Among the three, the only one who could choose which team to go to was Urahara Kazuki. The other two, Ace and the others, were destined to go to the first and second teams. Urahara Kazuki, it's your turn to test. Yoruichi had wanted to have another good talk with Ace, but now it was their turn. Just like 6 years ago, Urahara Kazuki started. When Urahara Kazuki started the test, the water in the pool quickly filled up the 5th bamboo pole. It didn't stop and continued to fill the pool. In the end, it filled the entire life pool. 6th floor, full. The test teacher smiled brighter than a thumbs up and continued to shout. Shihuan Yoruichi, come up. Like Urahara Kazuki, Yi Shiwen's test result was also level 6. However, there was still some gap between the two. Yoruichi reached the 6th floor faster. The limit of the spirit pool is level 6. So the students were all wondering if Yoruichi had broken through the threshold of level 6. After all, Urahara was level 5 6 years ago, and she was already level 6 at that time. Only Ace knew, and both of them were still at level 6. Moreover, there is no such thing as the 7th level of Ryotsu. Level 6 is the limit of Ryotsu. Although the pool seems to be testing the level of Ryotsu, in fact, it tests the purity of Ryotsu, not just the strength. Of course, this does not mean that all Shinigami have the same Ryotsu. The 6th level represents the purest level of Ryotsu. Going up, we have to rise to a different way of thinking, that is, the quality and quantity of Ryotsu. The process is to compress Ryotsu to a high concentration and use it in daily combat. Of course, it will be more difficult in practice. Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi are both stuck at this stage. This highly, good, concentrated Ryotsu has no upper limit in theory, and there is no level difference. Even if we must say it, she can only use the two general titles of Captain and Vice Captain. Then came the Ace exam, but the crowd was not very interested in him. 6 years ago, Ace was the 6th floor. Now, even if the 6th floor is full, no one can see it higher. Anyway, the spirit pool cannot be exploded by the test. But just when everyone thought they knew the ending, Ace's test results slapped them in the face again. It was not that the spirit pool exploded, but that he had not reached the limit of the 6th level. The test teacher was afraid that he had seen it wrong, so he rubbed his eyes hard. It turned out that he was not wrong. Ace's results were exactly the same as 6 years ago. What if there was a problem with the spirit pool? The test teacher wanted to find an excuse for Ace, but as an examiner, he knew very well that there could be no problem with the spirit pool, and this excuse was untenable. Genius, it's gone, and, the test teacher sighed in his heart. Not only the test teacher, but also the vice captain of the Godai 13 who was present thought so. Even the faint Gao Yitu's talent, the result of not making any progress in 6 years, this is really. The students began to whisper. That's the limit of Ace. The potential of a civilian is still too small. Such words directly define his future. What's wrong with you? You haven't practiced in the past 6 years, have you? Yoruichi asked immediately after Ace returned to his side. Ace couldn't explain, but smiled bitterly. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, are you living too easily? Of course, I'm not saying you're degenerate. Yoruichi wanted to comfort Ace, but could only say something rather strange. She kept scratching her head to explain, fearing that Ace would misunderstand her. Chapter 293. Ace who covers the sky with one hand. At this moment, a discordant voice appeared. Isn't this our great genius? What's going on? Yoruichi looked over and saw that it was Jiro. You have not made any progress for 6 years. This genius is too unexpected. I am afraid I will never catch up with you. Jiro sneered. Want to die? Yoruichi stared at Jiro mercilessly, and made a crisp sound with his right fist. Yo, it's terrible. Jiro stepped back exaggeratedly. He continued to sneer as he walked. Someone came out to protect our genius. It's just a woman? Our genius has a stuck tooth? Yoruichi was so angry that she wanted to smash Jiro's face right now. However, she just raised her heel and was pressed down by Ace. Leave it to me. Although the Ryotsu level is part of the plan, it is not Ace's style to suffer loss in silence. The king cannot be challenged. Even if there is a plan for longevity, no one can be allowed to provoke. What are you going to do? Yoruichi asked. Destroy what he wants most. Ace saw that Yoruichi was puzzled and continued to ask. 590. What do you think Jiro's biggest wish is? What is Jiro's wish? She has not thought about this question yet. In her opinion, this man is a lunatic. She doesn't know what he wants. Enter the first team. Urahara Kazuki, who had been silent all the time, gave the answer. Yes, he yelled at me more than once, saying that he wanted to become a disciple of Old Man Yamamoto. Huh, that's him? Yoruichi sneered. Advertisement. Do you really take yourself seriously? At first, I thought it would be a good joke to see him join the first division, but he pushed his limits, so don't blame me for being cruel. Ace raised his palm and waved it in the air like a knife, his tone cold. Break his dream. Ace, I'm going to kill you. At the graduation ceremony, Jiro bared his teeth and screamed, raising his Zanpakuto and killing not far away. Just now, he had been kicked out of the first division. It has been less than 10 minutes since he was expelled. The reason turned out to be a sentence from Ace. The first division doesn't need him, BJEG. In fact, when Ace said that, all the audience were laughing. The first division has always been fair. Even if he is the direct disciple of Captain Yamamoto, he cannot exclude people so blatantly. And the one who was excluded is a Shinigami with unlimited potential. Even Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi thought Ace as crazy. Although they knew that Ace would stop Jiro from joining the first division, they didn't expect him to do so. It's hard to succeed in private. Now that things are on the table, he can't succeed. As you wish. But Chojiro Sasaki's words were beyond everyone's expectations. Did we hear it wrong? Even until Chojiro Sasaki pointed at Jiro and asked him to choose another division, no one reacted. In fact, even Jiro himself didn't react. In his opinion, Ace's roar was the roar of a defeated dog. It seems that this time, Captain Yamamoto will be completely disappointed with this person, and he will replace Ace as Captain Yamamoto's new disciple. But why did Chojiro Sasaki say, "You leave"? Why did he point at me? I was expelled just after joining the first division? Many questions flashed through Jiro's mind. When he came to his senses, the eyes of the people around him and Ace's sarcastic smile all cast sympathetic eyes on him. It turned out that he didn't hear it wrong. The first division was really an Ace made a choice between him, and he was abandoned. The wish to join the first team was fulfilled, but it was immediately extinguished, and its influence made Jiro completely crazy. Forgetting the laws and regulations, he wanted to kill the guy who smiled and waved at him. Advertisement. It was not just Jiro who thought Ace was excessive. In fact, most of the vice captains frowned when they saw Ace at this moment. But dislike does not mean that they will acquiesce to Jiro's behavior. It is an iron rule that colleagues cannot be hurt for no reason within the Seirei. Bang! The vice captain of the fifth team, at the moment when Jiro was about to be cut to Ace, accurately knocked the Zanpakuto in his hand with his bare hands. I think the captain knows about this, right, Vice Captain Sasaki? This is an internal decision of the first team, and the captain will naturally know it. Sasaki's words made the vice captain of the second team next to him speechless. The selection of the team is the internal affairs of the team. Even if the second team is in charge of criminal law, it has no right to interfere. We want that person in the fifth team, the vice captain of the fifth division said bluntly. Vice Captain Sasaki should have no objection. Then the fifth division must be nurtured well, and good seedlings cannot go the wrong way. 3 of the vice captains were arguing, while the other 10 vice captains had their own ideas. Captain Yamamoto can be in charge of the first division, but the first division must not be the private property of old man Yamamoto. So was Ace's nonsense this time an accident, or was it the intention of Captain Yamamoto behind Ace? Captain Yamamoto, who has been indifferent for 1,000 years, now wants to fight for power. If so, Seirei may change. After the selection of new team members, even the newcomers who joined their favorite division were not very excited. Many vice captains were absent-minded. Because of Ace's behavior, the graduation ceremony was quite indecent. In the study room of the Shihuan family, there were only the current head of the family and Yoruichi at the moment. Yoruichi, do you think Ace is really jealous of that young man this time? Jealous? This emotion will never appear in him? Yoruichi said firmly. From the clouds to the bottom of the valley, people will change, especially young people. The head of the family warned softly, and the loud voice sounded again. Be careful of him in the future. Yoruichi wanted to refute, but his father's words were not wrong. Judging from Ace's results, he was degraded. This obvious rejection was indeed ridiculous. But for some reason, she thought Ace would rise again, and even had an absurd idea that Ace was planning something. However, she would not say these words for the time being. She believed that one day Ace would prove himself. At the same time, in the residence of the captain of the 4th Division, the captain of the 4th Division, Yunohana Retsu, was listening to the report of her vice captain. Chapter 294. Aizen Sosuke. That kid used to come to my place often. Yunohana Retsu said with a smile, squinting his eyes. I didn't expect that he would graduate from the Spiritual Arts Academy in the blink of an eye. Time flies so fast. Captain, this is not the military. The vice captain of the 4th Division said anxiously. All we have to do is to do our job well. There are too many people joining the 4th Division this time. I'll continue to ask you to recruit new people next time. Yunohana Retsu said casually. In the dormitory of the 8th Division, the 2 captains were sitting cross-legged. Our junior brother really doesn't follow the rules. I really want to invite him to come over for a drink. Kiraku Shunsui smiled. But he may not have time today. I'm talking to you. What time is it, and you're still talking about this? Jashiro Yukitaki held his head with a helpless look. What nonsense are you worrying about? Kiraku Shunsui raised his head, took a sip of wine, and continued. Old man Yamamoto must have acquiesced to Sasaki, which is why Ace made such a fuss. It is precisely because of the teacher's acquiescence that I am worried. I don't know what the teacher means. Jashiro Yukitaki said. If the old man wanted power, he would have taken action long ago. Why did he go to such lengths? So, I think the reason is still our junior brother, Kyoraku Shunsui said solemnly. Jashiro Yukitake thought about it. What he said was true. If Kyoraku Shunsui's guess was correct, then teacher Yamamoto might want to hide Ace. The test results were seen by everyone. Ace has not grown for 6 years. This is not an explanation for Ace not having training. There is only one possibility, that is, teacher Yamamoto has deceived the spirit pond in some way, but can it really be done? Not only Jashiro Yukitake thought of the spirit pond, but also Urahara Kazuki, who had just joined the 12th division, was also asking the fat purple-haired woman in front of him. The creator of the spirit pond, the captain of the 12th division, Shigefu Kiryu. The spirit pond is a tool for testing the level of Ryotsu or the purity of Ryotsu. This method is to decompose a very small amount of Ryotsu to achieve the same effect as the lowest level of Ryotsu. Finally, the spirit pond can express the effect in a quantitative way. Hikifuna Kiryu said while eating high-calorie food. She is optimistic about Urahara Kazuki's future and thinks he is a good candidate to succeed the captain of the 12th division. So for Urahara Kazuki's questions, Kiryu was also very happy to answer. Is there any way to deceive this spirit pool? For example, control the input of Ryotsu? Urahara Kazuki continued to ask. Theoretically it is possible, but I have never met anyone who can do it. Advertisement Hikifuna Kiryu saw that he was still confused and explained it again. In short, the spirit pool is actually tested by the Shinigami's unconscious Ryotsu defense. In order to avoid human control, the attack of the spirit pool is already so weak that it cannot be detected. The self-defense Ryotsu caused by this is also reduced to a limit, no matter how pure it is, that is, the minimum amount of Ryotsu that the body can release, which I call unit Ryotsu. Hikifuna Kiryu said. Based on this premise, if you want to avoid the test of the spirit pool, you must first consciously control the body's self-defense mechanism. At the same time, it must also be able to weaken the unit Ryotsu. Either of these two requirements is more difficult than the other. The former may be achieved by a few top Shinigami. But the latter, even I can't do it, Hikifuna Kiryu said. So, Ace either grew beyond imagination or fell. However, that guy always gives pleasant surprises. Maybe this time is the same. The smile on Urahara Kazuki's face became wider. Is that all? I see, you go out first? The captain of the 5th division, Hiriko Shinji, waved her hand and said. Yes. The vice captain of the 5th division bowed and left the captain's house, but now she had another place to go. A few minutes later, the vice captain of the 5th division came to a team building and knocked on the door. After getting permission, he opened the door and walked in. The owner of this room is a man who gives people a comfortable feeling at first glance. He wears black framed glasses and has a gentle smile on his face. Asterisk. The brown curly hair also makes him look gentle and lazy. He is the 3rd seed of the 5th division at this time, Aizen Sosuke. Does the vice captain look troubled? Aizen Sosuke smiled gently. Advertisement, don't be so polite. That Jiro has some potential, I brought him to the team. The vice captain of the 5th division thought about it and decided to tell Aizen what happened today. But something bad happened today. Aizen poured a cup of tea for the vice captain of the 5th division and listened quietly to the vice captain of the 5th division telling about today's farce. It seems that Ace really thinks of himself as the successor of the 1st division. Aizen said with a smile. Who said it wasn't? Sasaki actually agreed. I want to know what he thinks. The vice captain of the 5th division became more and more angry as he spoke, and drank the tea in the cup in one breath. Maybe the captain-in-chief agreed. Aizen saw that the vice captain of the 5th division had a serious face and changed the subject. If I were there, I might not have taken action. I would have made him suffer a little and taught him a good lesson. I think everyone at the scene thinks so, so in the end, I will be the only one who takes action. As you said, Jiro is a good seedling. It's a pity to be punished for such a thing. The vice captain of the 5th division said. The kid must have been scared when he took action at the last minute. Aizen said harmlessly. That's not the case. He probably knew Sasaki would take action, so he acted very calmly. The vice captain of the 5th division curled his lips and asked again. Do you think the captain will really give the future of the 1st division to Ace? Let's see what punishment he will receive next. This represents the captain's true attitude. Aizen looked at the tea in the cup and replied lightly. Not only Aizen, but the entire Seirei was staring at the 1st division, waiting to see how Captain Yamamoto would deal with Ace. With the announcement of the news of Ace's disposal the next day, the invisible storm officially spread from the 1st division to Seirei. As a signal gate for a huge change to happen. Chapter 295. The most chaotic area. The result of the treatment stunned all those who paid attention to this matter. The result of the treatment was, Ace was temporarily disqualified from challenging for a seat, and he had to stay in Rukongai for 150 years before he could join the team. This was the latest news about the treatment of Ace. Everyone was stunned after hearing the news. It seemed serious on the surface, but it was not serious at all. The disqualification was only temporary, and it was not yet said which district Ace would be stationed in. If Ace wanted, he could set up a tent outside the Seirei. Although it would take 150 years, 150 years was just a blink of an eye for Shinigami. This was more like letting Ace go on vacation to avoid trouble than a punishment for Ace. Maybe the news was not detailed. After all, with the wisdom of Captain Yamamoto, even if he protected Ace, he would not do it so obviously. But after personal confirmation, Captain Yamamoto did announce this order in front of all the members of the first team. Could this be Captain Yamamoto making a statement? From now on, the first squad is not Seireidi's squad, but Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni's. The true ruler of Seireidi, above the 5 nobles? No one can guess what Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni is thinking now. We only know that the captain has changed, and the Seireidi may also change. All this was caused by Ace, but now he has left Seireidi. To be precise, he left last night, not to seek refuge, but to hone himself when performing missions. Soul power is a very novel thing for Ace. In the world of pirates, although there is the soul fruit, a devil fruit that can control and cut souls. Advertisement, but there is almost no information about how to use soul power. Therefore, Shinigami are not safe here. As mentioned before, Rukongai is protected by Shinigami. Although Rukongai is huge, it is not enough to accommodate all the souls of the dead. Ace believed that if he did not walk now, but fell to the ground with serious injuries, then these people would definitely come up and cut himself into pieces. Each block is divided into 80 blocks from inside to outside, a total of 320 blocks. The 80th district of Rukongai North Street, Zaraki District, one of the most marginal areas of Rukongai, a place without traces of the city, comparable to hell. So the plan had to change. Old man Yamamoto stayed with Ace for 5 or 6 hours, and finally decided to split up. Whether you are human or not, you are almost a hollow here. The only way to survive is to kill anything that moves in front of you, devour it, and then grow. For them, Shinigami are items full of treasures. The farthest 80 districts, Shinigami do not consider it as part of Rukongai, but call it another name, the killing field. Devour Shinigami, there is a chance to get Ryujin. Rukongai is the only place in Soul Society that is protected by Shinigami besides Seireidi. Even if they just grab the Zanbakudo, the wealth they get in exchange is enough for them to live anywhere in Rukongai. After being buried by the dead soul of Seireidi, its soul is distributed in different areas of Rukongai according to the time of death. But unlike the hollows, the refugees here will not attack Shinigami easily, and the death suit is a safe pass here. Those who dare to invade Soul Society are not ordinary people. Advertisement, however, fighting is not a game after all. This is very chaotic, but there are definitely not a few Shinigami in the larger area. This way you can enter the first 70 blocks of Rukongai and become a civilian. All squads will station personnel here to protect Soul Society, and it is also a training ground. This is the hardest hit area for the hollows, and it is where they enter the Soul Society to hunt. There are people called refugees here, and there are also hollows, but there is no concept of the same kind. Exercising soul power is also beneficial to Ace's body. The answer is yes. Thinking of this, old man Yamamoto knew that this farce could become a perfect opportunity, an opportunity to break the deadlock. Since ancient times, the reason why Rukongai, which has only 320 districts on the street, is not full of souls depends entirely on Ace's current location. Old man Yamamoto certainly stayed in the center of the storm, but the detained Ace wanted to leave Seireidi, which was the real reason for the order. But this does not mean that they respect Shinigami. Ace walked on the road and met many refugees who drooled at him. So although the name of the street, but the existence of the souls of all the dead, its scale is definitely unmatched by any city in this world. Some people died at the hands of hollows, while others were used by nearby refugees, were seriously injured, and lost their lives. The streets around Seireidi are divided into 4 blocks, east, south, west, and north. Areas above 70 districts are lawless and overgrown with weeds. So the farther away from Seireidi, the more desolate it is, and the more chaotic the public security is. Kicking Jiro off at the graduation ceremony was indeed a temporary move by Ace. According to the original plan, after Ace entered the first team, old man Yamamoto would order Ace to retreat on the grounds of neglecting training. Ace would act in different identities in order to confuse his experience. But the thing has been done, so it is useless to blame Ace. If this incident is handled well, it may be a good thing. At present, Seireidi is calm on the surface, but in fact, there are internal and external troubles, and the waves are surging. Outside, there are Shinigami's eternal enemies, hollows. Inside, since Godei 13 has transformed from a killer organization to one of the power centers of Seireidi, many people have been eyeing this cake. At the same time, there are the existence of neither friends nor enemies, and this situation has lasted for more than 1,000 years. These tumors in the eyes of old man Yamamoto, if they cannot be solved at one time, then the remaining side will definitely hide deeper, and old man Yamamoto will be helpless and feel powerless. However, this distress is also relative. In the eyes of others, old man Yamamoto is also a roadblock. So, if this pillar of Seireidi is in trouble now, will those maggots lurking in the shadows come out and do something? Compared with the vast number of souls, the number of Shinigami is limited after all. Chapter 296. Under attack. Well, it's a pity that I didn't bring the other sword. Ace thought. This is the best place to practice Zanpakuto. Of course, Ace had mentioned it to old man Yamamoto before, but was ruthlessly rejected. So, he only brought the ghost this time. But old man Yamamoto also said that if Ace was determined to run, there would be few people in the entire Soul Society who could keep Ace, but those people were unlikely to have problems. Of course, there are also people in Hueco Mundo who can keep Ace, but that level of existence will not appear easily. As long as he doesn't do anything out of line, it will not be difficult for him to survive. However, Ace is not worried about his own strength and whether he can survive. The most important thing is to train his soul strength. But old man Yamamoto said so. In order to maintain his own personality, Ace followed the old man's wishes. Thinking of this, Ace's heart relaxed a lot. However, at this moment, a sword light appeared from the left side of Ace, pointing directly at Ace's face. Ace waved his left hand, pulled out the ghost from his waist, and blocked the sword light. The light of the sword disappeared. It was a long sword, and the blade was cracked. The tip of the sword was right on the scabbard of the ghost, and was blocked by Ace. But only Ace knew that the opponent stopped his power as soon as he touched the scabbard. From beginning to end, he did not feel any impact. Interesting. Ace's mouth curled up slightly, knowing that the person holding the sword was not simple, but he didn't know why he attacked him. Ace looked down at the long sword. The owner of the sword was a ragged and thin young man. A long hair like hay covered most of his face. His face was covered with dark red mud. I don't know if it was blood or mud, or both. I knew it. People wearing this kind of clothes will not be weak. The mouth under the hair opened and closed, and the voice was low and hoarse. But you are much stronger than them. Not bad. Have you killed those Shinigami before? Ace looked at the long-haired man in front of him. He was dressed like a typical vagrant, but his skills were not. Although he said this arrogantly, it was not false. If it was an ordinary Shinigami, I am afraid he would have cut them off. Some of them were very weak and were pierced by me before they could react. Many of them could block my first attack and play with me for a while, but most of them were not very happy. The man raised his head slightly, his tone full of nostalgia and enjoyment. Ace also learned from the man's story that what a person enjoys is not killing, but close combat, the fight between life and death. This man does not value life, whether it is his own or the enemy's. As long as it is interesting, life can be ignored. You are different from those people. I think you will have more fun this time. Advertisement, as the man said. A sharp breath burst out from his body. He turned around and slashed Ace from below with a sword. Madman. Ace's eyes narrowed, and he stepped on the blade with his right foot. The ghost in his left hand had disappeared into the scabbard. Crush him. Ghost. The black boots and the silver sword collided in midair, making a crisp sound. For a moment, neither side could move forward and was deadlocked. Yes, that's it, the long-haired man shouted excitedly. Changes all the time. It's so fun to fight with you. Then I'll show you something more interesting. Ace moved his ankle, picked up the long sword under his feet, and clenched his right hand fiercely. This deep-sea undercurrent-like battle also made the long-haired man suffer a lot. At this moment, most of his clothes were stained with blood, and he became a bloody man. Ha ha ha. Interesting, so interesting, the man said, and the white Ryujin was wrapped in the sword, and then he swung it, and the sword's Ryujin attacked Ace with slash wave. The only way to stop this fighting machine is to destroy it. Blocking the sword with bare hands and turning into a short sword to kill people can become a reality when the ghost has no release speed. This time, the man did not dodge. Instead, he clenched his left fist and hit Ace. Ace was expressionless at this time and seemed very calm, but his heart was thinking. Ace, who took the initiative to attack, firmly controlled the fighting rhythm in his hands this time. The man's crazy look made Ace narrow his eyes. The man in front of him was excited because of injury and fear. He was a real fighting machine. Until now, Ace could only occasionally leave minor injuries in insignificant places. If the stab was more solid, the long-haired man's neck would be pierced and he would die on the spot. Advertisement. According to the words of old man Yamamoto, the whole battle is like a deep-sea undercurrent, seemingly disordered and chaotic, but in fact every move is deadly. The ghost's fighting style is very imaginative, but Ace was not in a relaxed mood now. The opponent was indeed a bloody man, 300, but only he knew that from the beginning, he could threaten the opponent's vital organs. It seems that the other party has already figured out the attack path of the ghost, but I don't know to what extent he understands it. The man's sword stabbed Ace's shoulder again. Ace did not hesitate and hit the man's throat with his empty right hand. Take it if you have the ability, ha ha ha, don't you want this hand? After thinking this through, Ace rushed up immediately. Talking nonsense with him is simply a waste of time. The man laughed, without a trace of panic, and the corners of his mouth almost stretched to his ears. I think there are two ways to deal with you. The second is to attack from a distance. The ghost suddenly turned into a black short sword in his hand, with a piece of flour. It seems that you can't take my arm away for the time being, ha ha ha. He actually shook his head strangely, and jumped back immediately. The ghost's song left a scar on his face. With this feature, the ghost's fighting rhythm is different from usual. But strangely, he seemed to notice something at the last moment. The two fists collided violently, making a muffled sound. Then the two men let go at the same time, their feet loosened, and retreated by the opponent's power, pulling away. Ace asked coldly. Bang! The man did not retreat much, and the two had already chopped more than 100 moves. The man laughed. This man adapted to this battle at an astonishing speed, and even wanted to regain the initiative. Chapter 297. Zaraki Kenpachi. Ace frowned slightly, clenched his right fist, and the white Ryujin was also covered on the ghost glove, and punched the Ryujin slash in front of him. With a loud bang, the wind swept away the dust and gravel. The dust flew, and the land within a mile became barren. Is this your power? It's quite convenient to weed. Ace sneered, but it was not so easy in his heart. Distance is indeed the weakness of the ghost, and Yoruichi mentioned it 6 years ago, but it is not so fatal. However, since the other party said there are 2 ways, what is the other one? Of course, you are not a character who can be solved with just a few swings of the sword. The man's voice sounded again. If your sword was faster, I would have died long ago. Before the voice fell, the man raised his sword again to chop, and Ace raised his left arm to resist. Your neck or your heart, whatever you want, let's see if you get cut in half first, or I get stabbed first. The man said, and the strength in his hand increased for another minute, grinning. Or we can die at the same time. This is also possible, ha ha ha. Ace grasped the man's sword with his right hand, jumped back, and pulled away again. Ace's tactics rely on the speed of the ghost's transformation, which is also the ghost's greatest advantage. Without it, the ghost is just an ordinary Zanpakuto. But sometimes the biggest advantage is also the biggest disadvantage, and the ghost is like this. The rapid transformation seems to be both offensive and defensive, but in fact the ghost can only switch between offense and defense, and it is an extreme switch between offense and defense. In simple terms, the knife and other forms can only exist for a moment when a fatal attack can be launched, but the defense will disappear in an instant. So the ghost is good at life and death struggles, but is also the most afraid of life and death struggles. Therefore, when attacked, it will try to resist it, and at the same time it will attack with bare hands to avoid losing defense at that moment. However, if the enemy insists on attacking, regardless of life and death, then Ace cannot easily switch to the ghost form. Just like this situation now, if Ace changes the ghost back to short sword, then the left shoulder will be chopped off the first time, and it will be chopped in half the second time. So, it was not that Ace did not want the opponent's arm at that time, but that he could not. This time, another set of fighting methods will be used, that is, abandoning the changes of short sword and using white hits. However, this is a real close combat, there is no possibility of taking shortcuts, and with Ace's current white hit strength, using this style of fighting is undoubtedly very disadvantageous. Or use Kido. Ace believes that with the current performance of this man, he is sure to not give the opponent a chance to adapt and kill him instantly. Advertisement at this time, Ace felt that someone was following closely behind him, a lot, there were 5 or 6 sights. Ace raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. Other Shinigami are coming, do you still want to fight? Parallel? Will they interfere with our battle? Attacking Shinigami is a great sin. Ace smiled lightly. If someone comes, for the sake of the plan, we can't show our hidden strength. The man grinned and looked unhappy, he hung the long sword on his waist and stopped. What's your name? Where can I find you later? The man asked, he seemed to want to fight again. Ace. Where are you going to find me? Ace smiled and pointed in the direction of Seirei. There is a place called Seirei over there. I will be there in the future. Seirei. I know some people who wear the same clothes as you do, interesting. After the man finished speaking, he turned and walked away. Ace looked at the man's back as he walked further and further away, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Want to go to Seirei to find trouble for himself? Interesting. By the way, I want to ask you something. The man suddenly stopped and turned to Ai and shouted. Okay, ask. Ace smiled faintly. Why don't you call yourself Kenpachi? This guy also knows the title of Kenpachi? Ace narrowed his eyes slightly. To be precise, Kenpachi is not a name, but a title given by Seirei as the most powerful Shinigami, passed down from generation to generation. Of course, there is also a component of bragging. According to Ace's previous experience, the most powerful Shinigami in history did not get the title of Kenpachi, such as the current old man Yamamoto. So to be precise, Kenpachi actually represents the Shinigami with the strongest swordsmanship. Although it sounds equally terrible, the power it represents is greatly discounted. Advertisement, because I'm not the strongest Shinigami in Seirei, so I can't be called Kenpachi. Ace smiled faintly. Is there any guy stronger than you? The man pondered and continued to shout. Then tell Kenpachi in Seirei that I will challenge him in the future. Ace's mouth curled up slightly when he heard this. Who told this guy that the strongest Shinigami is called Kenpachi? However, Ace will not correct him. On the contrary, Ace will tell the Kenpachi in Seirei exactly what he said, and this scene will definitely be very interesting. Okay, but you have to tell me your name, Ace said. Kenpachi. I'm Kenpachi too, but I'm the strongest in Zaraki district, so. Kenpachi is the strongest person, and this guy's name is the format of place name plus Kenpachi, so he is Kenpachi in Zaraki district. Huh? Zaraki Kenpachi. This guy is. A name emerged in Ace's mind, and his eyes suddenly focused, looking at this ragged man. So my name is Zaraki Kenpachi. Kenpachi turned around and waved. So, see you later, Ace. As expected, this man is Zaraki Kenpachi. Ace's eyes narrowed. Zaraki Kenpachi, the future captain of the 11th Division of Seirei, a battle maniac, bored and looking for people to fight and find music all day long. Thinking of this, Ace was a little helpless. He aroused Zaraki Kenpachi's interest, but he would be annoyed in the future. Although Ace did not hate fighting, he came to this world, but he had more important things to do. Being entangled with this guy was also a bit troublesome. Ace watched Zaraki Kenpachi disappear in the distance, and then Ace was surrounded by 5 black figures. Judging from their dress, they were Shinigami stationed here. Who are you? The middle-aged man's eyes kept scanning Ace. This person was a Shinigami, but he had never seen this person in Seirei. Chapter 298. The situation on the edge of the land. First Division, Ace. Ace said lightly. If there is no other reason, Ace should be one of the most watched figures in Seirei, the disciple of the Captain General, and the whole Seirei pays more or less attention to Ace. However, this Shinigami stationed in the Shinigami area has been here for more than 100 years. So the middle-aged man in charge has never heard of Ace, First Division? Then your strength should not be weak. The middle-aged man smiled and put away the Zanpakuto in his hand, and he continued. We are from the 11th Division. My name is Yanagamura Naoto. Then Yanagi Naoto introduced Ace to the other people around him. The 5 of them were members of the 11th Division stationed in the Zaraki area. Of course, there were more than just them stationed here in the 11th Division. In fact, except for the 1st Division, which was in charge of the safety of Seirei and the supervision of each team, and the 2nd Division, which was in charge of punishment, the members of other divisions were stationed in various areas of Rukongai 80. After these members came here, they usually acted with the people of their own divisions. But the 4th Division, which was mainly responsible for logistics, had almost no contact with other divisions. This is not to say that the Shinigami of Godei 13 are not in harmony with each other, but it is related to the relative independence of Godei 13. The 11th Division is a special case. The 11th Division is headed by the 8 swords of the past generations, and is warlike, simple, loyal, and proud of its strong strength. It is the largest and strongest division in Godei 13. It is also the division of Godei 13 is the team with the most members in the 80th district. They will not easily let other teams interfere with their battles. If other teams act together because of the rules, then the 11th team just despises the weak and is out of tune with other teams. Therefore, along the way, they are particularly enthusiastic about Ace, not because of Ace's reputation as a genius, nor because of his identity as a member of the first team, but because Ace's strength is enough to make them satisfied with the young man in front of them. You just graduated from the Spiritual Arts Academy and came here. It seems that Captain Yamamoto thinks highly of you. I guess so. Ace's mouth twitched. This topic is too embarrassing. Ace quickly changed the subject. Yanagamura. Where are we going now? Look at me, I forgot about this. Advertisement. Yanagamura Naoto patted his head heavily and continued. Let's go to the base first to see if there are any hollows and then solve them. This is life in the Zaraki district. Base? But I heard there is no base here. Ace said. It seems you have done some research. Hearing Ace's question, Yanagi Naoto paused, glanced at Ace, and moved his feet. Do you know that this place has a nickname? It is the Land of Slaughter? Yes, all 480 districts have this title. Therefore, to establish a stable base here, at least 3 captains and their deputy captains must be stationed here for a long time. Yanagamura Naoto nodded first, then shook his head. Ace's understanding was both right and wrong. In order to stabilize all the killing fields, all the captains of Seirei had to go out, which was obviously impossible. But if there were only 3 captains and 3 vice-captains, Seirei could still afford it. But the reason why they didn't do this was because it would create more tension in the killing fields. Since the emergence of Soul Society, Seirei has always been at the center of Soul Society, which is the place with the highest concentration of spirit particles in Soul Society. With Seirei as the center, the concentration of spirit particles in the areas outside continues to decline, and in the killing fields, the concentration of spirit particles is only 1/8 of that in Seirei, so Shinigami will not invest too much energy here. But this is only one of the reasons. CBAF. The killing fields are the border of Soul Society, the eternal enemy of Shinigami, and it is easy for the Hollows to invade here. There is even a saying that the end of the killing fields is the residence of the Hollows, Hueco Mundo. But since more than 1,700 years ago since the establishment of Seirei, no one has come to the end of this road, and this idea has disappeared. The instinct of the Hollows is to devour souls. The human world is one of their hunting grounds, and there are a large number of high-quality souls in the world of corpse souls, which makes them come to this world in groups. Advertisement. The Shinigami, who are responsible for guarding the reincarnation of souls, do not allow the Hollows to act recklessly in the Soul Society, so the Shinigami come to the killing plane to hunt the Hollows. But the appearance of the Shinigami attracted more Hollows to invade, and the 2 sides went back and forth. Unless one side disappears completely, the killing cycle will continue. Seirei and Rukongai 60 areas cannot be invaded easily, but the home advantage of Shinigami in the killing plane will disappear. It can be seen from this that even if the 3 captains and vice-captains come here, there will naturally be higher-level Hollows invading from Hueco Mundo. The souls of the captain and vice-captain are what the Hollows desire most. If they really fall into such a forbidden area, not only will the Shinigami fail to take down the killing plane, but Rukongai, as the cornerstone of the Soul Society, will also be invaded. So the only way to truly protect the killing plane is to take the entire. It is obviously impossible for Seirei to move here. After listening, Ace nodded. Before Aizen's plan began, in fact, for the Shinigami, Hollows were just objects that needed to be cleaned up regularly. After all, Hueco Mundo could not be unified like the Seirei, so naturally the Shinigami side had the advantage. Although it would cost the death of some Shinigami, this price was acceptable to the Seirei. So where are we going now? There is no station in the killing field, so where is Yanagamura Naoto going to take him now? Ace looked at Yanagamura Naoto. We don't have a permanent station, but a temporary station is still necessary. Yanagamura Naoto said, and then added with a grin. At least for the useless people in the 4th Division. There is no permanent base on the killing plane, so the supply and treatment are all done by the members of the 4th Division there. If the 11th Division is the strongest in Seirei, then the 4th Division responsible for logistics is the weakest. Although it is not completely powerless, there will definitely be casualties when encountering a powerful hollow. It is naturally not feasible to have a large number of people here to protect the 4th Division. But the ability of the 4th Division to provide treatment for the Shinigami fighting here is also indispensable. Chapter 299. Temporary Station. Based on the above factors, the 4th Division has 5 members in each area. Most of the time, the 5 members of the 4th Division will be divided into 5 large areas and mixed into squads of each division. As for which division to follow, it is decided by drawing lots, in order to avoid being detected by high-level hollows. Hollows of that level are no less intelligent than Shinigami. When the casualties in the area reach the limit, all Shinigami in the area will temporarily gather to repair the area, which is also called a temporary station. The duration of the temporary station will not be long, usually only 4 or 5 days. After that, the members of the 4th Division will exchange teams again and then disperse to avoid a large number of hollows gathering to form a large-scale battle. And this temporary base was just established for one day, not far from the battle site of Ace and Kenpachi, and was encountered by Ace. And those refugees, a bunch of ungrateful wolves, they only know how to make trouble. I really don't know what's the point of saving those useless people. Those people from the 4th Division will only make trouble. As Yanagamura Naoto said this, he returned to the criticism of the 4th Division. In his eyes, the existence of this team is a shame for Seirei. For this statement, Ace could only smile and say a few words. The contempt of the low-powered people by these fighting maniacs of the 11th Division is not easy to reverse. With Yanagamura's shouting, soon after, the group will come to a forest with about 40 Shinigami in the forest. A dozen people lying on the ground were wrapped in bandages, and more of them were holding Zanpakuto and leaning against the tree trunks with their eyes closed. There was no rest in the tent. Even the wounded soldiers lying on the ground had nothing under them. This place without life and security is the temporary residence of Shinigami. The arrival of Ace and others successfully attracted the attention of some people, especially some refugees who were hiding behind tree trunks, ragged, dirty, and greedy. Advertisement in their eyes, young Ace was like a walking treasure, a sumptuous dinner, and youth was the last thing that should be here. Look again. If you look again, I will dig out your eyes. Yanagi Naoto's warning played a certain role. At least, the refugees did not dare to look directly at them as before. They just occasionally glanced from the shadows. Yanagi was helpless when he saw this situation. He wanted to cut off all these things, but unfortunately there were too many kind people here. It was not worth it to have a conflict for such a small matter. As for Ace, who was spied on, Orochimaru Naoto could only shrug and comfort him a few words. It doesn't matter, they are just a group of vultures. Unless you are on the verge of death, they dare not approach you. Of course, if you are injured and unable to move, dying in their hands will only bring bad luck. There is always a reason to kill, and there is always a reason to kill. Ace smiled and spread his hands. If you lose, you will die. You can't blame the enemy for being mean. You can only blame yourself for not being as good as others. Why did you only bring one person? Suddenly, a voice came from above. Ace looked over and found that the owner of the voice was also a man. He jumped down from the tree and landed right in front of Ace. His eyes rolled up and down, examining Ace. There is only one newcomer? Is it because of you? The man said. His eyes became fierce, and he exuded a faint murderous aura. The few refugees who were still peeping were subconsciously afraid to hide. Are there any other people coming? Ace spread his hands, not affected by the other party's murderous intention at all, and smiled. Maybe they are too slow, I don't want to be dragged down, so I came first. The man frowned slightly, although the killing intent was only a manifestation after a long period of killing, and had no direct impact on combat effectiveness. However, for the newcomers, this direct killing intent is usually unbearable. He remembered that he had just come to kill the prototype and was severely taught a lesson by the old man. He couldn't even speak at that time, but this young man was not affected. Interesting. Thinking of this, the man couldn't help but curl up his mouth slightly. Would such a person be a drag? He himself didn't believe it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You look like you have some tricks, kid. The man said, his right hand on the handle of Zanpakuto. Bored, accompany me to move. Forget it, if you want to move, just find a place by yourself. Ace waved his hand to reject him, fighting when seeing people. These people are always fighting and killing, they are really bored. Lanshia, you can't beat him. He just beat the lunatic in Zaraki district away. Yanagi Naoto, who was watching the show, spoke up at this time. Really? Lanshia saw Yanagamura nod and looked at Ace in surprise. Lanshia talked to himself, not noticing the whispers between Ace and Yanagamura. Does this guy always talk so much? Yanagi looked at Ace's face and couldn't help laughing. Yanagi held his chin, shook his head slightly, and continued. Not many people paid attention to this side. So the moment Lin Shaw's voice sounded, all the eyes of the Shinigami here were focused on Ace. Advertisement, I don't usually talk so much. Ace was speechless. Which division are you in now, kid? Oh my god, the new guy in our 11th division is too strong. Division 1. Can you leave me alone for a while? It turns out that he is a chatterbox who likes to act cool. Ace turned his head and looked at him. Division 1. What's the meaning of Division 1? Why don't you come to our Division 11? Lanxia, this guy is not from our 11th Division, ha ha ha. What is the purpose of the members of Division 1 who never came to the slaughter field to come here? How is this possible? How could such a strong guy escape the captain's recruitment? The face that suddenly came close to him almost made Ace punch him in the face. Oh, no, the person in charge of recruiting people is the 5th seat. Is that guy blind? Ace's words did not make Lin Shang retreat. On the contrary, he moved closer. The guys in the 11th Division really have all muscles in their brains. 0.0 Ace didn't know what to say for a while, but once I start talking, I can't stop. Chapter 300. Fighting with Shu. Lin Sha didn't have so many worries, he just wanted to dig Ace. You know, in the Zaraki area, Zaraki Kenpachi is very famous, and the Shinigami here are no match for that monster. The man in front of him is obviously a new face. At least 100 years ago, Seirei didn't have such a person, which means that this kid has been a Shinigami for less than 100 years. He has unlimited potential and is definitely a good seedling. Such a person must stay in the 11th Division as much as possible. The strongest person is in the strongest division. In Lin Sha's view, this is a matter of course. Boy, are you eager to fight? Lin Sha said excitedly. Well, not really. Ace shrugged. Fight? Only Ace will fight. He is not like the group of 290 fighting madmen in the 11th Division. This kid looks a little bit unmotivated, he needs some stimulation. Lin Sha thought to himself. Do you want to be the vice captain, or even the captain? Lin Sha said loudly. This has aroused some of my interest. Ace nodded. The captain of the 13th squad has a very high status in the Seirei. In order to explore the secret of immortality, the position of captain is naturally the best. Then come to the 11th squad. Lin Xia patted Ace's shoulder and said. As long as you are strong enough, you can be the vice captain or captain. The captain also inherits the title of Kenpachi. Yanagamura Naoto coughed when he heard this. What does this kid think of the captain and Kenpachi? If the captain finds out, he will break this idiot's legs, both of them. Lin Xia didn't think much and continued to express his views. But staying in the first squad is different. At most, you will become a vice captain. As for the captain, don't even think about it. You won't have a chance. Advertisement: the first division, that's Captain Yamamoto's division. The captain of the first division has not changed for 1,000 years. Is there any problem with that? Ace raised his eyebrows and asked knowingly. Do you still want to defeat the captain? Lin Sha made an exaggerated expression and said in a strange tone. When you become a 1,000-year-old monster, you may still have a chance. After all, you are still young, maybe you can outlast him. Captain Yamamoto is the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. Even the 11th Division, a bunch of fighting lunatics whose brains are all muscle, would not dream that they can defeat the captain. Puff. Ace couldn't help laughing. Encouraging others to challenge their captain, saying that old man Yamamoto is an old man and can outlast him, this person really dares to say anything. So, kid, if you want to be the captain, transfer to our 11th Division. Lin Sha said loudly. No, I'm fine in the 1st Division. Ace shrugged. Why? 11 large holes with yellow smoke were scattered around. I was almost eaten by you. Try harder. However, this gap only appeared for less than a second. He was blocked by 8 voids again. No, it should be the prince of our Seirei. Hey, don't drool at me. 11 loud noises marked the failure of the siege. The man's face was full of undisguised sarcasm, and his lowered eyes were full of mockery. That's not all. The man exerted force on his waist and kicked up with both feet. These words came out of his mouth. He came to Ace and patted his own head. Advertisement: almost at the same time, a group of voids flew out at an angle. Don't you want to be the captain? The leader was a red void. Before he could explain, a deep voice appeared and answered Lin Sha's question. A huge shadow, with a hot breath, rushed over in an instant, as if in the next second, his blood would splash and he would be torn into pieces. The man surrounded by these hollows was dressed as a Shinigami. He just punched the orange hollow in front of him away, and a gray hollow rushed up from behind. The man supported himself with both hands and kicked away the voids. The man opened his right eye wide and looked out through the gap between his thumb and index finger. The chins of the 3 hollows were bitten together abruptly, and the thick teeth, as big as the tower shield, were smashed directly, as if they were severely injured. What a pity. You almost succeeded, obviously. Shinigami is encouraging the hollow to eat him. Is he seeking death because he doesn't want to live anymore? Of course, this man is not seeking death. Although he has a stubble on his chin and more scars on his face has not changed much. 4.6 people who are familiar with him can recognize him at a glance. They can even call out his name. Ace. Has it been 5 years since he left Seirei, or 6 years? There is no concept of time here. At first, Ace could still count the days, but after a long time, time is just a vague concept to Ace. The days in the killing plane are not like Seirei. Sometimes, several days or even more than 10 days are spent fighting with the hollows, and the passage of time has no meaning. Ace has been alone all these years, of course, not always fighting in the killing plane. The old man's order is to station Ace in Rukongai. However, Ace was not asked to station in a fixed area. So Ace occasionally returns to his residence to recuperate, but most of the time is in the killing plane. This was the most drowsy time of the day, but there was no peace on the plane. Dozens of creatures with different shapes, round holes on their chests, and wearing different white masks were roaring at the person in the middle. A thick liquid as big as a human head flowed down the corners of his mouth, and they were ready to have a feast. Then, he spread his legs, twisted his arms, and set off a black storm. Bang! 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 But the man didn't think so. He fell forward, and the three hollows on the left and right collided into a ball, biting nothing. Lin Shaw asked. A man with gray hair wearing a death suit was slowly walking towards Ace. Lin Shaw, the one standing in front of you is the prince of the first team. In an instant, there was a gap in the hollow's siege. If there were bystanders or voids, they would definitely ask such questions. It seems that the news about Seirei has reached here. These creatures are the monsters that are naturally opposed to Shinigami, Hollow. At noon, the scorching sun was cut by the clouds and scattered on the vast plain. The weather was fine today. At the same time, two hollows on both sides rushed over with their mouths open. Ace looked at the man in front of him. Chapter 301, Attack and Defense Exchange. On the killing plane, it is best to act in a small team. After all, you are facing a ferocious hollow. But that is for ordinary Shinigami, not Ace. Ace slapped the hollow that rushed in front of him, and immediately turned around and kicked away the hollow that attacked from behind. It is much easier to do things without being disturbed. Hurry up and continue, you are so weak that I am about to fall asleep. Ace stimulated these hollows. It is much easier to do things without being disturbed. Just like now, if there are other Shinigami around, then the 11 hollows in front of you would have been hunted down long ago. How could there be any effective training? For many years, in addition to carrying out the tasks assigned by Old Man Yamamoto, Ace spent most of his time practicing daily fighting. He did not release Ryujin, but simply relied on the ghost and physical strength, or in other words, the soul power, to fight the hollow in close combat. The feeling of close combat with soul power is completely different from the close combat with the flesh in the pirate world of Ace. Ace can be said to have started from scratch in terms of controlling soul power. And the effect of this training is obvious. The reason why Ace's previous 24 white hits was a weakness was because Ace had never used soul power. So when Ace fights with others, he will choose the most optimal way before fighting. In short, he is too rigid about routines. This leads to a crushing situation against people with low strength, but when encountering masters like Yoruichi, his moves are always a beat slower, and his changes are even slower. This is a disaster in a life and death battle, so Yoruichi's evaluation of Ace white hits is not wrong. But these are all things of the past. Now Ace fights with the enemy only by instinct, without any extra thoughts. In short, it is based on muscle memory or soul memory. Of course, this does not mean that Ace is already a master of white hits. Ace can only be regarded as an ordinary white hits master. Advertisement: if he fights with a white hits master like Yoruichi, he is still no match at all. He is still far behind Yoruichi in white hits, and needs to practice to control the rhythm of the battle. Why do you keep coming one after another? Didn't I say it's useless? Ace waved his hand at the others, provoking them. Come together, or you can't eat me. Don't listen to him. This Shinigami has no spiritual power. That's right, he just wants to recover his strength. Let's torture him. The monkey-like bluff shouted, and it rushed up with another hollow. Round battle. Ace's mouth curled up slightly. At least these hollows would not think that they were a hard bone to chew and would not run away. Shouldn't I let them see a little bit of my fatigue? Forget it. Play for another 2 hours to take a breath, and wait until the sun is halfway down to deal with them, and these hollows will turn into ashes under the sunset. With this idea in mind, Ace also pounced on the monkey-like hollow, clenched his fists, his boots disappeared instantly, and his hands were covered with black armor gloves. Ding-dong. The sound of wind chimes rang in the sky. Although it was small, it was clearly audible in Ace's ears. What a pity, some time is running out. Ace said to himself, his right hand turned into a claw, holding the opponent's fist, 5 fingers clenched together, and suddenly retracted back. Is that my hand? Monkey-like looked at the thing in Ace's left hand and thought. It turned around and found that there was nothing below the right shoulder. There were still a few drops of blood attached to that thing, like silk threads. That's my hand. Shu was seriously full of fear. What a spent force. What no spiritual power. Everything is fake. It's all an illusion created by this person. But now that we have found the Shinigami, we cannot let you escape. Before he finished speaking, another hollow dissipated in midair. It dissipated before the dust Ace stepped on even settled. Spirit, Ryujin. The next moment, Ace rushed to the front of the long-armed monkey, jumped up with his right foot, and swung his right palm like a knife, leaving 10 black deeds in the air. The fear of being devoured is enough to penetrate the bone marrow just by seeing it. A virtual with only a black vertical line on his mask shouted loudly. And the darkness, like a rising tide, was spreading in its world. If it weren't for those cold eyes, this sentence would make people feel as if they were in the spring sunshine, warm and comfortable. I told you that it's useless to attack 10 by 10. There was also a roar on the right. Ace shook his head and rushed to the next hollow. Advertisement: no, it was its body that was falling apart. The other virtuals didn't even react, and the howlings of some virtuals had not completely disappeared. Captain, Ryujin is far from this. I'm just an ordinary Shinigami. Change. The virtuals present could clearly feel the changes in Ace. But why didn't it hurt? The air seemed to be filled with invisible blades, making their skin painful. Will hollows be afraid? There is no doubt that death happens every moment in Hueco Mundo. It was one of its kind, a guy with a bird-like head. Its bark was sharp, thin and piercing. It was always told not to scream, but it never listened. In an instant, the two virtual bodies were shattered by Ace and remained in Soul Society forever. But now, it's different. Before it finished speaking, it was knocked away by Ace's fist. Run. This guy is captain level. No, the world was falling apart, like a collapsed wall. Ace twisted his neck and spoke softly, as if he was teaching a useless student. Then, the sound disappeared. The huge body flew out, and before it landed, the gravel-like things disappeared completely. I don't know whether it was broken after death or dissipated. Monkey-like Shu raised his head. The head of the stupid bird was gone. Now, the offense and defense are switched. The monkey-like virtual felt dizzy, and the sky and the earth appeared alternately. But those eyes are real, so at this moment, the virtual seemed to be standing on a mountain of knives, not daring to move. It turned out that it was me who was disappearing. Just this time, he stopped screaming. The monkey-like virtual fell to the ground, and Ace threw back his slowly disappearing left hand. Chapter 302. Letter from Yoruichi. At this moment, the fear that Ace brought to these hollows was different. This calmness, indifference, the way this man took away their kind at will, made the hollows present feel that their death was worthless. Dying for death, as if this man was giving them the gift of death. As if it was this man's responsibility to let them die. Run. This time, it didn't shout, and the instinct of survival drove them to make the right choice. 3 of the hollows even cut through the space, trying to open the black cavity and return to Hueco Mundo. Are you looking down on me? How can you just run away like this? Ace's soft voice appeared again, and the 3 hollows disappeared, without even seeing a crack in Hueco Mundo. In the end, Soul Society was Shinigami's home court, and even if it was the slaughter field, it would take more than 10 seconds to tear open a crack. This road was impassable, and the remaining hollows began to flee in 3 directions, while praying that the man would go to the opposite side so that they could escape successfully. I'm in a good mood today, and I want to show you something new. Ace glanced at them and quickly decided to get rid of the 2 guys who ran away alone. Ghost. Before the unicorn-shaped hollow could take 2 steps, a black fist appeared in front of it. Then, the scenery on both sides quickly moved forward, and the other person flew backwards. Is he going to die? This was the first reaction of the hollow. But after flying for a while, it did not disappear. It could still feel the pain. I'm still alive. That damn Shinigami missed. The hollow was overjoyed. It didn't feel happy for long, and it felt a corner of its back hit something. The hollow looked back and saw another hollow running out. However, the other person's figure disappeared the next moment. This stupid guy finally died in the hands of the Shinigami. Why is it getting darker and darker? Just like Hueco Mundo. The 2 hollows who were running away alone just collided and dissipated. At this time, Ace had already arrived in front of the last 2 hollows. Advertisement. Do you know what god people hate the most? The goat-like hollow was stunned for a moment. When it raised its head, it saw the guy who scared it. And its kind had already flown out and disappeared in midair. It's Shinigami, who has been following people since birth. No matter how you curse, you can't escape death. Let me go. The goat-like hollow knelt on the ground and hit its head heavily on the ground. It said in a trembling voice. Please, let me go. I promise I will never step into Soul Society again. And the present world, I promise. There was silence for a while. Will this man let me live? The goat-like hollow guessed Ace's thoughts with an open mind, but didn't dare to look up at all. It could only continue to wait like this, like a criminal on trial. Do you know? The familiar voice appeared again, but this time there was no tenderness, only injuries. There is a story where I came from. It's called The Farmer and the Snake. Snakes have cold blood and don't know how to be grateful. Ace sighed and continued. What about you? You don't even have blood, not even a heart. Will you be grateful? Ace looked at the mask that was slowly disappearing in his hand and said to himself. He won't let me go. He'll kill me. In Soul Society, the Hell Butterfly is the messenger of Shinigami. The so-called temporary station is the place where Yanagi Nato took Ace when Ace first entered the killing plane. As for what happened, it was just a farce at the time. As for why Yoruichi scolded him, Ace was also very clear that what he did in the temporary station must have been reported to Seirei. Can't you control your mouth? It had seen it many times, but this time was different. This time it looked much smoother, with a strange metallic luster that it had never seen before. So you shouldn't be hurt. Advertisement, this stinky woman. The sound of wind chimes in the air disappeared, and the surroundings returned to silence. This time, it was really quiet. The voice brought by the Hell Butterfly entered his mind. That familiar voice, of Lee, was indeed Yoruichi. She had some conscience. Okay, I know you're here. The hand was getting closer and closer, bigger and blurrier, and then the world in front of it collapsed. Old man Yamamoto said that he would not contact him within 150 years. Who else would use the Hell Butterfly to convey messages to themselves? As long as I stick my hand into this man's chest, I can survive. This time, the goat-like Shu understood what the man meant, but it didn't want to wait for death. It had to fight to the death. The goat-like Shu thought, and just as it raised its head and prepared to do it, a black hand appeared in front of it. Ace. What on earth have you been thinking about all day? There was no care and concern as imagined, only the angry voice of Yoruichi. As for how the mission progresses, it depends entirely on Ace himself. A black butterfly followed Ace's sight, flapping its wings leisurely, and landed on Ace's index finger. Ace couldn't help but curse, which was completely different from what he imagined. This is not difficult to rule out. Although many people say that they often contact each other, the only ones who can really contact themselves now are Old Man Yamamoto, Yoruichi, and Urahara Kazuki. Ace stretched out his index finger, looked up and said with a smile. In the past, the Shinigami on the killing plane simply reported things back to Seirei, but now it seems that the other party not only told the story, but also reported every word he said. Is this a child complaining? Ding-a-ling-ling. The wind chimes rang again. I'm in a good mood today. Now it seems that this is obviously from Seirei, Ace has no doubt about it. At the same time, it is also a guide to bring dead souls to Soul Society after being buried by Shinigami. It is one of the most important tools of Shinigami. After all, smoke signals and Kido are more used to convey messages on the killing planes, and the Hell Butterfly is not the best choice. Hell Butterfly, that is the name of the little thing in Ace's hand. Therefore, this Hell Butterfly should be the concern of Yoruichi and the others for him. The wind chimes just now were made by it, but only Ace could hear it at that time, which meant that the Hell Butterfly was looking for him. Come down. Chapter 303, Spirit King Palace. At that time, there was a provocative guy. Although he introduced himself, Ace had forgotten his name, and only remembered that he was the 5th seed of the 5th team. The reason for the provocation was that he wanted to help Jiro. For this kind of provocation, Ace was too lazy to pay attention. As a king, Ace would naturally not pay attention to the shouting of a small insect. However, when others knew that he was Ace and knew what Ace did in the Seirei, they began to collectively condemn Ace, which was completely different. The problem was with the 5th seat. When the collective power seemed to give him inexplicable courage, he became more and more aggressive. Things had come to this point, even if it was a bug, Ace would no longer tolerate it. After scolding the 5th seat without any ability to fight back, the 5th seat directly attacked, saying that Ace did not know how to respect his elders and wanted to teach Ace a lesson on behalf of the captain. Ace also laughed. This kind of B*************** D is qualified to teach me instead of Old Man Yamamoto? Ace grabbed the opponent's hand directly, and with a slight force of 397, he broke it. The gap in strength made the 5th seat have no chance to fight back in front of Ace. But the 5th seat was ready to draw his sword immediately after screaming. Seeing that the opponent still wanted to draw his sword, Ace was no longer polite. Ace grabbed the opponent's head and smashed a hole in the ground. Then, the 5th seat fainted, and a new wounded person appeared in the temporary station. With this beating, there is no turning back. This group of people don't know what self-reflection is. They just keep imposing the names of bad people, disrespecting elders, bullying the weak, etc. on Ace, and let Ace leave the temporary station. Ace didn't care about it, and left the temporary station in a sheep manner. It's just a group of clowns. Leaving the temporary station, it's just right to act alone. However, what happened in the temporary station spread throughout the killing field at an alarming speed. Advertisement at the same time, it was also transmitted to Seirei and spread throughout the Soul Society. Over the years, Ace has been ignored by CECC, Shinigami more than once in his fights with Hollows. Even the Shinigami who came to him would immediately turn away, as if they were in a different time and space. Even during Rukongai's treatment, the Shinigami stationed there were unwilling to help. However, the following words let Ace know that his words were not transmitted back word for word. The words circulating in Seirei were much more exaggerated than what Ace originally said. What, Ace, am the Prince of Seirei, it's a miracle that you losers can become Shinigami, etc. No wonder those Shinigami kept their distance from him. Ace wanted to laugh, that person was really eloquent. Before, Ace thought that people who turned around and left were too petty, now. Think about it, it is a rare good thing that they do not cooperate with the Hollow to besiege themselves. Is this afraid that the Seirei will arrest herself? This stupid woman? At first, Old Man Yamamoto met 2 people, but later he heard the same words so many times that his ears were calloused that no one disappeared. But generally speaking, the geniuses who are privately summoned are the heirs of the 5 great nobles, and only the heirs of the top geniuses will be summoned. Someone visits the captain's residence almost every day. So, no matter what happened, Ace could not go to the Soul King Palace at this time. Although it was not explicitly stated, Old Man Yamamoto's behavior has already shown his attitude, or what Ace expressed is actually Old Man Yamamoto's attitude. At this point, Ace had forgotten that he was not coming to the slaughter plane to be punished. You could have gone with us, but now, you'd better stay in the Soul Street. Although I can't see your expression now, I think you will regret it, ha ha ha. Soul King Palace is the residence of the Soul King, the creator of Soul Society. Generally speaking, only those who have been promoted to the Zero Division can enjoy the right to enter the Soul King Palace. Another possibility is the private summoning of the Soul King, which is mainly for the genius Shinigami of Seirei this time. Well, you'd better not come back at this time, let Old Man Yamamoto clean up the mess himself. Advertisement Yoruichi said a few names without thinking, as if he had had enough, and shouted. The atmosphere in the Seirei is very depressing. Starting from your behavior, people have been speculating what old man Yamamoto is thinking. This makes people nervous. Hearing Yoruichi's wailing in his heart, Ace couldn't help but smile bitterly. In Yoruichi's narration, many people now feel that Ace's character is not suitable for being a Shinigami. If he is left there, he will become a threat to the Seirei in the future. It is said that the Soul King Palace is in another independent space, but no matter where it is sacred to Shinigami. Father, and the old man of the Kuchiki family, and after all, that was the Soul King Palace. In legend, it floats above the spirit court of Seirei. Soul King Palace, that's the Soul King Palace. As a sacred place, the Soul King Palace is not a place where Shinigami can go at will. At this time, Yoruichi's tone was full of melancholy, and Ace even heard some anxiety. In fact, the Soul King's summons was actually a rejection decision made by old man Yamamoto. But after hearing what Yoruichi said, he was also summoned this time, which was unexpected. Ace expected it. The reason was that Ace needed to perform the mission, which was an indispensable part of their future grand plan. Although it was not the case that he gritted his teeth, Ace was a little regretful at this time. As for you, reflect on yourself. Do you know what kind of opportunity you have lost because of this? If he is the prince, then what is the status of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni? However, that was all. It was not like he had not seen the Soul King Palace in his previous life. After a while of silence, Yoruichi's voice returned Ace's mind. Unfortunately, there was no chance now. Everyone can guess, but no one dares to say it directly. Although he had seen it in the comics in his previous life, Ace had never been there. Can't you come back and explain? You just have bad breath and don't have any ideas. No, you still took action, which is really troublesome. Chapter 304. Distress Signal. It is not clear how long Urahara Kazuki and I will stay in the Soul King Palace this time. Maybe you will return to Seirei and we will not come back yet, so you don't have to reply to us. Oh, and Urahara Kazuki, do you have anything to say to him? Yoruichi's voice disappeared in his mind for a while and then reappeared. It was Urahara Kazuki's cheerful voice. I have nothing to say. Ace, you have to reform yourself. Urahara Kazuki, this guy, has learned nothing else from me, but he is good at telling jokes from his previous life. But this is quite suitable for him now. Before Ace's face turned black, Yoruichi's voice sounded again. Did you hear that? Reform yourself. Since you have left, don't hang around in Rukongai. Take the initiative and hone yourself in the slaughter field. The corners of Ace's mouth twitched wildly. What image do these two guys have of me in their minds? Why do they think they're here for vacation when they're stationed in Rukongai? Trust. But you must be careful not to be swallowed by the hollow. Although we are training in the Soul King Palace, our strength will surely improve by leaps and bounds, but don't worry, I will not give up on you. If you can't become the captain, you can still take the position of vice captain of my second team. Don't feel pressured, Ace. Originally, Ace was also a little moved, but who knew there would be such a joke behind it? Yoruichi, the stinky woman, is still the same as before. Ace didn't even finish listening to the last farewell words, and shook the hell butterfly out of his hand. Is it great to go to the Soul King Palace? Ace shrugged. Well, going to the Soul King Palace is indeed great, especially for people like Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki, who must have gained a lot from the Soul King Palace. But even if these two guys go to the Soul King Palace, can they be sure to surpass themselves? Ace is also confused. Don't these two know how far apart they are? Advertisement. On second thought, Ace realized that Yoruichi and the others might not really know. After all, Ace was acting on stage. But that's not the point. The point is, why do they think they're in danger when facing hollows? They're just a bunch of small hollows that even Jillian hasn't reached. At this moment, Ace's mouth curled up slightly. In that case, then let Yoruichi and the other two see how big the gap is between them and themselves. Although Ace came to this world with part of the soul cut out by the soul fruit, not Ace's full strength. But you have to know that Ace is the only citizen in the world of pirates in the absolute sense. Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki have very high talents, but in front of Ace, they can only be said to be average. At this moment, a whistle came from a distance. A green ball of light, dragging a long tail, slowly climbed up the sky in the far east. In all these years, it's not the first time that Shinigami has been seen calling for help. The corners of Ace's mouth lifted up, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Under the setting sun, a black shadow appeared and disappeared on the plain, heading east at an alarming speed. Where on earth did these beasts come from? What's the point of tattooing these? Come on, the big guys are catching up. In a dense forest, two men stood back to back, protecting a woman with long lavender hair in the middle. Although the two people fought with all their strength in Shangche, they could barely resist and it was a bit difficult to fight. Compared with Ace 7 years ago, they are not interested in the newcomer in front of them at all. Hey, Yanamura, were you scared just now? It was also the last sentence that made them calm down and stop dying. Otherwise, how can we face those two guys? We can't die. In the eyes of the two, this is not a real change. This is the black cavity opened by the void. No need to communicate. Lanxia held the big knife in both hands. Stay away from me. Run. You must survive. Advertisement. At this time, the three were surrounded by more than 20 hollows, and hollows appeared out of thin air from time to time, joining the battlefield one after another. Lanxia grinned, and two familiar faces flashed in his mind. His eyes suddenly softened. Yagi Naoto thought that this kind of life would continue until he returned to Seirei 3 years later. Lin Xia was not radical and retreated after solving the troubles around him. "Ah, I was scared. If it weren't for you, I would have died just now. The guys in the 4th division are as useless as ever, even more useless than the previous one." He shook his wrist, and the chains in his hands intertwined in the air to form a circle, firmly grasping the 4 large claws on his chest, turning around and throwing them over his shoulders into the mountains. The escape was smooth at first, until these things appeared out of nowhere and blocked the road. These 2 men were Yanagi Naoto and Lin Xia, whom Ace met when he first entered the Zaraki area. "Be careful." Lin Xia's loud warning woke Yanagi Naoto from his brief trance. Not only him, but Lin Xia and the woman were also scared, and no one could escape. The dark forest suddenly flashed with cold light, and the 2 blades kept passing through the 2 virtual bodies alternately, dividing them into 8 pieces. The surrounding virtuals only screamed, but did not dare to approach Lin Xia. In the past few years, the only change for Yanagi Naoto and Hayashida is the arrival of the newcomer of the 4th division. Their division was selected to be responsible for the safety of this newcomer. There was really no way. As a member of the 11th division who never retreated, Yanagamura Naoto could only send out a distress signal very reluctantly, but now it seems that they can't hold on until the arrival of support. This is his Zanpakuto, with the handle in the middle and the blades of 2 half-meter wide single-edged 2-handed big knives. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In an instant, 2 of the 5 people died, leaving only 3 people. Life in the killing field is dangerous and monotonous. But what he didn't expect was that the cracks in the space would appear out of thin air, and the change happened just like that. Yamura Naoto wanted to ease the atmosphere, but he didn't know that his face was so stiff that he couldn't make any expression. Yagi Naoto will never forget the black giant mouth that seemed like an abyss, and the 2 tower white hands. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was afraid that he would die today. This was the last sentence Yanagamura Naoto heard, and it was also the last sentence left by the captured Shinigami who was about to be delivered to his mouth. Looking at more and more hollows, Yanagi Naoto felt a trace of despair in his heart. Chapter 305, Manos Grande, Jillian. In fact, he didn't know that the support had arrived. But it was not Ace, but the 5 seed of the 5th squad led a 4-man team under Ace's lesson 7 years ago. 20? No, at least 30 hollows. There are casualties, only 3 people are left, and there seemed to be more before. This matter is a bit strange. Invasions of this scale are not common. The 5 seed of the 5th squad looked at the 3 trapped people in the distance and had an ominous premonition in his heart. Help them break through, drive them, don't get too entangled. Although the 5 seed of the 5th squad and Ace have conflicts, it must be said that those who can get the 5 seats are definitely not people who get the title in vain. At present, his judgment is absolutely the most accurate. Even Yanagamura Naoto, who doesn't get along with him very well, agrees here. If everything goes well, then Yanagamura Naoto, Ren Sanling, 3 people get out of trouble almost for sure. But the joke of fate appeared at this time, echoing in the north of the forest, as if an invisible brand will not dissipate for a long time. The whimpering sound, like a sneer or a complaint, successfully attracted the attention of the 5 seed of the 5th squad. Seeing the owner of the voice, the faces of the 5 seats of the 5 teams turned pale. He opened his arms and stopped. However, without his stop, the other team members instinctively stopped. The huge black body of nearly 100 meters, like a giant wearing a black cloak. It wore a white mask with a long nose on its face, making the owner of the voice look like a funny little field. But at this moment, no one had the slightest smile. This monster appeared here, which was a disaster. Jillian. This is the name of the huge creature in front of him. The big round hole on its chest represents its identity, the void. There are different levels of voids, so they can be divided into ordinary voids and Manos Grande. Ordinary voids can be divided into 2 types, non-intelligent and intelligent. Most of the voids that appeared in the killing field before were the latter. As a higher level Manos Grande, it will be divided into 3 levels according to strength. Jillian, who appeared in front of him, is the lowest level Manos Grande. Although it is the lowest level, Manos Grande and ordinary voids are 2 levels of existence. Take Jillian now, for example. It is the product of hundreds of hollows devouring each other and merging. This is not so easy to see in Soul Society. Advertisement. The 5th seed of the 5th team understands that to deal with the big guy in front of him, at least a vice captain level existence is needed, or more Shinigami. These people are not his match. Finally, I know why Yanagi Naoto sent out a distress signal, but for the 5th seed of the 5th team, the biggest question at present is whether to save these 3 people. Jillian is still some distance away from him, about 2 or 3 kilometers. Jillian seems to move slowly, but at a huge pace. Distance is not a problem. Therefore, once he and his team members are dispatched, they are likely to be within the attack range. The 5th seed of the 5th team knows very well that if this is the case, few people present will survive. Should I try my luck or give up Yanagi Naoto? The 5th seed of the 5th team is in a dilemma. It is not just the 5th seed of the 5th team who noticed Jillian's arrival. Yanagi Naoto, Lin Xia, and the members of the 4th team behind them have been worried about this matter, and now it is happening. Must survive. This is the only thought in their minds at this moment. Has he finally come to this point? Thinking of this, Yanagamura Naoto's expression darkened. He was really unwilling. Hey, Lin Xia, let's break out from 2 directions. Yanagamura, who had figured out this problem, spoke in a resolute tone. He said sternly. Yanagamura Naoto on the other side was better, but not much better. He had moved less than 100 meters from the beginning to now. If you're lying, I won't let you go. The team members next to them also understood that Jillian was approaching at an alarming speed at this time. This guy, so this is what you think? This was the limit. The voice sounded again. Lin Xiao laughed at himself and shook his head. When did this guy hurt himself? Don't worry, I won't give you this chance. The Manos Grande in front of them, even if they split into two groups, it would be difficult to break through in a short time. And, he has to bring a bag. It's impossible no matter how you think about it. The thoughts of the fifth seed of the fifth team were interrupted by the screams of the team members. He looked at everything happening in the distance and couldn't help but feel a little impatient. The only chance of rescue was wasted by him. Advertisement Yanagamura Naoto looked at the stones bouncing on the ground. He threw the iron chain behind him high up, and the two were tied together and flew into the air together. Yanagamura Naoto shouted, turning the chain to the opposite direction. Take that woman with you. Believe me, you can survive. Is this a diversion? Lin Xiao frowned. They seem to have broken through. Lin Xiao was not happy about being rescued. On the contrary, he was very angry. Not to mention the fifth seed of the fifth team who had already given up, Lin Xiao also wanted to give up. He held a hammer in his right hand and responded to the hollow stones jumping in the air. Believe me, otherwise we can't do anything. It was said slowly, but in fact it was only a moment, and Lin Xiao felt that he was flying backwards quickly. When Lin Xiao lowered his head, the familiar smile was a little blurred. Give them some help, use Kido. After saying this, Lin Xiao carried the bag behind him and rushed out waving the Zanpakuto in his hand. The fifth seed of the fifth team sighed. Feeling that the obstacle came from his left hand, Yanagamura Naoto took a step forward with his right foot, bent his body slightly, and used his hands to straighten the chain on his chest. It turned out that Yanagamura Naoto had planned to sacrifice himself from the beginning. I'll give you my life. Kido had no time to prepare at all, and it was better to prepare than not. It didn't work at all. Because there were two people here in Lin Xiao, there were more hollows looking for him. In addition, he was carrying a heavy burden and couldn't move quickly at all. Seeing this situation, the hollows present spontaneously split into two groups and rushed up. At the same time, the iron chain on his left hand was thrown back horizontally, and when he fell to the ground, the iron chain was wrapped around the mountainside like a living thing. He retracted his right hand to his waist, and his left hand almost circled half a circle. His heels were slightly lower, and he did not move forward, but retreated a little and jumped back a little. The ground under his feet was shaking, and the countdown to death was approaching. Chapter 306. Ace arrives. Lin Xiao subconsciously wanted to grab the chain on his waist. He wanted to pull Yanamura up as well. Although the distance was not out of danger at this time, he couldn't just watch Yanamura die. But he failed, and he didn't know when the chain around his waist returned to Yanamura Naoto's hands. This was Yanamura Naoto's plan. He had to survive, but that person was not himself. Only in this way could he survive, and he had no choice. I told you, believe me, you will survive. Yanamura Naoto roared with a smile. There was no fear or sadness in his voice, only the pleasant jokes between old friends. If I see you again, I will kill you, a-hole. Lin Xiao could see his tears breaking in the air, and he must look very ugly at this time, but he didn't care. I don't want to see your face. I must live. Lin Xiao wanted to rush back and punch Yanamura, but he knew that this would make Yanamura's efforts go to waste. The lives of him and the members of the 4th Division behind him no longer belonged to them. They were exchanged for the lives of 3 people. He has no right to waste them. I didn't expect it. The 5th Division's 5th seat in the distance suddenly lost his voice when he saw this scene. He didn't know how to describe his feelings at the moment. The original dead end actually had a chance of life, but this was a bit heavy and humiliating. Compared with Yanagamura Naoto, he was really terrible as he could only watch. After bowing deeply in the direction of Yanagamura Naoto, the 5th Division's 5th seat stood up and ordered. Let's go. Those 2 people need our support. The appearance of a figure interrupted what the 5th Division's 5th seat was going to say next. This person was wearing a death suit, and his sleeves were rustling in the wind. He faced Yanagamura Naoto. Did you catch up? The figure disappeared, as if he had never been here, and only the sound still lingering in the air proved his arrival. Ace arrived. Yanagamura Naoto saw Lin Xiao successfully escape the trap. Although he knew that he couldn't escape it this time, he still smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. This result is not bad. Advertisement. There was a faint groan. Yanamura Naoto turned his head and saw Jillian standing behind him, looking at him with a smile, as if he saw him for the first time. In fact, ordinary Manos Grande really can't tell the appearance of Shinigami. Meat is for eating, it doesn't matter what it looks like. The hollow intuition told it to put the food into its mouth. Facing the pale giant hand that just took the life of his teammate, Yanamura Naoto was not afraid at all. He waved the chain hammer in his hand and walked forward. It's not my style to sit and wait for death. If you want to eat me, you should be careful not to break 2 teeth. Regardless of whether it can be done or not, the village thought so. The imagined collision did not happen. When Yanamura Naoto was about to touch the big hand, a figure appeared in front of him out of thin air, forcing the 2 to separate. Long time no see, Yanamura. The figure turned his head slowly. Ace's face, exactly the same as 7 years ago, was imprinted in Yanamura's eyes. You are still very energetic. Ace? Yanagamura Naoto opened his mouth wide, rubbed his eyes subconsciously, and looked unbelievable. Yes, it's me. Ace touched his chin and said seriously. I haven't shaved for half a month. It's normal that you don't recognize me. I'm completely different from before. Ace looked different from 7 years ago, but not so different that he couldn't be recognized at a glance. What really surprised Yanagamura Naoto was Ace's strength. Before, he only knew that Ace was strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. Every Shinigami knows the 4 major combat methods, but the gap between the top and the entry level is unimaginable. Take Shunpo as an example. This footwork involves a certain range of instant movement. Ace used Shunpo when he was on the road. But Shunpo only looks like instant movement, and there are actually traces that can be found. Yanagamura and others are also Shunpo masters. However, the reason why they don't need to break out in advance is because there are too many enemies. It is easy to be intercepted in the middle of the way. On the other hand, Ace moved so much that it didn't notice. Then there was the speed. In any case, he couldn't see the trajectory of the movement at all. In the 11th division, he had only seen 3 people use such beautiful Shunpo. Advertisement Shunpo is one aspect, and the other is the absolute calendar zone. While stopping Jillian's action, he didn't feel the impact of the force. Even the vice captain couldn't do such a thing, right? Yanamura didn't dare to think about it anymore. He looked at Ace with a complicated mood. How old is this kid? It's really annoying to compare people. What's wrong with your eyes? Ace said, and felt that the strength of his right hand suddenly increased. It seems that this guy has no patience to wait for us to catch up. I'll kill you first. Before Yanamura Naoto reacted, he felt his collar tightened. The surrounding scenery was like an inverted color wheel. All the colors, 190, blended together in an instant. To be honest, this feeling makes people a little disgusting. Fortunately, the discomfort was short. Not far away were various hollows, and a huge roar echoed in his ears. The source of the sound was the Kyrian. A strong wind appeared out of nowhere, blowing on Yanagi Naoto's face, causing a dull pain, but he couldn't feel it at the moment. We were just there, right? Yanagi Naoto pointed at the yellow smoke that was now spreading, and turned his head stiffly to look at Ace, hoping to get a confirmation. It was a close call. I almost couldn't get out, Ace said while whistling. It was hard to tell how nervous he was from the relaxed expression on his face. Yanagi Naoto understood that there was no risk or almost couldn't get out. Ace's whistle successfully attracted the attention of many hollows. Seeing that the other party's attention was back on him, Yanagi Naoto grabbed Ace's arm. What are you doing? Ace glanced at Yanagi Naoto and took his hand off his arm. Don't wait for me, just go ahead, Ace smiled faintly. We can't just leave this bunch of trash here, can we? Chapter 307. Crazy Jillian. Ace spread his hands and said the last words, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Ace, this guy, won't he go back again? Yanagamura hurriedly looked at Shuchun, and saw that Ace had appeared behind a virtual. 2 black hands pressed on the opponent's head, and 5 fingers deeply embedded in the smooth white mask of the virtual. Which side are you looking at? As Ace's voice fell, the huge head of the virtual slammed heavily on the ground, and the mask on his face was directly smashed to pieces. Now, the virtual knew which one to target. Yanagamura, who was originally regarded as a delicacy, was completely ignored and turned to rush towards the provocative Ace. Then Yanagamura Naoto saw Ace's fighting style, which he later thought was his lifelong pursuit, artistic and smooth fighting style. Ace shuttled between the virtuals, sometimes raising a blood column with his short sword. Ace's limbs became the most dexterous combat weapons, playing different symphonies with flesh and bones. Ace moved back and forth in the virtual, looking like an ape swinging in the forest. In Yanagamura Naoto's view, Ace didn't seem to be besieged at all, but like a butterfly flapping its wings leisurely in the flowers. Fists, palms, elbows, and knees always appear at the right time, as if they were ranged, no matter how many hollows there are, no matter which direction they come from, no matter how close their claws are to Ace, the next second, they're destined to fly to an unknown place. A hollow even flew to Yanagamura Naoto's feet, and Yanagamura Naoto took a knife and smashed its mask. The 5th seed of the 5th team in the distance also saw this scene. To be honest, it was shocking. He didn't expect that Ace, who he regarded as spoiled, would have such strength. Is Jiro in the team really stronger than the young man in front of him? There is a big question mark in the heart of the 5th seed of the 5th team. Despite these thoughts, he is still eager to join the battle now, not to grab the credit, but to give some help to this young man fighting alone. Advertisement, but the problem lies with Jillian. The 5th seed of the 5th squad looked at the huge black shadow in the distance, as if watching a drama, hoping that it would continue like this until other reinforcements arrived. The prayer of the 5th seed of the 5th squad seemed to have the opposite effect. Jillian, who had been in a daze for a long time, suddenly raised her head, opened her mouth, and coughed. The 5th seed of the 5th squad in the distance even felt the vibration of the air. It was not the whimpering sound that seemed to be smiling before. This sound was high-pitched and powerful. Even though the species was different and the language was incomprehensible, everyone present knew that it was anger. Jillian was obviously really angry. She waved her hands and clapped like last time, but the speed was more than twice as fast. But it was still too slow in Ace's opinion. Ace grabbed the person in front of him and threw him under the attacking giant hand, making him a scapegoat. His figure flashed and came to the side of the virtual who was watching the drama a few steps away. At this time, the furious Jillian would not stop because of killing her own kind. Jillian was originally a collection of virtuals. Before the next step of evolution was completed, Song had instincts driving it. At this moment, Jillian only had Ace in her eyes. Wherever Ace went, her slap would be there the next moment. This would bring bad luck to the ordinary virtuals present. They wanted to escape from the mentally retarded Jillian, but Ace would never allow this to happen. Some virtuals were thrown out, and some virtuals had their legs broken. They had to wait desperately for Jillian's big hand to fall on them and end their lives. Various means of escape were interrupted one after another. For a while, dust flew frequently in the field, and the screams of virtuals wailed in the ears. Every sound of wind represented the disappearance of a virtual. Under the guidance of Ace, the ordinary virtuals on the field were quickly cleaned up by Jillian. After the virtuals were cleaned up, Ace decided not to hide anymore and ran towards the funny face along Jillian's arm. This big guy was not really stupid. It raised its arm and wanted to throw Ace out. Ace did not panic. His legs were slightly bent. As the power rose, Ace's feet flew out like a rocket. If there is no mistake, Ace's fist will touch Jillian's forehead in the next second. At this speed, Jillian has no time to make a comeback. At this moment, Jillian did something that surprised him. Advertisement. The originally smooth and white forehead first lifted up, then turned back, and a dark bottomless abyss appeared out of thin air. That was Jillian's mouth. It looked like an open box waiting for Ace. Yanagamura Naoto was still looking for Ace's figure. When he saw Jillian's mouth closed, would he be eaten? Yanagamura was shocked by his own thoughts. Impossible. How could Ace's shunpo be eaten? Yanagamura Naoto muttered to himself and began to look for Ace everywhere. However, this was destined to be useless, because Ace was indeed in Jillian's mouth at the moment. It was not very comfortable to be in the mouth of a hollow, and even if it was comfortable, Ace did not intend to stay here. At this time, it was pitch black all around. Although Ace had released Ryujin, Ace's own light could not be dispersed, and he could not tell the direction at all. But IC knew the exit was behind him. Ace turned around, ran 2 steps in the dark, and came to the wall. That was Jillian's tooth. He raised his fist and punched out 2 punches in quick succession. The 2 punches were almost full force. The first punch broke Jillian's front teeth, and the second punch made the teeth disappear. Dima Jiao. This also made Ace retract the third punch that was about to be thrown, and Ace moved quickly. Lucan had been looking around for a while, but he didn't find any trace of Ace, and he fell into despair. However, Ace suddenly appeared beside him. At the same time, Jillian suddenly covered her mouth and screamed. Its body twisted left and right, and it seemed to be in pain. Where did you go just now? Lucan looked dazed, pointing at Jillian not far away, and continued to ask. And what happened? I accidentally touched its mouth. Ace sighed heavily, turned his head and smiled. I knocked out one of its teeth when I went out. Yanagumura Naoto had nothing to say. It was clearly a thrilling event, but you made it sound like a trip to somewhere. Is this the confidence that comes from strength? Chapter 308. Destroy the Quincy. At this time, Jillian's most important mask was damaged, and she was completely crazy. In front of her mouth, a red sphere was slowly condensing and getting bigger and bigger. Sero is a means of compressing high-intensity Ryujin and releasing it in an instant. It is one of the hollow exclusive skills at the Manos Grande level. Jillian didn't look down, but Ace looked into its eyes and knew that it was coming for him. Sero Ace also knew it well. Its advantages are fast, powerful and destructive. The disadvantages are also obvious. The action is too obvious, the preparation time is long, and the lower the level of Manos Grande, the longer the preparation time. Want to use Sero? Just you? Ace rushed to Jillian's body. It was not just Ace who took action. A blue arrow was shot from somewhere in the distance and shot at Jillian's face. Then the poor big guy's jaw was forced closed and its teeth collided. The blue arrow followed closely, and the head rotated 90 degrees, and the red flash was released passively, sweeping nothing but the air. Are those guys coming too? As if to prove his point, the same sword rain composed of blue arrows came again. Ace saw this scene and punched the confused Jillian's head, then he jumped onto its long nose and backed away, shooting a large number of blue arrows into its mouth. Bang! 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 The sound of the explosion came from Jillian's mouth, its eyes turned white, and its whole body slowly backed away. The originally clean white mask was now completely scarred and fell off bit by bit. The mask was a hollow foundation, which proved that Jillian was dead. Ace, who had returned to Yanagi Naoto's side early, saw this scene and couldn't help but touch his mouth. It hurt just to see it. You are too cruel. Ace turned to the left and showed his teeth. Advertisement, can't you be gentle? Don't try to frame us, we're all going for it. Under Ace's gaze, a dozen people in white clothes appeared in the open space in the blink of an eye. The young man in the lead had a smile on his face. He said that just now. The white color, which is completely opposite to the Shinigami represented by black, makes it easy for people to oppose the newcomers to the Shinigami. It can't be said that this idea is wrong. They did fight the Shinigami for a long time. But that was a long time ago. Now, they and the Shinigami are not enemies. At least in dealing with the Hollows, both sides are in the same boat. These people are called Quincy, and exist in the real world. Their mission is to destroy the Hollows. In the past few years, Ace has met many Quincy, some of whom are very close to Ace. For example, the young man who just talked to him is the one walking at the front of the team. His name is Fuzz. Ace knows that Fuzz has only recently entered the Soul Society, which of course means that Fuzz has not been dead for a long time. Fuzz said that he died in his early 20s and came to the Soul Society, but Ace was skeptical. Fuzz was a big man, and the white clothes didn't look good on him at all, but were full of humor. Fuzz had dark skin and a buzz cut, and looked very capable. There were 3 deep wrinkles on his forehead, so Ace always thought he was at least 40 years old before he died. Long time no see, Fuzz, when was the last time we met? Ace supported his forehead and said casually, a few months ago? A few months? We haven't seen each other for almost 2 years? Fuzz stretched out 2 fingers helplessly. How long have you been away from here? Advertisement, it's been a while, right? Why are you here? Fuzz was about to answer this question when he saw Wu Nan and several others from the 5th Division. Fuzz swallowed what he wanted to say and looked back and forth with a strange look. Ace. A-hole. Yanagamura Naoto. You won't forgive me if we meet again. Come on, let me see how you deal with me. Let go. You said you didn't want to see me again. My face is ugly. Lanxia and Yanagamura Naoto twisted into a ball again and rolled on the ground. Although they were accusing each other, everyone present knew that they were just sharing the joy of reunion after the disaster in their own way. However, there was no time to be happy for them. Ace noticed Fuzz's strange behavior. When being stared at by a big guy, even Ace felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What's that expression? I tell you, I'm very serious and traditional. Don't get me wrong, I'm just very happy, seeing Ace's expression, Fuzz added. It's a good thing to see the relationship between your companions improve. Stop. Although Fuzz's expression has always been fierce, you will know that this guy is actually a chatterbox after getting in touch with him. If you don't interrupt him at this time, he can probably talk nonsense to you for half an hour. Are you stationed here? Fuzz asked, following the 5th seat of the 5th team and the others behind Aichi. And them? Just happened to pass by, it's not as complicated as you think. Ace's explanation was perfunctory, but looking at the helpless posture of the 5th seed of the 5th team and others, Fuzz knew that Ace was telling the truth, and the relationship between Ace and other Shinigami had not eased. It doesn't mean that it won't ease in the future. Isn't it a good opportunity to eliminate misunderstandings now? At this time, Fuzz already had a plan. The battle just now was very dangerous, you must have been injured a lot. Fuzz patted Ace's shoulder, but his face was facing the 5th seed of the 5th team and others. He blinked. But we don't have a doctor here, you can only bear it for a while. The 5th seed of the 5th team is an old Shinigami who has lived for hundreds of years. Don't you understand this meaning? Hurry up and treat their wounds. The 5th seed of the 5th team ordered the woman of the 4th team beside him, deliberately amplifying his voice. Let's go see Ace first. Although the 5th Division 5th seed did not formally apologize to Ace, the friendly attitude in his words this time was obvious. In theory, even if Ace's face was gloomy, as long as he received treatment. Even if Ace accepted the 5th Division 5th seat's goodwill, then at least the relationship between Ace and the 5th Division 5th seat would be eased. Then through the 5th Division 5th seat, it is only a matter of time to ease the relationship with the Shinigami in the Zaraki district. But it was only Fuzz who thought so, not Ace. Chapter 309, Not Grateful. Stay away from me. B*ch. Ace threw the girl from the 4th Division who was about to come over. Ace sneered at the stunned girl. You useless people who were carried on their backs even when they were escaping, now you come to prove that you are not useless. Forget it. If you want to save people, you'd better go back to Lingting. Ace no longer cared about the members of the 4th Division who clenched their fists and looked down with unwilling faces. Ace did not intend to let go of the 5th Division, the 5th seat. Are you here to watch the show? Why weren't you there when we were fighting? She wanted to prove that she was not a loser. What about you? What do you want to prove? Ace held his chin and put on a thoughtful expression and said. Prove that you have been here before. Well, I admit that you succeeded. If you don't speak, I can't see you. The 5th Division's unique skills are still so powerful. Ace not only meant that the 5th Division and the 5th seat did nothing at the moment, but also implicitly expressed his exaggeration 7 years ago. The 5th seat of the 5th Division, who had lived for hundreds of years, naturally heard the deep meaning of this, and his whole face turned liver color at the speed of naked eyes. The atmosphere at the scene has dropped to the freezing point. Even Yunamura and Lanxiao stopped fighting and dared not speak casually. It was too embarrassing to be scolded in front of the Quincy. In fact, the Quincy at the scene was also confused. It was really cruel to scold his family so cruelly, especially in front of outsiders. As for the instigator, Fuzz did not think he was an instigator. He was very kind, but he did not expect Ace not only did not step down by himself, but also raised his hand and tore other people's steps into pieces. Headache. Fuzz massaged his temples. This was different from what he imagined. He turned his head to look at Ace, and Ace also looked at him with a gloomy face. The two looked at each other. Don't talk to me like that. I will resist, I swear. Fuzz looked at Ace and shook his fist with some trembling. Let's go, aren't you going to compensate me? Ace looked at Fuzzy, and the charge of instigator was directly pressed on his head. Compensation is fine, but I don't want to cause trouble, I mean well. Fuzzy also looked helpless. Thank you for your good intentions. Ace rolled his eyes and said unhappily, advertisement. I don't want to have a bunch of guys following me around all day. After saying that, Ace raised his heels and jumped directly onto a nearby branch, shouted to Fuzzy, and then disappeared into the dense jungle. Fuzi smiled bitterly, sighed softly, put his right hand on his chest, bowed slightly to the 5th seed of the 5th team and others, and said with his head tilted. All Shinigami have worked hard, it's not very safe here, you should go back and rest. I'll take my leave first. When the 5th seed of the 5th team came to his senses, there was no trace of Fuzzy and other Quincy. Ace and the Quincy were gone. In the 43rd district of North Ryujin, the quaint streets were crowded with people. The vendors on both sides of the road greeted passers-by enthusiastically. This is the most prosperous commercial district in the 43rd district. Now, in a room on the 2nd floor, two men were talking and laughing, taking the wine glasses in their hands. The bright red liquid swirled along the wall. The two were Fuz and Ace who asked for compensation, and the compensation was wine. Don't shake it, it's all bubbling. Watching Ace drink the wine in one breath, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. It was uncomfortable enough to take out his stock, and it was even more uncomfortable to see good things being wasted. However, Ace had no psychological burden, smacked his lips seriously, and looked like he was enjoying it. It's really a good wine, with endless aftertaste. But I'm glad you said so. Fuz took a sip of the wine elegantly and continued. But the red wine of Soul Society is not very good, even this glass. You know, the most important thing about red wine is the cultivation of grapes. Foz shrugged and smiled unbridled. So it's a bargain? Think positively, Ace. Foz picked up the bottle and poured Ace half a glass of red wine, he said slowly. Even if it's not as good as the best wine in the world, it's still one of the best red wines in Soul Society. It cost me a lot of money. Hearing that the price was in place, Ace's unhappiness disappeared immediately. Ace clinked glasses with Foz with a smile, and then lay on the windowsill, looking at the bustling crowd downstairs. After staying in the killing field for a long time, such a view is very beautiful. What are you going to do next? Advertisement Foz asked, leaning against the window, staring at Ace. 2 days ago, in the dim room of Seiredi, 5 expressionless men stood in a row, discussing something with the slender figure sitting opposite them. Interesting. You look rich. For the next 2 months, Ace stayed with them, and the two experienced many fights together and formed a deep friendship. What about you? Why don't you enjoy life and wade into the muddy water? Aren't you looking forward to a world without such things as hollows? Ace's mouth curled up slightly, and he lay by the window, enjoying a moment of tranquility. Foz, I've always wanted to ask you. The Shinigami went to the slaughter ground to protect the Soul Society. I still want to try caviar. Take a break for a while and then go to the killing field to play. If you feel bored, come back for a vacation. 150 years, God knows how long it will be. However, he could understand Ace. He and Ace met in the 60th district of Ryujin in the North River, but at that time he was just a passerby. In the past 2 months, Fuzzy saw Shinigami ignoring them more than once. Even if he needed supplies, Ace would go back to Ryujin to solve it himself. It was not until later when they were fighting in the Zaraki district that Ace happened to pass by and help them. Ace said lazily. Ace turned his head and looked at Fuzzy with a sly look and continued. Foz pointed to the crowd downstairs and put his hand on Ace's shoulder. Foz said helplessly, you know that's not what I'm asking. To spread their smiling faces throughout the Soul Society. After all, it was not Ace who caused this situation alone. Foz was stunned for a moment, then looked at Ace, whose eyes were already a little blurry. Foz raised his hands in surrender. He wanted Ace to rejoin the Shinigami group here, but Ace himself didn't want to, so why bother his wallet? Ace asked. But at this moment, the storm that Seiredi had blown up would soon spread here. Chapter 310. The conspiracy that came. The order from the 46th Division has come down. As long as the old guy is gone, the little thing won't be able to jump around for long. Unfortunately, the order from the 46th Division is to capture him live, and there are still many variables. A day ago, Seiredi received another message about Ace. Jillian appeared in the killing field. In order to escape, Ace deliberately injured 2 members of the 11th Division, causing 2 people to die on the spot. It was this news that turned the already anxious Seiredi upside down. The 2 members of the 11th Division were from 2 lower-class nobles. Led by these 2 families, the nobles made a big fuss at the door of Old Man Yamamoto's house, threatening to force Old Man Yamamoto to show up and severely punish Ace. Ace used to be disrespectful in words and his thoughts were not right. But now he retreated at the last minute and killed his colleagues, which actually violated the Shinigami law. Captain Yamamoto can't protect his shortcomings anymore. But to everyone's surprise, Captain Yamamoto is Ace's umbrella. No matter what happened in front of the door, Captain Yamamoto did not show up, and his meaning was already very clear. If it was a small fight before, then the nobles would not give up this time. Your captain is strong, and these nobles are not just sitting around doing nothing. All the families came up with a plan and immediately brought the matter to the 46th room to impeach Captain Yamamoto. It has to be said that based on the news, Ace and Old Man Yamamoto were definitely the ones who were wrong, and the 46th chapter quickly issued a verdict. The captain of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni was temporarily deprived of his status as captain, and the captain of the 11th team was ordered to take Ace back to Seiredi for investigation. Until the investigation is over, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni cannot leave his residence, and the first team is temporarily managed by the 46th room. As the captain of Seiredi, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, who has been guarding for 1,000 years, fell just like that, which feels very unreal. Although it has not yet become a foregone conclusion, people of insight know that the person who decides the fate of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni is Ace, and Ace's fault is an indelible fact. This is a dead end. Is this really a dead end? Of course not, but now several people in the house are trying to make this road into a dead end. Everyone. The man sitting at the top of the table interrupted the argument of the remaining people and said, "We have taken a good first step, an important step, congratulations. In the meantime, there is no turning back." Advertisement. The man's voice was very light, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. "Please advise me, sir," a hoarse voice appeared and said respectfully. "The first one is Ace. I don't want to see his face. He has left the Zaraki district, and the destination should be the Tami district. We have sent people there." The man nodded slightly, then turned to the burly figure on the far left. "There are others. I hope you haven't forgotten them." "Of course not, but I wonder if I can make these people more valuable. Number 2, and number 3 will guard the windows on the second and third floors. Number 6 and number 7 will guard the windows on the first floor." Needless to say, these 7 people are the murderers sent by Seirei to assassinate Ace. No need. There was a brief silence in the dimly lit room. The burly man looked at the slender fingers that lit up the handrail. His forehead was covered with a layer of sweat, and his heart was tense as if the other party was not touching the handrail, but his heart. Impossible. The conspiracy was finalized. This is where Ace and Fuz stayed during the day. The man in black in the middle nodded, waved to the people around him, and whispered hoarsely. The person above scolded. "This is the foyer, next to the stairs leading to the second floor. There are 3 bedrooms on the second floor, and the target is in this bedroom. There are 5 windows on the second floor, 2 across the street, 2 behind, and the last one is on the north side at the end of the corridor on the second floor." At night, the arrival of 7 shadows broke the quiet night that should have belonged to the Tami district. The 7 4.4 men in black disappeared instantly, and the buildings on the opposite side were all blocked. The leading man in black pondered for a while and pointed to the painting on the ground. "But what about those people? Should I put the blame on the hollow? Advertisement, how to make them more valuable. Has the target never left? I've been drinking all day and I'm already drunk." The 2 uninvited guests came to Fuzz's house quietly. "Ace will kill people, but he won't kill a few small characters. I have other plans for his death." Seeing everyone nod, the leading man in black suddenly raised his right hand and waved. The 2 did not even make eye contact. One person opened a small hole in the paper door to observe the situation inside the house, while the other automatically stuck to the wall to observe any movement on the second floor. "Don't do anything extra," the breeze-like voice appeared again. The man in black on the far left bowed and walked to the center of the team. "Tell me about the situation in the house. V=_=#. The accident they were worried about did not happen. Let the brothers waiting on the first floor come in." The 4 people did not even go up the stairs. Leaning against the wall, they slowly climbed to the second floor. Can't the target be on the first floor? They were all short, and the black veil covered their faces. Only a pair of dead eyes could be seen, staring at the 2 floors opposite. Others will go in through the front door, confirm the first floor, and then go up to the second floor to let others in. But that's all. Things on both sides are easy to arouse suspicion. The Quincy's suddenly attacked them, and only one person survived. If they are going to die, why not die in Ace's hands? Perhaps in Gode 13, their strength can only be regarded as upper middle. However, when it comes to taking lives, they are all masters. After kneeling on one knee, he took out a scroll of painting from his arms, slowly opened it, and placed it on the ground in front of him. The burly man breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly. Chapter 311. Things have changed. The corridor on the second floor was dark and quiet, and you could even hear a pin drop. The 4 of them first checked the situation in the room separately, and it was exactly the same as the intelligence. Ace was sleeping in the corridor next to the room at the end of the street. "Open the window, let number 2 and number 3 in." Number 4 stuck out his thumb, meaning that he was ready, and blew the smoke in. This is a colorless, odorless, and non-toxic potion. Its only feature is that it is easily burned by spiritual power. These people have made the worst plan, that is, you will die together. As for why he didn't use poisonous smoke, a potion that can kill a Shinigami like Ace from the outside, the current Soul Society doesn't have such a thing. The door was slowly opened, and the next moment the room was suddenly closed by a gust of cold wind. The moonlight passed through the paper window, stretching the 6 figures for a long time. The left arm, right arm, waist, neck, heart, and 5 white short sword halos pointed to different 28 parts of the attack. Another one swept over Ace's head, and another one was outside the window, blocking all possible escape routes for Ace. Die. The 6 men in black thought at the same time. Looking at the dagger that had penetrated the quilt, the 3 people under the veil showed a mocking smile on their faces. The white cotton batter and blue rubber fragments mixed together, and there was a burst of crispness in the air, as if welcoming the New Year's firecrackers and celebrating the success of this operation. "We've been cheated. Go first." Seeing that the operation failed, the leader made a decision immediately and immediately broke the window with the rest. Number 1, who was guarding outside the window, heard an unusual sound in the room and disappeared long ago. Foz, who was in the house next door, was not a pig. After hearing the sound, he followed the men in black to Ace's house. The first thing that caught his attention was a paper window with a wooden frame. Advertisement. Then he thought that Ace was in trouble. The original bed was already a mess, but there was no bloodline, so it seemed that Ace was not here. So the question is, where did Ace go? Not only did Foz want answers, but also the men in black who fled 2 blocks away. Faced with the first question, number 6 and number 7 could not speak. They were sure that Ace had never left home, and they were not prepared for the development of things. But if they stayed a little longer, maybe Foz would be kind enough to tell them. In the moonlight, Foz found a piece of paper on the wall, which was written by Ace himself. I think, I am very angry. Being scolded is enough to offset a life-saving favor? Underestimate me too much? Those people will pay the price. Looking at the willful handwritten letter, Lindsay really didn't know what to say. The relationship escaped because Ace wanted to blackmail, and I really didn't know whether to say he was narrow-minded or lucky. This guy is really lucky. Bad things turned into good things. The man in black clothes in the distance was not as happy as Foz. The failure of the mission and the loss of the target were unacceptable to the master behind them. Number 7 will send the message back first and wait for the master to decide. The man in black, number 1 said in a low voice, his voice trembling a little. Ace didn't know they existed. If he knew, none of them would survive. Ace, who had already rushed to the slaughter field to claim compensation, naturally didn't know about the existence of these men in black. But is the truth as stated in the handwritten letter? Aren't you tired of talking through the cloth? Take it off. You are all safe. Take it off. In a house 2 blocks away, a man in a death suit stood on the roof, looking at the man in black clothes through his white Ryujin glasses. It was Ace who left the letter. A bunch of old foxes. I don't know what they're talking about at all. If those in black clothes heard this, they might retort. Who are the foxes? How did you find us? Especially number 6 and number 7, who are in charge of supervision, want to know the answer the most and clear their grievances. In fact, Dogwo was really monitoring the 2 brothers, thinking that pretending to be passers-by, changing a few sets of clothes and going back and forth a few times would really not be discovered. How naive. Who doesn't need to change a dozen clothes a day, 20 back and forth? Sales management is not so good? Realizing his mistake, he naturally had to pay attention. After Ryujin confirmed the location of the surveillance, he sneaked out and staged a good counter-surveillance. Advertisement. In fact, the black-clad man's method is effective for most people, but for Ace? Killer? This is ridiculous. Not to mention that the old man is the ancestor of killers in Soul Society. Ace, but the only overlord of the pirate world. It is really a fantasy for such a low-profile thing to want to harm Ace. Even if it comes to the Shinigami world, it is just a part of the soul cut out by Ace using the soul fruit. After watching for more than an hour, the group of black-clad people still did not show up. Ace did not intend to wait any longer. He could not arrest this group of people now, and Ace still had work to do. It was time to leave. At this time, the black-clad people who had been stranded for a long time also took action, and the fingers of the black-clad 893 people in charge of contact seemed to have received instructions. After a few words with the person in charge, 10 people ran north at the same time. What a coincidence. It seems that our destination is the same. I have to run in front of you and circle around, which is unlucky. Ace's face suddenly sank, and his right hand wiped the power supply in front of his glasses. Looking at the dim left hand mark, his feet immediately moved, and he walked north. I am afraid that he will spend the night on the road. Time flies, and soon, it has been 150 years since Ace, Ryujin and others graduated from the Spiritual Arts Academy. It is difficult to leave a mark on Soul Society for more than 100 years, but thousands of years later, when historians of Seirei look back on this history, they will feel a fairy tale absurdity. The first to bear the brunt is Seirei, the gathering place of Shinigami, and the power of Soul Society. At that time, the captain of the 11th team, the Kenpachi at that time, was ordered to bring Ace, who was suspected of harming 2 members of his team, back to Seirei for investigation. The senior people wanted to send a captain, who was one of the strongest in Seirei and won the title of Kenpachi. Together with the 3 seats in the same group, the young Ace, no matter how talented he was, would not cause any sensation. Going back to Seirei to accept punishment was his only choice. Chapter 312. Being hunted for 100 years, but no one expected that Ace not only ran away, but also made a huge noise. Katetsu Izan of the 4th Division, Naoto Yanagamura of the 11th Division, Hayashida, the 5th Division 5th seat and others were killed by Ace in public. This time, there was no talk of bringing him back for further investigation. Seirei was furious. The 46th chamber immediately changed its decision and arrested Ace, regardless of life or death. In order to prevent Ace from escaping, the 46th chamber has prohibited people from other squads from acting on their own, and the arrest will be carried out by the captain of the 1010 squad, himself, who has obtained the title of Kenpachi. On the premise of excluding leaks from him, Ace's revenge must make people suspect that Seirei has someone in his office who can tip him off. The 46th chamber has issued an arrest warrant. No matter what the reason, this person is equivalent to betraying the Seirei, and the 46th chamber cannot accept it. Of course, Yamamoto is the main suspect, but due to the lack of solid evidence and his power, Seirei does not want to force a person like him into a desperate situation, unless D has no choice. In view of this, the 46th chamber had to follow up with an order, ordering the Kido to monitor Yamamoto's situation. Not even mosquitoes are allowed to enter, let alone the hell butterfly. Similarly, the Shihuan family, who have a good relationship with Ace, and the Urahara the Kazuki family was also suspected, from the head of the family to the servants, all of them suffered the same fate as Yamamoto. Therefore, Urahara and Yoruichi, who had returned to Seirei, could do nothing now. They could only worry about Ace while trying to prove Ace's innocence. They didn't believe that Ace would do such a thing. However, there was no news about Ace. Where's Ace? Not only Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki want to know, but the people of Seirei also want to know. Especially those in power, those who benefit from it. These 150 years, strictly speaking, should be 143 years. At the most, Seirei even sent 4 captains, 6 vice-captains and hundreds of team members to search for Ace's traces, but Ace seemed to have disappeared from this world. And secretly, many nobles led by 6 families also sent their family forces to secretly pursue. Advertisement. In fact, 5 of the 6 families felt that there was no need to waste their energy. Killing multiple Shinigami in public is indeed Ace's own behavior. No matter how hard others try, they can't clear Ace's name. Maybe it was their false accusation, but a long history has proved that the 46th chamber can clear your mistakes and give you corresponding compensation. But it does not allow you to admit your mistakes, even if the mistakes themselves are caused by them. So now it doesn't matter whether Ace is dead or alive. Even if he comes back alive, the 46th chamber will no longer listen to any excuses, and death is its only result. Different song died where. But the leader disagreed, and he was worried about not seeing Ace's body. The other 5 families had no choice but to continue their meaningless pursuit, which lasted for more than 100 years. Sometimes they wondered if Ace was dead. After all, they knew that the last place Ace arrived was the killing field. At the same time, Rukongai has undergone no less than 10 thorough investigations over the years, and Ace would never come back here. Without supplies, in order to avoid searching, they had to go deep into the killing field, and it lasted for hundreds of years. It was normal for him to die. In the Zaraki district of North Rukongai 80, dark clouds covered the new moon in the sky. From the air, the vast plain looked more like a bottomless pit of an unknown giant beast. Beside the lake, a man in ragged white clothes and long black hair was looking around, as if looking for something. This is it. The man looked at the white rune on his left hand and said inexplicably. I'm relieved that you're still alive. There was nothing here except weeds, which made the man's behavior seem a little strange. The man stretched out his left hand, and the light in his palm became brighter. Advertisement. On the originally flat ground, several mounds of earth slowly rose, and silky white light emanated from the ground, shining with the man's hand. Soon, the mounds stopped growing, and the runes on the man's hand faded. Several human faces with eyes closed and pale complexions flashed by with the disappearing light. The man bent down, held a face in both hands, and pulled a person out of the bag like a carrot. Just like this, back and forth. The original 7 mounds of earth turned into 7 deep pits, with several people lying next to them without breathing. It looked like several corpses, which was not common in this killing field. Things were not over yet. The man untied the cloth strips wrapped around his waist several times, and his hands shook. This was not a piece of cloth, it was an absurdly large cloth bag. He threw the people on the ground into the bag roughly, as if he was loading goods. The man easily picked up the bag that was more than twice as big as him. The figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, leaving only a few holes. It was Ace. 3 days later, North Rukongai District 1, Jingmufeng District. A man wearing colorful clothes and his hair tied up in a ball sat on a bench on the street, holding a beautiful woman in his arms. Most people who passed by these 3 people cast disgusted or contemptuous eyes. One was for the man's unscrupulous and vulgar behavior, the other was because of the 2 women's embarrassing bodies. The building behind the man was the largest and most famous red light district in Jingmufeng. The identities of these 2 women need not be mentioned. They are very famous here. Even those who have never been to red light districts know that they are the top stars here. Sir, look, that is our most famous troupe. I heard they perform in many places, one of the top players said excitedly. At this moment, although the top player had a bright smile, to be honest, he was not feeling well. The man next to her looked okay from the side, but the scar on his face from forehead to chin made his whole face tilted, which was really scary, especially his turned lips. She kept praying in her heart that this thing would not stick to her face. I have seen them in District 70. The other party pointed to his temple, earthy face sarcasm. Idiot with a problem in the brain. No one watches the show there. Your Excellency is right. The top player immediately agreed. The man smiled and took a bite of the fruit handed to him by the top player. Realizing that the other woman had been silent for a long time, he turned his head and said seriously, "Why don't you talk? Is it boring to be with me?" Chapter 313. 5 Great Nobles. The top girl on the right wearing a purple kimono was startled. However, her excellent professionalism did not allow her to reveal any flaws. She said shyly, "No, I'm still thinking about the experiences you told me. They were really great." She also hated the men nowadays, who were ugly in appearance and rude in attitude. Now he is also using himself as a punching bag, which is really annoying. But he is very rich. The whole brothel was booked by this man today. There is no way. This man is here today. He is the master. You are really good at talking. The man smiled when he heard it. He stood up, took off the red paper lantern on his head and shouted. Well said. There is a reward. The man took out the money and laughed again and again. Late at night, the lights of the brothel illuminated half of the street. A red lantern was hung outside the window on the 2nd floor. 6 people suddenly appeared on an empty street. The bald old man looked up, the red light was burning like fire, and one of the black hell butterflies was spreading its wings and was born in the fire. 150 years, a full 150 years. Today is not a memorable day for Soul Society, but it has special meaning for some people. 150 years ago, a young Shinigami named Ace left the Soul Society. Today, it's the day he comes back. In the hall of Waifengyue, the girls fell to the ground one after another. The man with scars on his face who was still awake during the day was now returning to the pillar, and he was bored putting the fruits in his hand into his mouth one by one. The candlelight dimmed, and the man's hands sped up until the middle hall was lit again. He had just finished the last fruit. He threw away the fruit in his hand and wiped his face with his right hand. The scarred face disappeared, replaced by Ace's familiar face. Advertisement: the teacher looks the same. And the heads of the families: I haven't seen you for 150 years, but you are still so tough. Ace looked at the figures that appeared, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I don't know when 6 more people appeared in the hall, standing with their faces hunched. 5 of them looked old, and one of them was a middle-aged man with messy hair and a sloppy appearance. Dai, why did you choose this place? Who would have thought that a fugitive who has been wanted for more than 100 years would appear in a place of entertainment less than 100 steps away from Seiredi? Ace shrugged and smiled, without any intention of hiding his identity, even though the 6 people in front of him were not simple. The bald old man in the middle was his teacher Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. The remaining 5 people were more senior than old man Yamamoto and were the current leaders of the 5 nobles of the spirit court. From left to right, they are the head of the Suniyashiro family, the captain of the Jinji family, the head of the Jinji family, the head of the Kuchiki family, the head of the Shihuan family, and Shiba Ishin, who is from a branch house and is currently serving as the head of the Shiba family. The 5 major families hold unimaginable power in Seiredi. I think this is enough. The voice was full of power. The one who spoke was the head of the Shihuan family who Ace was familiar with. Although the other 2 families do not have their own divisions, they are the leaders of the priest family. But privately, Ace will use another identity to get out of the Seiredi's investigation, and the target of this investigation is the Quincy. Kuchiki, Shihuan, and Shiba are responsible for the 6th, 2nd, and 10th divisions respectively. Needless to say, they hold enormous power. The Quincy lost its glory and was seriously injured. This is why I provoked the incident, just to find out what happened outside. It is said that the 2 leading families, Suniyashiro and Jinji, can communicate directly with the Soul King. Just like the last time Aramoto and Yi went to the Soul King Palace, it was announced by the head of the Namiyashiro family. The teacher should have told you all his plans. Well, continue. I think you all know the teacher's plan. Before Ace finished speaking, Sono was interrupted by the head of the temple palace. Ace moved the big bag in the corner and poured out all the stuff inside. Advertisement: several figures piled up in a pile, but the eyes of the people present were so vicious. These people were still alive, but they were temporarily sealed by Kido. He did not speak, and the ethereal voice seemed to come from the other side of the valley. According to the original plan, Ace will be ordered to practice in seclusion in the Seiredi for 100 years because of his stagnation. After that battle, the Shinigami won, and Soul Society is still under the rule of the Seiredi. It is hard to imagine that an old man would have such a voice. It's up to them to decide whether this is a plan or a conspiracy based on a plan. He was an old man, serious all day long, and combed his hair. The 46 chambers consist of 46 unknown sages who are responsible for managing the internal affairs of Seiredi in Soul Society. We are all here. You should know what this means, right? The orders issued by them are either unconditionally executed by Gode 13, or more than 2/3 of the captains jointly question them and then discuss them. Most of these sages come from the priest family, and are jointly appointed by the Suniyashiro and Kamijiro families. Tell us what you want to say to us. Prove your innocence first. Ace pointed to the crowd in front of him. However, according to Yoriichi, he was actually an old naughty boy. Of course, this is not real power. For Ace, the real power is reflected in the 46th room. This cold-blooded rationality is indeed the style of the 46 chambers. There is no word, trust, in their dictionary. The 6 of them nodded together, which can represent Seiredi to a certain extent. As long as they nodded in approval, it will be realized in the Seiredi. Ace didn't blush when he lied. This plan is true, but it is his own fault for leaving Seiredi. These people were the 5th seed of the 5th division and others who were said to be killed by Ace. About 1,000 years ago, the Quincy fought a battle with the Shinigami. If there are more details, you can ask them directly, but that's a matter for the future. An emotionless voice sounded. The speaker was the head of the Suniyashiro family on the far left. The priest family is a special group of nobles. They do not participate in the military activities of Seiredi, but are responsible for all the sacrificial activities of Seiredi. Chapter 314. The Killing Stone. The Quincy's Move. Later, the Quincy's were also law-abiding, and the 2 sides have always maintained a peaceful relationship. Moreover, the goal of both sides is to protect souls from persecution. This is the same goal. But this is not the case. First of all, the identity of the Quincy's makes them naturally incompatible with the Shinigami. Although both are for the purpose of destroying the hollows, the annihilation of the Shinigami only allows the hollows to enter the most fundamental soul fragments, and the new souls are reorganized into reincarnation. But the destruction of the hollows by the Quincy's is annihilation. What they destroy is not reincarnation, and the traces can only be left in the past time. Hollows are produced by the transformation of human souls, so if the Quincy's are allowed to continue to do so, the number of souls in the world will be seriously unbalanced until there are no souls left. From this, it can be seen that Shinigami and Quincy's are essentially opposites, and this degree of opposition is even slightly higher than hollows. So it is not surprising that Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni proposed this plan to completely destroy the Quincy's. This is a very important step in Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni's eyes. But Shinigami, there can only be one Quincy. Is it the only way to solve the problem? Not so. Shiba Yixin expressed his point of view. Can we bring the Quincy under the management of Seirei? Or can we change them from Quincy to Shinigami? War is not the only option. Impossible, although I don't want to admit it this time. Ace replied, and nodded firmly. War is the only option. Reason. The head of the Tsuneyashiro family stared at Ace with a pair of eyes and said indifferently. Shinigami are not afraid of war. However, once this war begins, there will be no winner on both sides. Any point of view mixed with subjective factors cannot convince him. They are hiding their evil intentions. Ace is not afraid at all. Ace's eyes are sharp, looking directly at the head of the Tsuneyashiro family. The Quincy never thought of peace. War is their only choice, and it is also our only choice. Evidence. At this time, the outside of the house was peaceful, and the house was in a state of war. 5 pairs of eyes stared at Ace, leaving Ace with no way to escape. What the future will look like depends on Ace's next performance. Advertisement. Foz, male, 24 years old when he died, came to Soul Society 152 years ago. Feti, male, 33 years old when he died, came to Soul Society 146 years ago. As Ace spoke, he took out a piece of paper from his arms and opened it. Ace threw the side with words directly to the head of the Tsuneyashiro family. The 69 above are all Quincy. The time they came to Soul Society varies, but they were all no more than 40 years old when they died. If this is true, then they are all too young. The head of the Tsuneyashiro family murmured. He took the paper and handed it to the head of the Jinji family next to him. But this is not enough. The Quincy is not an ordinary person. Except for Shinigami, hollows and themselves, there is almost nothing in the world that can threaten their lives. But in the past 1,000 years, there have been no reports of conflicts between Shinigami and Quincy. Because if the hollows or infighting die, the soul will not come to Soul Society. There are 2 possibilities. One is death caused by serious injuries to hollows, and the other is. This is just part of it. There must be more like this. I don't know the cause of death, but it's more likely that they committed suicide. Ace looked at each other in turn and whispered. First of all, the transfer of combat power is so obvious, I don't have to tell you what the conspiracy is, right? Interesting speculation, but as evidence, no. Kuchiki took over the words of the Jinji family and continued. Don't keep it secret, tell us everything you know. Ace was not angry. He originally planned to tell them step by step to take care of these people's hearts, but now it seems unnecessary. The Star Cross Fortress, a holy city in the mouth of the Quincy, is now in the northeast of the Zaraki district. Impossible. Shihuan family head suddenly interrupted Ace. Unless the city is completely surrounded by a murderous stone, it is impossible to build a safe city there, and advertisement, and the murderous stone has always been firmly in the hands of Seirei. You can't fail to notice this movement, right? Ace said lightly. The heads of the 5 noble families nodded at the same time. The function of the killing stone is to block and decompose Ryotsu, and it is mainly used for the outer wall of Seirei. The killing stone is an important strategic material and has been strictly controlled by them. There is no possibility of any loss. As mentioned earlier, a large number of spirits, especially Shinigami, gather together and emit Ryotsu, which can easily attract the void. This is also the biggest problem in building a base on the killing plane. The only solution is the killing stone. Ace did not rush to explain. Ace raised his right hand. 2 Ryotsu halos, one large and one small, were outlined in the air. This is the Star Cross Fortress, Ace said, moving his hand to the large circle outside. This is a spherical area with a radius of 50 kilometers and a thickness of less than 5 centimeters, created by the energy of the Quincy. No Ryotsu at all. I'm sure you can imagine what would happen. There was a moment of silence in the room. In the perception of the hollow, there was no spiritual power zone, so if the hollow had not been idle wandering in the killing plane, it would not have entered this area. When did this happen? Old man Yamamoto interrupted everyone's thoughts. I'm not sure, but it has a history of at least 200 years. Ace shook his head and continued. After a large number of young Quincy appeared here, the time is very consistent. Last question, in all this time, hasn't a Shinigami happened to discover this place? Yes, but most of them may have died before seeing the fort. Ace said, while raising his chin to face the crowd in front of him. Didn't they just stumble into it by mistake? In the end, they attracted a Jillian and almost lost their lives. According to Ace, when a Shinigami strays into a zone without spiritual power, damage to the zone will cause a very significant Ryotsu fluctuation, turning it into a large spice jar. At the same time, the hollows of Hueco Mundo will subconsciously smell the odor emanating from it, and the spiritual power fluctuation is covered by the black cavity opened by the hollows. Shinigami who stray into the zone rarely survive. Chapter 315. The man behind the scenes. Even if a strong Shinigami survives, they will be stopped or killed by the Quincy who arrives. They will be treated as encounters with hollows after the accident, but the rescue work will not be completed in time and no one will doubt it. Ace spread his hands and joked. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the heads of the Shiba and Shihuan families suddenly became ugly. Suneya looked at the two circles in the air and frowned. Even the head of the Jinji family, who had never had emotional fluctuations, had slightly raised cheeks at this moment. For hundreds of years, we seem to have lived too comfortably. The head of the Kuchiki family looked around and said calmly, I don't know what you think, but our Kuchiki family agrees to go to war. The Shihuan family agrees to go to war. 160. The Shiba family agrees to go to war. Hearing 3 consecutive consents, Ace breathed a sigh of relief. What if someone would say, you have to prove the existence of the Star-Crossed Fortress? Then Ace can't do anything about it. After all, Ace can't move the city. Fortunately, these people are not old and confused. Starting tomorrow, Seirei will enter the war preparation stage. Yamamoto will be fully responsible, and the 46th room will coordinate and supervise the work. This authorization will be secretly notified to the captains of each division. The official order will be issued after the war preparation stage is over. The words of the head of the Suneyashiro family marked the end of the storm that had been raging around the old man Yamamoto and Ace for hundreds of years. This little guy was wronged. You can take back some of it now. The head of the Jinji family looked at the corner of Ace's mouth, showed a smile, pointed to the crowd in front of him, and continued. Who among these people was the one who spread the false news back then? From designing 2 Shinigami at the beginning to killing these people in public, these 2 rumors made Ace a sinner of Seirei and was wanted by the entire Soul World for 143 years. The second rumor was intentional by Ace, needless to say. But the first dazzling was the real false accusation and the reason for the change of Seirei. As a Shinigami, this false accuser is a Shinigami, and no matter what his purpose is, he is worthy of death. In order to spread such news, it is important to ensure that as little truth as possible is known, so there is no doubt that the rumor was spread by one of the few people present at the time. However, how many of these people are false accusers? Or are several of them false accusers? He couldn't make up his mind. Did the family of these people spread the news in Seirei? Of course not, little guy. You should pay more attention to the words of your elders. His words confused Ace. What do you mean by paying attention to the words of your elders? What does what they say have to do with what I asked? Who among these people was the first to spread the false news? Advertisement. This sentence flashed through his mind. Is it just to pay attention to this sentence? Is there any mystery? Ace lowered his head and silently repeated this sentence in his mind. When he thought of the 5th word, Ace suddenly realized it. Ace raised his head and looked into the eyes of old man Yamamoto. All elders should have a list in their hands, right? Not stupid, he said with a smile. This is a real smile. Old man Yamamoto said nothing and took out a scroll tied with a purple ribbon. Then the melodious wooden beats came from outside the house again. In fact, the hint given by his words is obvious. Who is the person who first spread the false information? Since it is who, then naturally there is only one person who is the false accuser. However, even Ace, who has experienced assassination, cannot be sure. How can the 5 major families of Seirei be so sure that there is only one false accuser? The only explanation is that these 5 nobles have also investigated the matter and have already obtained the results. After reading the name on the scroll, Ace's face twitched, just as Ace thought. Knowing that he had read it, he still asked such a question stupidly. Actually, I was assassinated in Tomi district. I don't think you have time to entertain me, right? It seems that you have an idea, old man Yamamoto replied with a smile. In Ace's hand, there are nearly 50 lower-level nobles and nearly 20 middle-level nobles. Advertisement. Old man Yamamoto and the 5 nobles jointly found out the list of falsely accused families. 0. In order to get this list, Seirei openly investigated the family of the messenger, but that was just for show. Old man Yamamoto and others never thought that they could solve this trouble. So the main basis of the list is interests. No matter how many means are used to cover up their whereabouts, hiding in any corner, they will move forward desperately until the time of distributing interests. And this list is not screened. In line with the principle of killing rather than wrong, any family that has distributed interests is on it. Therefore, this list did not take too much effort, but the cost is not small. But even so, the most critical part missing from the list is the family of the false accuser. The families of these suspects are not on the list. There are 2 explanations for this situation. One is that there is an unlucky person who did something to take responsibility, but got nothing in the end. But this is almost impossible. First of all, Seirei has not had a noble head die for many years. On the other hand, no one is willing to take responsibility for such a thing, and no one believes that others will do so. So the second explanation is the most likely, and this is where Ace's seemingly ridiculous problem lies, a leader who disappeared from the list. The plaintiff is likely to come from this leading family. On the other hand, Seirei was able to stop several middle-level nobles from fighting each other and implement such a bold 2.9 plan. Apart from the big families, there are only upgraded nobles outside. Ace also fully understands that the feelings for some of the benefits he collected back are just by the way. The real reason is because these people did not find the mastermind behind the scenes. Sure enough, he can't trust these people. Very good, this is the 46th room. If you think about it carefully, this false accusation is actually the beginning of all the chaos. In order to maximize the blockade of correct information, it is up to the false accuser to seize the opportunity and decide whether to send back false information. Then, whether to adopt this approach depends on the person in charge of the Seirei. The fire is in the hands of the person in charge, but the fuse must be provided by the false accuser. So what? Old man Yamamoto looked at Ace and asked. Chapter 316. Ace's method. This person needs to be decisive, not timid. What's more important is his identity. To be precise, is the identity of this person in charge strong enough for others to be willing to give him such a task? Ace took a deep breath and glanced at everyone in front of him. So, this person must be the absolute confidant of the person in charge. The other participants are not so convincing, and they must come from 10 upper nobles. Not bad, not bad. The head of the Kuchiki family still did not speak, but his protruding throat moved twice. He spoke slowly in a hoarse voice. Unfortunately, there are 3 upper nobles here. It's still not easy for you to find that person. It's not difficult, it just requires a little cooperation. Ace smiled faintly. How to cooperate? Ace's words suddenly aroused people's interest. Ace did not keep the secret, but spoke his thoughts loudly. The 6 of them thought about it for a moment and made a decision immediately. That's it. 3 of them were from upper noble families, namely Katetsu Izan, a member of the 4th Division, a member of the 5th Division, and the 5th Division 5 seat. After cleaning up the unconscious handymen and girls in the hall, the first person to be released from Kido and wake up was Katetsu Izan, the woman with lavender hair who was carried by Lin Sha to escape. When she woke up, the first thing she saw was Ace's face. This scared her. Although it was a little fuzzy, the last thing she remembered was Ace's fist. Katetsu Izan, turn around. Katetsu Izan looked over and saw that it was Captain Yamamoto. The heads of the 5 noble families were sitting beside him. Katetsu Izan immediately turned around and knelt down, lowered his head, and trembled slightly. Half a month ago, in Zaraki district, what happened to you that led to the death of 2 members of the 11th Division? We met Jillian, they didn't escape. How did you escape? Ace, he showed up in time to kill Jillian, and the Quincy. Then why did you send a message to Seirei, saying that Ace killed them? Old man Yamamoto poked the stick in his hand and said sternly. Who told you to lie like this? What's your motive? Katetsu Izan was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, quickly raised his head, waved his hand and explained. No, it wasn't me. I didn't reply to the message at all. Advertisement moreover, in the killing planes, unless something special happened, all summons were arranged after the temporary base was established. So, we didn't send out the summons at all. It's true. What I said is true, please believe me. Who sent the message? Old man Yamamoto said in a deep voice. I don't know. No one said what message to convey at that time. Although Ace scolded us, he saved our lives after all. How could we hurt him like this? The answers of the 5 seats of the 5th squad who were awakened next were generally similar except for some details. No one pointed out anyone else. Of course, they would not admit that they were the false accusers. The investigation encountered trouble for a while, but this was expected by Ace and others. It was a fantasy to expect an electric shocker or 10 framed people to come forward and confess. One of you likes to throw dirty water on me. It didn't matter in the past. It's just a small matter. Ace, who had watched this drama for a long time, put his hands behind his back and walked back and forth in front of the 3 of them. But this is too much. You guys hate me so much that you want me to die. Why only suspect us? The 5 seats of the 5th squad retorted. The look you gave me at the last time. Ace pointed to his eyes and continued. Everyone else had an expression of extreme disgust, but you 3 were the only ones who were different. Your eyes were surprised. However, it is understandable that you feel annoyed to see that I am still alive. Fabricating facts, you bastards. The head of the Shihuan family suddenly cursed. He slapped the handrail of his subordinate and broke it. You and your family don't deserve to live. You can find out for yourself. Ace, while speaking, he kicked the zanpakuto of the 3 people not far in front. After all, I'm fine. If you take responsibility, I will no longer investigate your family in depth. What do you say? Advertisement. What Ace means is what I mean, the old man Yamamoto said in a deep voice. The Seirei will not let the same mistake happen again. If you insist on it, I don't mind killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Pay the price for your stupidity before the tragedy ends. We don't want to see the demise of the 3 major families, but it doesn't mean we can't do it. The head of the Kuchiki family shouted coldly. Better to make a mistake than to let go. This is the code of conduct of Seirei since its establishment. The 5th seat of the 5th squad trembled and picked up his zanpakuto with both hands. As if he had made up his mind, his right hand slowly moved to the handle of the knife, and then grabbed it fiercely, but to be honest, he was unwilling. When the 5th seat of the 5th team hesitated, the 5th team member on the left moved. He raised zanpakuto with both hands and put down the blade, he shouted. 523. I can die, but my conscience is innocent. My family is more innocent. Then, he stabbed his heart. However, just as the blade was about to pierce his body, Ace suddenly moved and kicked the 5th team member's hand. The blade barely grazed his heart and pierced his body diagonally. The 5th team member gritted his teeth. His forehead was pressed against the ground. He held the handle of the knife with both hands and knelt on the ground motionless. He looked like a cooked shrimp, but the short breath from his nose proved that he was still alive. Was this just a test? As the 5th seat of the 5th team thought, Ace's voice appeared again. You are the 5th seed of the 5th division, right? Your performance is disappointing as always. Ace squatted beside the 3 people and patted the left shoulder of the 5th seed of the 5th division with his left hand. Then he put his right hand on Kotetsu Izane's right shoulder and turned around and said, "As for you, I hope you won't be so scared this time that you can't even pick up the knife. But now congratulations, you are safe." Kotetsu Yangsheng felt that all the strength in his body was pulled away by the word, "Congratulations," and fell directly to the ground. The 5th seed of the 5th division was motionless, just staring at Ace. Chapter 317. Agreement reached. Ace said nothing more to the 2 men, and suddenly grabbed the hair of the 5th division member, making it difficult to mention himself in front of him. Without saying a word, his narrow eyes stared coldly at the other's pale face washed by sweat. "No, it's not me." The 5th division member widened his eyes and explained with a trembling voice. "I didn't hold back just now. I really want to prove my innocence." "Yes, you didn't hold back, but I never said that those who can kill themselves are innocent." Ace smiled faintly. "Expose." The face of the 5th division member changed drastically, and his right hand grasped the handle of the knife in front of his chest, not to resist but to understand himself. However, Ace was faster and pulled out the Zanpakuto in the man's body. A painful howl came from his throat and echoed throughout the hall. "Be quiet, because you are noisy." Ace first slapped the wailing 5th division member with his backhand. Then Ace turned his head and gestured to Kotetsu Izan, seeing that the other party did not answer. "Wake up. Stop the bleeding for him, save him. If he dies, you can only blame him." Ace said helplessly. At this time, poor Kotetsu Izan Tiger has completely become a tool. As long as it is Ace's order, even if her brain does not move, her body will subconsciously execute it. This young killing god who is much younger than her is really terrible. In fact, let alone her, even the heads of the 5 major families who are used to the ups and downs now look at Ace with a little palpitation. Ace's plan is very simple. The more he wants to prove his innocence, the more problems he will have. It's easier said than done. First of all, he doubts that there is no such impatient person as Yanamura Naoto and Hayashida on the list. These 2 people never take their lives seriously. It is not impossible to prove innocence at the cost of death. Obviously, the 5th seed of the 5th squad and others are not such people. Even if they save people, they have to hesitate again and again. Do they know themselves so decisively? Second, the false accuser must not know what has happened in the past 100 years. Fortunately for Ace, he sealed the consciousness of these people, so their memories stayed more than 100 years ago. Finally, let old man Yamamoto and others cooperate in the performance, so that the 3 people who woke up thought that it was only half a month ago. Advertisement later, old man Yamamoto was completely suspended, and various positions of Seirei were transferred on a large scale, and they knew nothing about it. And the people who framed him also misjudged the current attention of these people to this matter. Now that things have developed to this point, it is no longer a small fight, and it can be explained by a dispute of will. The mastermind behind the scenes must be caught. As long as there is a suspicion, no one can be let go. If you want to use suicide to get rid of suspicion, these people's lives are not worth it. The poor member of the 5th team didn't know that when he thought he had made the right bet, old man Yamamoto and others kept looking at him with the eyes of a dead man. Decisiveness is his advantage, but it is also this decisiveness that makes him destined to be exposed. "I hope I didn't disappoint you all." Old man Yamamoto and the other 6 did not respond to Ace's words. Ace was also confused. What do they mean? Are they going to cross the river and burn the bridge? Old man Yamamoto couldn't stand it anymore, so he coughed deliberately, covered his mouth, and pointed to the position behind Ace. Ace looked back and saw the confused look of the 5th seed of the 5th team. Well, it was his own negligence. When Ace finished speaking, he also stopped the movement of his hands, and his eyebrows had shrunk into a ball without knowing when. "Don't be shy. Let's go too," let him and Yamamoto nag. "How many days does the plan for the Star Cross Fortress take? What are the conditions?" The scene became quiet again, and the secret conversation could continue. "I want to deal with those traitors first, but now it seems that we must act at the same time." Old man Yamamoto didn't want to explain, but said seriously. After all, in Ace's view, the 5 nobles trusted him and always stood by him. Old man Yamamoto said as he took off the cane in his hand. He took out the black-sheathed silver-handled Zanpakuto from the cane and handed it to Ace. "Star Cross Fortress, are you confident to break it?" Advertisement. After saying that, several people left together. Old man Yamamoto looked up at Ace and continued. The remaining 2 people did not tease Ace, nodded to old man Yamamoto, and disappeared into the house, leaving only the head of Yamamoto and Ace. Ace shook his head and told old man Yamamoto everything he knew. "You little brat, you won't suffer by then, don't worry," the head of the Kuchiki family teased, and his voice became hazy again. "But is this trust without reason? For more than 100 years, Lin Mugia Jingzi has been recuperating in old man Yamamoto's home." Ace touched his head and said with a smug smile, 5 days, the complete plan will take at least 5 days. Also, I can listen to this kid's voice from time to time. However, we still have to discuss the affairs of this guy's family. When the time comes, we will control the situation. Let's just forget about this matter. We'll leave first. Yamamoto, the rest is up to you." Old man Yamamoto looked at Ace and smiled a little. "Yoruichi nags you every day. If you don't bring her some gifts, she won't forgive you. Haha." The head of Shihuan laughed and turned to continue. It is not difficult to break it, but it is very difficult to achieve the teacher's goal. Therefore, it is a fact that they are framed, and it is also a fact that they are monitored. So the final trust comes naturally. Just a little harder than the teacher. 5 days later in the evening, bring them back to Seirei as aka go directly to Kuchiki's house. I'll wait for you there, Jay. It's okay. The captain shall not exceed 6 people, and except for the 11th and 12-man squads, no more than 1,000 people. Old man Yamamoto laughed and scolded. Ace's words were obscure, but he could still see that he was pretending to complain. Ace thought for a while, spread out 5 fingers and said, "You haven't let me down for so many years, and you've done a good job." Ace raised his hand and the 5th seed of the 5th team fainted, and then Katetsu Izan followed suit. As time passed, old man Yamamoto listened, stroked his beard, and seemed to be thinking about something. Chapter 318. Captains Gather. Kai Ming is a friend of old man Yamamoto who lives in Rukongai, but in fact he is another identity prepared for Ace. The Zanpakuto he took out now is naturally another Zanpakuto of Ace. I'm leaving first. Remember, don't release this Zanpakuto unless it's absolutely necessary. Old man Yamamoto said something and was about to leave, but was stopped by Ace. Well, teacher. Ace lowered his head and said hesitantly. You still have to pay my bill. Pay the bill? Ace turned his head and pointed at his feet. It costs a lot of money to rent this place, and old man Yamamoto has to reimburse him. Old man Yamamoto didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He didn't have any money on him. How could he pay? You are a big boy now, but if you come to a place like this again, I will break your legs. Old man Yamamoto glared. In front of Shinigami like old man Yamamoto who has been invincible for 1,000 years, Ace is indeed still a child. No, teacher, you believe me. 237 Ace waved his hand and explained quickly. I didn't do anything, I just found a place, then find a new place. Old man Yamamoto said, performing shunpo and leaving Ace in a dilemma. He used a Zanpakuto has reserved this place, but even if it belongs to someone else, it is impossible not to take it back, right? Now old man Yamamoto ran away directly, and there was no way, Ace could only run away helplessly. Ace put the few people on the ground into his pocket and left here before dawn. At dawn, the people here woke up and found that the scarred face from yesterday was gone, along with the Zanpakuto that the boss regarded as a treasure. Advertisement. They didn't know how many big figures had come here before. They also didn't know how many people's lives and deaths were determined here. 5 days later, Ace finally returned to the familiar Seirei in another identity. No one would regard the old Shinigami in front of him, wearing a white mask and a kale robe, as a notorious wanted criminal. The gap is too big. It has been more than 100 years since I got seriously ill, but no one doubts it. In the hall of the Kuchiki family, Ace has already entered his new identity, Ace said loudly. You, the pretty boy, are still useful. Old man Yamamoto has worked hard for the identity of AKA. Ace spent most of the 6 years at the Spiritual Arts Academy to get familiar with AKA's identity. For example, because the head of the Kuchiki family pays attention to his appearance and is young and handsome, others have given him the title of pretty boy, and not many people know this nickname until now. Hearing this nickname that he hasn't heard for a long time, the wrinkles on the face of the head of the Kuchiki family seemed to deepen. Everyone is here. There is no need to hide your identity, right? There are really many old friends who chose to live in seclusion or wander at the beginning, and the head of the Kuchiki family couldn't tell which one of them was AKA now. The past is like clouds, why mention it again? Ace replied lightly, pointed to his mask, and continued. If you really mind, you can take a look for yourself. I also want to see if you really can't have surgery these years. This is also what old man Yamamoto said. The Kuchiki family is the proudest family and cares most about the family's noble reputation. They think that fighting without reason is rude and ugly, so in the face of general provocation, they will choose to ignore it. But if they encounter something related to honor and rules, they will draw their swords without hesitation. As old man Yamamoto, ACFA, and Ace expected, the head of the Kuchiki family did not even want to talk. After making a gesture of please help yourself, he drank alone in front of the tea table. At this time, Ace approached shamelessly and whispered in Kuchiki's ear. Hey, actually you still want to know who I am, don't you? If you beg me, I will show you. How is it? Ace almost choked on his tea, and laughed at the head of the Kuchiki family who was coughing with his hands covering his mouth. These old guys are like robots at ordinary times, but they are still cute when they reveal their inner thoughts. Advertisement. The head of the Kuchiki family directly shut off his hearing with Ryujin, and no longer paid attention to Ace. The two of them were silent until the half-moon rose and the night fell completely. There are really many guests visiting the Kuchiki family today. Ace is one of the early ones, and now is the time for others to visit. Old man Yamamoto arrived first, nodded to the two people in the room, and sat down in the innermost seat without being polite, closing his eyes and resting. Next is the head of the Shihuan family. Unlike 5 days ago in the entertainment place, this time he is wearing the captain's haori. This means that his current identity is not the head of the Shihuan family, but the captain of the Godai 13th Division 2. It seems that I came quite early, the head of the Shihuan family said with a smile. Seeing the disguised Ace passing by, he knew that this was the red that old man Yamamoto mentioned. Just when he was about to say something polite, a gentle voice suddenly came from behind him, making him stop thinking about it. It seems that I am not late. The person who came was a woman. Her black hair was tied into 2 braids and tied in front of her chest. Her small face had delicate features, and her smiling eyes often curved into a crescent shape, which made people feel pity. However, the captain's howry she wore proved that she was not an ordinary weak woman. The 4 behind the captain's howry represented the team she was in charge of. Captain of the 4th Division of the Gode 13, Yunohana Retsu. After so many years, Sister Wa is still as beautiful as ever. Ace looked at Yunohana Retsu, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Old man Yamamoto coughed dryly. In fact, what old man Yamamoto really wanted to remind Ace was that he liked to run to the 4th Division since he was a child. He knew what this kid was thinking. Now that the kid has grown up, should he consider his lifelong event? Old man Yamamoto thought to himself. Just then, 4 captains arrived together. They're the captain of the 7th Division, Love Aikawa. The captain of the 9th Division, Muguruma Kensai. The new captain of the 3rd Division, Hubashi Rokuro. And the captain of the 5th Division, Hiroko Shinji. Chapter 319. The action begins. These 4 people are of the same generation, and they are friends in private. Some time ago, Atoribashi Rojiro took over the position of captain of the 3rd squad, and also crowned the 4 of them as the strongest 4 in the group. Excellent people will naturally attract each other, and perhaps this is the case with them. Secret authorization and secret gatherings. I seem to see the days of hard work waving to me again, alas. Hiroko Shinji sighed and complained. Coincidentally, I see the same thing as you. Kyoraku Shunsui, the captain of the 8th Division, just arrived and heard Ping speak for him. Patting Hiroko on the shoulder, he whispered, "So do you want to have a drink together later?" And the captain of the 13th Division, Jashiro Yukitaki, just wanted to remind him that there was one more person in front of him. That is, the captain of the 10th Division, Shiba Ishin, who was wearing the 10 captain's howry. "Take me and Lisa with you, and pour us some wine, hee. You two go. Staying up late will cause hair loss." Hiroko broke free from their restraints and stood opposite them unconsciously. She muttered to herself. If you really become bald, wouldn't Hiyori laugh herself to death? Sorry, am I late? Kiryu? Don't worry, there's another one. You are not the last one? Shiba looked at the purple-haired woman who had just arrived, and made a circle with his thumb and index finger, making a drinking gesture. Want to have a drink together after the end? The newcomer was the captain of the 12th Division, Hikafuna Kiryu, who was also the only female captain of the Gode 13 Division besides Yunohana. At this time, there were already 12 captains gathered in the house. Except for the captain of the 11th Division, the highest fighting force of the spiritual court was concentrated in the hall of the Kuchiki family. Advertisement: there was still a captain missing, but old man Yamamoto didn't seem to want to wait any longer. He opened his closed eyes slightly, tapped on the ground with his cane, and shouted. Everyone, take your positions. Some noisy halls suddenly became quiet, but if someone was outside, they would find that there was no 3-point sound in the hall from the beginning. At present, in addition to old man Yamamoto, there are 11 captains, with the even-numbered divisions on the left and the odd-numbered divisions on the right, standing in 2 rows facing each other. As for Ace, he stood in front of Hiroko, looking straight at Yunohana Retsu opposite. Old man Yamamoto looked at Ace for a while, and slowly stood up from the chair. Captain level, the temporary meeting has begun. Not many people know about the temporary meeting of the captains a week ago, and it seems that there has been no major changes. It was not until tonight that people knew that the changes had taken place. The elimination operation will be carried out in 3 parts at the same time. You must first arrest the main person, and then enter the virtual world with Kiryu and others. The captain of the 11th Division looked at the building in front of him. His face was full of sadness. People who knew him would find it difficult to connect him with the easygoing and optimistic him in the past. Of course, if you really feel that you can't do it, I can do something for you. The words of Kyoraku Shunsui 3 days ago came to mind again. In the room, the captain of the 11th Division lowered his head and murmured softly. Don't treat me as a crying little girl. People have to pay the price for what they do. If you really do this, then this is the price you need to pay. Captain? The captain of the 11th Squadron turned around and saw the worried expression of his adjutant. He forced himself to cheer up and said with a smile. I'm fine. Don't look at me like that. I don't know what will happen yet. The extermination operation was prepared by old man Yamamoto, with the purpose of completely destroying the Quincy. Only Captain Gode 13, the 46th Chamber and Ace knew the full content of the operation. This operation is divided into 3 parts. The first part is the internal cleanup of the Seirei. 7 days ago, Ace brought the news to the captain's temporary meeting that someone in Seirei colluded with the Quincy. In order to prevent their actions from being discovered by these people and causing them to flee in all directions, this operation was formulated. Advertisement: in order to ensure that everything is foolproof, it was personally carried out by Kyoraku Shunsui, Jashiro Yukitaki, Yunohana Retsu and the captain of the 11th Division. At that time, there were nearly 50 people on the list of lower nobles and nearly 20 middle nobles. The whole room was full of Yuan Zhou. 0. Ask for flowers 00. After the extermination operation is over, they will be temporarily detained and interrogated together. And the family arrested by the captain of the 11th Division will not be too simple. The 2 words on the doorplate show the ownership of the house. Superior nobles. That is, the one who falsely accused Ace's family was the only upper noble in this operation. The captain of the 11th Squadron entered the mansion of the upper noble. Although the courtyard was large, most of the rainbow light was dark. In the center of the courtyard stood a thin, well-dressed man, who seemed to be the only living person in the mansion. The man had a black ponytail, with 2 thin strands of hair hanging in front of him. His skin was white, without a bit of blood, and he looked a little sick. His narrow eyes were like a pool of Seredi water that could soothe the impetuous heart. "I've been waiting for a long time." The man's voice was very light, as if it could be blown away by a gust of wind. He slowly raised his hands and continued. "Let's go. I really don't know whether I should praise your bravery or say you are stupid." The captain of the 11th Division smiled bitterly and shook his head. Since the other party has admitted it, there is nothing to say. This surprised him and disappointed him even more. "You are lying, aren't you? You are not the kind of person who would betray Seredi, right?" The vice captain of the 11th Division excitedly shouted out the voices of the other team members. The man in front of him was this upper noble, Dangdai Jiajuang. At the same time, he is also the 3rd seed of the 11th Division. His fame among the team members is second only to the captain. In the eyes of the members of the 11th Division, this man is a gentle and selfless person, and one of the few cultural people in the 11th Division. Although he is the 3rd seed, he is extremely powerful. Many people think that he is the most likely successor to the title of Kenpachi. Including the captain of the 3rd Division resigned some time ago. Compared with the Toribashi Rojiro, the 46th Chamber actually prefers this man to take over. It's a pity that this man insisted on staying in the 11th Division, and the captain of the 3rd Division was replaced by a Toribashi Rojiro as 0. Chapter 320. Key Position. So, to say that such a man colluded with the Quincy and attempted to harm Seredi? Most of the 11th Division present did not believe it and asked for an explanation. However, looking at the silent expression of this man, he did not mean to explain anything. The captain of the 11th Division raised his hand to stop the restlessness of the team members and waved to the Kido who were traveling with him. 4 masked men in white clothes, holding long metal forks, came forward and placed a Kido device that could limit the operation of the gauge pressure on their necks and hands. "And hand over your Zanpakuto, 3 Mole City." A Kido said. "Zanpakuto?" The man smiled for the first time, with a slight smile on his lips. "I don't usually take it, so I don't know where it is, 79-7. The Kido frowned and said in a hoarse voice, "You'd better be honest. Just because you didn't die, it proves that I'm honest." After saying that, the man walked away by himself. The Kido around were stunned, and then they followed. Who is arresting whom? The Kido frowned. This man's surrender without resistance was a little surprising, but also reasonable. Although the upper nobles were strong, they were just a bigger dust compared to the entire Seredi. Resistance? It's useless. As for the future of this upper noble, it can only be known after this operation is over. The night is still long, and the captain of the 11th Division, who is about to meet with Denfu Kiryu, Shihuan family head and Kuchiki family head, knows it. Advertisement at this moment, Ace, who is far away in the Zaraki district, knows even more clearly that repairs are just the beginning, and the real war is about to begin. In the Zaraki district north of Seredi, a huge triangle consisting of nearly 1,000 Shinigami and hundreds of Kido is running north at night. This team began to assemble after the captain's temporary meeting. First, the captain of each division will screen out the problematic members according to the list, and then directly take on the danger one by one. In addition, in order to prevent Seredi from leaking information, most of the team members are stationed in the Killing Plain and Rukongai. Starting from the 4 captains entering Hueco Mundo as bait, because of this war, there have been Shinigami who have paid their lives. When the work is completed, the remaining 9 captains in Seredi will be divided into 3 groups to perform different tasks. Second, no Quincy is allowed to escape from the Star-Cross Fortress. It is not difficult to see that both the first and third parts of the action are for Ace. Ace pretended to be authoritative and asked in a rough voice. Ace's pressure is obvious. The first part has been completed. However, Ace is not a person who will back down in a fight. After waiting for these team members to complete the assembly, Seredi confirmed that no internal information had leaked out. First, the time for action. Everyone else is fine. The 4 captains in Hueco Mundo cannot leave everyone in Hueco Mundo. Since Ace is responsible for formulating a specific plan to complete this deal, this operation can only succeed, not fail. This action is to wait for the last moment to close the net and catch them all in one fell swoop. The task that Ace is responsible for has not yet begun. As for the ongoing part, it is actually the third part, the final stage of the entire operation. At present, their mission has not yet begun, but Ace's face is full of seriousness. Although the extinction operation has 3 parts, he is responsible for the most critical link. 3 days ago, Ace, disguised as Kai, led 4 captains, nearly 100 members of the 2nd Division secret mobile team, and hundreds of Kido people. They arrived in batches in the Zaraki area. Advertisement: what's wrong? What happened? In order to ensure their own safety, they can capture and kill as many people as possible, but this is the bottom line. As for the side, Urahara Kazuki's face was rarely without a smile. At the same time, the 4 captains at the forefront, Shihuan, Kuchiki, Hakafuna Kiryu and the captain of the 11th squad, will lead their squads to feint and attack Hueco Mundo to ensure that they will not be disturbed by Manos Grande above Jillian level in the Ace operation, and thus fall into a siege. Ace looked in the direction of the voice. Although it was not very clear at night due to the skin color problem, the familiar face of Yoruichi could be distinguished. Wearing a mask, Ace, disguised as Kai, stood at the front of the team. He was also the commander-in-chief of the team and the highest decision-maker of this huge team. The mission of this team is naturally to destroy the interstellar cross-fortress, which is part of the extinction operation. Especially the latter, the price paid is extremely high. Seirei cannot fail, nor can the present world or even Soul Society fail. The remaining Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki are on Rukongai Street as reserve forces, and the action depends on the situation. The first squad headed by the Captain-in-Chief Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni will command and coordinate, and while sitting in the powerless Seirei, try to complete the location of the Quincy in the world. It was not until this time that they really completed the assembly. 2 days. This is the longest time that Seirei allows the 4 captains to stay in Hueco Mundo, and it is also the longest time that Ace can attack the Star Cross Fortress 1.4. It is no exaggeration to say that the degree of completion of this plan will directly determine the success or failure of the entire extinction operation. Of the next 4 captains, Yunohana Retsu and Shiba Ishin will lead their squads into Zaraki District 0. The latter will clear out the Quincy wandering in Zaraki District, while the former will rush to the Star Cross Fortress to complete the support. As for the remaining 4 captains, Yunohana Retsu, Kyoraku Shunsui, Shiba Ishin and Jashiro Yukitaki, they will lead their respective squads to enter Rukongai from 4 directions first, roughly clearing the scattered Quincy on Rukongai to stabilize the situation on the street. As for what is the last moment, it is natural to wait for Ace to take down the Star Cross Fortress. Just as Ace simulated the details of the plan in his mind, the 2 figures behind him quickly approached him and soon stood side by side with him. The entire operation is divided into 3 parts, and the 3 parts are carried out almost simultaneously. 14T Chapter 321. Vanguard Troops. A. Yoruichi paused, gritted his teeth and continued to ask. Want to ask Master Kai, where is Ace now? Before coming, Yoruichi already knew that Ace was wrong. For the past 150 years, Yiji has been working hard to end this operation. She also asked her father where Ace is now, but her father didn't know where Ace is. She only knew that Ace was in the Zaraki district. At that time, he would most likely join the extermination team. It's just that she and Urahara Kazuki are also members of the extermination team. They thought they could see Ace after coming here, and the 3 of them would act together. But in fact, there was no trace of Ace in the extermination team, so the 2 people who had been worried for a long time finally mustered up the courage to ask Master Kai, whom they had never seen before. Yoruichi didn't know that Ace, whom she had been thinking about day and night, was standing in front of her. Of course, Ace didn't do this on purpose. Although he had roughly listed the list of the extermination team 02, the actual implementation was decided by the team leader. In fact, Ace initially excluded these 2 people because the operation was too dangerous. However, Yoruichi was an indispensable part of this operation. Yoruichi was recommended by her father, the head of the Shihuan family. It is hard to imagine that a father would push his daughter into a fire pit. The head of the Shihuan family is really a ruthless person. Urahara Kazuki had nothing to say. He was worried that Yoruichi came alone, so he forced Hikafuna Kiryu to come together in the end. There was no other way. Ace couldn't drive these 2 people away for no reason. So, 3 good friends who grew up together stood on the same battlefield. Maybe this is fate. Akasama. Advertisement. Urahara Kazuki saw that the other party was hesitant to answer and reminded him. That stinky boy. Ace came back to his senses and changed the subject, he said unhappily. Why do you care about that brat? He has nothing to do with this operation. Just want to know how he is. Is he in danger? Is that how you 2 see me? Ace complained to himself and then continued. Instead of worrying about him, you should worry about yourself, especially you, Shihuan Yi. Yoruichi wanted to ask a few more questions, but was stopped by Ace. Ace stopped and stretched out his right hand. The extermination team, which was still on the march, stopped and waited for Isis' next order. At this time, the extermination team had just entered a forest. It was very quiet here, and there was no sign of danger except for the unknown darkness. There would be no danger now, but if Ace walked 5 meters further, he would find a black cavity and a large number of hollows ready to go. Although he couldn't see it, Ace could feel that 5 meters away was the spiritual power-free zone protecting the Star Cross Fortress. This proves that the Star Cross Fortress is not far away. As long as we pass through here, we can carry out the final extermination. But of course we can't force our way through. Ace and Old Man Yamamoto are not fully prepared. Before the 2 sides officially fight, the existence of the extermination force must not be detected by the Quincy. Ace stretched out his right hand and moved forward slowly. He felt that his right hand touched the misty film in the air and stopped immediately. In everyone's eyes, the surrounding scenery gradually became blurred. It was also slightly brighter than the surrounding environment, as if an unknown liquid was smeared on the invisible wall in the air, and finally formed a circular arch, enough for 10 people to enter side by side. Ace's right hand remained motionless, and his left hand moved slightly forward to less than 5 centimeters. Another arch appeared. Ace turned around, nodded to the people behind him, and made a gesture. Advertisement, you can go in. Just follow the pre-planned way. The method to pass here is not difficult, nor is it simple. The basic principle is to use Ryotsu to create a gap in this film. At the same time, the gap will be filled with appropriate Ryotsu. This is the true face of the 2 arches. Whenever a Shinigami passes through, as long as it passes through at a speed, it is guaranteed that there will be no instantaneous line on the barrier of Ryujin. In the end, Ryujin will slowly offset the power of the Quincy that constitutes the membrane. Because the opening is not large, the membrane will slowly consume Ryujin and return to its original state. Although the power will be much weaker, it is still enough to ensure a period of no spiritual power zone. The principle is not difficult, but it is difficult to operate. This requires the executor to be mature enough in manipulating Ryujin. However, for Ace, who has been good at Keto since childhood, this is not a problem. Ryujin manipulation is Ace's specialty. When all the team members passed, Ace was really relieved. In order to pass 5 centimeters, he and the members of the extermination team cannot make any mistakes. Fortunately, the team members did not disrupt his rhythm for the time being, and he did not have any problems due to nervousness. The entire forest is about 30 kilometers deep. According to Ace's many reconnaissance missions, the Quincy of the Star-Crossed 583 fortress rarely appears here unless it is outside the jungle. Even so, Ace still maintains a high degree of concentration to guard against possible Quincy. Fortunately, the entire extermination team did not encounter the Quincy, but came to the inner edge of the forest. From here, there is a slight bulge of soil on the horizon 10 kilometers away. That is the target of the extermination team this time, the Star Rising Fortress. From here, it is a plain that can be seen at a glance. It is impossible for a large force to approach without being discovered. However, Ace has already deployed for this. They will send out the vanguard team to approach the Star-Crossed Fortress. Most people will stay here and wait for the operation to officially begin and attack the Star-Crossed Fortress again. At this moment, Ace is giving the final instructions to the members of the vanguard team. There are not many members in the vanguard team. They are Hiroko Shinji, Atoribashi Rojiro, Love Aikawa and Muguruma Kensai, 4 captains. The chief and deputy chief of the Keto group, Tessai Tsukabishi and Hashijin. Shihuan Yoruichi and the 4 squad leaders under him, and finally Ace, the commander-in-chief, a total of 2Z. Chapter 322. Large Bakudo. The entire Stern Cross Fortress is circular, with a radius of 10 kilometers, about 1/5 the size of the Seiradi, and is divided into 3 areas. The outer, middle, and inner. It is unknown how many Quincy there are inside, but it is definitely more than 1,000. The inner city of these 3 areas is particularly important, not only because most of the Quincy of the Stern Cross Fortress live there, but also because there is an entrance connecting to the real world in the central square. It is hard to believe that something that only Shinigami can make can be found in the lair of the Quincy, but it is a fact. According to Ace's exploration, the Quincy of the real world are using this to reach the Stern Cross Fortress directly. There is nothing like it elsewhere. From this, it can be known that this portal may have been built by the upper noble who was killed to help the Quincy. The Shinigami of Seiradi hate the existence of this gate because they cannot attack the Stern Cross Fortress head-on, nor can they attack it before dealing with this gate. Otherwise, once the Quincy in the Soul Society returns to the real world, it will be too costly to deal with them. This is not the result that the Shinigami want to see. Of course, in order to avoid attracting the enemy's attention, it is also a key point to remember to protect the Star Cross Fortress's portal from being hit. So, around this damn portal, the 12 people in the vanguard will perform 3 different tasks to ensure the smooth progress of the operation. The first one must be set outside the Star Cross Fortress, including the entire Star Cross Fortress. The main executors of this task are the 2 Keto leaders, Qian Ling Zhu Di and Yu Tien Bo Zi. First, they must unite with Ace to place a large Bakudo about 1 kilometer away from the Star Cross Fortress. This is a Keto created by Ace to block the Soul Society space. The feature is that it can be used by one person or by multiple people. It is most appropriate to use it here. But this Keto cannot limit the portal, and it is more to prevent the extermination of the law from escaping from the Star Word and flowing into the Soul Society's ministers. Before the Keto is completed, Yoruichi and the 4 squad leaders of the criminal army must first sneak into the Star Cross Fortress. However, their tasks are different, and the 4 squad leaders of the criminal army will participate in the second part of the operation. Advertisement: each of the 5 people has a boundary-breaking rune in their hands, which is an extremely weakened version of the boundary crossing gate, and can only travel within a space of about 10 kilometers in Soul Society. The 4 captains must enter the junction of the middle city and the inner city, and wait for the 3 blockades of the outer gate to start the boundary-breaking rune, and ensure the operation of the boundary-breaking rune. This is the second part. You don't have to force it. As long as you enter the central city, you will not be exposed in advance. Ace temporarily changed the mission requirements and turned to Yi Dao. You are the most important. This is the premise that you cannot be exposed. However, at least you must enter the city center area and get as close to the transit gate as possible to ensure its safety. Finally, you must ensure that when I arrive, I can reach the gate in one breath. Ace also lowered her expectations for Yoruichi, but even so, Yoruichi's mission is still very dangerous because she will participate in the third part of the operation. The portal is the key to this operation. The Quincy cannot leave Soul Society through it. Similarly, the Quincy cannot destroy it. So that the remaining Quincy will notice something strange and then disperse to where the present world gathers. Yoruichi is in charge of the border operations. Ace originally planned to let her father do it, but the old man said that Yoruichi's infiltration and Shunpo have surpassed him, so Yoruichi has to bear such a heavy burden. Yoruichi and the other 5 carry the boundary-breaking talisman, and Hiroko and the other 4 and Ace also have the corresponding boundary-breaking talisman in their hands. When Keto is released, Hiriko and the other 4 will first use the boundary-breaking talisman to directly enter the central city of the Star-Crossed Fortress, start to stir up trouble and cause destruction, so as to attract the attention of the Quincy Masters in the inner city and ensure the smooth release of Kido. Advertisement. After Kido is completed, Yoruichi will activate the rune in his hand. Ace will directly pass through the rune array and reach the square. He will use Kido to block the gate. They will stand in front of the gate of the inner city with Yi. This is the last level of the mission, blocking the boundary-breaking gate, which is also the only living cage for the Quincy to escape. At this time, the main force of the extermination force will also swarm in, solve most of the Quincy groups and attack directly. At that time, the extermination troops in the outer city were the main body, responsible for advancing inward and eliminating most of the Quincy. The 4 captains in the middle city were the fulcrums, always responsible for internal and external support. Ace and Yoruichi in the inner city were protectors, and the Quincy had only one choice, which was to fight. This was the main body of the extermination troops' actions. Currently, Ace is making the final adjustments to this step. Backquote. Not many people can fight you one-on-one. According to my years of research, there are 2 Quincy in the Star-Crossed Fortress, and they may be the only district that can stop you. Ace said to the 4 people. Hiriko and Luowu, you deal with these 2. Fengchao and Kensai, you are the support, try not to let other Quincy disturb them. At the same time, try to push the battlefield into the inner city. The louder the better, of course. If the other side is willing to retreat, you only need to leave the key figures in the center, so Yoruichi and I can deal with the small fish. However, if there is no pressure, you must send 2 people to the inner city immediately. It is decided now that if something goes wrong, Hiriko and Luowu can use Kido as a signal to make adjustments. Seeing that the 4 of them nodded in unison, Ace called the 8 vice-captains of the extermination team. After the vanguard team left, they would take over the command of the extermination, Good King, team. The first to set off were Yoruichi and the captain of the criminal army. Ace and others waited in place for nearly 40 minutes. There was still no movement in the distant Star-Crossed Fortress. But this is definitely a good thing, proving that the 5 people who sneaked into the Star-Crossed Fortress were not found. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Ace and others were ready to leave. 1 hour is the longest time Yoruichi takes to complete the task. If something happens during this time, they will send a direct signal. They will also directly enter the final battle stage. Now it seems that Yoruichi and the others have completed their tasks very smoothly, and then it is Tessai and Hachigen's task. This Kido is a large Bakudo developed by Ace. If any one of the 3 people performs it, it will take more than a minute to form, but if the 3 perform it at the same time, the time will be reduced to less than 15 seconds. Chapter 323. Joint Strangulation. Therefore, the emergence of this Kido created a new Kido, a combination of Kido, and the master who created Kido. Tessai Tsukabishi and Hachigen were naturally impressed and respected. But respect is respect, and the 2 still have doubts about this Kido. Of course, this is not because of the Kido itself, but because of the place of release. Tessai Tsukabishi and Hachigen who are responsible for the ground are fine, but the key is to be responsible for the red in the air. In Soul Society, Shinigami cannot fly. The 2 asked Ace this question more than once, but Ace did not answer directly. Soul Society is indeed impossible to fly, but nothing is impossible, right? Facing the 2 people, Ace raised his right foot, paused, and then exerted force on his feet, and his whole body slowly rose in the air. But he did not stop directly in the air. He fell a few centimeters before stopping. Tessai Tsukabishi and Hachigen looked at Ace in disbelief, and naturally understood what Ace did based on their own experience. But understanding is one thing, achieving is another. The air in Soul Society is actually a 650 low-purity Ryotsu with many impurities, and what Ace did is actually the same as the water spider. First, a thin film of Ryotsu is applied to the feet, and then Ryotsu with a density less than air is filled at a very fast speed, so that an invisible balloon appears on the feet. As long as the Ryotsu is manipulated delicately enough, anyone can do it, but unfortunately, no one in Soul Society can do it to this extent at present. Looking at the surprised expressions of the 2 people, under the mask, Ace's mouth curled up slightly. This is where it is. If it weren't for the fear that the momentum would attract the attention of the Quincy, Tessai Tsukabishi and Hachigen could open their eyes again. Everyone, we don't have much time, meet at the Star Kingdom map. The invisible bubble burst under his feet, and Ace's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only a circle of faint white lines slowly spreading. As expected, he is an outstanding Shinigami of the same generation as the captain. The remaining 6 people sighed in their hearts. They looked at each other and nodded slightly, and they also showed their ability to blend into the night. The time for action is almost up. Ff. At this time, the center of the entire city is the Cross Fortress. Yoruichi, dressed in black, lay on the roof of a house, looking at the square not far away, motionless. Advertisement. In the center of the huge square stands a huge white stone door. The square is brightly lit and empty. But once night falls, once someone intervenes, at least 40 Quincy resting in the surrounding houses will launch an attack. Yoruichi silently calculated the time in his heart. Yoruichi simulated his own line of attacks in his heart for the last time. The time for the general attack from the official start is very close. At this time, 10 kilometers above the square, a masked man in a pale blue robe was looking at the quiet city under his feet. However, it will soon become lively here. Although they did not bring an alarm clock, The hearts of the three people who were preparing to perform Kido seemed to have an hourglass. When the last grain of sand fell, Ace, Tessai Tsukabishi, and Hashijin stretched out their hands at the same time and uttered a long chant. As soon as the chanting began, the Ryujin around the Star-Crossed Fortress began to stir. With such a powerful momentum, the Quincy in the fortress would naturally not ignore it. However, the captain of the criminal army, who was already in the central city, had already taken a step ahead of them and activated the boundary-breaking talisman in his hand. 4 oval white light gates appeared out of thin air in front of the 4 waiting people. There was nothing to say, and the 4 people strode into the door. The next moment, 4 heavy Ryujin suddenly appeared in the central city of the Star-Crossed Fortress. The Quincy in the fortress also realized that there was an enemy attack, but the first task was to deal with the inside or outside. The Quincy without clear instructions was in chaos. The same chaos completely cut off their only chance of survival. Ace, Tessai Tsukabishi, and Arasho Dahachi finished the chanting almost at the same time. The huge black curtain quickly opened and turned into a rectangular coffin, tightly wrapping the entire Cross-Star Fortress. 3 huge silver locks were placed at the bottom, side and top of the coffin, one by one corresponding to the positions of the 3 of them. For Tessai Tsukabishi and Arashoda, their mission was over. All they had to do was to infuse Ryujin and ensure that the main lock on the ebony was good. However, Ace still had to rush to meet Yoruichi. Advertisement. Time went back to half a minute ago, and the Ryujin fluctuations from the Cross-Star Fortress to the outside also affected the inner city. Dozens of Quincy immediately united. After a simple exchange, a man and a woman led the way in front. Nearly 50 Quincy rushed to the periphery, and the remaining Quincy quietly guarded the transit gate. At this time, Yoruichi had not yet made a move. At this moment, if there were no obstacles, Yoruichi's position would be more than enough to reach the Great Crossing Gate in one breath. But the Quincy's in the square were not idle either, and Yoruichi also had to move forward, but not now. 3 seconds before Bakudo was completed, Yoruichi moved. The swastika did not move, but rushed towards the door in the distance. Boom! With a loud bang, a wave of red flames swept across the square. The Quincy's in the square activated their power to protect themselves in the portal behind them. Therefore, they did not notice that Yoruichi was flying in the air with the blast wind. Yoruichi turned around and landed directly on the beam of the portal, and the rune in his hand hit the beam hard. Arrows shot out from the hands of the Quincy's again, but were blocked by Yoruichi, and red fireworks bloomed again. At this moment, a black mask with white stripes appeared in the white light door opened by the boundary-breaking symbol. Next, a feather robe. Ace, who had just completed the blockade of Bakudo, finally stood on the beam of the gate with Yoruichi. Yoruichi continued to attack, and the Quincy's were all blown up one by one. Then, the attack began to sweep towards the Quincy's in the square. Ace didn't have much time to appreciate Yoruichi's battle. When Ace found that the gate was right under his feet, he activated Kido and controlled the gate under his feet to the Minister of Bakudo. Chapter 324. Attack and Defense of the Core Area, Hado 33, Kanghuo Zui. Hado 58, Tien Lan. After completing Bakudo, Ace released the offensive Kido non-stop. The palm of his left hand dropped a light blue firebeam, and at the same time, the middle finger of his right index finger was raised in the air, and a dark green whirlwind rose from the ground. The square full of red suddenly burst into a light blue firebeam, like blue paint on a red cloth, or a cold pool of water in the flames. No one could connect it with the blazing flames just by observation. The harmonious scene did not last long. Driven by the green whirlwind, the 2 flames burned wildly in the square like 2 giant pythons entangled together, and everything they touched turned to ashes. The wind fueled the fire, and it burned for more than 10 minutes before it gradually extinguished. The entire square was razed to the ground, and even a row of houses near the square were razed to the ground. But this was the end of the construction of the house, and it could only be beaten on the spot, but the Quincy Master was not stupid and retreated early. Although Ace did not intend to destroy them with only 2 Hado, when Ace saw that the Quincy on the roof was intact, Ace's brows were slightly frowned. There was also Ace's old man there. The 2 sides looked at each other for a while, neither of them acted rashly. The purpose of the Quincy was to protect the gate of the world. Now that Ace and Yoruichi were on the gate of the world, they dared not act rashly. But Ace's goal was the same as theirs, and it was in his interest for both sides to be in a stalemate. Just when Fuzz and the others were at a loss, a Quincy suddenly attacked them. 3 arrows were shot almost at the same time, shooting at Ace, Yoruichi and Bakudo under their feet. Not only that, there was a darker and faster blue arrow following closely behind. It dragged its tail, like a meteor, rushing towards Bakudo. It was obviously fired later, but it arrived at the same time as the first 3 arrows. My lord! Fuzz screamed in horror. Attacking the 2 Shinigami is understandable, but why attack the gate? Hado 4, White Thunder. Ace reacted very quickly, and thousands of white lightning burst out from Ace's index finger. It was not to block the arrows, but to hit the side accurately and forcibly change the flight path. Advertisement: the 4 arrows either missed or hit the ground. None of them hit the original target. The Quincy was not discouraged. His left hand swung up and down, as if 4 hands were pulling the 4 strings of a diamond bow at the same time. For a moment, dark blue and light blue arrows poured out from all directions like raindrops. If this Quincy was a mobile arrow tower at this time, then Ace was a ruthless Kido fortress at this time. Bakudo 12. Hidden fire. First, use this Bakudo to help locate the arrow, then, destroy. Hado 8. White Thunder Double Roar. Hado 12. Earth Thorn Sting. The low-level Kido was released crazily, and the khaki rock thorns and white lightning protected the ground and the air tightly. At this moment, the ground was filled with smoke, and the blue meteor broke away from gravity and flew into the sky. Yoruichi, who was standing aside, stared at the terrifying attack and defense battle in amazement. At this moment, Ace's voice rang out, "Go knock that archery kid out." If that's the case, Ace would be happy to wait, but he knew that some arrows were grazing Bakudo and flying into the distance, and Ace didn't interfere with these arrows. A powerful Quincy missed a fixed target. Don't be silly, it must be intentional. And it's not difficult to guess what this behavior means. The opponent is testing his fighting style and how much he cares about the piercing gate. Before this, the Quincy was restricted by the fear of damaging the piercing gate. However, at this time, a Shinigami with such a precise Kido would rather waste energy than dodge. The meaning is obvious. The Shinigami cares more about the piercing gate than they do. At this moment, it is necessary to seize the initiative. Ace knows that Yoruichi can only play a small role in the defensive battle, so Ace asked Yoruichi to give up the defensive attack and give full play to his fighting power. The Quincy is not bad either. At the same time, the order should be issued. You attack the masked man, don't be delayed. I'll deal with that woman, open the gate as soon as possible. Advertisement. Ace watched Yoruichi continued to release attacks, and Ace's face under the mask was full of gloating expressions. Poor guy, Yoruichi's attack is not so easy to take. To be honest, Ace is not under much pressure at this time. The remaining Quincy is still shooting at a long distance, but they are not as powerful as the Quincy leader who has transformed into an arrow tower. 0. Please give me flowers. Although the power of each arrow is stronger, in Ace's opinion, only a higher level of Hado is needed to change the trajectory. The quantity and speed are not enough. This allows Ace to focus part of his attention on Yoruichi. At this time, Yoruichi's strength has reached the captain level. According to Ace's observation, the Quincy leader is stronger than the vice captain, but definitely not at the captain level. Therefore, in Ace's opinion, Yoruichi should be able to deal with the opponent soon. But now something unexpected has happened. It's not that Yoruichi can't beat this guy, but Yoruichi can't hit the Quincy. It's unbelievable, but it's true. Although Yoruichi at this time is not the future Flash Goddess Yoruichi, her speed is definitely the best among Seirei. Ace can even see that her speed is more than twice as fast as it was more than 100 years ago. However, the Quincy leader seems to be like Yi, relying on his fast and clean speed to form a fighting style. The flying sickle kick, a unique footwork of the Quincy, is also one of the fastest Quincy's Ace has ever seen. But even so, it is slower than Yoruichi in speed, so why can't he hit him? If Ace looks at it for a while longer, he will find something strange, but now Fuz and other Quincy suddenly changed their attack, making Ace distracted. The Quincy has the ability to absorb spirit particles from the surrounding environment. Fuz and others in front of him are like this. Therefore, their best way to attack is to use the spirit bow to shoot spirit arrows strengthened by spirit power. But this does not mean that the Quincy has no means of close combat. Although they cannot compare with the Shinigami who are good at close combat, they can do it in close combat. At this time, Ace has been annoyed by several Quincy. These Quincy use Fei Lian kick to kill with one touch. After a period of attack and defense, Fuz found that the Shinigami on the gate was very strange. Even if it was to defend the gate, he would not be motionless, right? Moreover, twice their arrows were aimed at him. At this time, it was obviously more reasonable to use Shunpo to leave, but this Shinigami did not move and chose to take it hard. Chapter 325. Angry Yoruichi. Is it because of Bakudo that he can't leave the top of the door? This thought naturally flashed through the mind of the Quincy leader, so he quickly adjusted his tactics, letting the 10 Quincy continue their long-range harassment, while he and the other 9 Quincy quickly approached, with only one target, that is, Ace on the top of the door. Faced with such cooperation, Ace could hardly be distracted. Ace had also considered whether to use high-level Kido to deal with these guys, but the opponent was very cautious, with a maximum of 3 people at a time. And they didn't want to fight, retreating under the cover of bows and arrows, and then the follow-up personnel attacked. It is obvious that the opponent used a round-robin battle to consume Ace. Ace also deliberately revealed 1 or 2 flaws. Unfortunately, the opponent did not go up. It is obvious that if Ace had not been injured by 377, they would not have tried their best. In this case, Ace's eyes suddenly condensed. Bakudo 30, mouth 3 flashes. 3 beams of light appeared out of thin air in front of Ace and flew towards Faz in midair. The opponent didn't dodge and was tied up, flying backwards and nailed to the ground. If Ace hits him again at this time, it will be a death sentence for Faz. There are many such opportunities, but Ace seems not to notice them, and lets the Quincy break Bakudo and rejoin the war. Want to die in exchange for me being seriously injured, what a crazy guy. Ace looked at Faz rushing up with mixed feelings. Although he knew that Faz was not as simple as he looked, he didn't expect Faz to be so cruel. However, Ace was not qualified to say that Faz was cold and ruthless. Ace didn't take out Zanpakuto to kill him, not because Ace was thinking about the old relationship, but because IC was waiting for an opportunity to eliminate all the Quincy. At this point, Ace is more wolfish. Ace in the square is waiting for an opportunity, and Yoruichi outside the square is being kited and waiting for an opportunity. If Ace felt bad about being dragged along, then Yoruichi was completely annoyed at this time because he was being led by the nose. The Quincy boy in front of him was not as fast as her, and his attack power was not at the same level as hers. However, there was only one thing that Yoruichi lagged behind, that is, the attack speed of this Quincy boy was faster than her. Advertisement. This made Yoruichi completely led by the nose. Bang! Yoruichi collided with the blue arrow, and a huge explosion appeared again. Yoruichi swept a path in a burst of red flames, and was not affected by the explosion, and hurriedly chased after it. The Quincy leader, who was already within 10 meters, took advantage of this gap and ran directly 500 meters. The speed of this Quincy boy was incredibly fast, and the point was that even when moving, he would not slow down too much. Therefore, his speed was almost as fast as he, even if Yoruichi occasionally rushed in front of him, the oncoming arrows would force Yoruichi to retreat. With the help of Fei Lian Zhao, this Quincy boy could naturally control the situation between him and Yi Ju again. It was like this every time. Yoruichi gritted his teeth and swept away the arrows in front of him. Yoruichi's temples bulged slightly. Such a battle was really frustrating for Yoruichi. Their strength was still very different, but this Quincy boy was not happy at all. At this moment, blue thin lines were arranged on his bones. At this time, in a cave dozens of meters underground, a man was whistling leisurely. Turn? In this case, destroy all these obstacles? No, you can't just hurt him, you have to kill him with one strike. Yoruichi allowed himself to calm down a little. In order to capture this level of Quincy alive, he must be knocked unconscious. Even if all his bones are broken, he cannot be captured alive in a short period of time. Endure. No matter how angry you are, you have to endure it. At this time, Yoruichi was also angry. The Shinigami who had fought with the Quincy must have known the existence of this skill, so Ace's initial order was to knock this Quincy boy unconscious. This is not a joke. Every time he turns a corner, he will shoot a few arrows at Yoruichi. He has used the advantage of long distance to the ultimate. Advertisement. These thin lines are a way for the Quincy to convert spirit particles into thin lines and sew up the parts that cannot move, forcing the body to move like a puppet. The death suit means that he is also a Shinigami. The ends of the light yellow hair are slightly curled up, as if he just woke up. However, only the third seed is not enough to participate in this most important operation. And Yoruichi was also irritated after being tricked several times. Even if he was not hit head-on by Yoruichi, the aftermath of Yoruichi's attack was enough to break some of his bones. Yoruichi has stored a lot of Ryujin. If released at the same time, it might threaten the Quincy boy in the distance. Yoruichi hinted to himself. After returning from the Soul King Palace, Urahara Kazuki directly became the third seed of the 12th division. In fact, the bones of this Quincy boy were not broken in vain. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to threaten Yoruichi's life by himself. As long as he can avoid the Quincy, he will avoid it. If he can't avoid it, then kill them in the shortest time. Although he can use spirit particles to drive broken bones, he is not sick and likes to endure the pain of broken bones. However, at this time, the extermination team had just finished dealing with the outer city and was sweeping towards the middle city. How did Urahara Kazuki come to the underground inner city? If I can't beat you, then I will keep delaying you. At this moment, the other party didn't know her thoughts and might reveal a flaw. Therefore, his mission is to attack Shang Qianzi Baozi head-on with the extermination team. But at this time, Yoruichi had long forgotten the word capture alive. At this time, Yoruichi just wanted to let the Quincy boy in front of him know what pain is. So, Urahara Kazuki left the team and headed towards the inner city alone after entering the Star Cross Fortress. If she couldn't kill him with one strike, this little mouse would definitely be more careful. Delaying was all he could do. He is now entangled with Yoruichi using terrain. He has lived in the inner city for hundreds of years and knows the terrain here very well. After all, he was facing the captain level Yoruichi. Exactly, Urahara 1.2 assistant. Want to try to knock him down from a distance? To put it bluntly, he made a choice between Yoruichi and the team members. The answer is self-evident. As his best friend, he can't just ignore Yoruichi. Chapter 326. The top combat power of both sides, not only the Quincy, but when passing through the central city, a captain of the criminal army was trapped and seriously injured. He was obviously able to save him, but Urahara Kazuki just glanced at him lightly without even stopping. Finally, not long after Ace and Yoruichi separated, Urahara Kazuki finally arrived at the inner city. Finding that the battlefield was divided into two, he first confirmed that there was no pressure on the red above the door, and then focused his attention on Yoruichi. At this time, I have to praise Urahara Kazuki's intelligence. If it was Yoruichi, he would not observe at all and would go directly to fight with others. The scene of Yoruichi being led by the nose naturally attracted Urahara Kazuki's attention, and he also analyzed the characteristics of this leader of the Quincy. First of all, it is not advisable to blindly join the battle at this time. Even Yoruichi's speed cannot attack people, and he can't do it. However, this does not mean that he can't do anything. Urahara Kazuki knows very well that what Yoruichi needs is an opportunity to hit the enemy. For him, it is not difficult to create this opportunity. So Urahara Kazuki 05 secretly dug a tunnel, and when he reached a certain position, he released Hongji and quietly waited for the opportunity to come. The rumbling sound appeared again in the underground cave. In fact, it never stopped. But this time, it was different. Gravel and quicksand fell one after another, and the cave seemed to collapse. Finally, the whistle stopped, and Urahara Kazuki had no smile on his face, and his eyes were sharp, looking at the rocks above his head. Cry, Hongji. The leader of the Quincy who fell to the ground had just jumped behind another building, and then one of the buildings suddenly exploded. He retreated while shooting arrows. But at this moment, the ground behind him suddenly shook, and a huge Ryujin came from the ground. A blood-red beam of light broke out of the ground. If he hadn't stopped in time, he would have been seriously injured if he hadn't died this time. Just as the leader of the Quincy was rejoicing in his heart, a cold voice came from behind him. Play with fire, Hongji. The blood-red light appeared again. The Quincy leader felt the heat behind him and jumped up subconsciously. Urahara Kazuki, don't interfere. Advertisement. Seeing the beam of light, Yoruichi immediately knew it was Urahara Kazuki. The next second, a figure soared into the sky. He exerted force on his right foot, and the ground was cracked by Yoruichi's foot. Yoruichi, who was full of anger, finally had time to vent. When the Quincy leader saw Yoruichi's sudden arrival, his heart was pounding. While shooting arrows, he adjusted the direction of his body, hoping to get rid of danger in the strong wind. Ha-yi! Roared and launched a full-strength attack. Bound, Benihime. Seeing Yoruichi, Urahara Kazuki's eyes curved slightly, and a smile reappeared on his face. I'm not meddling, I just want to give you a fair fight. Urahara Kazuki murmured. The Quincy leader in midair noticed that there were many red lines on his body. He couldn't move at all. He could only watch the terrible attack approaching him. His eyes were filled with despair. Crack. A crisp sound came from the sky. Yoruichi did not hold back at all, and broke the Quincy leader's spine with one blow. The Quincy leader's mouth became bigger, but he could not make any sound because his throat was full of blood. But even so, Yoruichi was not relieved. His eyebrows were raised, and he launched a more terrible attack, vowing to put this man to death. Boom. The terrifying attack instantly submerged the Quincy leader. Advertisement. How does it feel? Urahara Kazuki covered his mouth and shouted to Yoruichi, who had just fallen beside him. Feeling? Yoruichi looked up at the sky and said with a smile. Comfortable. Like Ace's way of speaking, Yoruichi's beautiful eyes narrowed with a smile. In fact, I think it's good that you don't lead the criminal army. You are already very capable in frontal combat. Urahara Kazuki looked at Yoruichi, who was slowly descending from the sky. What's the point of all this nonsense? If it was an assassination, would I let him escape for so long? Yoruichi sneered and retorted that she was still worried about Zanpakuto. Moreover, after seeing Chi's fighting style this time, she already had some ideas about the new white hits. Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki chatted casually, completely forgetting that their mission was actually to guard the gate. Of course, this was also because Ace, who had transformed into a bed, didn't need them now. My lord. The order of the 5 great men. Open the gate and evacuate. Earlier, a Quincy sent a new order from the Midtown area. Who is this so-called 5 great men? Ace doesn't know and doesn't want to know. He only knows that the plan in the Midtown area is progressing smoothly. In fact, the annihilation operation lacks a key intelligence personnel, that is, the combat power in the Star-Cross Fortress that can be equivalent to the captain and the vice-captain. Of course, Ace has entered the Star-Cross Fortress, but Ace is cautious by nature, and 020 can only sneak into the junction near the Midtown and Inner City at most. Therefore, the report on the distribution of combat power in the Star-Cross Fortress is seriously insufficient. So in the Fengyue place, when the old man asked him if he could make a plan, Ace subconsciously asked some conditions, hoping that old man Yamamoto could give some suggestions. To Ace's surprise, old man Yamamoto sent 6 captains, 2 more than he conservatively estimated. Nearly 1,000 years ago, there was a war between the Shinigami and the Quincy, and both sides suffered losses. In the end, the Quincy and Soul Society was almost completely wiped out. Over the years, even if the Spiritual Arts Academy opened to Rukongai, there are less than 4 new captains in the Seirei. In comparison, the resources and basic number of people in the City of Destruction are far inferior to those in the Seirei. Therefore, in the Star-Cross Fortress, the only ones who can be compared with the captain's combat power. It is likely that only the 2 strongest Quincy can compare. Finally, after making a plan with old man Yamamoto, because the faint attack on Ueko Mundo is extremely dangerous, Ace changed the number of captains for this operation to 4. However, with myself and the other Zanpakuto I brought, the captain-level combat power is still 6, which is not much different. Chapter 327. Black Coffin gives up singing. The appearance of the inner city was an accident, but everything was under control. So, when Foz and others wanted to fight him, Ace was not in a hurry at all. If it drags on like this, the first one to be anxious will be the other party. Now, the order to retreat came from the central city, and everything is under his control. Should they continue like this and gamble on breaking through the defense line commanded by Ace, or give it a try? The Quincy in the square must make a choice. Ace smiled, kicked away a Quincy beside him, and released Splitting Void, blocking all the arrows in the distance. These people have not completely lost their patience. Ace wants to add more fire to these people's hearts. Today is the day of your demise. Give up resistance. I promise to leave you a complete body. Ace announced loudly, lowering his voice. The 4 words, Day of Destruction, are like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of these Quincy hard. They can guess several reasons why the Shinigami took over and guarded the gate of the world, but they don't believe that two Shinigami can really guard the gate of the world. But now the news came from the 5 masters in the Middle City that the fall of the Star Cross Fortress is only a matter of time, and it won't take long. The only way to survive is the gate occupied by the masked Shinigami in front of them, but they can't break through the defense line of the Shinigami in front of them. Some people are in a trance. 2 of them, without the cover of the arrows in the distance, directly attack Ace at the top from the left and right. The team that originally cooperated tacitly has a crack. Ace will never miss such an opportunity. The right hand holds the handle of the Zanpakuto on the left waist, and the left hand holds it weakly. Bakudo 62, 100-step railing. In Ace's left hand, a silver white long stick appeared out of thin air. Ace's wrist shook lightly, and the shadow of the stick in the void turned into a solid body and flew towards the Quincy on his left. At the same time, Ace swung his right hand violently, and the blade came out of the sheath, leaving a cold light in the air, and the Quincy on the right was hit by Ace. Advertisement: the Quincy's arm was already outstretched, but his hand holding the bow was still in place. The red tide rose from his chest, slapping the snow-covered beach, but it would never recede. This beautiful scene did not last long. The silver stick spun in Ace's left hand and pierced directly into the Quincy's chest. It pierced his spine and nailed Ace's feet. The 2 impulsive Quincy were immediately dealt with. Screams came one after another. This kind of sound can obviously wake people up, but the Quincy present was even more confused. Except for one person, Fuzz, he was the supreme leader here when the 2 Quincy leaders were away. The evacuation order has been issued, the situation is very critical, and he must make a choice. Fight for the dignity of the Quincy. Fuzz's roar attracted the other Quincy back. They stared at Ace at the top, and their fighting spirit gathered like a flame. Fight for the dignity of the Quincy, but the next moment, Ace understood. Just when these Quincy thought they had successfully driven away the Shinigami above the gate and were about to call their companions to evacuate, black lines appeared in vain, spreading from under their feet, and soon, a solid barrier was formed, surrounding them. Ace looked at the remaining nearly 20 Quincy who had regained their confidence. Ace released Bakudo again, covering the transmigration gate, and sat cross-legged on the top waiting. Hado 90, Black Coffin. Give Yoruichi even caused trouble to the people in the central area. Ace had just released the Tentai cannon that released a complete Senju, so the power to release the Black Coffin was only half of what it was when chanting. Boom. These people were Ace's trophies. It was a bit imperfect to catch 10 less, but these people were just the middle level among the Quincy, and the real big fish still depended on Hiriko, Yoruichi and others. The Quincy in the distance just released an arrow and shot it at the Black Coffin. Hado 91, Senju Jiao Dian Tai Cannon. A huge snake-shaped chain stretched out from Ace's palm, pulling the 9 injured Foz and the 2 people nailed to the ground to Ace's side. As soon as they reached the top of the gate, the Bakudo that wrapped the gate disappeared beside Ace. Advertisement: this is Ace's achievement as Kido now. If there is no enemy, Bakudo has no need to exist. The 9 nearby are finished, and the 10 in the distance can be spared. The 10 Quincy in the distance disappeared, they're dead. Bakudo 63, Chain and Bind. As for the 9 people trapped by the Black Coffin, although they all had visible bone wounds, the slight bulge on their chests proved that they were still alive. The Black Coffin disappeared, and Ace fell back on the beam. But is this the point? This is not important to Ace. That is, there must be a need for Ace to hold on. Now people like Fuzz and others have rushed up, and his goal has been achieved. Why do you want to kill them all? It depends on whether the other party will fight with you. The 10 Quincy in the distance were ready, and the 9 Quincy nearby rushed to the top of the gate together. The 90 Hado who abandoned the chanting. Fuzz's idea was not to fight to the death. Even if he only had 1 breath left, he would drag Ace into hell with him. Ace who launched this Bakudo cannot move, but this is also a mistake. There were too many people in the Black Coffin, plus the arrows outside and the power to cut off the Black Coffin, so it was lucky that Foz and the others survived in the end. Ace looked at the Black Coffin that had already taken shape under his feet, and his eyes suddenly condensed. Is this a general attack? I just don't know if their target is himself or the gate under his feet. During this period, nearly 20 injured and fleeing Quincy came and were casually caught by Ace with Bakudo was stuck where he was. The so-called fight for the dignity of the Quincy message was the message from Foz to the archers in the distance. The target was not Ace, but their own lives. Ace didn't deal with them one by one just now, just to prevent himself from scaring those frightened birds. Groups of light pink light emerged from above the Black Coffin. The light balls turned into beams, like sakura flowers falling from the sky, and the 10 Quincy in the distance were instantly submerged. Ace cannot leave Bakudo, but there is a prerequisite. Advertisement Chapter 328. Ace returns. More than an hour later, Hiriko Shinji and other 4 captains led the frontal troops led by 8 vice captains and finally came to Ace. Report to Master Akari. The extermination team has captured the outer city and the middle city. Everyone is on standby in the middle city. Ace stretched out his hand and signaled the vice captain of the 2nd Division who was kneeling on one knee to stand up and wait. At this moment, Yushoda Boshuen sent a message through Kido. Captain Yunohana Retsu of the 4th Division has arrived with the team. Please give instructions, sir. Let them in. The extermination team is in the center and needs their treatment. as for Captain Unohana, let her come to the square in the center. After giving the order through Kido, Ace said to the vice-captain of the second team. Captain Unohana is here. Gather all the wounded, including the Quincy, so that the 4th Division can treat them more easily. Subsequent orders will be conveyed by other captains. Yes. The 8 vice-captains left the square and headed for the central area. Ace, who was at the top of the gate, turned his eyes to Hiriko and others and continued to ask. Tell me about the 2 people in front of you. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Hiriko Shinji, who was in the center of the room, looked around. Seeing that no one was talking, he answered reluctantly. The man is called Luke and the woman is called... What's her name? Morishita Ryomu, Love Akawa on the side whispered. Yes, it's Morishita Ryomu. Listening to the nonsense that those Quincy's kept talking, it seems that this is their leader. I didn't ask about their identities. Ace pointed at the man and woman on the ground and said angrily. I want to know why they became like this. The 2 people at his feet, although still alive, are probably not far from death. These Quincy's are very useful to Ace. Now it's good, the big fish that has been waiting for a long time will become a dead fish. Faced with Ace's questioning, Hiriko Shinji rubbed his forehead, not knowing how to explain. Yoruichi, who was at the edge, lowered his head almost to his chest, and kept muttering in his heart. Don't ask me, don't ask me. Advertisement Ace saw that these people were like this, and since it has come to this, he was too lazy to ask. Fortunately, Unohana Retsu will arrive soon, and I hope Unohana Retsu can save one of them. Forget it. The 4 of you take your own people to clean up the battlefield. Ace sighed softly and gave orders to the 4 of them. Everyone go in one direction, out of the center, every corner, every gap. Don't let anyone slip through the net. The 4 people nodded slightly and took a step back at the same time. Then they disappeared in the square, leaving only Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki standing aside. You 2, don't bow your heads. The central area is left to you. Yoruichi was relieved when he heard this. He immediately pulled Urahara Kazuki away. Ace watched the 2 people leave as if they were running away. Even Yoruichi looked like this. It seems that his fake identity was very successful. It's a pity that this is not the right occasion, otherwise it would be fun to tease Yoruichi with the identity of Kai. Just when Ace was thinking about how to tease Yoruichi next time he had the chance, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Master Kai. Not here? Ace turned his head and saw the familiar face of Unohana Retsu, and almost let it slip. That woman is beyond help. The others will get better if they return to Seirei and stay in the 4th Division for a while. Unohana Retsu said, stroking Ryujin's smooth forehead. Ace asked. Also untied Kido. In a month, the final extermination was more than half completed. Wa. As Captain Wa, this was Unohana Retsu's Shikai, Minazuki, which could devour and heal people as long as they were alive. Then he ran to Rook and Morishita Ryumu, stuffed Rook into his mouth with his tongue, and left Morishita alone. The troops attacking Hueco Mundo will be back within a day. Ace is back. Where? The 4th Division? What happened to him? Advertisement. The final result proved that the Quincy did have dignity. None of the Quincy in the entire Star-Crossed Fortress surrendered. Now, is the plan completed? Ace whispered as he listened to the reports of the 4 captains. The clearing took longer than breaking through the Star-Crossed Fortress. After saying that, Minazuki flapped his wing like fins and flew away from the Star-Crossed Fortress with Unohana Retsu. Unohana Retsu knew that there were no more missions here, so she jumped on Shizuku's back. Ace waved his right hand, and the Bakudo in the sky was untied first. Seeing this, Tessai Tsukabishi and Hashijin also untied Kido. When it came, the night was heavy and the stars were scattered, and when it left, the morning light was shining in the sky. This long night was finally over. A whole month had passed since the extermination plan. After dealing with the Crossworld Gate in the Star-Crossed Fortress and switching to the killing field, the extermination team finally returned to Seirei Island. Not yet. I was sent by the captain. It seems that the plan is going well. Master, why did you ask me to come here? The Quincy of Rukongai was either killed or captured. Even if they escaped by chance, most of them were caught on the way to the Star-Crossed Fortress. After Unohana Retsu left, the Star-Crossed Fortress became noisy again. Under the leadership of Hiriko Shinji and the other 4 captains, they began to thoroughly clear the central and outer areas. The Star-Crossed Fortress was completely wrapped. Bakudo finally disappeared, and the sun poured down from the east, somewhat dazzling. Ace heard the unhappiness in Unohana Retsu's tone, resisted the desire to explain, and pointed to his feet. In that case, there is no need to stay here any longer. But aka-sama, you still have to pay attention to the time. It's already evening outside. Come out, Minazuki. Unohana Retsu frowned slightly. Her name was Unohana Retsu, but it was simplified to Wa by the other party. To be honest, the man in front of him was a bit frivolous. Do your best to save these people. AFEC, Unohana Retsu also nodded when she heard the mission. Unohana Retsu's saber swelled up like a balloon and turned into a green, one-eyed, band 10-like creature. Ryujin walked over to Fuz and the others, sniffed them, and swallowed them all. Now, in Soul Society, there is almost no trace of the Quincy. Does aka-sama have any other instructions? If not, I will return to Seirei first. Chapter 329. The trio reunites. Night. Back home, not sitting down yet. As soon as she heard that Ace was back and that Ace was now in the 4th Division, she immediately rushed to the 4th Division. Ace, the commander-in-chief, did not come back with the extermination team. In other words, in the eyes of the extermination team, the so-called BED, General Bureau Command played by Ace was only temporarily out. As soon as the matter was over, he returned to his own life, to the life of Xian Yanyi. So Ace was the Seirei that Yoruichi and others returned to. As for Ace's current appearance in the 4th Division, it was not because of injury, but... Sister Wa. Do you think my leg can be saved? Ace sat on the recliner. He grabbed the little hand of Yunohana Retsu next to him and held it tightly. I'm still young, I don't want to use crutches, you must save me. You are no longer a child, so you should be more stable. Besides, you are now a celebrity in Seirei. If others see you like this, won't you make a fool of yourself? Yunohana Retsu smiled and took Ace's hand away. Her eyes fell on his thick right leg again. Her fingers touched it and asked softly. I still can't feel the obstruction of Ryutsu. How did you get into this state? I don't know. Maybe I've been too impatient with my practice these days. Ace covered his mouth with his right hand to prevent his smile from being seen, and his tone was a little vague. But Sister Wa, you just massaged me and I felt it. Didn't you say there was no reaction just now? But now it has. Maybe it's because you pressed for a short time, so the effect is slower. Ace said confidently. Sister Wa, this time you helped me press longer. No need to bother. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded behind Ace. Cut it off and study it slowly, anyway, it can be connected back. Ace's heart skipped a beat. Although the tone behind him was calm, it gave people a sense of calm before the storm. The most important thing is Yoruichi's voice. Advertisement. Hi, Yoruichi, long time no see, you look much healthier again. Ace narrowed his eyes, turned his head, and barely squeezed out a happy expression to greet Yoruichi. However, Yoruichi seemed not to see him and walked straight towards Yunohana Retsu. Why not cut off all his limbs to prevent his wounds from transferring again? Sister Wa, what do you think? That sounds reasonable. Yunohana Retsu nodded, her slender chin pulsating on the tip of her index finger, and she said thoughtfully. I heard that there is a treatment called surgery in this world. We can try it this time. Ace looked at Yunohana Retsu, who stood up to get the saw. His throat sank and made a gurgling sound. What a joke. No, if it was Sister Wa, it might be true. I won't leave you with scars by then, you can rest assured. Yunohana Retsu gestured wildly on Ace's leg with the saw and said with a smile. Her voice was so gentle, her smile was so sweet, but at this moment, Ace felt like he was in an ice cellar, feeling a piercing chill on his back, not enjoying it at all. Ace waved his hands and said, No need, Sister Wa. No need? But spiritual power blockage is a big problem, we can't be careless. Yunohana Retsu said, and was about to chop it down. What tricks are you playing this time? Ace said seriously while wiping his right hand on his leg. The new Kido is specially designed to cut off the flow of Ryutsu. Okay, now that we're here, stop hiding it, quick, I'll get up, I want to go home. Ace shrank back until there was no way to retreat. The whole person was stuck to the chair, and immediately turned to Yoruichi and said. Zero, please give me flowers Zero, let's get started. It's really not necessary. I'll go back and give myself a massage. Besides, I still have a teacher. Yes, I still have a teacher. Advertisement. Moreover, he also learned something from the Soul King Palace and wanted to show them both. Yoruichi exposed him mercilessly. And it was also strange that Ace and Yoruichi got better and better because of these quarrels. So when the three of them arrived at their secret base at the foot of the bipolar hill, Ace and Yoruichi started laughing again, and poor Urahara Kazuki was squeezed out of the middle again. When two people come into contact with each other, it is easy to quarrel or even fight. Urahara Kazuki saw that there was a sign of this now, and quickly inserted himself between the two and separated them in time. You have been free and easy in the Soul King Palace for more than 100 years, while I have been running around in the Soul Society like a horse. Is it too much to seek benefits for yourself now? Don't worry, before that, we have to go back to the past. I miss those days. 4. Came here because when they met again, Urahara Kazuki felt that they had a lot to say and needed a place to be alone. Ace spread his hands, showing an incredible expression, and continued. Based on his understanding of Ace's strength, there is no existence in Soul Society that can hurt Ace to the point of entering the 4th Division for treatment. Watching the two figures disappear completely, Yunohana Retsu smiled and shook her head, and threw the saw in her hand casually on the table. Sometimes, I really don't know what kind of person this little guy is. Yoruichi rolled her eyes, grabbed Ace's hand and put it on her shoulder, said goodbye to Yunohana Retsu, and then took Ace away. Am I so bad in your eyes? Even so, even if I want to touch Sister Hua's hand, is it too much? Urahara Kazuki looked Ace up and down. Zero, I came here to try and see if Sister Hua can recognize and crack it. According to Ace, there is a freshness of life with Yoruichi. Yoruichi crossed his arms and seemed to have heard nothing. At the same time, Ace's hands were shaking like a chicken pecking at rice. Big sister, give me some face. The two people who left the 4th Division happened to meet Urahara Kazuki, who came to help, and he also learned that Ace was in the 4th Division. Ace sat down with his legs crossed and gestured to Urahara Kazuki. Who should be blamed? This is not your problem. But the intimidation was done. Captain Unohana Retsu couldn't really cut off this guy's legs. Unohana Retsu's beautiful eyes opened slightly, a little deep. Yoruichi couldn't stand this B*****************. She came here when she heard about him. As a result, Ace was so unlucky that he was enjoying Unohana Retsu's massage here. Bullshit. I think you just want to touch Sister Hua's hand. Chapter 330. Treasures from the Spirit King's Palace. Ace was full of doubts when he saw Urahara Kazuki, who looked intoxicated, but the other party did not keep him in suspense. He took out a roll of drawings from his arms and unfolded it in front of Ace. When Ace saw the contents of the drawings, his face turned green. This is a F*********G project. In connection with what Urahara Kazuki said, the so-called nostalgic days actually refer to the time when they dug the pit. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. Yoruichi twisted his neck, rolled up his sleeves, and his knuckles cracked. Like last time, you are responsible for 2/3 of the project. Just dig like this? Ace's face darkened a little. Don't you need some tools? Of course, Yoruichi said bluntly. Ace covered his head and stood up reluctantly. Ace felt a headache. He really didn't understand why Urahara Kazuki would miss such a thing. Wait, what was Urahara Kazuki doing at the time? Ace tried to recall, as if he was transporting soil. So the so-called missing the past, in fact, it is to hurt yourself. Ace raised his head and saw Urahara Kazuki standing there with his hands behind his back. Ace sighed deeply and rolled up his sleeves helplessly. Huh, isn't that right? Especially after it has been done by one's own hands, it is even more gratifying to have a good harvest. This is a double enjoyment of the body and soul. Urahara Kazuki lay on the ground and said slowly. You don't blame me now, do you? Before Ice said anything, Yi spoke from behind the stone platform. Urahara Kazuki, don't pay too much attention to what that guy said. This guy is just a wooden man. He doesn't understand the kindness of others at all. Advertisement, by the way, Ace, I heard that Jiro was killed by the Quincy. Tell me the truth, did you do it secretly? He was just too weak. What does it have to do with me? By the way, how did he die? Was it a miserable death? Ace said gloatingly. Coming to Soul Society, in order to complete his plan, Ace created a new persona. But this does not mean that Ace, as the only overlord of the pirate world, will ignore the provocation of the clown. This clown who dares to challenge the king, death is his only ending. Of course, in order to maintain the persona that Ace maintained when he came to Soul Society, Ace also showed a little gloating. Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki looked at Ace's appearance, and their mouths twitched immediately. Sure enough, this guy can't be boiled. There is now a small cave in the secret base of the Ace trio. Of course, Urahara Kazuki's drawing is not just a cave, but what is inside the cave is the most important. The milky white water vapor in the cave slowly rises, and finally falls into midair. On the ground, rocks of various shapes and sizes form a circle. In the center is a hot spring. A gray stone platform divides the hot spring into two. Yoruichi is on one side, Ace and Urahara Kazuki are on the other side. Without standing up, you can only see each other's heads. Is this what you get from going to the Soul King Palace for more than 100 years? Ace held his head with both hands and leaned his head on the stone platform. I thought you would understand Bankai when you get there. Ace also knew that Urahara Kazuki had been to the Soul King Palace, but he didn't know the exact time. At this time, the instinct of the body surpassed thinking, and Ace subconsciously raised his head and slowly turned his head. In the previous life, Ace knew that Bankai was completed by Urahara Kazuki in Soul Society within 3 days. Still want to see our Bankai? If so, Yoruichi may be able to satisfy you. However, there was a big problem in front of Ace. So if you don't go to the Soul King Palace, you won't be able to learn Bankai? Why, are you afraid that we will surpass you? Advertisement. Plop. Sound came from behind Ace. It was the sound of Yoruichi leaving the hot spring. Let go, I didn't say that. If you are unhappy, go find someone to eat you. Can't you bear this? Just when Ace wanted to comfort Yoruichi, a smooth arm passed by him and grabbed his neck. It was all because of the hot spring that Urahara Kazuki stole from the Soul King Palace. Now it seems that the treatment effect is very good. Show off. Although Ace couldn't see Yoruichi's expression at the moment, he seemed to be able to see Yoruichi's appearance from his tone. Ace smiled lightly. Didn't I also understand Bankai in Soul Society? You really don't understand the loneliness of geniuses. Plop. Before Ace could see anything, he heard a sound and splashes of water almost at the same time. Ace is not easy to mess with, and calmly said something that hit the nail on the head. Yoruichi raised his eyebrows, unwilling to be outdone. Urahara Kazuki turned around, put one hand on his head, and smiled at Ace. Back on the stone platform, Urahara Kazuki asked. When Ace climbed out of the water, he immediately looked out through the water. How many days earlier than me this time? Or how many years earlier? Why don't you show us? Ace had no scars on his body. Of course, this was not because Yoruichi did not take action, nor because Ace was thick-skinned. Ace struggled, using his fake identity as a cover. Ace looked disdainful and said proudly, besides, you are a woman. Can you be more careful? However, Ace thought that his appearance would bring some pressure to Urahara Kazuki. Now it seems that Urahara Kazuki doesn't value his strength at all. Can you say it again? Have you really realized Bankai? Who will satisfy him? Unless Ace begs me, then we can consider giving him a chance to open his eyes. I don't know how many days earlier, but my Bankai represents hiding and killing. It's not the style of a certain fireworks master that Master Kai said. I don't know which words touched Yoruichi and made her let go of Ace. Faced with Urahara Kazuki's teasing, Ace said nothing, but Yoruichi couldn't sit still. When have I ever lied to you? Should I turn my head? Ace thought. Chapter 331. Yoruichi's Way. I want to see what your Bankai is like. Yoruichi immediately retorted. Besides, how many times have you lied to us, Ace? For example, you said you completed Shikai earlier than us, but in fact you didn't even get the sealed state. Ace rarely reacted to Yoruichi's words. There was no way, even if Yoruichi was not telling the truth, Ace did hide it from Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki. Moreover, it was dangerous to dwell on this issue at least now. It takes two to tango, because Ace's silence meant that he backed down, so Yoruichi would not push it any further. The three of them lay on the stone platform, each with their own thoughts. How does it feel to master Bankai and become a top Shinigami, Ace? Finally, Urahara Kazuki broke the silence. He seemed to be particularly interested in Ace's Bankai. In Soul Society, only the captain can master Bankai. In other words, as long as you can Bankai, you are at the captain level. 08. Among Shinigami, stand at the absolute top. To be honest, after a few months of excitement, I realized that there is still a long way to go. Top Shinigami? I think it's not just Bankai for Shinigami to reach the top. The future is far from over. Ace smiled faintly. He came to this world by cutting off part of his soul through the soul fruit. That is, the club. Now Ace in Soul Society, his soul is not complete. So Ace still has some doubts about whether he can Bankai. Fortunately, Ace has successfully completed the solution. If I say Bankai is the end, even Zanpakuto was created by someone. The fate of Shinigami has been determined since birth. Urahara Kazuki sat up suddenly, looked at Ace, and said truthfully. Do you believe it? Yoruichi also sat up slowly, squinting his eyes, looking at Ace, waiting for Ace's answer. If you say Bankai is the end, I believe it. If someone does Zanpakuto, I believe it too. Advertisement Ace's face also condensed, and then he smiled faintly. Urahara Kazuki listened and smiled again. On the contrary, Yoruichi's face became a little lonely. At this moment, Ace's voice sounded again. But I don't believe that fate is already determined, or rather, I don't believe in fate at all. Even if there is, change it, break it. Although still lying there lazily, a faint light flashed in Ace's eyes. I came to this world for eternal life. Even if I surrender my identity as the only overlord of the pirate world, I have to start over in Soul Society. Fate, even if there is such a thing, it must be subjugated to Ace's feet? In fact, fate has long been broken, otherwise how could Ace exist in the Shinigami world? Thinking of this, Ace smiled. Believe in fate? His existence is beyond fate. Like a man, well said, you guy, Yoruichi praised with a smile. Although her words sounded a little strange, this time, she was not deliberately being sarcastic or teasing. You don't have to say that, I'm a man anyway. Ace's eyes widened. Ace's protests didn't help. Instead, Yoruichi smiled even more happily. Urahara Kazuki shook his head as he watched, moving closer to the stone platform and letting the water cover his chin. Don't believe in fate, and even if there is, don't break the boundary? Urahara Kazuki muttered to himself, looking at the water in front of the ripples. Yes, it's broken, however, I need some resources. It seems that I need to prepare as soon as possible. Urahara Kazuki made a decision in his heart. Yoruichi also had her own plan. However, she did not hide it. At this time, she had already started to discuss with Ace. Have you seen aka Sama fight? Yoruichi looked at Ace. My Kido was taught by him, aren't you talking nonsense? Ace rolled his eyes, pointed with his index finger, and then said with a smile. Low-key, gorgeous, indescribably handsome, you are worthy of being Kai. Ace would praise his fake identity Kai without hesitation. Ace and Yi left the hot spring together. No matter how good this thing is, it is easy to get dizzy if you soak for a long time. As for Urahara Kazuki, he just called out, and the other party seemed to have thought of something and ignored him. At first, Aichi thought Yi had discovered something. Advertisement, yes, continue. Yoruichi's mouth twitched unnaturally for a while, and he almost laughed out loud. However, perhaps it is because of the body. However, it seems that Yoruichi is just attracted by his fake identity. Thinking of this, Ace raised the corners of his lips again. Because, the power of white hits in battle is too small. Whether it is attack or defense, it is the same. From the beginning, Yoruichi has been asking him about Chi's news. As for pure white hits, it is close to giving up completely, not to mention using white hits as the main method of battle. Just like in the pirate world, the final battle between the strong is a comparison between Haki. Looking at Yoruichi's expression, Ace's face also became serious. What if we can make up for it in other ways? Or, what is missing from white hits, so it cannot be used as the captain's main fighting method? He pinched his leg with his right hand secretly, restraining the urge to laugh. The atmosphere that was not easy to be serious could not be ruined. Shinigami must use some means to do it, such as Zanpakuto, Kido. Destructive power. Ace blurted out the answer without thinking. Yoruichi looked at Ace. As soon as Yoruichi finished speaking, he was afraid that Ace would not understand his thoughts, so he said again. Shinigami cannot maintain Ryutsu outside the body for too long like Hollow, such as Sero, and only Hollow can release it. Therefore, the stronger the power of Shinigami, the more Zanpakuto is used as the main method in battle, supplemented by other means. What do you think is the biggest weakness of white hits? Is it okay now? Can we continue? The battle between Shinigami is actually a comparison of Ryutsu. The so-called Ryutsu is a highly concentrated spiritual power. When Shinigami cannot increase the purity of his Ryutsu by compressing the Ryutsu in his body, this kind of Ryutsu is formed. Yoruichi looked at Ace dangerously. Zanpakuto's Shikai can increase external Ryutsu again, and through Bankai, the captain level can even increase his Ryutsu dozens of times. From this perspective, Zanpakuto is the root of Shinigami. He was not afraid that Knight 260 would not understand. Yoruichi knew more about cautious fighting than himself. Chapter 332. Get yourself involved, for example, Kido? Ace was thoughtful. It seems that the wheel of history has not deviated from its original trajectory, and Yoruichi still took this path. Zanpakuto is not the only means to maintain and enhance Ryutsu outside the body. Kido can also do this. Therefore, the Chief and Deputy Chief Kido of the Kido group can increase their combat effectiveness to the same level as the captain without relying on Zanpakuto, but only relying on Kido. The power of Kido is very strong, and high-level Kido can even be compared with most Zanpakuto Bankai. But there are also disadvantages. One is the speed of its release, and the other is that it requires too high talent. The higher the level of Kido, the longer the chanting time, and there are those who can release Kido above level 90 without chanting. Including Ace, the entire Seirei will not exceed 1,000 people. And, reciting the chant does not mean that the corresponding Kido can be released. It takes a very strong talent to learn Kido. Before Ace, only 2 people were able to be promoted to the captain level through Kido, which is much more difficult than achieving Bankai. Right. Yoruichi patted his legs and said excitedly. Ace is sometimes not very reliable, but Ace knows her best. My idea is this. Yoruichi has already fought hard, turned a circle in front of Ace, and explained. Through Kido, Ryutsu can be appropriately increased and maintained around the body. At the same time, the increase in invalid hit power also makes up for the shortcomings of Kido, which is slow to release and easily interrupted by close contact. However, this is not okay. I will think about it again. Shunkai, a comprehensive combat method combining white hits and Kido, was developed by Yoruichi above. It's just that Shunkai at this time is still only in the theoretical stage, and even the theory has not been fully formed. Of course, Ace knows the theory of Shunkai, and by becoming a Shinigami, Ace's understanding of Shunkai is more specific. Advertisement. Just like Yoruichi said, Kido is used to make up for the lack of power, and the flexible white hits reduces the probability of Kido's release failure, greatly increasing the threat. In terms of defense, it is equally excellent. Using the Kido released from the body, the enemy's Kido attack can be offset with the same Ryutsu, thus solving the most troublesome problem for those who are good at hitting white. No, I said, can you stop turning? I'm dizzy. If you don't understand something, sit down and talk to me, backquote. Ace rubbed his temple and suggested helplessly. Oh, you're here, I almost forgot. Well, I had to listen to myself a second ago, but now I'm going to forget myself in a blink of an eye. Ace chuckled. Haha, woman. Yoruichi doesn't care what Ace is thinking. Yoruichi squatted in front of Ace, grabbed Ace's shoulders with both hands, and said seriously. Do you know who my thoughts come from? Ace shook his head. He really didn't know this question. His previous life couldn't know why Yoruichi saw the head that was opened instantly because of some opportunity. It was Master Kai. His fighting style inspired me. Through accurate judgment, release the appropriate Kido, and use attacks to neutralize attacks. Yes, what I lack is accurate judgment. Ace's mouth moved when he heard the news. Yoruichi's inspiration came from himself. Was it me who pushed the wheel of history forward in the beginning? What Ace showed was the fighting style that Ace was most familiar with. However, Ace's original purpose was to exert the greatest advantage in controlling Ryutsu and resolve this battle with the greatest power. Unexpectedly, it inspired Yoruichi. Do you think you can let the adults design a new Kido for me? A Kido that can automatically detect the opponent's Ryutsu and release the corresponding Ryutsu to offset it? You are dreaming. Ace just came back from his trance and answered instinctively. Seeing Yoruichi's ugly face, he hurriedly explained. I mean, how can this kind of Kido be developed? It's not that I won't help you. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean Master Kai can't do it. Yoruichi said firmly. Who are you looking down on? Aren't Kai and I the same person? Ace said helplessly in her heart. Advertisement, but Ace couldn't explain to Yoruichi, so I tried to persuade her. Isn't a self-determined Kido equal to self-awareness? Do you think this is something a Shinigami can do? Yoruichi pouted her mouth high and sat on the ground. She also knew that this kind of Kido was too incredible, so she just had a try-and-see attitude. Sure enough, no matter how powerful Kai-sama was, he still couldn't get out of the category of Shinigami. You, take me to see Kai-sama, Yoruichi pointed at Ace and said. I want to be his apprentice. Ace was also surprised. What was this for? I want to learn Kido from him, so that I can combine Kido and white hits together. It seems that he not only started the wheel of history, but also accidentally put himself into the capstan. Ace just wanted to say that you can also complete the instant opening by yourself, without the need to be a disciple of others. But seeing Yoruichi like this, Ace wisely did not say it out loud. Let Kai become Yoruichi's teacher. This idea sounded good at first. With this identity, Ace can use Yi Shi openly, but Ace just imagined it. But with the familiarity between Yoruichi and himself, his identity can easily be exposed after a long period of contact. So in the end, the development of instant opening is still based on Yoruichi. She will first improve her ideas and ensure that they can be realized. Ace is Yoruichi's assistant. Qianla Zhao, of course, IC will not design any strange keto. Ace's task is to become Yoruichi's sparring partner after the initial completion of the instant opening, and continue to improve Kito's shortcomings. With a goal, the two of them acted separately, but this matter was mainly due to Yoruichi's efforts. Therefore, Ace has not seen Yoruichi for several days since Yoruichi last went to the hot spring. Developing instant opening is not easy. According to Ace's estimation, he will not see Yoruichi for a long time. Also missing is Uruhara Kazuki. All friends disappeared suddenly. However, Ace is not bored. He also has some things to deal with privately. In Soul Society, the capture of the Quincy takes a long time to complete. Old man Yamamoto said that he would cut the grass and root it out, and he was not kidding. For Shinigami, it is only a matter of time to completely eliminate the Quincy in Soul Society. Chapter 333. The Dungeon of the Ninth Squad. Seireidi's biggest headache at the moment is how to deal with the Quincy in the real world. In the real world, the safety of ordinary people is a topic that cannot be avoided. But the Quincy, Shinigami and Hollows, the fragile real world can't stand the three parties tossing together. The birth of the extermination operation is not a temporary dispute between the Shinigami and the Quincy. In order to eliminate the Quincy, the real world will collapse, which is putting the cart before the horse. Fortunately, Ace's plan was completed well, and the gate of the Star-Cross Fortress was not damaged. Now Kito has transferred its space node to the entry gate of Seiredi, which originally led directly to the Star-Cross Fortress, but now it is Seiredi's own. This is a good idea, but in the past 3 months, few Quincy have been able to enter Seiredi through the gate, and they all died of normal causes. It is not difficult to guess that they have their own way of transfer. At some point, perhaps the Star-Cross Fortress will send someone to guide it, etc. Shinigami's purpose is to find this method. Of course, this is also the purpose of Ace's trip, or one of his purposes. Gote 13 is the highest combat force of Seiredi. In addition to guarding Seiredi, all squads have their own functions, such as the 4th squad is the medical team. 093 but Ace's target is not the 4th squad, but the 9th squad, which is the main squad of Seiredi responsible for prison torture, and Ace is going there. Ace just saw the word 9 written on the door of the 9th squad. A slender girl with short green hair came over, pouting her lips and looking unhappy. Little Ace, why are you here? Kunami, can you please stop calling me Little Ace? It sounds weird. Ace rubbed his head to protest. I am the overlord of the pirate world, and I am called Little Ace. This feeling is really. But the lifespan of Shinigami is surprisingly long. Even if the lifespan of Blue Star in the pirate world is counted, the seniority in the Shinigami world is still very young. What's more, the way the Shinigami world calculates age is the time of entering Soul Society. Don't you like it? The girl named Kunami leaned on her head and thought for a while, then continued. The full name of the girl in front of him is Kunamashiro. It is hard to imagine that such a young girl is the vice captain of the 9th Division. AIFD, so, Ace has always felt that under her innocent appearance, there is a dark heart hidden, but there is no evidence. Giving nicknames to others is one of her hobbies. Whether they accept it or not, she will stick to it. Now she can give you a choice, which is considered good enough. Advertisement, just don't call me Lil Ace, Ace said helplessly. Then let's just call her Lil Ace. What do you think, Little Ace? The Shinigami who have lived for hundreds of years, no matter how cute they look, are all black-hearted. Ace did not resist. The more she resisted, the more she could not get rid of this nickname. Maybe one day she could not find fun in herself, and she might change it. I think it's okay. So be it. Ace sighed and pointed to the building behind him. Can you take me in now, Kunan? Yes, yes. Kunan turned sideways, squinting and smiling. But don't be late next time, I'm busy. Looking at Kunamashiro jumping around, Ace shook his head and followed him immediately. Busy? There was no sign of being busy at all. Although the 9th Division was responsible for torture in the prison, there was nothing scary about the entire division. Not to mention the barracks on the ground, the dungeon was also unusually clean. According to Kunamashiro, Muguruma Kensai had to clean at least 10 times a day, however, it was hard to say whose idea it was. Standing on tiptoes, he started walking forward again. Deal. Who said I'm a pervert? Kunamashiro didn't seem to want to answer. Kunamashiro whistled and slowly stretched out 2 fingers. Ace gritted his teeth and said. Kunamashiro couldn't stop talking at all. In fact, from the moment Ace saw her, her mouth never stopped. Or like others say, you are actually a pervert. Normally, we would make the interrogation room darker, not to scare people, but to make the team members watch as little as possible. Staying in a place like this for so long would make people depressed. Then why did you ask us to make the torture room like this? Advertisement, but she wouldn't be annoying. She was like a magpie when she talked for a long time, very cute. Kunamashiro's laughter echoed in the silent dungeon. and even the members of the 9th Division at the exit could vaguely hear it. Ace still answered perfunctorily, but this time Kunamashiro stopped and suddenly turned his head to stare at Ace. Ace's heart tightened. Ace subconsciously shouted to explain, then realized something was wrong and asked. That's right, too much. But that guy Kenzie said no dessert. He just knows how to exercise that muscle brain. Let's discuss it. For the next month, I'll treat you to dessert. Tell me, Jiunin, who said that? I'm not a pervert. Little Ace, are you afraid of the dark? Ace said hurriedly. At the end of each rotation, I always ask them to eat more dessert, but recently everyone has been working hard and eating too much dessert. The team expenses are simply unbearable. Carrot. Kunamashiro walked in front, with her hands behind her back, seemingly unconvinced. She turned her head and continued. No, why do you ask? Did my universal answer fail? Isn't it? But it doesn't matter whether it is or not. Lisa is a pervert anyway. I'm used to it. Yeah, that's right. Thank you for buying me desserts for the next 2 years, Kunamashiro said with a smile. So you made this strange request to cheat me of my fighting points? Ace smiled faintly. Ace was about to explain, but Kunamashiro's little face came close to Aisu and said seriously. 2 years? Didn't you say 2 months? They knew that their vice captain was in a good mood, but this was normal. She was in a good mood every day, but today was especially good. Chapter 334. Bargaining chips. Deep in the dungeon of the 9th Division, in front of an interrogation room, Ace looked at Katetsu Izan who had been waiting for him. He had mixed feelings. Dessert, who had been blackmailed by Kunamashiro for 2 years, learned that it was the woman in front of him who spread the news that he was a pervert. How should I put it? To some extent, it is understandable that Katetsu Izan said that he was a pervert. In the killing field, Ace did not recognize Katetsu Izan and directly called her a stinky woman. In the Red Moon Place, Ace also learned about Katetsu Izan's identity and encouraged her appropriately, but this remedy seemed insignificant in the atmosphere at the time. Ace breathed a sigh of relief. At first, Ace wanted to extort some money to make up for his losses. But since it was Katetsu Izan, forget it, but he lost money again. Didn't you say you have been waiting for me for a long time? Ace turned his head and looked at Kunamashiro with an unhappy tone. Isn't there another one? I didn't say you were the last one to arrive. Besides, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Kunamashiro stuck out his tongue. There were 3 people in the 9th Division with Ace. Katetsu Izan had already arrived. The other Ace would not wait because he would not be needed later. I'll go in first. I'll come out and call you when I need you. As soon as Ace walked to the door of the torture room, Kunamashiro followed Ace and handed him a pair of sunglasses. Everything inside is done according to your wishes. If you don't bring this, you will definitely get dizzy. Thank you. Ju is very considerate. Ace put on his sunglasses, gave Jiunin a thumbs up, then pushed open the door and walked into the interrogation room that Ace had prepared according to his wishes. This is a small room, only 5 to 6 square meters in size. If it weren't for the light from the ceiling to the ground, it would be an ordinary room. The torture chamber was recently renovated by the 9th Division. Advertisement first. A large number of plants that naturally glow in Soul Society were transplanted, and then a layer of keto-blessed glass was placed on the top. Ace's request was simple. Nothing in the torture chamber could leave a shadow. Now it seems that the 9th Division did a good job. At this moment, there was another person in the room besides Ace. He was wrapped in white cloth and wore a white mask on his mouth. He was kneeling opposite Ace with his eyes closed. Fuzz. If Ace was the most familiar Quincy, it was the burly man standing in front of him. Ace and Fuzz went from strangers to friends, and then fought in the Star-Crossed Fortress, and now he was kneeling and things are unpredictable in front of Ace. Although he couldn't see the situation of Fuzzy, from his weak breathing, Ace knew that he had suffered a lot during this period. Of course, it was not only him, but also the captured Quincy during this period. Otherwise, why would Kunan say that the 9th Division had a heavy task recently? Ace lightly tapped his index finger, and Fuzzy's mask was automatically removed, falling to the ground with a loud sound. It seems that this thing is not light. Fuzzy, who was originally so weak that he seemed to be unconscious, suddenly got furious and spat in front of Ace. However, Ace turned his head away and avoided such a trick. Ace sighed helplessly. Torture? I won't do that. The room was quiet for a while, and Fu slowly raised his head, his eyes red, staring at Ace opposite. In contrast, Fuzz was like an erupting volcano, making sarcastic comments to Ace or himself. Ha ha ha. Are you torturing me this time? Do you want to persuade me to betray my own people as a friend, or do you want to make me some promise of Seredi? As long as you don't bite your tongue, you won't die anyway, so why bother yourself to suffer? I really regret not killing you. It's me. I'm glad to hear that, but I'm really not here to do such boring things today. Ace touched his nose and smiled faintly. Fuzz, or do you want to prove to me that you are a winner? Well, you win this time. You better pray that you can keep winning. Ace? Advertisement Ace's words are not a joke. Ace knows that Fu is very tough, but Ace doesn't think that Fuzz has the courage to attack Shinigami while insisting. Ace narrowed his eyes when he heard this, and his left hand was suspended in the air. Smiled and lowered his head. Fuzz tried to open his eyes, but only saw a figure. The sudden gaze made him close his eyes again, and asked. 1,000 years have completely corroded all of you Shinigami. Just like the name of Soul Society, your souls are imprisoned in corpses and are slowly dying. It seems that he underestimated Foz. Are you guys here to trouble me again? You may not believe it if I tell you, the only possibility is to let you and your people go more decently and suffer less. But sometimes, leaving with dignity is also a relief. You can think about it, sometimes death is a relief. Don't look at me like that, I admit that it sounds a bit shameless. I just want to ask you one thing. Ace said, leaning forward slightly, holding his chin with his right hand, and gently patting his temple with his left hand, and continued. Fuzzy didn't open his eyes and grinned mockingly. Tickle? I can consider it. But this is Foz, the Foz who took the lead in the last battle in the Star-Crossed Fortress and wanted to hug him to die together. This is the honor he deserves. But you were right. I am here to persuade you to tell us the alternative plan for your Quincy to transfer to Soul Society. As for the reward. Ha ha ha, your mouth is still unforgiving. Why are you looking at me now? Laugh at me? Are you trying to kill me by making such a big light bulb? This is not enough. Come tickle me again. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well. But I didn't expect you to be in such a good mood now. Foz is worthy of it. At this point, he laughed so hard that tears came out. Ace smiled, raised his hand, sealed the torture room with Keto, and continued. You, Ace. Although you are young, you are still using all your abilities to protect the crumbling throne of Shinigami. Glory, life. All these are things you can trample on at will. 6. Chapter 335. Ruthless Expose. This is my shame, Foz. I used to treat you as a friend. I used to talk to you about my dreams. A lifetime of shame? Ace pinched his brows and said to himself. Hey, are you kidding? I'll use another method. Ace said, standing up suddenly, lowering his head, and said coldly. I gave you a chance before, but now it's a threat. Hand over your people, or we will do it ourselves, even if it means breaking the world into pieces. Choose, Foz. Let me see what your choice is. Ace's eyes condensed and said coldly. You, Foz panted and wanted to tear Ace apart. How could you do this? T. Ace seemed to have heard a joke. Ace laughed so hard that he could hardly stand up. He pointed at himself and said tremblingly. Why can't we? You've already said that our Shishidi will perish, can't you let us go crazy for a bit? You won't, I don't believe you want to see a pile of bones under the throne. Believe it or not, it's up to us to do it or not. After saying that, Ace squatted down. Ace's eyes under the sunglasses were full of mockery, looking at Foz's tangled face. Make your choice, Foz. You can choose to die gloriously. But no one will know, but I believe the noble Quincy won't care about these little things, right? Even if the tribe knows, they will praise you. Foz didn't curse, but fell forward, opened his mouth, and rushed forward. At this moment, he hated Ace very much. Ace fell backwards, avoiding Foz who was rushing over, and stood a few steps away, watching Foz crawling on the ground like a caterpillar. Ace's face was full of smiles. Advertisement. It seems that there is really no so-called God in the world. You are no different from us. You are more shameless. Ace said as he slowly walked to Foz's side and used his feet to restore the fallen Foz to his original state. Foos. Who is more shameless? Entrusting your life to your enemy. Do you have any regrets for not killing me? Don't joke. Ace said, his feet became more powerful, and he said lightly. During the slaughter field, those arrows were actually aimed at me, right? Also, in Tami district, those assassins knew everything about my behavior. It was you, wasn't it, Foz? So now that it's clear, you're still alive because I treat you as a friend. If you want to talk about a lifetime of shame, then I'm talking about you. You don't deserve it. Fooz's face darkened immediately. This man was right. Attacking Jillian together during the slaughter field was actually a test. If Ace was injured at that time, their next move would be to eliminate all the Shinigami present. The assassination in Tami district was more direct, although he was indeed soft-hearted and did not directly participate. But now it seems that all of this fell into Ace's eyes. Even if he took action, the result would be the same. She is not qualified to blame Ace. When did he become like this? Maybe it's because he came to Soul Society, maybe it's because his heart is cold. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to come to Soul Society so early. But in any case, he has become such a person similar to the Shinigami he despised. No, there is still a difference. They still have dreams of a perfect country. From entering to Soul Society, they have been prepared for it. You're right, we also do dirty things. Foz sighed heavily, raised his head again, and felt unprecedented relief. As for friends, we made the same choice, didn't we, Ace? Ace pursed his lips and made a tisk. Foz looked at Ace. What are you going to do now? It's useless to tempt me with benefits, and it's useless to make false threats. Of course, it's useless even if it's true. Like you said, I know I can't die without committing suicide. What about you? Don't you know that it's useless to let me betray my kind? Advertisement. Of course I know, Ace said lightly. Today, on the surface, it's to let Foz tell the secret of the Quincy. Old man Yamamoto and others said that he has many ways, so let him try here. But the way depends on the situation. The 9th Division has tortured Foz for a long time. If Foz has a weakness, it's good now. We have obtained the information we want. Unless Ace can hypnosis and make the other party think he is an undercover Shinigami. If old man Yamamoto is here now, he will probably whip Ace mercilessly. Didn't Ace ask to visit Fuzz in prison? Old man Yamamoto just thinks that his disciple thinks things are too simple, so he asked Ace to come here to take a little hit. Yes, it was IC who asked to meet, not for old man Yamamoto's ridiculous persuasion task, but for something else, Ace's own business. I understand. As long as we still want to eliminate you, Quincy, no matter how much we pay you, you or all of you will not waver. Ace said lightly. You understand it so quickly, ha ha ha. Foos laughed and joked. Why don't you listen to the rest first? Ace didn't care about his ridicule and continued with a smile. In fact, we can use a more equal identity to do transaction 4.0. Seeing that Foz had something to say again, Ace stretched out his hand to interrupt him and continued. The previous torture of you was actually a kind of transaction, but you didn't have anything worth trading. Or you think we have nothing to give you? Of course, none of this matters. Are you still not going to give up? Fooz's eyes were a little blurry due to the pain. I gave up a long time ago, but you have to pay attention to what I have to say. Ace walked behind Foz, looked down at his slightly upturned eyes, and said with a smile. Didn't I tell you to use a more equal identity? Different identities mean different transactions, so, you have to think about me too. Chapter 336. News from you watch, what do you mean? The familiar smiling face above Foz's head suddenly disappeared, and Foz screamed, twisting his body left and right, trying to regain Ace's position. Ace didn't let him watch for too long, and soon Foz saw Ace retreat from his left hand, put his hands behind his back, and walked in front of him with his feet together. Interested? Tell me, what does this mean? Foz roared. He guessed a possibility from Ace's words, and he was fed up with Ace's damn suspense. Calm down, Ace pressed his right hand. But it was obviously useless, and Foz became more excited, his neck veins bulged, and he looked like a madman. Okay. Ace dug his ears and answered slowly. Foz. My bargaining chip is the life of the Quincy. Not just you, but all the Quincy in the world and the future. As for you, tell me where your watch is, how about it? Ace looked at Foz, whose eyes were wide open and his face was full of disbelief, and asked seriously. Can we all accept this deal? Yohamba was the name of the man who led the Quincy to fight the 15 Shinigami about 1,000 years ago. There is no written record of this battle in Seirei, and even knowing this Shinigami named Yohamba is rare in the entire Seirei. As a time traveler, Ace naturally knew the existence of Yohamba. He was not only the leader of the Quincy at that time, but also the only ancestor and energy source of all Quincy. This famous Quincy ancestor almost destroyed the entire world in the future. However, Ace never understood in his previous life why old man Yamamoto didn't kill him directly at the beginning. Did he think that Yohamba would die if he was seriously injured? It shouldn't be like this. Ace has been a master and apprentice with old man Yamamoto for so long, and knows that the other party is not a soft-hearted person, at least not when he was young. Regarding this issue, Ace sometimes hinted at this issue before. But old man Yamamoto never mentioned the events of 1,000 years ago, so he didn't make any progress in investigating this matter. During this operation, Ace was always on the alert that Yubak would have a connection with the Stern Cross Fortress. Advertisement: if there was any trace of Yubak at that time, Ace would leave immediately. Yubak's power is not something Ace can fight now. On the one hand, it is Yubak's power, and on the other hand, Ace actually looks forward to Yubak's connection with the Stern Cross Fortress. If this is the case, Seirei will be able to realize the threat in advance and take the lead, then it is very likely that the next 1,000 years of bloody war will not happen again. For this reason, Ace asked the extermination team to check every corner of the fortress, and the result was not unexpected. The fortress had nothing to do with Yubak. But there are always things that can be tried. At this moment, looking at Fuzz's expression, it is obvious that he knows something. I have never heard of Yubak, Fuzz said. His eyes were distant, pretending to be calm. I don't know what you are talking about. Do you really not understand? Ace's eyes sparkled, and even through a pair of sunglasses, two sharp points of light could be seen. Let me remind you that the sealed king of the Quincy regained his heartbeat after 900 years, regained his consciousness after another 90 years, and regained his strength after another 9 years, finally. Every time Ace spoke, Foz felt like his heart was punched. Ace, how did he know? Did someone tell him? No, it's impossible. Not many people know about this. In the end, it took only 9 days to take back the world, the king of the Quincy, you watch. Ace's eyes were too close to Foz, and the light reflected from his sunglasses pierced his pupils, which made Foz frown subconsciously. Where did you hear that from? The throat twitched, and the words he wanted to say were swallowed. Then, Jay-Z said. This is just a legend, don't believe it. What about the Invisible Empire? Is it just a legend? Ace continued to speak, his voice like the whisper of a devil, making Foz feel that his psychological defense was collapsing. He knows, Seirei also knows, who betrayed our ancestors. No, Foz shook his head vigorously to calm himself down. Not many people know about the existence of our ancestors. I may be the only one who knows about the existence of the Invisible Empire. But I never said that. Does he have the ability to read memories? Advertisement: Ace has no idea what is in Foz's mind, but now Ace is going to find out what is in Foz's mind. It's easy to choose between one life and thousands of lives. Think about your family, the family of your companions. Especially those guys, they have so much time, so much future, because of your persistence, poof, everything is gone. Ace patted Foz's shoulder. It's a bit selfish, isn't it, Sway? Ace's words were touching, but in fact Foz didn't hear a word. Transaction, yes. This is a transaction. If Seiredi knew about the existence of the ancestors, would they come to make a transaction? Especially with me? This sense of crisis did not overwhelm Foz, but made him understand a lot of things. 953. With arrogance Shinigami will never bow their heads to trade with their captive, even if they know the existence of your watch. After all, about 1,000 years ago, their master suffered a terrible defeat. If you can win once, you can win a second time. If you can win once, you can only win a second time. It's just a you watch, just kill it again. Foz knows Seiredi's arrogant thoughts too well. Even if it's a deal, it should be discussed with the big guys who survived, not himself. He is just a small role. In addition, Seiredi is represented by Ace. No matter how talented he is, his age does not represent Seiredi, right? Therefore, although not 100% sure, Foz is generally convinced that this deal is Ace's idea. The reason for this deal is to make him reveal the details, and then he will go to the 46th chamber, or his teacher, the Captain General Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, to discuss this issue. This deal was proposed by the Quincy Foz. At this moment, Foz has completely figured it out. At the same time, Foz looked at Ace with shocked eyes. Ace. Who is this man? Why does he know so much? Obviously, he is just a young Shinigami. But at this moment, Fuzzy knew that there was no time for him to think, so he looked at Ace and spoke slowly. Chapter 337. Ace Vice Captain. It must be tiring to be in a place like this, Ace. Foz cleared his throat, spat out the blood stuck in his throat, and continued. You know a lot, but you still have to be careful not to let your companions know this information through the enemy's mouth. This is well-intentioned, but it will still arouse suspicion. It's the linking. Did you guess it? After a moment of silence, Ace said lightly. Seeing the other party nod, Ace spread his hands. Almost, can't you be a little stupid? You came to me to make this deal more reasonable and ensure that you will not be targeted. What a good plan. I almost got fooled by you. Foz forced a smile. Can't you look at me from a positive perspective, Fu? Ace shrugged, sat down cross-legged, and said slowly as if he was chatting with an old friend. I'll give you a chance to live a peaceful life again. Just tell me, and I promise that all Quincy will survive. A chance? Living under surveillance like a captive animal? Foz forced a self-deprecating smile. This situation may last for a while, but not for long. You can all go back to your previous lives and live with dignity. Ace said, holding his hand. This is not a lie. The power of the Quincy comes from your watch. If you watch can be found and killed as soon as possible, then all the Quincy will most likely lose their power and become normal again. This is actually a disguised way to completely eradicate the Quincy. Isn't this stagnation? The world needs to change, and only the ancestors can transform it. Foz was as excited as if he had been baptized. Unlike the corrupt world ruled by the Shinigami. That is a perfect world. There is no suspicion, no mutual harm, and everyone is glorious enough to be proud. Do you understand such a world? That is our dream? When Foz finished speaking, his eyes became blurred, as if he was intoxicated by the beautiful scene he had made up in his mind. Ace's mouth twitched unnaturally. Would you watch create such a world? Don't be kidding. Dream on, Foz. Isn't your dream to sweep away the Shinigami, ascend the shaky throne you mentioned? Then what? Overthrow the cold Seiredi? Build something inconvenient and cold? Is this your dream? Ace sneered. No, it's just a wishful thinking. This is not a dream. You don't understand. We don't want power. Our dreams have never been what you care about. Foz acted as if he didn't care, and he didn't expect Ace to understand him. In Foz's perspective, in this world, the majority of people are sinking. 9 days. At some point in the future, it only takes 9 days, and the world will change completely. Foz said slowly, as if he was singing something. It's a pity that after 9 days, you can no longer see its beauty. Humph. Ace said contemptuously. Of course I can see it, but you were lucky. The feeling of having your dreams shattered is unbearable for anyone. After saying that, Ace stood up. The deal failed. You can never wake up a daydreamer because they think you are also daydreaming. But compared to talking, Foz found the wrong person. In Ace's eyes, Foz is a stupid mortal who argues with God about whose vision is better. You don't know what kind of opportunity you missed, foe. Ace patted the non-existent dust on his hands and continued. Since I know the existence of Uabok and the Invisible Empire, I am sure I can find it. Oh, then go find it. The world is big. Foz's mouth curled up. With the power of the ancestors, Ace wants to find the ancestors. It's impossible. Isn't it hidden in the shadow of Seiredi? Spend 100 years and you will definitely find it. Ace pretended to be nonchalant. In the shadow. Then you can try to light up the entire Seiredi. Foz answered casually, not knowing if he was pretending. Ace narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Ace could not see Foz's expression at all. It seemed that the deal had completely failed. Ace waved his hand impatiently and dispersed the Kido used as a seal in the room. When he walked to the door and was about to leave, Ace suddenly remembered something. Do you remember what I said? Sometimes death is a relief? Really? Did you say that? Foz Kaido? Advertisement? Didn't I say that? Ace thought for a while, and seemed to be interrupted by Foz at that time. Well, now you know, if you change your mind, you can always find someone to come to me. Torture? Foz replied with a smile. I'm used to it. No, 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 this is something you have never experienced before, but you will experience it soon. Ace's eyes flashed with a cold light. Before Fuzz could speak, the door slammed shut, and Ace's back completely disappeared from his eyes. This was the last time he saw Ace. Time flies. Soul Society has gone through another autumn and winter. Looking back, the extermination operation is going to the warehouse. Today, the first team is very lively. Ace, the direct disciple of their captain, will become the vice captain. No one will feel dissatisfied, not to mention that Ace's research on the Star-Crossed Fortress for more than 100 years is already worth the reward. Just a week ago, Ace's performance in the challenge of the chief officer should be able to dispel people's doubts. Even the vice captain Chojiro Sasaki was firmly suppressed by Ace. You must know that the captain of the first team is not only the position that has not changed for thousands of years, but also the position of the vice captain. Ever since Old Man Yamamoto became the captain, Chojiro Sasaki has been the vice captain of the first team. However, Chojiro Sasaki did not fall to the third seat or retire. Ace's contribution this time was huge. The 46th chamber followed the trend, expanded the setting of the first team, and added a vice captain position. Ace, come forward. Yes, a heavy answer, and then Ace stepped forward under the gaze of the first team members on both sides, and walked step by step to the Old Man Yamamoto. The position of vice captain is not only power, but also a responsibility. The voice of the Old Man Yamamoto was loud and solemn. From now on, you must put aside personal prejudices and uphold justice in your heart. Are you ready? Understood. Ace's mouth curled up. Don't make things difficult for your subordinates because of your personal preferences for them, and don't be too close to them. Fair and just, do you remember? Remember. Ace nodded and Kaido solemnly. In this way, the Old Man Yamamoto asked and answered. Time passed quietly between questions and answers. Finally, under the envious gaze of the team members, the ceremony entered the last and most exciting step. Chojiro Sasaki stood behind the right of Old Man Yamamoto, holding a square wooden tray in both hands, and walked out slowly. On the purple satin cushion in the tray, a wooden sign in the shape of a silk banner lay quietly, which was the armband representing the identity of the vice captain. In the Go Day 13, each officer would wear an armband to show his identity. The main body of the armband is the number of his squad. If it is the first squad, it is 1. Next, depending on the seat, they will add a corresponding vertical mark under the team number. For example, if it is the third seat of the first squad, it is 3 vertical bars under the 1, the fourth seat is 4, and so on. The vice captains are different. There will be no vertical horizontal bars under their armbands, but the team flowers corresponding to the squad will be added to distinguish them. As for the captains, they do not wear armbands. Their identity is just a white haori with the team number on the back. The first team's team flower is the chrysanthemum, which represents truth and white. However, when Ace looked at the chrysanthemum on his cuffs, his expression was a little strange. After all, in the dragon country of Blue Star, the chrysanthemum, from the perspective of men, really means. Old Man Yamamoto, who was sitting on top, didn't know what Ace was thinking at the moment. His right hand first stroked the smooth surface of the armband from top to bottom, and then slowly lifted it from the mat with both hands. Stretch out your left arm, Old Man Yamamoto said solemnly. Advertisement hearing this, Ace temporarily put aside the strange thoughts in his heart, stretched out his left arm, and watched Old Man Yamamoto calmly wrap the armband around Ace's upper arm. Teacher hopes that you will be an upright person, at least leave integrity to Seirei. Old Man Yamamoto said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. When the armband was completely fastened, Old Man Yamamoto pulled it. I hope that the day you take off this armband is the day I hand you the captain's haori. Teacher, you're such a bummer. Ace's voice of complaint was only heard by the two of them. But Old Man Yamamoto didn't seem to hear Ace's words. He looked up, but the faint smile on his face disappeared. He stopped the cane in his hand and announced loudly. The vice captain's inauguration ceremony is over. When Old Man Yamamoto and Sasaki left, the team members all breathed a sigh of relief and expressed their goodwill to Ace one after another. Congratulations, Vice Captain Ace. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. This is the note card that the master asked me to bring to you. You are really young and promising, Vice Captain Ace. Some just congratulated him, while others wanted to get in touch with him. One after another, Ace's face was almost wrinkled with smile. The title of the general squad, and the 46th room is not far away next door. Ace quickly reached out to interrupt the other party. Waving 4 fingers, he said. Okay, I understand. They can't do anything, which is also the main reason. When Ace walked out of the crowd, his tongue was numb. Angry, Vice Captain Ace, there was no such phenomenon in the previous squad. The most important thing is that he is young, and it is easy to make mistakes when he is young. But now the situation is different. The newly appointed Ace has a closer relationship with the captain. In terms of status, Seirei is actually a structure in which Central 46 and Go-Day 13 supervise each other and jointly manage. But when was the last time they met? Ace wasn't sure. Was it 6 months ago? This state of exhaustion was even more exaggerated than when he was besieged by a group of hollows in the slaughter field. All this proves how much Seirei values it, and any family that wants to get involved in it will be in trouble. In all the squads, there is a tendency to please the vice captain. But before Ace could catch his breath, another group of members of the 1st Division wearing death suits ran towards Ace. He is upright, impartial, and has been in office for more than 1,000 years. In addition, some small mistakes, coupled with the captain's love for him, the captain may turn a blind eye. The man turned around and walked away subconsciously, but he realized his mistake after only 2 steps. If you want to say congratulations, didn't I congratulate you when you came? Moreover, he didn't come to congratulate at all. The 46th Division is a whole, and a single member of it has no substantial power. Vice Captain Ace, hey, Urahara. Ace really didn't understand these people. He was just appointed as the vice captain, not the captain. Why are you back? Didn't I say not to congratulate anymore? As the spokesperson of the captain, the vice captain has great power. Gode 13 is different. Its power is distributed to each captain. The Didajao, Shojiro Sasaki, who was appointed as the vice captain, is like old man Yamamoto. Maybe the captain also hopes to use mistakes to hone the vice captain Ace. This is just congratulations, right? Thank you for your kindness. You can go back now. On the other hand, because what is there to congratulate him for? Is the vice captain of Seirei so powerful? I don't see how they have tried to curry favor with Shojiro Sasaki. It's not congratulations, someone is looking for you, the vice captain, outside the door. It's Urahara Kazuki, the 3rd seed of the 12th Division. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Urahara Kazuki waiting there. Compared to the last time they met, his beard looked much shabbier. First of all, it is the characteristics of the squad. Of course, these families did not plan anything too big, they just hoped to make it easier for them to assign tasks and make a little money. Chapter 338, Hands Off Manager, you are the first one to come. Ace looked at Urahara Kazuki. I'm sorry, I'm the only one here this time. Urahara Kazuki shrugged and answered awkwardly, is Yoruichi so heartless? Ace patted Urahara Kazuki on the shoulder and complained madly about Yoruichi who didn't come. On a day like this, even Urahara Kazuki couldn't help but come to congratulate him. She has always been the most enthusiastic, but she has never come. Yoruichi, this guy, doesn't take him seriously at all. Look at Urahara Kazuki, this guy, although he is usually unreliable, but he is okay at this time. Just when Ace was secretly praising Urahara Kazuki in his heart, the other party's words immediately sent Ace's heart to the bottom. But the first team is very lively today. Do you know what happened? Urahara Kazuki asked curiously. Del. Ace's eyes became sharp. Maybe it's because today is my vice captain's inauguration ceremony. Don't you know? Oh, no wonder. Congratulations, Vice Captain Ace. Urahara Kazuki's face flashed with embarrassment, and then he shouted in an exaggerated tone, with an exaggerated smile on his face. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Ace looked at Urahara Kazuki's appearance and couldn't get angry. Well, congratulations. Ace waved his hand and said helplessly. Wait, if Urahara Kazuki didn't know that today was the day he became the vice captain, why did he come to me? Ace finally realized that things were not that simple. Urahara Kazuki seemed to see through Ace's mind. He took out a piece of white cloth, wrapped it around himself like a big board, and said with a smile, I want to ask you for a favor. Let's talk about it in detail after we get to the secret base. Although this was an inquiry tone, Urahara Kazuki did not wait for Ace to answer. He put forward the things he proposed, as if he was not worried that Ace would refuse. Ace looked at Urahara Kazuki's appearance, gave Urahara Kazuki a look, and then followed him to the secret base. Urahara Kazuki led the way with a twitch in the corner of his mouth. Ace, this guy, really can't be provoked. Let me introduce you to 627. Stop, you stop first. As soon as Urahara Kazuki arrived at the foot of the bipolar hill, he began to introduce his new invention with great interest. However, Ace did not show any interest and interrupted him, which made him a little confused. Didn't I say that you have to ask for my consent first? Did you say that? Well, you did say it. Urahara Kazuki thought about it and continued. Does it matter? Aren't you here? That's true? So, didn't you accept my invitation? Well, it's true. Yeah, just because you're here doesn't mean you don't mind? Ace covered his chest, feeling like being stabbed by a knife. This B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Any questions? Go ahead. Urahara Kazuki shook his head and untied the white cloth outside his hand. The wooden board-like thing also revealed its true face. It was a white human-shaped flat board. I call it the God-transforming body, a tool that can forcibly copy and materialize the body of Zanpakuto. Urahara Kazuki patted the God-transforming body in his hand and smiled. I think you should understand what this means. Ace nodded, and the Shinigami learned the name of his Zanpakuto through communication, and carried out the first stage of Zanpakuto liberation, which is Shikai. After the initial liberation, through continuous cultivation and communication, Zanpakuto was materialized and made to surrender. The second stage of liberation is called Bankai, which can only be achieved by a few Shinigami. Such Shinigami have obtained the captaincy of the Godei 13 and are called captain-level Shinigami. The God transformation can forcibly materialize Zanpakuto, which can be regarded as solving a big problem of Bankai. If Zanpakuto can be surrendered, then Bankai can be truly mastered. I thought you were not interested in Bankai. It turns out that you have been studying this kind of thing. Why don't you work harder in the Soul King Palace? I am not interested in Bankai, and I am still not very interested in it now. Urahara Kazuki said, stroking the stubble on his chin with his index finger. This is an insurmountable obstacle to achieve my goal. Of course, the power of becoming a captain will help my research. Advertisement. You sound like you want to do something big. Facing Ace's words, Urahara Kazuki smiled, dragged the divine body in front of Ace, and said slowly. No matter how big this operation is, it will take your help. What follows is very important, you must listen. First, you must ensure my safety during the use of the tensai. Urahara Kazuki had never used the tensai before, but based on his identity as a creator, he speculated that the process of using the tensai was actually equivalent to a struggle between Zanpakuto and Shinigami. Who has the upper hand and who will succumb is unknown. Therefore, using the tensai is dangerous, which requires the help of a captain-level Shinigami who has already Bankai to prevent accidents. In addition, after using the tensai, due to the struggle with Zanpakuto, the Shinigami will fall into a dilemma of not being able to Shikai until he completely conquers Zanpakuto and completes the Bankai. In the final analysis, this is a gamble. If you win, your strength will increase dozens of times. If you lose, the Shinigami who is based on Zanpakuto will be defeated. Shinigami is a waste. So the requirements for this kind of gambling are very high. In order to ensure safety, there must be enough people who are trusted by the user to assist. After a round of selection, Urahara Kazuki found Ace and Yoruichi who met the requirements. Then why don't you call Yoruichi as well? Ace asked his own question. Double insurance is definitely safer than single insurance. And, with her personality, if she knows you bypassed her, she might beat you up. I didn't bypass her, she worked hard for it. The principle of the transfer of the divine body is difficult to say, but it is also simple to say that it is not difficult. The most important thing is to forcibly materialize Zanpakuto. This is actually a special material, which is also used to make the transfer of the divine body. This material is only available in the Shihuan family, and its main function is to serve as a bridge, to enable Shinigami to communicate with his Zanpakuto. At first, Urahara Kazuki asked Yoruichi for this material, and then spent more than half a year to strengthen its function. This is how the Transmigami body appeared, so Yoruichi is the biggest contributor. Besides, she is also very busy now, so she doesn't have much time to help me. Urahara Kazuki gave another reason, but it sounded a bit harsh to Ace. I just became the vice captain of the first team, and I am very idle? Do I look idle? Ace's eyes were sharp. Do you look busy? Urahara Kazuki asked back. In a few days, my life will be in your hands, Ace. Damn friendship. But this feeling of being trusted is pretty good. Ace's mouth curled up slightly. Even if the time in Blue Star and the pirate world is added, Ace has only lived for 50 years. But in BFCC, Soul Society, I have been with Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi for nearly 200 years. Such feelings are not ordinary even for Ace, the overlord of the pirate world. Ace reached out and patted Urahara Kazuki on the shoulder. Leave it to me, you can rest assured. In just 3 days, or 2.5 days to be exact, Urahara Kazuki became his own Bankai through the transformation of the divine body. There was no danger during this period, so Ace just watched and did not have any work to do, which made Ace a little bored. Ace was still thinking that when Urahara Kazuki had a situation, he would narrow his horizons. But after returning to the first team, Ace suddenly realized that sometimes having no work to do is also a good thing. Vice Captain Ace, didn't you allocate the expenses for each team this month? It's all done. Wait, where did I put it? Ace flipped through the pile of documents in front of him. Finally, at the bottom of the pile of documents at his feet, Ace found the allocation of the team fees of the first team this month. Advertisement in Soul Society, I can actually relive the feeling of working on Blue Star. You know, even after becoming the overlord of the pirate world and establishing an empire, all the work was done by Robin for himself. The key is that Ace is responsible for many things, but without a computer, let alone office software support, the daily work of the vice captain makes Ace a little dizzy. So, Vice Captain Ace, anything else? Ace held his head and groaned in despair. Can't you just say it all at once? The middle-aged Shinigami in front of Ace showed a helpless expression on his face. He pointed to the table in front of Ace and suggested softly. I mean, you can clean up your room. The 4 deep dungeons of the White Tower, the only window in the room, can see the famous execution ground not far away, the Double Pole Hill. Hearing it, the captain of the 1st Division did not know how to respond to him. Be careful. But this does not mean that the Seirei has been given a reduced sentence. On the contrary, he will be executed at the Bipolar Hill in a week. This man is also one of the initiators of the civil strife in Seirei. This seemingly fragile white tower is actually built entirely of murderous stone. Wait, I don't think there's anything wrong with what you said, so help me clean up this place. In the prison, a Shinigami who had just arrived leaned against the wall. I will try your descendants once, but I may not be able to do anything about you. After throwing the work to others, Ace walked out of the office in a good mood. Since his arrest, he has been imprisoned in a prison that is more strict than the Confession Palace, and was only transferred here today. The middle-aged Shinigami just turned around and left, and Ace's voice came from behind. In fact, after being arrested, this man cooperated very well and helped the 46th chamber eliminate the nobles who had nothing to do with them in a short time, thus avoiding a meaningless internal conflict. Being transferred to the confession room, maybe this is the last mercy of Seirei. At least that is what the 46th chamber thinks. He turned his head and observed the scenery outside the window with his peripheral vision. He could not see any emotions on his face, at least not from the prison. I think it's the same. This place hasn't changed for a long time. It is extremely difficult to destroy it with brute force, not to mention that the 13th Division's barracks are on the high ground north of the White Tower. Even if there is the ability to destroy it by force, it is wishful thinking to bring the people inside out. Ace walked out of the 1st Division with his hands behind his back. As for where to go next, Ace has made up his mind. This huge tower is called the Palace of Confessions, where the Seirei imprison serious criminals, although the Shinigami are more accustomed to calling it the White Tower. This man is the head of the upper noble family who plotted against Ace. The captain of the 11th Division, the contemporary Kenpachi, let out a long breath and adjusted his tone. This is the life that the vice captain should have. When this man heard the news, he turned his head for the first time. His narrow eyes were looking at Kenpachi with a sincere look, but his expressionless face made people doubt that he actually didn't care about the survival of this family at all. You said, if someone was here 1,000 years ago and saw the scenery here, would they be the same as me? His voice was still as weak as ever, but the confession palace was so quiet, still dead quiet, and the captain of the 11th Division heard what the other party said clearly. Throughout the ages, I don't know how many people have been sentenced to death and spent their last peaceful time in this scenery. Sure enough, he walked forward step by step and slowly said to Kenpachi. Kenpachi said in a deep voice. Just as the captain of the 11th Division sighed in his heart, the man's voice rang like a wind chime again. What's the point of saying this? Are you okay? If you're okay, go first. Huh. With such an attitude, he couldn't even find a way out for himself and his family. I guess this man must be disappointed at this moment. Don't you think it's boring to not make any changes for a long time like this? Meanwhile, a huge white tower in the center of the Seirei district welcomed a new batch of guests. Chapter 339. Crazy Scientist. It's meaningless, just treat it as a small talk. After all, I won't have the chance to chat with you like this again. This man Kaido. He saw Kenpachi was in a low mood and didn't know what was going on, so he smiled and said. Tell me about it. Just treat it as an accommodation for a dying person like me? Looking like this, I really don't know who the dying person is. In the house, Kenpachi smiled and shook his head, and his usual cheerful expression returned little by little. If it really didn't change, I would be very bored, but it's not like this here, right? Kenpachi opened his arms, and his loud voice seemed to resound throughout the White Tower. Watching new members become stronger and stronger and able to stand on their own. After a tough battle, have a drink with them and see their familiar or unfamiliar faces. People are changing, Seirei is changing, this is my favorite and most enjoyable picture king. It's fun to watch it for the rest of your life, you won't get tired of it. What a pure person. The man shook his head when he saw Kenpachi's intoxicated look, and his face was rarely full of smiles. What's wrong with being a pure person? Kenpachi looked at the man. It feels good. At least it looks happy, the man said, and suddenly remembered someone. He continued to ask. What about Ace? The young man who played a trick on me, what kind of person is he? I have no connection with him. Kenpachi turned his head back, thinking about Ace, and continued. He was able to use more than 100 years to coordinate with Captain Yamamoto's plan. He was a ruthless character with a shrewd mind who knew how to endure hardships. However, he would also make a lot of jokes, just like a child, and it was unknown which one was his true face. Interesting. The man turned around, raised his head, and looked at the bipolar hill outside the window again, and he said calmly, I want to meet that kid. At least before I die, I want to see with my own eyes the genius who made the 46th room give up on me. What kind of charm does he have? The treatment of you is not because of him. The man stretched out his hand to stop Kenpachi's next words. He had his own judgment on this matter. I'm a little tired. Let's stop here today. The man slowly walked to the window at the end of the cell. The midday sun dazzled him, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. Please invite him to see me on my behalf, but you don't have to force it. In addition, there is no need to force me to do anything for my descendants. They and I are ready for the price we will pay if we fail. This guy said so. Kenpachi did not make any more entanglements and left the confession palace, and went directly to the first team to invite Ace. But at this time, the first team where Ace left was unknown, and the one who happened to receive Kenpachi was the team member who helped Ace clean the office. Do you know where Ace went? Kenpachi asked. I don't know, Vice Captain Ace never told us where he was. The team member said respectfully. When will he come back? Kenpachi continued to ask. I'm not sure about this. Just like the last time Vice Captain Ace went out, he didn't come back until 3 days later. Otherwise, Captain Kenpachi, go ask Urahara Kazuki, the third seed of the 12th team, he has a good relationship with the vice captain. Kenpachi touched his chin and pondered for a while. Instead of looking for Ace all over the world, it is better to meet Captain Yamamoto first. You know, his main purpose is to plead for the descendants of that upper noble. Deal with important matters first, and wait for Ace to come back. If he can't wait, then we'll take it one step at a time. Tell the Captain General for me that the captain of the squad wants to see you. Yes. As for where Ace is working now and where he fled to, even if Kenpachi asked Urahara Kazuki, he would definitely say expressionlessly that he didn't know. There is an inconspicuous 2-story building next to the 10th squad. It's not even a warehouse. From the outside, it looks like the 10th squad's utility room. This is not the 10th squad of Godai 13, it has its own name. Advertisement: it does not belong to any squad. In theory, it is an organization of Seirei at the same level as the Godate 13. It is responsible for building the Seirei defense system and producing the death suits worn by Shinigami. The two-story hut on the ground is just the front door, and the real location of the organization is underground. After a complicated inspection procedure, no one saw it. The wooden door in front of Ace creaked open by itself. Entering the room with only 4 walls, there was a hole in the floor long ago, and only a few steps were missing from the stone staircase. Ace was also familiar with this road, so he bent down and walked down. The way down was not long. The first floor of the Imperial Weaver Spiritual Arts Academy was only a few dozen meters below the ground. Here, it was where the cloth was woven. Ace's destination was not here, but the second floor. Turning a corner, he came to a remote corner. There was a metal ladder on the wall, but it was not the way down. Ace took a step forward and slammed his face into the white wall on the left side of the ladder. The seemingly hard wall left a dent on Ace's face. A crack suddenly appeared in the corner. Ace heard it and moved his face away from the wall, grabbed the ladder next to him and pulled hard. The walls on both sides cracked in the middle, and he slowly opened the ladder. It turned out that the ladder on the wall was just a pair of door handles, and the door was an elevator that led directly to the second floor of the Imperial Weaver Academy. It's just going downstairs. Why is Tien playing so many tricks? Ace thought helplessly. This is Ace's second time here, and it's a completely different experience from the last time. The last time seemed to be after turning left in the corridor and reaching the third floor, and then stepping 5 times in 1 second. Ace had to step his right foot into the middle of the floor, Then 10 slides took Ace directly to the Earth building. This is 10 bad memories. However, this institution is such a place. All inspections are concentrated at the entrance to the ground, especially the second floor. It's almost a 1-to-1 passage. If you want to enter without permission, there is no other way except to break in by force. If you go straight, you can't even enter the door, but as long as you can enter the door, no one will care about you next. After a short wait, the elevator took Ace safely to the second floor. As soon as the door opened, a man in a death suit was waiting at the door. He yawned and didn't speak. He pointed at Ace and turned away. Ace knew that this was to pick him up. Ace didn't ask any more questions, just followed. Unlike the more rustic wooden decoration on the first floor, the second floor has a higher technical content, at least because it is difficult to see the round speakers on the wall that look like honeycombs in other places in Seirei. Turn left, turn right, and turn right again. When everyone was about to be dizzy, the person in front finally stopped and put his hand into a mouth on the wall. It was not a statue, but a real mouth. Ace even vaguely heard the sound of saliva flowing. 3 or 5 seconds. Ace was too lazy to count how long the other person's hand was sucked. It seemed that the mouth on the wall had enough time. Stick out your tongue and spit your hand out of your body. A gap suddenly appeared on the wall without any gaps. The gap slowly expanded and eventually formed a round arch about 1 person high. Opposite the arch was a long room of about 10 square meters. Ace saw that it was a bit dark inside and couldn't help frowning. It seemed that his words were decisively ignored. When Ace and the others walked into the room, the arch behind them closed again, as if it had never happened. The man leading the way walked to the console on the right and shouted lazily into the microphone. "Mr. Ni, your guest is here." There was no response in the room. The man leading the way touched his neck and asked himself. "Mr. Ni, are you asleep? Mr. Ni, hey, are you still there?" Quiet. The voice of a third person suddenly sounded in the room. The owner of the voice sounded very unhappy. "If you come to bother me again, I promise you will never be able to speak again." "Well, as you heard, I think Mr. Ni has forgotten that you were coming." "It's okay. I can wait for a while." Ace pointed to the wall above the console and continued. "Please flowers, but can you let me go in and take a look, just like last time?" "Advertisement, last time? Oh, Mr. Ni also let you see it last time, so it's okay?" The man patted his forehead, and after a slight adjustment on the console, the blank wall glowed, a single-sided glass wall that could see the laboratory on the other side. "Take your time. I have to go and take a break," the man said, pulling a chair and leaning against the control panel. The next second, a slight snoring sounded. Ace didn't mind, standing behind the man, squinting at what was happening in the other room. In fact, from Ace's perspective, it was not too clear. A man with a blue comb, his skin looked like it was painted. His white and delicate back is facing Ace, covering the most critical part of the test bench. However, when the man picked up the scarlet dye on the test bench, it is not difficult to guess what he is doing. After an unknown amount of time, Ace noticed that something was beating on the man's right hand. He put it into a container, and the originally transparent liquid inside instantly turned red. Find someone to bandage his heart. Find a new test subject. Start again in half an hour. The room was filled with creaking sounds again. No matter how many times I heard it, I still felt cold. The man who was originally sleeping beside me woke up from his deep sleep and kept repeating what he had just heard. 0 at this moment, the man on the other side of the wall had disappeared. A few seconds later, a door suddenly opened at the end of the room. It was the man who had just done the experiment. "Ha, I feel relieved to see your energy." Ace leaned on the empty chair and smiled. "I believe that after so long, you should have discovered something, my great Norelli scientist." At this time, Kuretsuchi Miyuri was not as weird as when he became the captain of the 12th Division. This person has almost no moral concepts. For research, he can sacrifice everything except himself. Do you have new experimental materials this time? If not, you are not welcome here. With the arrival of Ace, Neri seemed very calm, picked up a small glass bottle from the operating table, and dripped brown liquid into his eyes. Urahara Kazuki is the kind of person who ordinary people can't guess his thoughts. He is unrestrained and unconventional. He has his own persistence and will consider others. Character. Although like Urahara Kazuki, they are both Serades Frankensteins, but they are completely different. According to the instructions of the 46th chamber, at the beginning, only Quincy captured outside the Stern Cross Fortress can be studied. But Ace couldn't do it alone, so he thought of two candidates at first. One was his good friend Urahara Kazuki, and the other was Kuretsuchi Mayuri. They are both famous scientists from the Serades. In the previous life, Ace remembered very clearly that the Invisible Empire was established by Quincy using spirit particles in the shadow of Serades. But Kuretsuchi Mayuri is different. It can be said that he is very self-centered, and it can also be regarded as extremely confident and conceited. As time goes by, the research qualifications of ordinary Quincy in the Stern Cross Fortress can be gradually opened up. As for the middle and high-level Quincy like Foz, Ace's goal is to find the Invisible Empire. At least, he was just pale now, and there was no strange decoration on his head that changed with the seasons. Unless there is a new need, the research qualifications will not be opened up. Kuretsuchi Mayuri really didn't give any face, but this is indeed Kuretsuchi Mayuri's. I don't hate the title of great scientist, but I don't like it coming from your mouth. The 46th chamber also approved the application, but at a discount. Since it is in the shadow, as long as you study the abilities of Quincy, you can find a way to enter. The torture of Quincy is also divided into different levels. Since half a year ago, the organization here has applied for the right to start research on Quincy. The applicant is naturally Neri. As for how Ace contacted Kuretsuchi Mayuri, it was actually Ace who contacted him through old man Yamamoto first. Ace has always thought that he is more like a scientist, a crazy scientist. As for how to find it, either someone who knows will lead the way, or Ace will go to find it himself. Chapter 340. Got entangled. However, Urahara Kazuki seems to have something of his own interest. So in the end Ace chose Kuretsuchi Mayuri, who was interested in the Quincy, and he was responsible for obtaining a high-level material for Kuretsuchi Mayuri. In exchange, he had to study something that Ace was interested in and opened his own research to Ace. However, now it seems that something is wrong. Kuretsuchi Mayuri seems to think that he is a porter, not a partner of equal status. Ace feels the need to give the other party a hint. I always think you should be grateful. Without me, you wouldn't have someone like Fuzz, right, great scientist? Fuzz. Oh. You mean Subject 0001, he is indeed much better. Kuretsuchi Mayuri said, his eyes rolling in his eye sockets, and his tone was friendlier than before. Then can you provide me with more materials like him, or better? Kuretsuchi Mayuri's words made Ace speechless. You know, bringing Foz here was the result of his request to old man Yamamoto, and he even used the so-called merit of his identity, which cannot be made public. Bring 10 brothers. Maybe you want him to die. Looking at your constipated expression, I know everything is over. Ni Li pulled out a chair from behind Ace, sat on it, crossed his hands, and looked at Ace and said jokingly. I thought you would be a good judge and give me a good deal. It seems that you are just a good judge. Well, it should be said that you are a lucky judge. It all depends on whether you have the real stuff. It's been so long. 867. You must know what I want to know, right? Ace smiled lightly. What do you want to know? Kuretsuchi Mayuri tilted his head and thought for a while, turned around, and pressed a few keys on the keyboard. Come and see. I don't know if you can understand. Ace walked to Neri, sensitive and eager to learn, which was the basic cultural literacy that a good time traveler should have. What is this? The human body relay diagram. To be precise, it is the human body diagram of the Quincy under the condition that we guarantee complete health. Kuretsuchi Mayuri pointed to the screen and said. As for the white substance inside, if you can understand it, you should know that it represents Ryujin. I know, but what does it mean? Ace scratched his forehead and asked curiously. However, Kuretsuchi Mayuri was not a patient teacher. He clicked on the screen a few times and asked Ace. Why is it so obvious that you can't understand it? Ace was also embarrassed. However, Ace really knows nothing about scientific research. I know it's really impossible to ask you to do better. Kuretsuchi Mayuri nodded. Thank you for your understanding. Kuretsuchi Mayuri waved his hand impatiently and tapped on the keyboard a few more times. Another human image appeared on the screen. However, this one was wider than the previous one. This is a Shinigami human figure. The difference is obvious. Compared to Shinigami, the Ryujin in the body of the Quincy is very small. It can be said that there is almost no Ryujin. Advertisement. Next, when the experimental subject loses consciousness, I stimulate him with Ryujin, which is not higher than the concentration of Ryujin in his body. The results show that they will use the Ryujin in their body to defend themselves. The effect can be said to be close to zero. The next step is to strip the nerves on the surface of the skin and move the defense position inward, just like death. But with this level of Ryujin, the Quincy is not much stronger than ants. The principle of their fighting is that the Ryujin absorbs the Ryujin from the outside world. But the source of this force is not BA. Kuretsuchi Mayuri pointed at the screen with enthusiasm in her eyes. Later, when they were conscious, I conducted experiments. Of course, there are two situations: preserving nerves and stripping nerves. When the autonomous defense mechanism appears, the strength of both increases significantly. It's just that the speed is different. It's amazing. They are very weak, but when they are conscious, it's like a switch machine. Their entire body will perfectly coordinate their actions. Do you know what this means? Kuretsuchi Miyuri said excitedly. Consciously, they are superhuman in a sense. Each spirit particle in the body is like an independent individual, absorbing spirit particles from the outside world at the right time. From this point of view, it is really exciting. Ace pinched his eyebrows. Although he was just listening to the story without thinking, Kuretsuchi Miyuri's actions still gave him a headache. This was completely different from what he wanted to hear. I don't know how important this is, I just want to know if you have investigated what I said. The thing you said? Which thing? Shadow. Didn't I ask you to see if they can use spirit particles in the shadow to build a building? Ace clenched his fist and shouted, his voice echoing in the room for a long time. Do you have a brain? I believed your story. I must have left my brain somewhere. Build an empire in the shadow. You must make sure there is a G space in the shadow. Is your understanding so poor? No, you don't have any understanding at all. I'm talking about space. The key is not the shadow, but the space. Build a space with spirit particles first. This is an interesting idea, but you give me so much nonsense, I can't see that direction. Do you want me to build on this? Just use your upper lip slapping method? Either come to me with more advanced materials, or get out. Do you know what you should do now? Don't let me see your face again. Kuretsuchi Miyuri was completely crazy at this moment. He looked at Ace with bloodshot eyes. This guy gave him a task that was impossible to complete. The most damning thing is that he actually believed this guy's nonsense. When Ace came out, the night had completely enveloped Ching. Although there were no people around, Ace's head was still buzzing, as if there were hundreds of Kuretsuchi Miyuri complaining about the assignments he had given him in various ways. Although he did not explicitly mention the existence of the Invisible Empire, Ace mentioned all the possibilities he could think of to Kuretsuchi Miyuri. Of course, he was also refuted. In the end, Kuretsuchi Miyuri's point was that shadows themselves did not have spatial properties. Building an empire in the shadow is equivalent to building an empire in the dimensional space. The so-called shadow is a door, and the door can be anything. Dimensional space exists, but there is no passage in Soul Society, let alone Seirei. The Shinigami have been here for more than 1,000 years, and no one is more familiar with it than them. Using spirit particles to create space out of thin air, according to Kuretsuchi Miyuri, this is close to a miracle. If the Quincy has this ability, he will be destroyed by the Shinigami twice. Of course, he did not completely deny this possibility. He just needs to study more and better samples, looking at the ability of the Quincy's Shi-Lizzie to see if there is a possibility of transformation. Finally, Kuretsuchi Miyuri made it clear that unless Ace brings better materials, such as a living leader of the Quincy, he will not do it again. Ace swore that if he were Seirei's current boss, not to mention the Quincy leader, he would ask Kyoraku Shunsui to take him to Kuretsuchi Miyuri to show him how powerful he was, because Ace remembered that Kyoraku Shunsui's Shikai had a move that used shadows to launch attacks. But is he? No, so think about it, these are all in vain, or go to old man Yamamoto to ask him to give the Quincy leader to Legoli as research material? This is too whimsical. Unless old man Yamamoto is the kind of person who indulges himself in an unsolvable way, he must ask the reason. If he really asks, Ace can't answer old man Yamamoto's question at this moment. Or go to Urahara Kazuki. However, the research data is still in the hands of Kuretsuchi Miyuri, and it is impossible to persuade Urahara Kazuki to give up his research goals. In terms of research, he is a very independent person. Unconsciously, Ace returned to the residence of the First Division, but he scratched his head in annoyance when he thought that all possibilities were excluded by him. After walking 2 steps, Ace bumped into someone's arms. Sorry, I was thinking about something and didn't look at the road. Sorry, I was thinking about something, so I didn't pay attention. The other party also kept apologizing. Ace raised his head and his eyes fixed. Although he hadn't seen him much, Ace didn't know this person. Seirei, the captain of the 11th Division, the current Kenpachi. Ace? Advertisement? Yes, Captain Kenpachi, what's wrong? Ace looked at Kenpachi's surprised expression and asked. He didn't know the person in front of him. I just have something to find you. Kenpachi grabbed Ace's arm and said excitedly. Ace was not short, but in front of the tall Kenpachi, he was really not good enough. Kenpachi couldn't help but feel excited. He came here for 2 reasons. One is to ask the captain to forgive the descendant of the superior noble. After all, the head of the family of the superior noble had been very cooperative after being arrested. For this reason, leave a spark of fire for the superior noble, even if it is a long-term imprisonment. But this idea was strongly rebuked by Captain Yamamoto. Doing this proves that they are dissatisfied with what Seirei did to their family 100 years ago, and there is no need for this family to leave a spark of fire. The first thing failed temporarily, and the second thing is about him. Captain Kenpachi, let's talk it over, can you not do it? It feels really uncomfortable to be hugged by a big guy. If it were someone else, he would have kicked him out long ago. But if it was Kenpachi, it would be different, and he could only comfort him well. There is no way, this person's size and strength are proportional. According to what old man Yamamoto told Ace privately, as a 7th generation Kenpachi, his strength has long been recognized. The Zero Squad directly under the Spiritual Palace even invited him to join, but he said he couldn't stand the boring accompanying work, so he refused the invitation. If Ace kicks such a character, I'm afraid he won't get any good results. However, there are 10 questions. How did such a strong Kenpachi get his sword title and captain position taken away by the later Zaraki Kenpachi? Maybe Zaraki defeated the later Kenpachi? Ace tried to find the answer in his previous life. Unfortunately, Ace knew very little about the inheritance of the Kenpachi title. Ace only knew that the later contemporary Kenpachi was Zaraki Kenpachi, and the first generation Kenpachi, whose original name was Yunohana Yachiryu, and now changed his name to Yunohana Retsu, who became the captain of the 4th team. Just when Ace was thinking about other things, the swordman had told him everything he wanted to say. However, after waiting for a while, the little guy in front of him didn't say anything. His face was blank, as if his soul had been taken away. Seeing this, Kenpachi shouted unceremoniously, "Ace, you didn't mean to listen to me at all. Just a little absent-minded, can you say it again, Captain Kenpachi?" Ace shrugged and said slowly, "He will be executed in a week. He wants to see you before he leaves. When will you have time to leave?" "Him? The head of the noble family who planned to kill me?" Ace narrowed his eyes. Kenpachi nodded and continued. "Although he did something wrong, especially to you, he once had the intention to kill you, but at this point, let's just regard it as fulfilling one of his wishes. When Ace does things, he also depends on whether the other party is valuable. As for the head of the noble family, it is obvious that he has no value to Ace. People always have some regrets, so I won't go." "Vice Captain Ace. What's wrong? Captain Kenpachi is here again." In the vice captain's office, Ace looked at the team members who came in and said helplessly. "These days, Ace has handled a lot of official business. I really don't know how Sasaki, who only had one vice captain before, handled so many strange documents. And Kenpachi is also a person who messes around. 7 days ago, Ace rejected the invitation of the head of the upper noble family who was about to die, and Kenpachi acted quite free and easy. However, since 3 days ago, Ace has been harassed by the other party every day. To be honest, Ace is really annoyed, but now is not the time to conflict with a captain. It's not like that." Vice Captain Sasaki asked if you want to have tea with him. "By the way, this captain is here too, and they are drinking the black tea that Vice Captain Sasaki just planted today. I don't drink it, don't you see that I'm very busy now?" Ace patted the documents in front of him and said unhappily, "Also, if Captain Kenpachi comes to see me, just say I'm not here." Chapter 341. Something strange in the Palace of Confession. Ace felt cheated at this moment. How could these two old guys have so much time? Is there something wrong with the way he handles things? Ace doesn't understand why his promotion is so strange. In the plot of the previous life, shouldn't the position of vice captain be very leisurely? Ace was thinking about life in front of a pile of documents. At this time, another person who gave Ace a headache, the contemporary Kenpachi, went to the Confession Palace. Kenpachi's main purpose was not to take Ace to see the head of the upper noble family. As for 15's many visits in the past 3 days, it was only because Kenpachi felt that he could not save the descendants of this upper noble. At first, Kenpachi wanted to jointly apply to the 46th chamber with more than half of the captains to change the sentence on the head of the upper noble family. But unexpectedly, there were very few captains willing to participate in this matter. A week later, there was no change. "I'm sorry I couldn't save your descendants." Kenpachi looked at the man in prison. "Advertisement, don't mind, I didn't ask you to save him," the man said calmly, as if the descendant had nothing to do with him. Then he laughed at himself. "But the little guy named Ace didn't come to see me, as expected, because there is no point in seeing the loser. As I said, your situation has nothing to do with him. No one can make mistakes intentionally and think that they should be forgiven." Kenpachi was a little annoyed. He didn't know why the man opposite him was still pestering Ace at this time, regardless of his family. "Are you so arrogant that you want to see who messed up his plan? Or are you just interested in Ace? He doesn't understand and doesn't want to understand. No matter what the reason, this idea seems too arrogant and cold. Look at you, do you have anything to say to me?" Although Kenpachi of this generation looks like a cruel person, he is actually an extremely humble and easygoing person. There are not many people who can force him to do this. The man smiled and seemed quite proud. "What's the point of teaching you a lesson now?" Kenpachi sighed. "I will find that kid again and let you see him before the execution tomorrow." After saying this, Kenpachi turned and left. It seems that he has to negotiate with Ace again. Advertisement. The man in the prison saw this and smiled. He waited for Kenpachi's figure to disappear from his sight, and he slowly walked out. "Tomorrow? I'm afraid I won't see you tomorrow." At night, there was no sound in the quiet Confession Palace. There was no moon tonight, and the bipolar hill looked like a huge black dog squatting outside the window waiting for food. 353. The man in the prison turned around from the dreamy scene outside the window, bent his index finger, knocked on the door rhythmically, and walked towards the door. Dong, dong, dong. The man seemed to use the stone in front of the door as a musical instrument, happily repeating his unknown performance. Such sounds are not common in the Confession Palace. So soon, the jailer in white was attracted. Today's criminal was a little abnormal. "Quiet. Otherwise I will block your mouth," the jailer scolded viciously. "Only one? It came faster than I thought." The man narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 342. Prison Break. Zanpakuto appears. The man in the prison stopped playing and looked at the jailer outside the door. He put his index finger to his mouth and made a silent gesture. He smiled and said, "It will be quiet, but you have to stay with me." His loose clothes suddenly tightened, and the jailer felt something was wrong. He was about to make a sound, but found that he could not make a sound, as if an invisible hand suddenly pulled the white cloth from his face, twisted it into a ball, and broke his neck. The jailer wanted to reach out and grab the rope around his neck, but he couldn't. The clothes on his body were like torture instruments, making him unable to control his body. He couldn't even fall down. The sound made by the jailer was not much louder than a mosquito, and it only lasted for a short time before it disappeared completely. Such a sound is insignificant even in the quiet confessional, but it is the last call of life, but no one heard it. "Don't you have your key? Please go again," the man said softly. The noose around the guard's neck outside the door has returned to its original state without a wrinkle. At this moment, the jailer, who was already a corpse, moved on his own just like when he was alive, and disappeared step by step from the sight of Mole City. Soon after, the jailer came to the prison again with the key. With a click, the prison door, which was supposed to be closed until tomorrow noon, opened ahead of schedule. After that, the jailer changed the key and unlocked the Keto device that restrained the man's neck and wrist Ryujin. Advertisement then, the body softened and fell at the man's feet. White light gushed out of the jailer's body, and finally merged into a 3-foot-long Zanpakuto with a square guard and a purple handle wrapped around the handle. If at this moment, anyone who witnessed the trap punishment experienced by the Mole City family 100 years ago would be surprised to find that this was the Zanpakuto the Mole City Suya awakened Shikai at that time. When he was caught, the man said he didn't know where he put it. Unfortunately, there is no such person here, so it is impossible to tell the poor jailer in the confession that this Suya has another title when. At this moment, Kamaitachi has picked up his exclusive weapon, and now it's time to perform. The night is dark, and it's a good time to kill. The jailers in the confession palace are not strong people. Their greatest advantage is that they are absolutely loyal to the 46th chamber, but this loyalty has no effect at this moment. Silently, they were all killed by the escaped Zaraki Suya. Except for the sound of blood flowing, they couldn't make any sound, let alone resist. Advertisement: the second deep prison of Confession White. There are many cells here. The prisoners in this prison will also be sentenced to death tomorrow. It's just that they are not worthy of using the bipolar punishment. Another member of the Zaraki family, the person Kenpachi wants to save, Zaraki Yinkun, is here, Liao de Zhao. You suffered, Yinkun. Jicheng Yinkun was sitting on the ground with his head down. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice and looked up suddenly. This voice was from the past. Master? Jicheng Yinkun couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed at Jicheng Shuangye. You have suffered during this period of time. Jicheng Shuangye raised his mouth slightly, without any embarrassment of just getting out of trouble, and smiled faintly. Chapter 343. White Tower Riot. Although the voice of Zaraki Suya was very low, it still alarmed the people in the next cell. The hope of life made them lose their calm at this moment. Regardless of the situation in the confession palace, they shouted loudly. Master Zaraki, save us, Master, I don't want to die, please let us go. Zaraki Suya spoke, and he raised his right hand and paused at the sky. Those who were shouting stopped shouting. Master, how did you escape? Yinkun asked curiously. This is not a good place to chat, I'll let you out first. Z070 Cheng Shuang also smiled. His right hand held the handle of Zanpakuto. In the blink of an eye, a small part of the Zanpakuto in his hand was exposed. However, his action did not seem to be drawing the knife, but putting it away. In the dark cell, 2 orders suddenly appeared. A cross was printed on the cell door of Zicheng Yinkun. The cell door was divided into 4. The last obstacle, accompanied by a loud bang, disappeared just like that. Master, I'm sorry. Advertisement. Yinkun lowered his head. As cruel as ever, he could no longer be seen at this moment. Like a child, he sobbed and said. This is all my fault. It's all my fault that the master's plan failed. Zicheng Shuang also walked to Yinkun and wanted to touch his head, but he found that the boy in front of him was much taller than him. He shook his head, patted Yinkun's arm, and said gently. Don't blame you, blame me if you blame me, don't count you early, let you suffer. Seeing that Yinkun was still full of guilt, Zancheng Shuangye smiled bitterly and said helplessly. We can still be in the confession palace now, Kunimura. Indeed, the prison gate blocking the 2 brothers has been cut off, but the confession room, or Jinglingting, where they are imprisoned, is still in front of them. Now is really not the time to be emotional or guilty. Zancheng Shuangye escaped with such a plan, not just to see Yikin. That's right. We can't die like this, otherwise the sacrifice of our clansmen will be in vain. Yinkun wiped his eyes with his sleeves without hesitation. Advertisement, Master, what should we do next? Escape from Jinglingting at night. The White Tower is surrounded by guard towers, but it is also a big deal for Zancheng Shuangye. It's a meaningless thing. As long as he wants, as long as he doesn't accidentally meet a captain-level figure, it would be a piece of cake for him to quietly escape with Yinkun. Yinkun of Zancheng didn't deliberately lower his voice, so his words were heard clearly by the people in the other cells. It was like a boiling soup that was completely boiled. They started to quarrel. Yes, this time it was a quarrel. Take me with you, Lord Zancheng, for everything I have done for you, please save me. Sir, I am stronger than them and more useful to you. Sir. They all understood that no matter how strong Zancheng Shuangye was, he could only take 2 or 3 people with him in the outer guard of Seredi. This doesn't count other people. There are more than 30 heads of the families here, and they can't all leave. Quiet. Zancheng Shuangye's voice was also a little insignificant at this time. In the face of the hope of life, this group of prisoners has gone completely crazy. Head, these people are just a bunch of people, why are we? Chapter 344. The Role of Cannon Fodder. Yinkun of Zancheng leaned close to Zancheng Fuai's ear and wiped his neck with his right hand. Yinkun had made up his mind to kill them, he didn't want to bring these people with him. Master? Yinkun of Zancheng saw Zancheng Fuai shook his head, a little puzzled. Zancheng Fuai took a knife and walked towards the nearest cell. The others were even more anxious, and each of them wanted to squeeze their bodies out of the small window of the cell door and shouted, Lord Zancheng Fuai, I hope he can change his mind. The lucky man's face was full of joy. The bone finally fell into his mouth. He wanted to thank Zancheng Fuai and say some loyal words, but he couldn't do it anymore. Suddenly, a fountain of blood spurted out of his neck. He stretched out his hand to stop it, but he couldn't stop the passing of life. Now, can it be quiet? Zancheng Fuai looked around and asked. This time, he didn't put away the knife. The blood flowed down the blade, awakening these people's fear of Zancheng Fuai. Zaraki Fuyuya nodded. He was very satisfied with this peaceful confession palace. Advertisement. He waved his wrist to remove the bloodline on the knife, and then slowly put it back into the scabbard in front of everyone, indicating that he had no intention of killing. All of you, I will give you a chance to be free. Zaraki Fuyuya also shuttled between the cells. He looked carefree as if he was walking in his own garden. Your loyalty is useless to me, but you must do as I say, otherwise he will be your fate. Waiting for your orders. These people also knew that Zaraki Fuyuya would use them as cannon fodder. Although they were unwilling, cannon fodder still had a chance to survive. Staying here is a dead end. The dominant power is in the hands of Zaraki Fuyuya, and they can only obey or choose to wait for death here. Master, why do you want to? Zaraki Yinkun walked to Zaraki Fuyuya and said without hiding. Although these people can be used as cannon fodder, since they can escape quietly, why do they have to deliberately create chaos? Some things can't be solved in a day or two. I need some time. Suya Zaraki said, releasing the other prisoners. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Advertisement. More than 20 noble family heads, including their immediate family members, a total of more than 60 people, gathered around Suya Zaraki. Lord Zaraki, can these be untied as well? A noble stretched out the Keto device in his hand and asked tentatively. I will untie you, but not now, Zero Suya Zaraki said, glancing at the man, and gently touching the handle of the knife with his left thumb. Seeing this, the other party bowed and retreated, not daring to ask more questions. You can go together later, or you can escape separately, but there is a condition, you can't follow me. Suya Zaraki said lightly. We understand, sporadic voices rang out. These nobles knew that they were cannon fodder. They thought they had a chance to rush out with Suya Zaraki, but now their last hope is gone, and the road of life is dark. The feeling of despair seems to exceed hope. These fell into the eyes of Zaraki Fuya, but he did not speak, just closed his eyes and stood there, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 345. Highest Alert. After waiting for a moment, the golden light like the sun suddenly shone into the confession palace, and almost at the same time, a huge roar sounded from the south. Now, Zaho Suya opened his eyes, and the Keto instruments on everyone fell to the ground. Everyone, it's already chaotic. Whether you can get out depends on your luck. In front of the 46th room, 2 Shinigami were yawning. There was still an hour before the shift change. One of them turned around and was about to chat with his partner when he saw a figure sticking out from the wall behind him. More importantly, the figure was holding a knife in his hand, which was placed on the neck hole of the idiot who kept ordering because of sleepiness. 11. Watch your back. The last word was just an inaudible breath, but it didn't matter anymore, because the last scene he saw was his partner's throat being cut, and of course, himself. Half of the figure slowly walked out of the wall and slowly formed a human figure in front of the 46th room. The faint candlelight was printed on the other person's face. It was Futaba Yuki, the person who shouldn't be here. The 2 dead bodies actually ignited flames and turned into 2 charred corpses when Futaba Yuki's index finger shone. Hado 96. 1 Knife Cremation. A huge column of fire rose from the ground, piercing the ground like a sharp blade, instantly engulfing the 46th room in front of him, adding a touch of warmth to this bleak night. Advertisement. Even Futaba Yuki, who created all this, was like a wax figure, blending into the ground under his feet. Hado 96. 1 Knife Cremation. A high-level Hado that can only be activated with the help of Jiaohu. The reason why Ace can be released without damage in the pirate world is because Ace ate Mera Mera Fruit's fireman. This time, Zaraki Fuya used 2 charred corpses, which were so powerful that the temperature alone caused the walls of the street of room 46 to crack and collapse. In the first team closest to room 46, Kenpachi and Ace were looking at each other. They were still arguing about whether to meet Zaraki Fuya tomorrow. The sudden Ryutsu fluctuation made the 2 of them change their faces and walked out of the vice-captain's room one after another. When they arrived, Old Man Yamamoto and Sasaki also appeared in front of the gate. The huge knife-shaped flame column in the air did not completely disappear, but was heading towards room 4060. Sasaki will stay here to command. Ace and Kenpachi, follow me. Old man Yamamoto gave a simple order, and his figure instantly disappeared in the garden. Seeing this, Ace and Kenpachi followed him without saying a word. As soon as the three of them left, there was a rapid wooden knocking sound behind their feet. A purple ghost-like beam of light stretched out its tail from the Gode house and flew to the 46th room. A huge stone slab appeared from midair and fell to the ground, cutting off the connection with Rukongai. 5.1. The alarm forced by the Gode house in Seirei, especially in the Gode 13, symbolized that Seirei entered the highest level of alert at present. The subsequent ghost light bombs pointed to the main alert point, the 46th room. Soon, the Shinigami of Gode 13 were awakened one by one. More than half of the team members had never experienced this level of alarm. Chapter 346, The Fourth Form. When everyone thought so, a Kido light bomb rose from the direction of the Gurusho and finally stopped at the Confession Palace. The iron two of the Kido lengths expressed their attitude. But at this time, old man Yamamoto's words dispelled everyone's doubts. Rebels, be killed on the spot. The captain-level sword ban, especially the Bankai ban, is difficult to break, especially in Seirei. If necessary, the captain can use Bankai within the scope of Seirei, but Kenpachi is excluded. All these Shinigami who were experiencing it for the first time knew was that from now on, Seirei would be completely taken over by Gode 13. Of course, there are also benefits of searching. There are not many people who have this ability. The other captains are a little suspicious. At the same time, no non-essential personnel were allowed to go out. Except for the captain and the chief and vice chief of the Kido team, anyone else who wandered outside would be arrested first. Advertisement near the 46th room, except for the first team, there is almost no place for people to go. So, it is reasonable to lift the sword ban at this time. At the same time, it is also a reminder for the captains not to be careless. However, old man Yamamoto and Ace have already come out of the first team. If someone rushes back, they will notice it. It seems that we didn't find anything on the way here. Did the perpetrator escape too fast? Or is he hiding nearby? Kiraku Shunsui dragged his chin and guessed. Ghost, keep an eye on him, except for us, there are no suspicious hiders around. Looking in that direction, everyone's eyes suddenly condensed. Ace heard this and Shikai Zanpakuto. A black prajna mask appeared silently and covered Ace's face. The remaining vice captains also began to arrange the team members and began to search along the main branch of Seirei. We will start the search from the outside. The captain-level Shikai sword band especially opened. At this moment, the captain of Team 13 and the chief and vice chief were rapidly approaching the 46th chamber from different positions and directions. Ace answered affirmatively. Advertisement: when all the key personnel arrived, the flames engulfing the 46th chamber had completely dissipated, and the outer wall had completely disappeared, leaving only the blackened main building, which stood alone in the center like an octagonal fire stick. As soon as the old man Yamamoto opened his mouth, dozens of red smoke columns rose from various locations in Seirei. But due to the limitations of human eyes and the fact that Soul Society itself is full of spirit particles, this effect will also be discounted. However, the opponent can release a level of 720 breaking Tao like the 96th, and the power of the pavilion cannot be underestimated. After all, the terrible Ryatsu caused by the captain's Bankai will have a huge impact on Seirei. Are there any suspicious targets? Is there more than one attacker in the 46th room? After all, they don't understand Ace's Shikai. One knife cremation. Judging from the power, two were released together. This is the fourth form of the ghost. Through this mask, the world in Ace's eyes is only spirit particles, which means that Ace can prevent the opponent's hidden killer moves through the transfer of Ryatsu. Seeing these red signals, everyone present frowned. What happened to the Confession Palace? The team members below the vice captains would be automatically lifted from the ban and could travel in Shikai. Chapter 347. A turbulent night. At this moment, Kenpachi seemed to have thought of something. His face suddenly darkened, and he left without saying a word. Kenpachi seemed to rush to the Confession Palace. Ace, you go too. Old man Yamamoto glanced at Ace and continued. When you get there, use Kido to inform all Shinigami team members of the situation there. Understood. Ace nodded. When Ace and his team arrived at the Confession Palace in the north, the situation was different from that of the 46th room. At least, it didn't seem to have suffered any blow. However, when Ace and his team came in, they found that they were wrong. The white-clothed jailers fell down. All the cells were open, and the prisoners had long disappeared. Zaraki Futaya. Kenpachi's huge roar came from above his head, and Ace hurried forward, only to see Kenpachi standing in front of the cell, clenching his fists with anger. Advertisement, Suya? Is the person in this cell Zaraki Suya? Yes. Kenpachi said, punching the ground hard, causing the ground to shake violently. It makes people worry whether the White Tower will collapse because of this punch. So Zaraki Suya has accomplices outside? With his personality, he would never trust his life to others. Kenpachi rubbed his eyebrows and said regretfully. It's all my fault that I found it too late. Zanpakuto, how could he not be concerned about Zanpakuto's life and death? Can he escape from the Palace of Confession alone? Or without Zanpakuto? Ace was a little unconvinced. He shook his head and walked out of the cell. Bakudo 58, Gwoke. Bakudo 77, Conqueror. The slap-toe chaser feels Ryujin and looks for the target location. At the same time, it cooperates with Conqueror to carry out the message, so that Ace's voice can spread throughout the jingling court. Advertisement: I am the vice captain of the first team, Ace. The Palace of Confession has been breached, and all the criminals have escaped. The old man Yamamoto and the captains of each team who were waiting for Ace's report suddenly shrank their pupils. Just when the news came from Ace, Zanpakuto Shuang had already brought Zanpakuto to the place, the east gate of Seirei. All the members of the 10th division guarding there were killed. A single sword split the huge gate in front of him in half. Zaraki Suya seemed to be stepping on the surface of a lake. Every step he took would splash a burst of white water, as if he was following his own footsteps, until he walked through the empty door in front of him and left the home he had lived in for hundreds of years. The commotion lasted from the night before yesterday to noon the next day. Although the situation has improved, the internal investigation is still in full swing. The alarm of Seirei has not been lifted. The attack on the 46th room is a once-in-a-millennium event. Although the 46 sages inside are fine, Ace thinks they may have been frightened, otherwise they would not have spent the whole night investigating the whereabouts of the captain and the Kido chief and deputy Kido chief in batches. Such things are not included in the content of the police connection. Fortunately, no other accidents occurred, otherwise the scene would be 10 times more chaotic than last night. Now, the members below the vice captain of Gode 13, under the leadership of their respective officers, began to investigate Gode 13 and other places to conduct self-inspection. Chapter 348. The most ridiculous possibility. Ace knew what happened last night better than anyone in the room. Two things happened on the night of 9:30, and Ace was sure that Seirei had not been invaded, so the invading person or organization was inside Seirei. What's wrong? If you don't understand something, tell me, maybe you will have an idea. No, as a time traveler, he couldn't have been unaware of such a team. However, anyone in the core circle of Seirei knew that although Hado number 96 was strong, it was impossible to destroy room 46, which was a solid place built entirely of murderous stone and blessed by Kido. As for the 13 captains, they were meeting in the meeting room of the first team. However, exaggeration does not mean that it is impossible. In addition, Ace's memory does not have a person like Mole, BFCE, Shiro Suya. Is it really like Kenpachi said that it was Zanpakuto who did all this, including the jailbreak? This is too exaggerated. Ace sat against the wall, his hands behind his head, looking up at the ceiling. Ace rubbed his temple with one hand. Advertisement. If Zanpakuto has any special abilities, then all of this is possible. Ace was thinking, why would he make a more risky choice? This is illogical. The unknown is the most dangerous, especially for time travelers. Ace asked the same question that was being discussed in the captain's room. Do you know Mole Suya? For example, the role of Shikai and Bankai of his Zanpakuto sword? On the surface, the attack on room 46 was quite serious. The 46th room was attacked, the confession palace was breached, and the imprisoned criminals escaped. It has been nearly 200 years since the memory of the previous life, and he has forgotten a lot of the original plot of Shinigami. The captain of the 4th division, Unohana Retsu, told the analysis report of the jailer who just died in the confession palace and the personnel responsible for monitoring the surrounding towers. Yoruichi's voice successfully interrupted Ace's thoughts, but also gave Ace inspiration. Based on the dissipation of the physical spiritual power and the death of the physical spirit, the jailer of the confession palace died before the outer guards. No advertisement, Ace asked. Yes, Yoruichi definitely knows more than he knows now. Yoruichi asked worriedly when he saw Ace like this. As for the vice captains, they were all waiting in the small room next to the captain's meeting room, as if they were wasting time. In fact, the Kido people have never found Zanpakuto of Zanpakuto. From this, it can be inferred that the confession palace was breached from the inside, so Captain Kenpachi's guess is likely to be true. At first, Kenpachi's words were reserved and even skeptical to the other captains, but with Unohana Retsu's words, things seem to be moving in the most ridiculous direction. So this means that the other party's real target is the Palace of Confession, but why did they raise the alarm of Seirei? Since the Palace of Confession has been breached, wouldn't it be safer to sneak someone out? Although most of them were caught by Seirei, a few escaped Seirei, especially the culprit, Mole City Futaya, who has no relevant information yet. Yoruichi said awkwardly. Ace looked at Yoruichi's innocent face and sighed helplessly. Chapter 349. Yamamoto's anger. But there is a jailer who died with the key in the 4th floor cell. Could he be the spy of Futaba Zaraki? The captain of the 9th division, Mugaruma Kensai, proposed another possibility. The 46th chamber has confirmed that the guards of the confession palace have never had contact with Futaba Zaraki since they were born. Old man Yamamoto narrowed his eyes and said lightly. That's troublesome. I have seen Futaba Zaraki, but I have never seen his Zanpakuto. Kiraku Shunsui turned his head and said, but I have a feeling that his knife is always in his hand, which is really strange. If he can still use Zanpakuto when his spiritual power is restricted. There is no doubt that his Zanpakuto is the type that is often released. This is a rare type. Hikifuna Kiryu said, the Shinigami's Zanpakuto is usually in a sealed state. Of course, even if the Shinigami releases Shikai and Bankai when he loses consciousness, the connection between the Shinigami and the Zanpakuto will be cut off and the Zanpakuto will be automatically sealed. The Zanpakuto of the constant release type, literally speaking, is a Zanpakuto that can still be in a released state without relying on the Shinigami. Even if its owner loses consciousness or has limited Ryutsu, the connection between the sword and the owner will continue until the owner dies. His sword is not a constant release type, at least Shikai is not. Advertisement Kenpachi said affirmatively. Maybe it's because of Bankai? But if he is always in the state of Bankai, how can he hide his Ryutsu? Hikifuna Kiryu analyzed. Maybe he has hidden some abilities from you? Bankai is a captain-level Ryutsu. Ryutsu of that scale will even cause some fluctuations in Soul Society. Unless there are special means, it is impossible to cover up such a huge Ryutsu. Kenpachi didn't know how to answer. Zanpakuto Fudo has never shown his Zanpakuto ability to anyone. He just saw some clues after being in contact with Zanpakuto Fudo for a long time. Perhaps, Hikifuna Kiryu was right, Zanpakuto Fudo's heart might never be open to him. Captain, I apply to re-register Zanpakuto Fudo. Please give me flowers, Captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Kuyashiki, Captain of the 8th Division, Kiraku Shunsui, and Chief of the Kido Group, Tessai Tsukabishi. Old man Yamamoto stood up suddenly. Advertisement. There are still 10 criminals at large in the Confession Palace. The person who was called immediately responded. Yunohana Retsu nodded. His eyes, which had been narrowed all the time, slowly opened at this moment. The terrifying Ryutsu seemed to have awakened for a moment, causing cold sweat to appear on the foreheads of the captains present. Yes. We must bring all 10 of them back. Zero, Captain of the 4th Division, Yunohana Retsu, needs to cooperate with their actions and send corresponding team members to follow them. Believe me, I will never be soft-hearted. The criminals must be brought back, but not just Zaraki Fuya. Kenpachi walked out of the team and nodded to the old man Yamamoto above. The other captains saw this scene and knew that Captain Yamamoto had given the final order, and their eyes were focused on him. Understood. Old man Yamamoto nodded, turned to the right, and looked at Yunohana Retsu. The 2nd Division, the 3rd Division, the 5th Division, and the 9th Division Vice Captain, 6 divisions and the Kido Group will attack together. At this moment, old man Yamamoto suddenly paused. Chapter 350, Psychological Shadow. These 10 people are already death row criminals. If they resist, they can be killed on the spot, said old man Yamamoto, shaking his cane vigorously. Life or death. I don't want to hear the words, missing, do you understand? Said old man Yamamoto angrily. This time, the Shinigami, who had been invincible for 1,000 years, was really angry. Yes, said many captains. 653. Now, action. A week later, in the 68th district of East Rukongai, in less than a year, the Shinigami visited here again. Ace was walking on the only main road in the 68th district, and the armor on his body had turned into a mask of prajna. Behind Ace, followed a short-haired woman with lavender hair, Katetsu Izan of the 4th Squad. The 68th district is safe in Rukongai, but it is also desolate. There are few neat houses around, and most of the roof tiles are missing more than half. In fact, this is still good. If Ace and his partner walked around the houses on the street, they would find that there were messy thatched houses and even sheds made of several broken wooden boards behind them. The so-called only main road was not because there was only one, but because all other main passages were blocked by these illegal buildings. Ace and his partner were not here for a date or a friendly hike. In fact, they were not even friends, just acquaintances. Ace was not originally a pursuer, but Ace was worried that he had no excuse to ask old man Yamamoto for a quincy. Now that the credit was in front of him, how could he just let it go? Ace was rarely so active, and old man Yamamoto also hoped that he would take the Seirei case seriously. Although the first team had never participated in such an operation, it was no big deal to add one more person. So, old man Yamamoto waved his hand, and Ace joined the search team as a vice captain level auxiliary. Vice Captain Ace, we are not too perfunctory, are we? Katetsu Izan asked timidly. Like Ace, Katetsu Izan also volunteered to come. She was too timid before, and the experience of the killing field 100 years ago made her realize this. Katetsu Izan joined the 4th Division to save more people. Ace's words at that time also made her understand that in order to save people, she must be brave. Advertisement at least, she can't be the reason for others' death. At this moment, she is changing little by little. Maybe her character is still a little weak, but at least she dares to speak her mind. Moreover, Ace, who left a little shadow on her, is already a challenge for her. But it is indeed the same as Katetsu Izan. Ace looks like he is here for sightseeing. The 68th district itself is very large. In addition, there are many residents and the houses are messy. It is very likely that someone is hiding here. Even if they don't go in door to door, they should at least ask the residents if any strangers have come recently, right? I want to catch those people more than you do, so don't worry. Ace 4.3 responded casually and continued to walk aimlessly on the street with Katetsu Izan. Katetsu Izan's voice seeing this scene, he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He could only follow Ace obediently. Looking at Ace's back, Katetsu Izan bit her lip. In that incident 100 years ago, Ace left her with a heavy psychological shadow. Chapter 351. Unexpected Gains. In Katetsu Izan's eyes, Ace is not the Chojiro Sasaki who is jokingly called the vice captain who does not participate in the battle. She even thinks that the new vice captain in front of her is the most terrible vice captain in the Seirei team. If Ace could hear Katetsu Aizen's inner voice at this time, he would probably laugh out loud. You know, compared with Ace who pretends to be the current persona, Chojiro Jai is the real performance master. When she saw the mask on Ace's face, she was shocked. A scream rang out from the house. Are you tired? Let's go to another room to rest for a while and have a drink. The little girl quickly shook Ace's hand and replied. Ace shouted. Seeing no response, Ace pushed the door open. Just after he finished speaking, Ace walked to the thatched house on the left and knocked on the door. If Ace hadn't reacted quickly, the cup of water would have fallen to the ground. Katetsu Aizen's voice was a little confused. Although the two had walked for less than an hour, they were tired. Soul Society might have been occupied by the hollow. Old man Yamamoto told Ace that Chojiro Sasaki only took 1 month to learn the Bankai method, and after testing Chojiro Sasaki's Bankai, Old man Yamamoto left a scar on his head forever. There are very few people in the entire Seirei who can do this. 25. Advertisement. Damn, Shinigami-sama, this is your water. Oh, it sounds like your parents are not in good health. After drinking your water, I should also give you something. However, the Shinigami wearing a scary mask disappeared. She also flew out of the door, and another female Shinigami appeared and held her tightly in her arms. The little girl said timidly. Cough, no need, Shinigami-sama. Sometimes it's okay to be lazy. Chojiro Sasaki has been pretending to be a weakling for thousands of years. Ace patted Katetsu Aizen's shoulder and said with a smile. However, as soon as Ace opened the door, a little girl who looked only 14 or 15 years old, with a dirty face and a ceramic cup in her hand ran over. Are you alone at home? Ace joked. He raised his head and drank the water, then returned the cup to the little girl. Ace suddenly stopped and turned to Katetsu Aizen. Advertisement. But Ace's mask can only see Ryotsu, not the human heart. Even if he could see it, he would not tell Katetsu Aizen these things. Don't be so serious. Ah, there was a heavy cough in the room, and the little girl looked back and answered intermittently. Even Ace had to give a thumbs up to this level of disguise, praising him as a senior actor. If no one is there, I'll go in myself. Such a person usually does not participate in any battles, and performs poorly in the limited number of sparring with other captains. Is anyone there? If it's convenient, can you give me a glass of water? And, Dad, and, Brother, tired, Yongyan, prepare for treatment. Ace patted the little girl's head and shouted towards the door. Didn't I drink it? Chapter 352, Silver and Rangaku. The little girl heard the sound and began to struggle desperately. She turned her head and kept muttering to herself. Jin, you can't be in trouble, you must be fine. Jin? Is this the boy's name? Ace's figure appeared at the door again. He carried a bleeding middle-aged man on his back, and held a little boy with yellow-gray hair in his right hand. Through the ghost mask, Ace could only see Ryotsu. Most civilians on Rukongai did not have Ryotsu. So it was actually a very quick thing to search for criminals with ghosts. Just now, he saw through the mask that there were 3 people with Ryotsu in this room. 2 of them were relatively weak, and judging by the figures, they were children. Ace smiled and put Silver on the ground. Jin was a little confused. After simply treating the man's injuries and cutting off his other leg with Ryotsu, Ace and Katetsu Aizen left. The little boy named Yin smiled and said, in broad daylight, it would be fine if no one saw it, but someone would deliberately do evil under Ace's nose. Silver looked at Ace and said sincerely, very good, I don't hate polite kids. Advertisement, go and reunite with your sister. Don't worry, I'm fine. Silver, the boy named Silver smiled and replied. This is not taking Shinigami seriously at all. Are you really fine? But aren't you leaning on me? At first, Ace didn't care at all. It was not surprising to occasionally meet 2 civilians with Ryotsu. Ace looked at the man on the ground with disgust. Shouldn't you say thank you to me? This is different. Just like that Shinigami, he is very powerful. We can also become Shinigami like him and protect more people. The other one was an adult, much stronger than the 2 children. Go be a Shinigami, Rangaku. But when Ace approached, the adult's hand actually pinched the necks of the 2 children. What happened was very obvious. Well, today is your birthday, you can say whatever you want. 1. Advertisement, heal him, but don't let him stand up again. Thank you, Shinigami-sama. The little girl saw the little boy in Ace's hand and jumped down from Katetsu Aizen's arms, shouting happily. Vice Captain Ace, this is not the person we are looking for. Aren't you very resistant to Shinigami because of the injuries you suffered before, donkey? However, although they were stronger than the 2 little ghosts, they barely met the admission standards of the Spiritual Arts Academy. With such a level of Ryotsu, they were definitely not the fugitives he was looking for. The poor 69th district has not changed much because of their arrival, but there are 2 little guys who have new hope for the future because of Ace. I know. He must have sneaked in from the 70th district. It seems that he was in a panic. Thank you, Jin, let's become Shinigami in the future. Ace threw the person on his left hand aside and looked at Silver seriously. Just now, Ace and his team received a message from Kido that a fugitive was found on the outskirts of the 69th district, requesting support. The little girl thanked loudly, bowed to Ace, and then ran away with Silver. The girl looked at Yin. Zhao Nuo, seriously. Chapter 353. Target found. It is located in the eastern suburbs of the 70th district, but it already belongs to the 69th district of Rukongai. According to Kito's message, Ace came to a small hill where there was a cave with 2 members of the 5th Division guarding the door. Vice Captain Ace, the prisoner, is inside. One of them saw Ace and stepped forward. He took out a portrait from his arms and said, "It's him. It's confirmed." The portrait depicts a round-faced, ferocious man who is the head of a noble family. "You're just going to sit there and not chase them?" Ace glanced at him and handed the portrait back. The man rolled up the portrait and rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. If they could follow him in, wouldn't they still be here? This guy's Zanpakuto is very strange. It's like a thin needle. If you poke it, if someone passes by, the ground under their feet will collapse. The cave is dark. We are also afraid of being ambushed and letting him escape. The member of the 5th Division said embarrassedly. Ace didn't say anything either, and looked at him expressionlessly. It seems that no matter which world people are from, they don't want to take the blame. Advertisement being stared at by Ace, the member of the 5th Division continued to explain, CFFG. However, Vice Captain Ace, please rest assured that there is no other way to leave this cave. There are 3 members monitoring the remaining 3 directions. He is already a fish in a trap and can't escape. What if there is another way out of the cave? Ace said lightly. If it's not easy to get in, why don't you try to destroy the mountain with Kito? Ace continued. Even if you can't release a high-level Kito, can't you force him out by other means? For example, setting a fire. It's not that we can't do this. The 5th Division member wanted to explain that he wanted to capture the criminal alive, but was forced back by Ace's teasing eyes. He changed his words. We will prepare Kito immediately and force him out with fire. Now, Ace sneered. How long has he been in there? Not long, about 10 minutes. Advertisement, 10 minutes already, still not long? Ace shook his head and motioned the other party to stop talking. At this time, he just hoped that these guys could be more reliable. There was really no other exit from the cave. Look at him, Ghost. Ace summoned the ghost mask and looked inside. At first Ace didn't have much hope, but when Ice saw a figure lying on the ground, Ace was a little surprised. The man was holding a thin wire in his hand and walked towards the east. It seems that Ace is lucky. There is no natural tunnel under the cave, but this criminal is a mole, which is a natural cave. Come with me, relax, don't scare our little mouse. Ace turned around and said. Ace stepped on the rock wall, jumped up the hillside 2 or 3 times, and then disappeared from everyone's sight. Several people looked at each other. Follow the order, Vice Captain Ace must have discovered something. Katetsu Izan, who knew Ace's strength, said. Several members of the 5th Division were a little entangled. It is said that the Shikai of the new 1st Division Vice Captain Ace, is only a direct attack Zanpakuto. Chapter 354. Special Zanpakuto. If they left like this, what if the criminal came back and killed him again? Wouldn't the situation be even worse? But what Katetsu Izan said was right. Even if he was a squadron that didn't usually participate in the battle, Ace was the vice captain. No matter what, even if the sky fell, there was a vice captain to support him. Even if the fugitive really ran away, it had nothing to do with them. A voice suddenly sounded behind him. The wanted poster of the fugitive looked very rough, but in fact, his mind was very delicate. One of the men wearing a weird mask said, You may not even be able to enjoy the last few days of peace and happiness. You must think clearly. Ace had some understanding of the behavior of the 2 members of the 5th Division just now. The fugitive dug for another 20 minutes. If he felt that he was almost done, he would put his ear to the rock above and listen. There was no movement around, and there might be no creatures nearby. Such a large-scale manhunt will definitely not last too long. The fugitive kept his defensive posture. He stepped back 2 steps and asked. Advertisement, but one end of the bamboo stick shone in the sun, like a 2-foot-long needle, which was his Zanpakuto. This knife is hard to be found. If it is in a dark place like a cave, it can really kill people without being seen. I'm sure there is no movement. How did you find me? In fact, such days are over. The fugitive hurriedly stepped back, holding a bamboo stick in his chest with his right hand, which looked a little funny. Ace stepped forward and said with a smile, It will last for decades, at most 100 years. Asterisk 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 10. You can be a mouse, and then I can be an eagle. It's not difficult to catch you. Really, it seems to be that mask. After thinking about it, the 2 followed Katetsu Izan, crossed the mountain in front and followed Ace's footsteps. By then, even if the first 20 districts cannot be returned, there is still a chance to stay in the 30 or 40 districts. Do you want to fight back? Advertisement poking through the thin rock layer above his head, the fugitive said to himself. Ace spread his hands and answered. After entering the cave, the fugitive waited for a few minutes to make sure that no one outside dared to come in, and then decisively used his Zanpakuto ability to cut a passage to escape. I'm tired of hiding. Even when digging the tunnel, he deliberately made a few more forks to delay the pursuers. But it was not a long-range Ryujin slash. The distance between him and Ace was far beyond the attack range of Zanpakuto. This attack seemed to be funny. The so-called wanted posters will also be some photos posted on Rukongai. In fact, Ace did laugh, but not because of a meaningless action, but on the contrary. Now we will send you back to Seirei as you wish. When the storm is over, I must go back and enjoy a few days of peace and happiness. No wonder these ordinary team members are so afraid. He must find the answer to this question, otherwise all the escape methods will be in vain. The fugitive turned around suddenly and saw that in addition to the 5 Shinigami who had just chased him, there was also a man and a woman. The fugitive's eyes turned, his wrist was horizontal, and he swung Zanpakuto violently. Chapter 355. A big fish. Although it was thin, Ace could still see a line of black ink flying towards him through the mask, and even before the fugitive swung his Zanpakuto, he could see rich Ryujin gathering in his hands. It turned out that this Zanpakuto could exert Ryujin like this. Most people might fall for it, but in front of Ace's ability, it was like a joke. Don't try to escape, ghost. The mask disappeared, and the white Ryujin wrapped in black gloves. Ace punched fiercely at the invisible Ryujin. The fist wind suddenly rose, and his body leaned forward and lost balance. Missed. No, Ace was sure that his Ryujin was partially neutralized, but why did it miss? Wasn't this a Ryujin slash? Suddenly, 2 screams sounded from behind him. Ace turned around and saw 2 members of the 5th Division on the left and right of the 560, holding their wrists. Blood oozed from their fingers. They were the ones who screamed just now. Sure enough, this is not Ryujin slash, Ace? The fugitive seemed to know Ace and blurted out. Of course, it is impossible for him not to know Ace. After all, Ace destroyed their efforts of 100 years and turned them from nobles into death row prisoners. Vice Captain Ace, he just used a transparent spiritual liquid, which is highly corrosive. Katetsu Izan was indeed much braver. After a simple check of the 2 injured people, he immediately stood forward to protect them and told Ace his guess. Take them back. Ace ordered. If it is liquid, it makes sense. It turns out that the strange Zanpakuto in the other party's hand is not used for assassination, but for injection. Injecting Ryujin into the hand does not release Ryujin to kill, but transforms Ryujin into a highly corrosive liquid. Back off. Do you want to deal with me alone? The fugitive said as he rushed towards Ace with his hand in hand. That's right, I thought so too. Unlike him, Ace's ghost is actually more well known in Seirei, a direct attack type, rapid form change, but unexpectedly there's also a mask form. It may have a perspective function? The fugitive thought secretly, he was not sure, but he knew that the mask was definitely the bane of all fugitives. Advertisement, he thought it was Seirei's new Keto device, but he didn't expect it was one of Ace's Shikai forms. This is better. Once Ace is solved, everything will not be a problem, and he can't be found. It is for this reason that he chose to take a risk and solve Ace before the opponent's reinforcements arrived. Although it is invisible, it can be imagined that in the opponent's attack, this space must be densely packed with invisible thin lines. Just in time, Ace shouted, and swung his right fist, leaving a white fist mark in the air. The next moment, Ryujin landed directly on the fist mark. The fist mark instantly turned into a huge wave of spiritual power and smashed forward. The attack of the fugitive was defeated by Ace's Ryujin. He dodged quickly, but was horrified to find that Ace had already been on his way to escape, as if he had been waiting for him. You are having fun, Ace said coldly while Ryujin wrapped the man's fingers. With a loud bang, his 4 fingers rolled back at the same time, parallel to his hand. Didn't I tell you that if you resist, you will die? The fugitive had no time to scream, and Ace grabbed his throat. The fugitive's body was pressed to the ground by a huge force, and he was still bending backwards. In the end, he was like a bow bent to the limit. If he applied more force, his whole body would probably break. Ah! The screams continued. Ace dug out his ears, grabbed his neck, and exerted force with his hands. You should be glad that you are still alive. I can't kill you, understand? I don't know, but he escaped first and then let us out. I don't know about the others, but Zaraki Futaya and Zaraki Mura fled to the east. Ace thought for a moment, narrowed his eyes, and asked slowly. But Zaraki Futaya is the main culprit who attacked the 46th room and created this chaos. If Zaraki Futaya is caught by himself in the end, there may be a little hope. Ace asked with a frown. And, in order to escape, he created a big chaos. It seems to be the direction of the first team. Of course, it may be the 46th chapter. Advertisement. So it's not? Ace loosened his hand a little and said with a smile. Yes, sir. Wakashi nodded and said. But unfortunately, Kenpachi is also searching in East Rukongai, so it is not easy to grab the credit this time. Do you think you are still useful? I mean, do you know the whereabouts of your companions? Come on, if I find out that you lied to me, you are dead. Ah, are you scolding me? This is a big fish. Do you know what his Zanpakuto's ability is? Bakudo 61, 6 Pillars of Light Prison. Ace wanted to accumulate merits to exchange for Kuretsuchi Miyuri's experimental materials this time. This is interesting. It was Zanpakuto who caused the commotion, but he, Old Man Yamamoto and Kenpachi reacted quickly. I just think you are still useful. Of course, this is just my idea. You are very brave, Zaraki Futaya? Ace continued. In addition, there were many captains coming from all directions. How did Zanpakuto escape quietly? Does his Zanpakuto also have the hypnosis effect like Aizen? With Kito's restriction, Ace also loosened his hand, and the ghost also untied Shikai, and the gray knife was put back into the sheath by Ace. Does 1.6 know where he is hiding? He struggled desperately, then raised his head with difficulty. How dare he curse? He was begging for mercy. Because his neck was locked, the fugitive could not nod, and could only blink desperately. He blinked again hurriedly. Although he knew that he would not live long if he was caught, he would have a chance to live one more day. He was afraid that this information was not enough, so he even told Ace everything that happened in the Confession Palace. Ace heard this and was bright. But the high-level Quincy are important resources and it is difficult to exchange them. Chapter 356. The name of Kenpachi. I don't know, how can such a person tell people like us about his Zanpakuto ability? The fugitive hurriedly said when he heard Ace's question. This is normal. Back then, Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi were cautious when they showed their Zanpakuto abilities. How could Zaraki Futaro be so casual with a traitor who had no relatives or friends? Then tell me what happened in the Confession Palace. Tell me everything you know. Ace continued. He didn't know much, so he quickly told everything he knew. For Ace, other information was unnecessary. It was only when the riot broke out that Zaraki Futaro did not leave the Confession Palace that it was particularly critical. At this time, Katetsu Izan ran over after treating 2 injured team members. Vice Captain Ace, do you need treatment? No, I'm not injured. Ace winked at the fugitive kneeling on the ground and continued to speak to Katetsu Izan behind him. According to the latest news, Zanpakuto of Suya Zaraki may be biological, capable of releasing Kido, and may be able to hide Ryutsu, and is a frequent release type. Tell the search team to be careful. Ace also had reservations, and detained Suya Zaraki in the east. There is no contradiction between stealing credit and avoiding meaningless casualties. Soft-hearted? I hope you really won't be soft-hearted. And all this was unknown to Ace, who took Katetsu Izan to search the 69th district. A huge roar sounded, and even the members of the 11th Division waiting dozens of miles away could hear it clearly. Boom. At this time, in the suburbs of the 80th district of East Rukongai, a man dressed in white feathers, with the 11 on his back like a carving knife. Captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi stood with a sword. The man opposite was the big fish that Ace wanted to catch just now, Suya Zaraki. This time, I won't be soft-hearted again. The 2 waning moons crossed into a cross shape, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed in front of Kenpachi. Katetsu Izan replied. Others cannot become the next generation of Kenpachi, and Zaraki Futsumi has only a 10% chance, that's all. Kenpachi raised the Zanpakuto in his hand and whispered. Advertisement Ace's conjecture is very helpful for the search, but the speed is also relatively slow. The tip of the sword crossed a white waning moon in the air, and then he grabbed the hilt with his left hand and smashed it down hard. Opposite Kenpachi, the white kimono that Futaba wore from the Confession Palace had no trace of dirt, and it was completely impossible to tell that he was now a fugitive. Kenpachi's eyes suddenly became sharp and activated Shikai. It seems that the captain is really angry this time. As Futaba spoke, he suddenly bent down and the Zanpakuto on his waist came out of the scabbard. Born to slaughter auspicious signs, respect darkness and aging forever, Hungry Corridor 970. Give up, Futaba. You know, if I'm here, you don't have any chance. I understand. The heavy Ryutsu was suffocating, and seemed to be pulling the sky, making the clouds above straighten into a straight line, as if they were split apart. Then she conveyed Ace's words to Shinigami within a certain range using Kido. This message will be passed on again so that the Shinigami on Rukongai can know the news as soon as possible. Yanagamura said to himself. Although the 11th Division believes that Zaraki Futsumi is the most likely person to take over the position of Kenpachi, it is only a possibility. Chapter 357. The strongest biological Zanpakuto. Kenpachi is too strong, or rather, this Kenpachi is too strong. One of the 7th generation Kenpachi's wishes is to train someone who can defeat him and become the 8th generation Kenpachi. Yanagamura does not think that the Zaraki Futsuya who took the initiative to provoke him is also such a person, at least not now. However, the actual situation is not as Binmura imagined. Zaraki Futsuya was quickly defeated by Kenpachi. Judging from the battle just now, the 2 sides are evenly matched. 2 powerful slashes left a space between Kenpachi and Zaraki Futsuya. 2 wide and deep cracks connected the 2 of them like an abyss, and it was unknown who would fall into the abyss between Kenpachi and Kuroshiro Futsuya. At this time, there was a wall of 33 white balls in front of Somon, which just blocked Kenpachi's slash. The brown bear-sized ball turned around and revealed a strange face on the other side, with terrifying Ryutsu in its mouth. It slowly spread out and floated around Kenpachi, looking like a group of well-behaved puppies waiting to be fed. Hungry Corridor, a skill I haven't seen for a long time. Advertisement Zaraki Fuya looked at Kenpachi. These spheres, Kenpachi's Zanpakuto Shikai, and Kuryushiki Kenpachi's Zanpakuto, are also known as the strongest biological Zanpakuto. So, I said, I won't be soft-hearted this time, Kenpachi said coldly. His index finger pointed at Zaraki Fuya, as if they had a telepathic connection. The 5 spherical creatures next to him opened their mouths and came straight over. Zaraki Fuya's Zanpakuto flashed, and with one knife, he split the spherical creature in front of him in half. He took a step back and dodged the sharp teeth on both sides. He slashed in front of him with a horizontal sword, creating a full moon and also cutting open the mouth behind him. Kenpachi frowned when he saw this. It wasn't because his Zanpakuto was damaged. If the Kuroku Corridor could be destroyed so easily, it would not be worthy of being called the strongest biological Zanpakuto. Kuroku Corridor, divided into white spheres, has self-awareness that can attack targets and can automatically recover through his Ryutsu. As long as he does not fall as his original body, Kuroku Corridor will not stop. However, strong recovery ability does not mean that Kuroku Corridor is very fragile and can be easily cut off. Advertisement: the Ryujin that Zaraki Futsuna slashed on was probably no less than the bipolar punishment. This is not something that ordinary Zanpakuto can do. Compared with 100 years ago, the progress of Osaka Futsuna is amazing. Kenpachi waved his hand, leaving only 5 spherical creatures, and the rest participated in the siege of Zaraki Futsuna. At this time, Zaraki Futsuna was also under increasing pressure. These spherical creatures are not just creatures that can wrap themselves with their mouths. Their cooperation made Zaraki Futsuna feel like he was facing an invisible swordsman at this moment, who was holding dozens of swords and using dozens of different swordsmanship, attacking from all angles, trying to take his life. Number Qian Zhao, I told you, you have no chance, she. Kenpachi folded his arms, looked at the somewhat embarrassed Zaraki Futaba, who was running around everywhere, and said coldly. Futaba, don't do meaningless things. I didn't think so before, but now I'm facing your Shikai, it's really strong and terrifying. Zaraki Futaba smiled self-deprecatingly, and the knife in his hand flashed. It seems that it's useless to kill these things several times, I still have to get rid of you. Chapter 358, White Hot. With the knife in both hands, Futaba Zaraki stabbed dozens of times in the direction of Kenpachi. The beam of Ryujin on the tip of the knife was like a bullet, cutting the spherical creatures in front of him and shooting towards Kenpachi. Then, Futaba Zaraki's right hand swung a sword from behind. The white Ryujin passed like a barrier, and the little guys behind him temporarily blocked it. At the same time, he also took advantage of this rare gap and rushed towards Kenpachi, who had only 5 spherical creatures around him. Although the other spherical creatures caught up immediately, they could not stop him immediately. The previous battle had proved that only 5 spherical creatures could not stop Futaba Zaraki, too naive. Kenpachi raised a grim smile. Not only the 5 spherical creatures around Kenpachi and their swords on both sides, but all the spherical creatures opened their mouths and turned themselves into a hemisphere. Their dark teeth were like stars, dotted around the dark sun, broken corridor. Kenpachi stretched out his right hand and grabbed Zanpakuto fiercely, shouting. Instantly, countless parallel beams of light were connected and surrounded Zanpakuto. The dozens of beams in front of Zanpakuto were cut off like white bubbles and soon disappeared. Broken corridor is an advanced use of the Hungry Corridor. This is a method of converting the teeth of the Hungry Corridor into high-density Ryujin and slashing them out as a means of attack. When attacking Hueco Mundo, Kenpachi used this move and crushed hundreds of Jillians with flashes. At this time, Zanpakuto seemed to have given up resistance, standing in the broken corridor with a sword across his body, as if in a daze. The sound of puff, puff, kept coming from the net, and Kenpachi frowned. This was not the sound of body breaking that should come from the broken corridor. A chill suddenly came from behind him, and Kenpachi subconsciously jumped to the left, and a sword mark appeared out of thin air where he was. Of course, it's unrealistic to defeat you with just this. Suya Zaraki smiled in the broken body corridor, and turned into a ball of white spiritual power and seeped into the ground in Kenpachi's surprised expression. A dark deep hole suddenly appeared under Kenpachi's feet, with a flash of cold light and bright red blood. It turned out that Kenpachi was the first to be injured. To defeat you, I can only do it myself. Suya Zaraki slowly raised his head. It was the Suya Zaraki who had just disappeared. Suya Zaraki's plot was also a long-term thought. From the beginning, Kenpachi saw his spiritual clone, and his real body had been hiding deep underground, observing and waiting for the opportunity to launch an attack. Advertisement: although Kenpachi was hit, Kenpachi was not an ordinary Shinigami after all. Suya Zaraki's sword was originally aimed at Kenpachi's heart, but in the end it only pierced his arm. Although the wound was not shallow, and even the bones could be vaguely seen, it was not enough to make Kenpachi lose his combat experience. Doppelganger. Your Zanpakuto seems to be biological, too. I don't find any difference between it and the original. Very good. Kenpachi praised. Zanpakuto Yulu Zalu smiled noncommittally. His Zanpakuto Yulu Zalu is not biological, although it is sometimes naughty. Zanpakuto Fuya didn't seem to make any big moves, but he moved his Zanpakuto slightly. Suddenly, there were several short whistles in the air, as if the wind blew through an invisible canyon. At this time, all the spherical creatures in the field returned to Kenpachi's side, and some of them inexplicably sank. They took a few steps back before returning to their original state. Airblade. Kenpachi narrowed his eyes and looked around. Zanpakuto Fuya's conspiracy against him just now was only 2 steps. The first step, the invisible blade. The principle may be very simple. It should be a blade compressed by Ryujin. At first, Kenpachi thought that the air blade was cut off by Zanpakuto, but now it seems that this is not the case. The opponent did not move, but a blade of air attacked him from all directions, and there was no clone around him. Perhaps, the air blade is the air itself? The thought flashed through his mind, and Kenpachi changed his previous long-range attack posture and led thousands of spherical creatures to surround Zaraki Fuyu directly. The weakness of the Kuroku Corridor lies in him as the releaser. To be honest, this choice seems radical. However, Zaraki Fuyu knows that this is the fighting style that Kuyashiki Kenpachi is best at. Advertisement: he will use the Kuroku Corridor to implicate the enemy, and Kenpachi himself will use white hits to give the enemy a fatal blow. Of course, the duties of the two can be reversed. The spherical creatures have also changed. The sharp teeth stretched and rotated in the mouth, as if they were free of restraints and turned into a circular saw with a radius of more than 3 meters. The burly Kenpachi. Every move is like a huge sea beast, slapping the sea surface angrily. The wind alone made Zaraki Fuyu's skin a little painful. If he was hit head-on, it would cause terrible fractures at the lightest. At this time, even the originally undamaged Zaraki Suya was a little embarrassed. His originally neat long hair was rubbed several times by the hungry corridor that turned into a circular saw, and it looked messy and a little funny. His white kimono was tattered and the edges were red. Such an airtight blow was so severe that even he, who was called Kamaitachi, was injured in several places. Although it was not enough to kill him, it was only a matter of time before he fell down. He split the circular saw on the right with a knife, and other circular saws attacked again. At this critical moment, Zaraki Suya was stunned for a moment, as if he was tired. At this time, 3 white figures appeared behind Zaraki Suya on the left and right at the same time, and he said softly. Bakudo 81, splitting void, an invisible wall appeared. Dozens of circular saws were blocked in 3 directions. However, this situation did not last long. Zaraki Suya just tried it, and it only lasted 5 seconds at most. But this was enough. Ding 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 ding, 5 consecutive swords were swung out, and Zaraki Suya collided with the 5 circular saws attacking from the front, creating brilliant sparks. Out of danger? No, not yet. Kenpachi was approaching at this moment, and Zaraki Suya wanted to take action, but it was already very difficult. Kenpachi's power was already great, and he could shake Manos Grande with just the giant. At this moment, Ryujin was already surging in his body. If this punch hit him, Zaraki Suya would probably die on the spot. Chapter 359. The end, however, this punch did not hit Zaraki Suya. It was not that Kenpachi did not want to, but that he could not do it. At this moment, his body was like a puppet being pulled back, which made him pause. In a fight of this level, especially at the moment of life and death, Kenpachi did not seize the opportunity just now. Zaraki Suya would not give up. In fact, this opportunity was also created by himself. With a turn of the wrist, the blade rubbed upwards, and the cold sword light rushed up. Puchi. Blood gushed out along the sword light. At this time, Kenpachi looked terrible, and the deep knife marks had extended from the abdomen to the collarbone. Zaraki Suya did not hold back. If it was not for the last moment, Kenpachi managed to regain control of his body, then he would definitely have been split in half. The circular saw in the distance now turned back to its original ball, turning into a white shadow, flying towards Kenpachi. However, one person was faster than them. Advertisement. It was Cheng Shuangye, holding a pomegranate with raindrops in his hand and looking fierce, who had been preparing for such a long time. Such opportunities were rare. If I miss it, there will be no chance to keep Kurayashiki Kenpachi. Besides, this guy has already noticed the abnormality of my ability and is using Ryujin to drive away the Ryujin he left behind. Thinking of this, Zaraki Futsuya gritted his teeth, his left hand was shaking strangely, and blood jumped out like a dancing red rope. Zanpakudo of Zaraki Futsuya can be kept in a released state after the field is released. He can integrate his Ryujin into the spirit particles of living and non-living things, thereby controlling them. Compared with integrating into the spirit particles of non-living things, integrating into the spirit particles of living things has more limitations. First of all, the Ryujin on the surface of the object's body cannot be too strong, otherwise his Ryujin cannot be integrated into its subjects. That's why when he sneaked up on Kenpachi, he didn't have the hope of killing Kenpachi, but temporarily broke the Ryujin on Kenpachi's body and took the opportunity to integrate Ryujin into Kenpachi's body. This alone is not enough. In order to really affect Kurayashiki Kenpachi. Advertisement Zaraki Fuya can only use these Ryujin to transfer the Ryujin in Kenpachi's body to other places little by little so as not to alarm Kenpachi. Ask for flowers. Hands, feet and abdomen are the places where Zaraki Fuya concentrates control, which is why Kenpachi couldn't swing his fist just now. But the opponent has understood and started to redistribute Ryujin. It is only a matter of time before his Ryujin is excluded. So Zaraki Fuya must control Kenpachi's right leg as soon as possible to make it disabled. But in the case of fusion tissue, if the opponent's fusion part is injured, then he will also suffer the same degree of injury, which is why his left arm suddenly became disabled. Because of Bing at this moment his left arm no longer has a complete bone. At this time, Kenpachi's right leg has been twisted into a ball, so Kenpachi, who was originally performing Shunpo, fell to the right and lost his balance. If you use Bankai, we can die together, but now, you have no chance. Zaraki Fuya's cold voice sounded in Kenpachi's ears. Zanpakudo pierced through the heart of Kenpachi Kuyashiki. With a flash of cold light, Kenpachi Kuyashiki's heart was blasted into pieces by Ryujin. If someone was behind Kenpachi, they could see through the hole in the captain's haori and see the slightly trembling right hand of Zanpakudo. Chapter 360. Grudges, really, I was careless. Kurayashiki Kenpachi murmured. Blood flowed from his throat, making his words sound a little unclear, but I saw the birth of the 8th generation Kenpachi with my own eyes. Kurayashiki Kenpachi suddenly laughed at this time. The spherical creatures that had rushed to the back of Zaraki Fuya fell to the ground one after another, trembling. They turned into a 617 soul sword, which looked a little gray, as if they had lost their souls. This was also a symbol of the end of the 7th generation Kenpachi's life. Master, you are too risky. On the vast Luhai plain, Zaraki Yinkun supported the wounded Zaraki Futaya, feeling terrified. Although the head of the family had just killed the powerful 7th generation Kenpachi, this battle seemed completely unnecessary to him. On the other hand, the head of the family seemed to be in a good mood. At this time, Zaraki Futaya was wearing the captain's howari of the captain of the 11th division. This was the only trophy Zaraki Futaya had just won. Of course, he also obtained the title of the 8th generation Kenpachi, which was meaningless to him who had become a fugitive at this time. We are fugitives, and the head of the family broke an arm to get it. Even if we had the captain's howari of the captain of the 11th division, you, the head of the family, would not be the captain of the 11th division. I really don't know what the point of doing this is. Zaraki Yinkun said helplessly. I got it with just one hand. Speaking of which, I won. Zansheng Shuangye replied with a smile. Seeing the helpless expression of Zansheng Yinkun, he patted his shoulder with his right hand and continued. Just regard it as my last willfulness before leaving. Anyway, the result is good, isn't it, Kunimura? Advertisement. Fortunately, the result is good. Zansheng Yinkun rolled his eyes and said helplessly. Isn't that enough? However, it's a pity that I'm not lucky this time. If Ace is nearby, I can help you solve a grudge first. No. The materials and people have arrived. This is more important than anything else. We must leave as soon as possible. Zansheng Yinkun murmured to himself. We have come to this point, why are we still holding grudges? Don't worry. We'll stay for another half a month. We'll leave soon. We must realize all our wishes once and for all. However, we must wait and see if that little one will come to us. Zashiro Futsun's mouth curled up. Head. Advertisement. Zashiro Yinkun was anxious. It's decided. We must have an understanding of our hatred. Ace is not a Kenpachi. He is just a little guy. I can still wait. Looking at the worried look of Zashiro Yinkun, Yingchang Shuangye raised his left hand to make a promise. Realizing that he was seriously injured and couldn't do it at this time, Zashiro Futsun smiled slightly, and a spiritual palm appeared out of thin air in front of Zashiro Yinkun and said, I promise, this is the last time. Half a month 1.0, whether there is a chance to get rid of Ace or not, we must leave Soul Society. I've had enough. This is really the last time. Zashiro Yinkun walked aside to prevent the head of the family from seeing his smile. The head of the family became much more cheerful. Perhaps after leaving Soul Society, the originally cheerful and gentle head of the family can come back. He suddenly began to look forward to the future life. It's a pity that his sister can't go with him. Chapter 361. Boiling news. Unlike the warm scene of the two brothers in your city, at this moment, Naoto Futmura and others in the 11th division seemed to have lost their souls. In fact, they did lose their souls. Not only them, but all the members of the 11th division will feel this way once the news of what they saw spreads. The captain of the 11th division, 7th generation Kenpachi Kriyoshiki, died in battle. It is said that men don't shed tears easily, and the men of the 11th division shed blood but not tears, but at this moment, the team members on the scene were crying like 10 women. Not only did they lose their leader, Kenpachi Kriyoshiki was more like a teacher, a close friend, and even a relative to them. But now, his right leg was twisted into a bright red hemp rope. They didn't even dare to take it back, because even if they touched it, it might break. The ugly knife marks from the abdomen to the clavicle, accompanied by blood flowing out of the red hose, looked a bit disgusting, but in the eyes of Naoto Yanagamura and others, Song was heartbroken. The place of his heart was empty, just like the countless hollows he had killed. His wide eyes and blood flowing from his mouth and nose made him look a little funny. This funny look also made Yanagamura Kododo and others feel the pain before Shimofuku's death. Such a death must be very painful and unwilling. Advertisement, but Yanagamura and others guessed wrong. It may be painful, but Kuyoshiki Kenpachi Yuki was not unwilling. He opened his eyes wide, just to take a last look at Soul Society in Zanpakuto. It's just that these team members can't understand these things at present. Zanpakuto. I must make him kneel in front of the captain and repent. It's like a signal. Every member of the 11th division held Zanpakuto tightly and wiped the tears from their faces with their sleeves. They stood up and wanted to grab Zanpakuto and give their captain an explanation. Come back. Do you all want to die? Yanagamura Naoto, who replaced Zanpakuto as the new third seed of the 11th division, severely reprimanded. What about the captain's death? Isn't revenge. I can't accept it. Of course not. It's just, as Yanagi Naoto said, tears welled up again, and he said in a trembling voice. Advertisement. Are we going to leave the captain here? If we all die, how can the captain return to Seirei? We must let him go home first. In such a short time, the members of the 11th division have shed all their tears. Yanagi Naoto was right. It would be fine if they died, but they couldn't leave the captain's body in the wilderness. This 510 humiliation is more difficult to accept than death. Zaraki Futaya. We won't let him go either. Yanagi Naoto took a deep breath, stood up and glanced at each team member and said. But not now. Now, send a message back, gather people, send the captain the last journey. Yes. In the 69th district of East Rukongai, Ace walked with Katetsu Izan on the winding streets. Suddenly a voice sounded in his mind. Both of them stopped. The captain of the 11th division is dead? Katetsu Izan said in shock. Chapter 362. Uproar. Don't look at me like that. I heard the same news as you. Ace said, His expression under the mask became serious. This is not good news. What are you waiting for? Pass the news to the people behind. In the 46th room, a rare debate took place, but maybe because he has been in power for too long, or because he has been comfortable for too long, he and Seiredi have become hesitant. Moreover, as long as the ghost's strength is not exposed, it is still possible to beat Futaba Yingcheng. Confirm with the people in front the location of the team member with the body of Kuryoshiki Kenpachi, and we will set off. As for Kenpachi Kuryoshiki, who is loyal to Seiredi and has made great military achievements for Seiredi, continue the pursuit, but ignore these small fish. Such a person cannot be controlled and can only be sentenced to death. On the other hand, some people insist on the original verdict. If it was 1,000 years ago, there would be no need for the 46 chambers, and old man Yamamoto would have cleared all the hidden dangers of the village himself. Advertisement Ace said. And after losing the 7th generation Kenpachi, Seiredi needs someone to fill this gap. Maybe because of calmness, maybe because he is tired of losing control. But now, I'm afraid that other team members will not listen to our orders. The first person to forget Kenpachi Kuryoshiki is probably the person in the 46th room at this time. Even if he can kill Kenpachi Kuryoshiki, for old man Yamamoto, he can still kill him with a wave of his hand. But should he take this risk? After all, the ghost's Bankai is very special. The news of Kenpachi Kuryoshiki's death returned to Seiredi, causing an uproar, but not everyone was angry, there were more arguments. So his attitude is clear, but not very strong. As for old man Yamamoto, his attitude is to execute Seiredi. Don't worry about anything else, just pass on the order first. Ace ordered angrily. Katetsu Izan nodded and began to pass the news to others with the help of the channel. Some people thought that after being arrested, Zaraki Fuya was also very cooperative, and now he has proved his experience. Advertisement Ace has made up his mind at this time. A captain died in the battle, and he was one of the strongest captains, the captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Kuryoshiki. Seiredi may have to reconsider his attitude towards Futaba Zaraki. It doesn't matter to him whether Seiredi lives or dies, or whether he has the heart to surrender. Even if he can't beat Futaba Zaraki, it's not difficult to save his life. Ace thought silently in his heart. Futaba Zaraki could also kill Kenpachi Kuryoshiki, and it was a bit unrealistic for Song to kill the opponent with 10 people without showing all his trump cards. With the death of a captain, no one can command the people of other squads unless the captain of each squad or Seiredi directly issues an order. Should I intervene? He may have done something wrong, but as long as he is imprisoned for 100 years as a punishment, it will be better for Seiredi. After thinking carefully, Ace was interrupted by Katetsu Izan. The news has spread, should we continue the capture operation, Vice Captain Ace? Katetsu Izan asked. Of course, the reason is also because Zaraki Fuya's behavior is unpredictable. Now it is more likely that he took the first action. Chapter 363. The location of the body. The difference between the 46th and 46th divisions is that it may be that old man Yamamoto still remembers the achievements of Kenpachi Kuryoshiki and feels sad about his death in battle. So the order was issued that all members of the 11th division could temporarily put down their tasks and return to Seiredi to attend the funeral of Kenpachi Kuryoshiki. After working all night, the 46th division still did not make a final decision on the punishment of Suya Zaraki, but they reached an agreement that it would be a good idea to bring Suya Zaraki back to Seiredi anyway. However, the captain-level combat power should not be reduced because of this. Kido-san's Kido-san, Captain Gotetsu of the 2nd Division, Shihuan Dozo, and Captain Kuchiki of the 6th Division were sent out. But they had to arrest the remaining fugitives first, and with the captain of the 8th Division, Kyoraku Shunsui, and the deputy captain of the Kido-san, they joined in to capture Suya Zaraki. In other directions, among the garrison members of the 80th district of Rukongai, it was found that Suya Zaraki also needed to return in time and not act rashly. Although 3 captain-level combat forces were deployed, the speed of capturing Suya Zaraki was actually quite slow. After all, the search had been suspended for nearly a day, and it would take some time for the new captain to arrive at the designated location. During this period, Yanagi was basically at a standstill. But there were 2 Shinigami who were not on the list, they were Ace and Katetsu Izan. Whether it was the stagnation of the capture work or the practice of temporarily shelving Suya Zaraki later, it was not difficult for Ace to guess. It is undeniable that this is the safest method and the method that is least conducive to Ace's goal. He still wants to compete with Suya Zaraki, and it is best not to delay this matter for too long. Advertisement Kenpachi died in the battle, and Suya Zaraki could not have paid a price. The sooner Suya Zaraki is found, the better it is for Ace. So before Seiredi's order was issued, Ace took Katetsu Izan to the Luhai area, but before that, Ace still needed to find Yanagi Naoto. To be precise, the members of the 11th Thunder Team who returned with the sword to Ao Kenpachi's body. Where is their latest location? Ace turned around and shouted to Katetsu behind him. Just entered the 78th area, Katetsu Izan reported immediately after confirming the news. District 78? It's not far from here, Ace nodded. In the 78th district of East Rukongai, Yanamura Naoto and the other team members who found the body of Katetsu Izan were carrying a wooden coffin on the road. Advertisement: the coffin contained their beloved captain, so even if they walked very fast, the coffin in their hands did not tremble at all. Yanagi. A familiar voice appeared in front of them. Yanagi Naoto looked up and found that it was Ace, who was carrying Katetsu Izan on his back. To be honest, it was a bit disrespectful to the dead captain, and Yanamura Naoto frowned a little. Kuroyashiki Kenpachi, right here? Ace also realized his impoliteness, but in order to hurry, he had to do it. Yanagi nodded, and the sad thing came again, making his eyes red, and asked in a glazed voice. What are you doing here? I heard the news, I came to see Kenpachi off. Ace put his hands together and nodded slightly. Can we take a last look at Kenpachi? Chapter 364. Secret Autopsy. A few days ago, before Zaraki Suya escaped, the captain always went to find Ace, and the relationship between the two should be very good. Yanagamura didn't think too much, he nodded and told everyone to slowly put down the coffin and open the lid. Inside the coffin, Kuyashiki Kenpachi closed his eyes. He crossed his hands on his chest, as if he was asleep. Walking to the front of the coffin, Ace and Katetsu Izan were in front, Yanagamura Naoto and others were behind them, clasping their hands together, 10 up, and bowing to the Kenpachi inside. When he stood up, Ace murmured in a low voice, "You are a respectable person, please forgive my offense." Yanagamura, and all of you. Ace turned around and took 2 steps towards the people of the 11th Division. Ace spoke with a stern face. Can you tell me how much you know about Kanzai? At the same time, Katetsu Izan was blocked by the ace-shaped figure. She bent down and quietly stretched out her right hand. Advertisement. A layer of white light floated on the hand behind Katetsu's back, searching the body of Kenpachi. Although it was a bit disrespectful, this was Ace's order to her. She wanted to quickly check the wounds in her residence and check the wounds left on Kenpachi's body as soon as possible to help Ace infer the attack method of Shiro Suya as much as possible. As for why she did this, according to Ace, it was to seek justice for Kenpachi. It sounded a bit arrogant, but for some reason, she chose to believe it. Vice Captain Ace never fought a battle without confidence, and perhaps this time was the same. There were not many scars left on the body, and Katetsu simply explored the other side of Kenpachi's body, and there was nothing abnormal. After she completed the secret autopsy, Ace's conversation with Yanagamura and others ended. Seeing Katetsu's return to his side, Ace finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I understand what Yanagamura means. I will never get involved in the affairs of your 11th Division, don't worry. After the conversation, Yanagamura and others' doubts were finally temporarily eliminated. Using the excuse that he was still responsible for the capture mission, Ace rejected Yanagamura's request to go back to attend Kenpachi's funeral. Ace looked at the 8 people who lived there. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. Ace felt a little uneasy because he didn't get more information about Zaraki Musou. He hoped that Katetsu Izan could give him some surprises next. Tell me what you found. Ace looked at Katetsu Izan. Katetsu Izan took a deep breath. This act of secretly performing an autopsy was as guilty as it was said. Point 0. Katetsu Izan could only put his hands together and pray again, hoping that Kenpachi Kuroyashiki would forgive them. The most obvious injuries are 3, 1 leg sprain, 1 knife wound all over the upper body, and 1 fatal heart stab wound. Katetsu Izan said, "Is this a normal knife wound?" Ace asked. Katetsu Izan didn't understand what he meant, so Ace asked again, "Are there any burns or other keto injuries?" "No, but the sprain on the leg is a bit strange. Other sprains have a certain strength, but the injury on Captain Kenpachi's right leg is like a braided hemp rope. It has become so wide little by little." Chapter 365, Strange Injury. Katetsu Izan said, patting her chest to suppress the nausea in her stomach. Seeing the situation, Ace did not urge her, but quietly waited for her to sort out her emotions. But with Captain Kenpachi's strength, it is impossible to torture him like this, unless he completely loses the ability to fight. After Katetsu Izan recovered, he said again, "So he may have been poisoned and lost the ability to resist, Chi-Chi." Ace proposed a possibility. Katetsu Izan nodded and continued. "It is possible, but I did not find similar traces of Ryujin. So even if it is poison, it is not necessarily the ability of Zanpakuto of Zhou Cheng Shuangye." But Ace did not believe this argument very much. It sounded a bit dreamy to use poison to affect Kenpachi's poison. Katetsu Izan also considered this situation, so he immediately proposed another point of view. But there is another possibility, which is to exert force on the legs from all positions at the same time, instantly twisting Captain Kenpachi's legs like this. Hearing this, Ace suddenly had a picture in his mind of an octopus wrapping its tentacles around Kenpachi's right leg and stabbing him in the chest with a sword. Katetsu Izan, that should be what he meant. If Zanpakuto of Zaraki Futaba is really like this, then it is a perfect way to counter the ghost's Bankai. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Ace's face suddenly became ugly. But it's not right. If this is really the attack method, Kenpachi Kuroyashiki should not be hit. Ace knows the ability of the Hungry Corridor. It is very difficult to defeat Kenpachi Kuroyashiki from the outside. Maybe it's time to think from a different angle. Ace saw 3 wounds in his mind and tried to deduce that Kenpachi Kuroyashiki part of the battle scene between Kenpachi and Suya Zaraki. Leaving aside the strangest leg wound, the remaining 2 stab wounds were clearly meant to kill. There were only 2, enough to prove that Shu Chengye had little chance of winning this battle. He even fell off the battlefield. Then, at a certain moment, he seized the opportunity to leave the first sword wound, but failed to kill with 1 blow. Therefore, at this time, Kenpachi Kuroyashiki's choice should be to temporarily retreat and move the Katetsu corridor back to his side. Lower limb injuries can also make sense. Generally, kicking or hands weaken the opponent's mobility, and lower limb injuries are more obvious. Ace pressed his eyebrows and tried to put himself into the perspective of the Hakken-kyokanhachi. The nature of Katetsu Corridor determines that it is difficult to hit him from the outside, especially when he uses a momentary step to distance himself and is crippled by the opponent in this way, or the opponent's strength is far greater than his own, or... Do you think it will be like this from the inside out? Ace looked ahead and uttered a sentence slowly. Katetsu Izan also knew that this sentence was directed at her. She lowered her head and thought for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "This is much more reasonable than attacking from the outside, but just say whatever you want to say." Ace said, "If it is a force attacking from the inside, why not attack the heart directly? Why do you do this? Is it just to torture Captain Kurayashiki Kenpachi?" Katetsu Izan said. Chapter 366. Found clues. This is a complicated question. Maybe Zaraki Fuya prefers this, or maybe his Zanpakuto can only control the enemy's limbs. More likely, he can't do what Katetsu Izan said. But no matter what, Ace knows that the first Ghost's Bankai is enough to deal with this situation, and the others can only wait until they see Zaraki Fuya. "Okay, stop guessing," Ace said to Katetsu Izan. "What kind of person is he? I'll know when I catch him." Should we go find Zaraki Fuya?" Katetsu Izan sounded a little nervous. After all, the opponent is stronger than Kuyashiki Kenpachi. "Should we tell Captain Kiyuraku and Vice Captain Arisada Kido?" Ace smiled and shook his head, pointing at himself. "It's me who caught him, not us, of course. There's no need to notify Captain Kiyuraku and Vice Captain Arisada Kido." "But, no buts, this is the order of the Vice Captain." Ace said seriously. "Even though you are a member of the 4th Division, I am still the highest commander of the Eastern Capture Team at this moment. Follow the order." Advertisement. Katetsu Izan thought Ace was unhappy because of what happened 100 years ago, so she immediately patted her chest and said, "I promise not to drag you down. Even if you win, you must be cured immediately. I believe you are no longer the cowardly person you were 100 years ago." Ace praised for the first time. But the captain-level battle is not something you can participate in now. It is not something you can fill with courage. In fact, this suggestion is still very attractive, but the Ghost's Bankai, there is no so-called injury, only two extremes of life or death. And this time Ace does not have to fight for life and death. Once the situation is out of control, Ace is absolutely sure to get out. If Katetsu Izan follows, she can't carry a person and race with Zaraki Suya. It's simply giving away the future vice captain of the 4th Division for nothing. "Then I will report that you are absent from duty," Katetsu Izan shouted, looking at Ace's eyes full of worry. "The vice captain has a certain degree of autonomy. Before new orders are issued, my actions are still to hunt down fugitives." Ace said lightly, "But new orders will come soon." Katetsu Izan was anxious. "At this moment, I want to tell you a truth." Ace patted Katetsu Izan, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "As long as I move fast enough, the new order will not catch up with me." Under Katetsu Izan's surprised gaze, Ace's figure disappeared instantly. Needless to say, he must have gone to Zaraki Castle. At this moment, only Katetsu Izan knew about Ace's departure, and he seemed to be 957 points lonely. But when Ace came back, the whole Seirei would be shaken. Katetsu Izan could only sigh. Some things seemed to come suddenly, but only those involved knew that all this was actually destined. 3 days later, East Rukongai District 80, this place Ace came to when he explored the Star Cross Fortress. To be honest, there is not much difference between the Zaraki district. Even with the ghost mask, finding a person here is no easier than finding a needle in a haystack. But there was still some gain. On the second day, Ace found the place where Kenpachi Kurayashiki and Suya Zaraki had fought. Chapter 367. Intrigue. Finding this place was not just luck. Through the ghost mask, Ace found that the concentration of Ryatsu here was significantly higher than the surrounding area. The knife marks on the ground that were clearly opened by Ryatsu did not look like they were caused by the energy of the hollow. Of course, this could be done by the Shinigami stationed in this area, and the reason why Ace was sure was because the Hollow City Suya personally came forward to admit it. When Zaraki Suya appeared from the ground like a liquid man and condensed in front of Ace, Ace's eyes suddenly condensed. The Zaraki Suya in front of him was actually condensed from the spiritual power in the surrounding ground and air. Ace finally understood how Zaraki Suya attacked the 46th room. It turned out that his spiritual power was alive. The appearance of Ace was beyond Zaraki Suya's expectation, but it was also what he wanted to see. So Zaraki Suya condensed Ryatsu and invited Ace. "When I was in the Seirei, I invited you, and you refused. I want to know if you are willing to accept my invitation and meet me." "Of course, this is why I came here," one Ace said lightly. "That's best, then you come with me." Advertisement. Zaho Suya said, and Ryatsu began to dissipate. Ace watched these spiritual powers fly into the body of a flying bird in the sky, and he screamed like a parrot. "But this is a long journey, so you'd better come with me. No matter how far it is, there will be accidents on the road." Ace murmured, but it seemed that Yingcheng also heard it. "The life of this bird is very fragile," he said with a smile. "Don't kill the guide." On the 5th night, a man and a bird came to a lake. "Rest here today." The bird said and landed on a low branch by the lake, stretched out its wings and motioned Ace to sit down and rest. In the past few days, Ace's daily life has been very regular. The sun rises, moves, and rests at sunset. Of course, it has to do this. The guide stopped to rest. What else can be done? Advertisement: I never knew that the area of Shiliu district is so large, but according to your method, I can walk in my own garden for a year. Ace said lightly while sitting on the rock opposite the bird. 3 days on the road, not to mention Shunpo, even walking all the time. This is nothing. The key is that the Zansheng Shuangye who possessed the bird always took him around in circles, just on this lake. He also saw it from a distance yesterday. This is a rare opportunity to see the beautiful scenery of Soul Society while you are still alive, isn't it? Zansheng Shuangye smiled lightly. Can I make a request? Can I change my voice? This bird gives me a headache? Ace said lightly. Yingcheng Shuangye also readily agreed to this request. Without seeing the bird open its mouth, his own voice rang like a wind chime. It is normal to have a headache after not resting for so many days. Do you want to sleep well tonight? Stay. You haven't rested either. Why don't you have a good sleep tonight? Ace teased with a smile. None of them slept in the past 3 days. It's simple, because Ace and Futaba Zaraki don't trust each other. Although Futaba Zaraki killed the previous generation of Kenpachi, Futaba Zaraki already knew about Ace's reputation as a Keto genius. God knows what this kind of Keto genius will do when his spiritual incarnation is asleep. Chapter 368. Toolman. Well, it seems that we still can't trust each other, and we still can't sleep tonight. Zaraki Futsune spread his wings and said helplessly. But we don't have to do this. If I wanted to embarrass you, I would have done it a long time ago. You also have to be wary of me. If I didn't want to catch you, I would have done it a long time ago. Ace stretched out his index finger and gestured to Zaraki Futsune, and then continued. You don't think this little Ryotsu can stop me, do you? You are such an interesting person. You are even more interesting than the guy in Kuyushiki Kenpachi. Zaraki Futsune said as if he was very happy. White spiritual power 807 flowed from the bird to the ground, and the spiritual power gathered in front of Ace. It's a long night. Do you want to have a fight to kill time? Ace said lightly. No, I just think this conversation is more formal. Zaraki Futsune waved his hand and asked directly while sitting cross-legged on the ground. I've asked Kuriyashiki this question before, about living a monotonous life in Seirei, isn't it boring? Advertisement. Well, maybe you don't know me very well. I've only lived less than 200 years. Ace raised 2 fingers and said, I haven't been in Seirei for more than 20 years. The corners of Zaraki Fuya's mouth twitched. And what else? I spent 150 years looking for the Star-Cross Fortress, and you escaped from prison before you had a break for 2 days. You call this kind of life unchanging? Ace looked at Zaraki Fuya with contempt. I want to live a peaceful life for 2 days. Oh, no, live a peaceful life all the time. Is fighting and killing exciting? Ace's answer was unexpected, but it made sense after thinking about it carefully. The little guy in front of him hasn't had the opportunity to live a peaceful life for a long time. It seems that I have to apologize to you first. Did I disturb your, beautiful yearning? Zaraki Fuya smiled. If you really want to, come back to Seirei with me. CFDH, and say that I defeated you, so that it will look sincere. Ace said lightly. Ha ha ha, it makes sense, but it's not often. Advertisement. Zaraki Shuang also laughed and pointed at himself. I am still known as the 8th generation Kenpachi. If you beat me so easily, that guy Kuyushiki will die with regret. So you still care about this? I thought you didn't care about these things since the day you colluded with the Quincy. Ace said, and when Ace realized that something was wrong, he changed his tone and continued. No, you colluded with the Quincy for power, but I don't understand. You have the ability to defeat Kuyushiki Kenpachi. Why do you want to cooperate with the Quincy? You don't really think that the Quincy can defeat the Shinigami, do you? Quincy? I never regarded them as partners, but they currently have a common goal? The smile on Zaraki Futaba's face gradually disappeared. He glanced at the nearby lake and said. After all, there are some things I can't do myself, so I need them to share some of the burden. Like hunting me. What a group of pitiful tools. Ace said lightly. Tools? What a good name. Zaraki Futaba turned his head and praised, but then, his eyes suddenly became serious. Chapter 369. Fighting openly and secretly. But they are not pitiful. At least our dreams are the same, just in different ways. So they may be stupid, but they are also a group of cute tools. The conversation continued. Zaraki Futaya seemed to be particularly talkative today, but this was definitely a good thing for Ace. At least he didn't have to stare at him all night. Do you know that you and Kuriyashiki are a bit similar now? Zaraki Futaya pointed his finger and shook his head. No, you and him are actually 2 extremes. He is consistent in appearance and heart, but you are very cunning in your heart. You have carried at least 1 horse neigh on your back. He couldn't do this, and you were less than 30 years old at that time. What a monster. Zaraki Futaya exclaimed. Don't think of me as a pervert. Ace's voice was long, but there was still an inexplicable feeling in his tone. It's because your methods are too simple. You want to drag old man Yamamoto into the water through me with just a few words. It's really amateur level. Now you are like a child again. Zaraki Futaba laughed. What do you mean? Ace asked knowingly. The current character is completely disguised by Ace. A naive, young Shinigami. Naive. Zaraki Futaba laughed. Ace's expression did not change at all. Zaraki Futaba was not in a hurry to explain, and told Ace about his family situation first. But the strange thing is that although Zaraki Futaba was a personal experience, he seemed very calm when talking about this past. So, do you understand? As long as most people believe it, the means cannot be distinguished. Advertisement Zaraki Futaba concluded. In Seirei, if there is only one voice, even if something is wrong, it will become a reality. The Zaraki family with a long history fell apart because of some rumors. If it weren't for the man in front of him, this surname might not even have the possibility of becoming history. But old man Yamamoto is different from the Zaraki family. Let alone his position as the captain, just talking about his extraordinary strength, he is not just a role that can be taken down by rumors. It seems that Zaraki Futaba also saw through Ace's thoughts. His lips opened and closed, and a sound as if blown by the wind sounded. You may be thinking now that Captain Yamamoto and the Zaraki family are incomparable. The same method works for the Zaraki family, but not for Captain Yamamoto, isn't it? Isn't it? Ace asked knowingly. Yes and no. Zaraki shook his head, and Yutsugu said. If it weren't for you, Captain Yamamoto would have no flaws. But with you, the situation is different. Me? Ace's facial expression deliberately showed confusion. Yes, before you, Captain Yamamoto was just a person no matter how strong he was, and he had no concerns. Otherwise, his only concern was Seirei. He will be fair, he will be selfless, because as a person, he has reached the limit of what he can have, and has reached it for 1,000 years. But with you, it's different. Zaraki Futaba said, drawing a circle on the ground. With you, he has something he hasn't had for 1,000 years, a home. With a home, people change, and without a home, people change too. But when they change, people start to re-examine him. But the old man hasn't changed at all, Ace said. That's because you didn't notice, but it doesn't matter. As long as others think he has changed, that's fine. Zaraki Fuya suddenly stood up, put his hands behind his back and walked to the lake, and continued. Advertisement, next, we just need to deepen this suspicion. That's why we have to stop you from returning to Seirei. Your story can only be told by others, which is very similar to what happened to our Zaraki family, isn't it? In fact, Shengai's words are not entirely correct. Think about it, if Ace couldn't return to Seirei at that time, with the character of old man Yamamoto, Z would definitely not pursue it too much. It is likely that it will be left unresolved, and Seirei will not really want to force old man Yamamoto to the opposite side. The only difference may be that the group formed by Zaraki Fuya can continue to exist and gain huge benefits. Please give me flowers, old man Yamamoto will suffer once, and the Quincy may survive for a few more years, that's all. Only he, Ace, will end up like the current Zaraki family. Unfortunately, I returned to Seirei and really disappointed you. Ace smiled. I am the key to this plan, but you only sent those idiots and fools, and there are still loopholes in the investigation of me. Yin-kun is right, you are really unforgiving. Zaraki Shuangye smiled. Because I didn't lose, why should I admit defeat? Ace smiled lightly. That's true, yes, we didn't investigate enough. However, to deal with people like Captain Yamamoto, we need to take risks. Even if we know it may be a trap, we still have to seize the opportunity to fight for a possibility. Zaraki Shuangye turned around and pointed at Ace and said. As for you, I certainly didn't think of sending a few people over. I even followed Kuriyashiki to look for you, but I just couldn't find you. What's the difference? Ace said. Of course it's different. The former can only say that I'm a fool. I don't want to let myself bear this title. Zaraki Fuya shrugged and sold it. The latter is because I'm good at finding people, and you're also good at finding people. People who are good at finding people are also good at avoiding people. Just like you now, we are just confident people, not stupid people. Ace couldn't help but be a little speechless. Don't bring him up when you brag. If you brag, it's equivalent to saying that what you said before was stupid. If you scold, it's even simpler, that is, you are stupid for wanting to capture Zaraki Fuya now. This person is really a rogue. You're great, okay? Ace said exaggeratedly. Without me, you'd be the controller of Seirei now. Unfortunately, because of me, your plan has completely failed. Yes, the previous plan failed, but you just need to make a new plan. That's not a problem. Zaraki Fuya said. What, you still want to fight back Seirei? Ace sneered. A counterattack from the Zaraki family? Spoon. Chapter 370. Different Emotions. Zaraki Futaba was stunned for a moment, smiled and shook his head, and asked without explaining. I'm curious about how you became friends with the Quincy, Foos. I think that's his name. When it came to assassinating you, he decided not to get involved directly. Well, maybe it's because I've been dating him for a long time, so I get along better with him? Ace thought for a while and said, you know, I'm not as scheming as 120. I'm actually quite easy to get along with. That's it. Zaraki Futaba narrowed his eyes. What else? Ace shrugged. Ace has spent 200 years to build his own personality after coming from the pirate world to the Shinigami world. No wonder you don't understand. Advertisement Zaraki Futaba finished this sentence, and his body turned into countless light points and flew into the body of the bird next to him. Let's stop here tonight. There are still 2 days. Let's talk about it when I see you in person. One person, one bird, and then they began to stare at each other again. It was only midnight, but there was a man in the Seirei in the distance, who, like them, could not sleep. Old man Yamamoto rubbed his forehead, and the shadow of the pine tree outside the garden was printed on the paper door. Fortunately, there was no human figure, the figure in the dream. Without the light, old man Yamamoto walked out of the bedroom alone, sat on the porch and looked at the quiet garden, feeling very calm. 4 days ago, the body of Kenpachi Kuyushiki returned to Seirei, and at the same time there was news, but it was not so eye-catching. Vice Captain Ace of the first team captured the fugitive Zaraki Fuya alone. Old man Yamamoto immediately ordered and summoned Ace to withdraw, cooperate with Seirei's new order to search for other fugitives, and then arrest Zaraki Fuya with other captains. However, Ace's words were not a joke. Ace's Shunpo was really fast. They could not find Ace's Ryujin within the reach of ordinary team members. So these days, not only Ace and Zaraki Suya didn't sleep, but old man Yamamoto didn't sleep well either. Just like before, he had a dream that a member of the first team reported to him. Advertisement: Vice Captain Ace was also killed by Zaraki Suya. The body is being transported back to Seirei. My condolences. Then he woke up and couldn't fall asleep again. Ace, I should have told you that meaningless death is a shame. Old man Yamamoto crushed the fish food in his hand and threw it into the pond. You should know that reckless behavior will eventually pay a price. Whether it is stupid or serious, old man Yamamoto never interferes with his disciples, just like Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yugataki. As long as they don't betray Seirei, they can do whatever they usually do, and old man Yamamoto doesn't care. He thought he could do the same with Ace. Even though he had high expectations for Ace, it was not a reason to indulge and protect him. Even for Ace 5.8, old man Yamamoto prefers to stand on the side of the spectator. After all, if he wants to inherit his position, no one will be able to correct him. But this is just a self-deceiving idea. Perhaps since he has kept Ace by his side, he has already invested different feelings in this closed disciple. Old man Yamamoto looked at the pond, a little absent-minded. Chapter 371. First Generation Kenpachi. Yunohana Retsu's eyes were frighteningly cold at this moment, and he nodded. A respectful voice came in the air. They didn't see any movement from the other side. The two separated from the rock in front, and there was a dark corridor behind the door. I understand. I will arrange the affairs of the 4th Division and then deal with this matter. Ace, who was wandering in the Luhai area, didn't know that because of his own affairs, old man Yamamoto had already dispatched the first generation Kenpachi, Yunohana Retsu. Her gentle face became emotionless at this moment, and her eyes shot out cold light, like the most terrifying killing machine. Even the bravest warriors couldn't help shuddering when they saw it. The next morning, the captain of the 4th Division, Yunohana Retsu, announced the development of a new Kaido. Until the departure, the affairs of the 4th Division will be temporarily handled by the vice captain. Ace pointed at the two spiritual clones of Zaraki Futaba that were gradually taking shape behind him and teased. Old head Yamamoto raised his head and said in a deep voice. I just give you some courage. After all, wearing that mask, you should know that you will die here. Zaraki Futaba's mouth curled up slightly and smiled lightly. During the 4-day journey, although the two were very friendly on the surface, they were constantly testing each other. Advertisement: old man Yamamoto said, his eyelids slightly opened. You go to the Luhai area. After 4 days, Zeljoshiro Futaro finally brought him to a mountain and told him that they were finally there. From the mountain 5 kilometers away, through the ghost's mask, Ace seemed to be in an ink painting full of faint black gardens. At this moment, he just wanted to raise his head and roar. After all, these days, although Ace was ordered not to act on his own, old man Yamamoto was more afraid that the boy would have an accident. This was a kind of protection different from the previous disciples. Yunohana Retsu seemed to have a sense and asked, if you don't play tricks behind me, then I will definitely not be afraid. He 797. Send an order, let the captain of the 4th team, Yunohana Retsu, come to see me. Not as Yunohana Retsu, but as the first generation Kenpachi, Yachiryu. This is a covert operation. Half an hour later, Yunohana Retsu ended her rest and came to the meeting room of the captain of the first team, but at this time there were only her and Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. Just like what Zaraki Suya said, people with families will change, including the captain who has been calm at his post for 1,000 years. Advertisement: yes. If you meet that brat Ace in advance, just bring him back to see me. It's so late, what can I do for you, Captain? Just now, 2 clouds of mist slowly solidified behind him. Needless to say, what this means. Old man Yamamoto nodded and continued. It was like a switch. After hearing the name, Yachiryu, the originally gentle Yunohana Retsu seemed to have changed into a different person. Thinking of this, old man Yamamoto sighed, threw all the fish food in his hand into the pond, stood up and left the garden. I hope you are not afraid of the dark, Zeljoshiro Futaro said deliberately. Is it the name of Zaraki Futaya? Is it the name of the young man who took the title of Kenpachi? Except Ace, anyone who meets you for the first time will die. First generation Kenpachi. Yunohana Retsu, no, the true appearance of Yunohana Yachiryu. He did not notice that the fish food floated on the surface of the pond, but there was no fish at all. Chapter 372. The war begins. At this moment, both Ace and the others felt that they had the biggest trump card in their hands and knew what the other party was doing. When Zaraki Futaba walked into the door, Ace realized that there was no passage inside. The lake was filled with black fog, too hasty, period. That's true, it seems that I underestimated you. Suya Zaraki, who was sitting at the gate just now, suddenly appeared in front of Ace, backhanded a knife, and hit Ace's fist directly. This is a room of only more than 50 square meters. When they moved, the room itself was also moving. Am I back to the Star-Crossed Fortress? Finally, as the last stone door opened, Tsurugi Futaba, who had served as a tour guide for 4 days, disappeared. Ace was too familiar with this thing. The gate through the boundary. A ray of sunlight fell, and Chungshwange looked like the only protagonist on the stage. Ace said calmly. Advertisement. The mask covered Ace's face. But today, one of them would definitely admit that his confidence was arrogance and cost him his life. This is abnormal. The power of Shinigami itself is strong or weak, generally proportional to the strength of Ryotsu. The stronger the Ryotsu, the stronger the person. The deeper you go into the center of the lake, the thicker the fog becomes. But a familiar voice came from the front. Since you have already guessed that I can see it, can't it prove that I will not run away if I come here? A huge force came from the top of Lee, and Ace even felt that his body was a little numb, and then like a kite with a broken string, Ace was hit by the ear. After passing through the stone gate, it seemed as if I stepped onto a turbulent lake instead of the ground. But after training with Yoruichi, he had rich experience in digging holes very early. Even if he hollowed out the whole mountain, there would be no problem. Keep an eye on him, Ghost. As the front door opened, the corresponding door behind closed. Ace smiled. Does this mean that the car door is welded? Now, follow me. Advertisement. In an instant, Ace moved to the top of the gate, and the ghost flashed a dazzling light and hit the bottom of the gate mercilessly. I finally see you, Ace. Back to the normal vision, Ace faced a huge space that looked like an inverted funnel. The two clones behind Zaraki Futaba dispersed, leaving only the one in front. It is hard to believe that the ghost mask will one day become a tool to block vision. Ace took off the mask and couldn't help muttering to himself as he looked at the scene in front of him. However, when he came in just now, Suya Zaraki had almost no Ryotsu on his body. How could such a person, good, have such power? The person who attacked him just now was definitely the real body of Suya Zaraki. In the deepest part of the lake, as if it were solid, Ying Chungshwange's voice could be heard faintly. The reason why Ace sighed was because there was a nearly 4-meter-high white square door behind Lu Chungshwange, which could be seen by 6 people. But the duel just now, not only his Ryotsu surged in his body, increasing his strength, and the ghost hand grasped H with a considerable degree of spiritual power. So, I think we should not play these tricks. Suya Zaraki, who was not far away, was a ball in Ace's eyes at this moment, and the air around him was filled with a high concentration of Ryotsu.